Chapter 1. The Emergence of a Rift. The sun poured down unabashedly upon the training grounds of the Avengers. Iron Man, clad in his latest metallic nanosuit, soared through the air like a comet, his deep-set eyes radiating focus and confidence, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he intermittently unleashed dazzling energy beams. Captain America, with his shield firmly grasped, glistened with sweat upon his bronze skin. His resolute gaze was filled with concentration, each movement executed with precision and power, as if engaged in a fierce battle against an unseen foe. Thor, gripping his mighty hammer, exhibited taut muscles, his golden locks dancing in the wind as he threw back his head and roared, each swing of his hammer accompanied by the thunderous crackle of lightning, his handsome visage brimming with fervor and passion. Black Widow, embodying the grace of a swift panther, moved elegantly and rapidly between obstacles, her beautiful face marked by seriousness, her eyes reflecting calmness and determination. Doctor Strange, draped in a deep crimson robe, gestured with his hands as mysterious runes swirled around him, his brow furrowed in deep concentration as he wielded magic to manipulate the elements surrounding him. Ant-Man oscillated between the microscopic and the normal world, sometimes shrinking to the size of an ant and other times returning to his full stature, his face alight with excitement and curiosity, showcasing his unique abilities. Suddenly, a powerful energy surge resonated through the sky, and a massive rift in space-time appeared above them without warning. Strange lights flickered within the rift, as though beckoning them toward an endless unknown. "What on earth is that?" Iron Man exclaimed incredulously, his bright, star-like eyes widening in disbelief, the confident smile that once adorned his lips swept away by an unforeseen gust of wind. His handsome face now bore a complex expression of shock intertwined with profound confusion. At the same moment, Captain America, who had been tirelessly engaged in his training, abruptly ceased his movements and lifted his gaze toward the colossal rift that had materialized out of thin air. His brow furrowed tightly, resembling two heavy iron gates locking away the intense unease surging from deep within. "Regardless of what this thing is, I am certain it will bring us no good," he stated, his voice deep and resonant, the underlying concern unmistakable. Beside him, Thor, too, had relinquished his usual boisterous demeanor, his chiseled features growing grave. A fleeting shadow of worry crossed his deep, sea-like eyes, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky. "In my estimation, this is likely a monumental threat from an entirely unknown realm," Thor remarked cautiously, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation before them. As the former agent, the Black Widow, Natasha, exhibited an acute sense of vigilance. A fleeting glimmer of subtle wariness flashed across her striking yet frosty gaze. Her body tensed imperceptibly, akin to a bow drawn taut, ever prepared to confront the impending peril. "Everyone, be cautious, it seems we are on the brink of grave trouble." Natasha's words cast an immediate pall over the atmosphere, heightening the tension in the air. Not far away, Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gazed intently at the enigmatic rift, his typically unflappable countenance gradually betraying an increasing gravity. "Ladies and gentlemen, my observations reveal that the power emanating from this rift is extraordinarily formidable and fraught with countless unknown dangers." As he spoke, Doctor Strange gently waved his magical scepter, seemingly attempting to unearth further secrets concealed within the rift. Finally, the diminutive Ant-Man, Scott Lang, could not suppress his curiosity and approached, tilting his head to behold the mysterious and fearsome time-space rift hovering above. When he glimpsed the unfathomable darkness within, an expression of astonishment overtook his features. Goodness, could this herald a brand new crisis? Thus, the group collectively halted their ongoing training activities, instinctively lifting their gazes to the sudden, enigmatic rift. A heavy weight seemed to settle upon each heart, shrouded in a blanket of profound concern and heightened alertness. Chapter 2. Emergency meeting within the spacious and technologically advanced conference room of the Avengers headquarters. A colossal screen illuminated the image of a heart-stopping rift in the fabric of time and space. Iron Man, Tony Stark, occupied the head of the conference table. His arms crossed resolutely over his chest, his brow furrowed, and his eyes flickering with anxiety and contemplation. His iconic nanosuit rested silently by his side, seemingly awaiting the decision of its master. Captain America, Steve Rogers, stood by the window, gazing solemnly at the outside world, his expression grave and his jaw clenched, filled with trepidation over the unknown threat. The resolute glint in his eyes conveyed an unwavering determination, as if to assure everyone that no matter the magnitude of the challenge, he would not falter. Thor, the god of thunder, lounged in a chair, cradling his chin in one hand, his gaze somewhat distant. Memories of Asgard's ancient legends flooded his mind, prompting him to ponder whether this rift was connected to an age-old prophecy. His brow knitted into a deep furrow, his golden locks cascading carelessly over his shoulders. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, sat elegantly in her chair, legs crossed, her gaze sharp and cool, akin to a poised leopard ready to pounce. Her fingers drummed lightly against the table, contemplating how to leverage her intelligence network to procure more valuable insights. Dr. Strange. Stephen Strange clasped his hands over his chest, eyes closed, employing his mystical abilities to sense the potential ramifications of the rift. His complexion fluctuated between pallor and flush, evidently bearing the weight of immense mental strain. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, appeared somewhat restless, fidgeting in his seat, occasionally stealing glances at the rift's image on the screen. His heart brimming with curiosity and tension. In light of the sudden emergence of the rift in the sky, the Avengers convened an urgent meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was so tense it felt as if it could condense into droplets of water. Iron Man was the first to shatter the silence, his voice tinged with urgency. This rift has appeared far too abruptly, completely beyond our expectations. We must ascertain its origins and implications without delay. His gaze was unwavering, exuding a tenacious spirit. Captain America turned to face his comrades, his eyes sweeping across each member, his tone steady yet powerful. I concur, we cannot remain passive. However, before we act, we need to devise a comprehensive plan. His countenance radiated a profound sense of responsibility, as if the fate of the world rested upon his shoulders. Thor rose to his feet, fist clenched tightly. This may be linked to the ancient legends of Asgard. I must return to investigate. I believe I can uncover some clues in my homeland. Hope flickered in his eyes like a burning flame. Black Widow nodded slightly, her voice calm, yet resolute. I can utilize my intelligence network to gather further information regarding the rift. However, this will require time, and we cannot guarantee the accuracy or reliability of the information we obtain. A hint of concern creased her brow. Dr. Strange gradually opened his deep, enigmatic eyes, as if awakening from a long slumber. He took a deep breath, the air slicing through the room like a biting cold wind, instilling an undeniable chill. This force was overwhelmingly potent, akin to an insatiable black hole, devouring everything in its vicinity. Furthermore, it was rife with countless unknown dangers. A moment's carelessness could lead to our complete obliteration. Dr. Strange's voice was low and grave, exuding an unprecedented seriousness and concern. Nevertheless, despite facing such immense pressure and adversity, a resolute light still flickered in his eyes. At that moment, the previously silent Ant-Man suddenly raised his hand. He appeared somewhat timid, seemingly lacking confidence in what he was about to propose. Yet, after a brief hesitation, he summoned the courage to speak. Perhaps I could attempt to venture into the microscopic realm to investigate. There might be hidden clues yet undiscovered, and if fortune favors us, we might unravel this enigma. Of course, this would undoubtedly be an exceedingly perilous endeavor, yet as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, I am willing to take the risk. Upon finishing, Ant-Man cast his gaze upon each person present, his eyes brimming with anticipation, yearning for his suggestion to garner recognition and support. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Whispers began to circulate as attendees quietly deliberated Ant-Man's proposal. Some believed it to be a feasible approach, while others expressed concern over the potential dangers Ant-Man might encounter in the microscopic world. After a fervent exchange of arguments and reflections, consensus was reached to collaborate and confront this unprecedented crisis together. Following the meeting, a heavy atmosphere enveloped everyone. They were acutely aware of the daunting challenges and risks associated with the mission. Yet they also understood that only through unity and resolute determination could they hope to overcome the obstacles before them. Thus, they silently rose, each bearing their respective responsibilities, and departed the conference room with steadfast steps, bracing themselves for the formidable challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 3. Investigation and Research. Iron Man returned to his futuristic laboratory, where an array of advanced technological instruments glimmered and hummed softly. He gazed at the colossal screen before him, displaying intricate data on the Temporal Rift, feeling as though a heavy stone weighed upon his heart. What secrets does this damned rift conceal? He muttered to himself, brow furrowed, his eyes reflecting a blend of determination and anxiety. He understood that every second of delay could yield unpredictable consequences. In this room brimming with high-tech apparatus, Iron Man deftly activated a series of dazzling advanced instruments. The myriad of intricate buttons and illuminated control interfaces responded swiftly at the touch of his agile and precise hands. At that moment, his gaze was as sharp and focused as that of a hawk, revealing an unprecedented urgency. Each tap of his fingers upon the control panel felt like a fierce race against time, every moment precious. J-A-R-V-I-S. Initiate a comprehensive analysis of this vast data immediately. It is imperative to discover an effective means to utterly seal this terrifying rift. The voice of Iron Man was slightly hoarse, laced with a hint of undeniable fatigue, yet it brimmed with fervent anticipation for success. At that very moment, on the opposite side of the Earth, Captain America was leading a well-trained, well-equipped elite squad deep into a ravaged wasteland. Once a thriving metropolis, this city had now devolved into a desolate expanse, surrounded by buildings grotesquely contorted and deformed by the immense energy shockwaves unleashed by the rift, along with shattered roads. Captain America stood silently before this grim tableau, his resolute visage etched with anger and a profound sense of duty. He gripped his iconic round shield tightly, as if channeling all his unwavering conviction and boundless strength into it. The faint glimmer reflecting off the shield seemed to illuminate the dark, unknown path ahead. No matter the cost, we must swiftly find a viable solution. We cannot allow innocent civilians to endure such horrific calamities any longer. Captain America's deep and powerful words echoed above the ruins, inspiring every member of his team to press forward, undeterred. The team members closely followed his tall and steadfast figure, each face revealing a serious and unwavering determination. Their steps were synchronized, resembling a well-trained, indomitable army of steel. "Captain, I sense some signs of instability in the time-space continuum here," one team member whispered, a hint of concern in his tone. Captain America nodded slightly, acknowledging the report. His deep, ocean-like eyes sparkled with calmness and composure, betraying not a shred of fear. Instead, from the depths of his gaze, one could clearly see a burning conviction to fulfill their mission. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of another universe, Thor raced back to his homeland of Asgard with lightning speed. The ancient and majestic palace was now shrouded in an enigmatic aura, akin to a long-sleeping treasure awaiting revelation of its secrets hidden within the annals of time. Thor, in a state of fervent urgency, burst into the vast library within the palace, piled high with various ancient tomes. His hands swiftly turned the weighty scrolls, pages fluttering and stirring a faint cloud of dust. Though these books contained the boundless wisdom and rich history accumulated by Asgard over millennia, Thor could not afford to consider anything else at this moment. As a singular thought echoed relentlessly in his mind, he must quickly find a way to resolve the current crisis. Beads of sweat trickled down his broad forehead, falling onto the yellowed pages, vanishing without a trace. However, Soul was entirely absorbed in his search for the elusive key clues, disregarding the beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Chapter 4. The mysterious signal. In the course of an in-depth study of the Temporal Rift, Iron Man was fixated on the array of instruments and screens within the laboratory, his brow furrowed and his lips murmuring incessantly. This eerie fissure, emanating an ominous glow as if it could consume all, loomed before them like an unfathomable black abyss, instilling a profound sense of dread. It resembled a monstrous beast lurking in the shadows, its gaping maw agape, concealing secrets and dangers unknown. As the sinister aura of the rift left everyone speechless, the previously silent precision instruments were suddenly activated, their red warning lights flashing wildly, accompanied by a piercing alarm. Simultaneously, the screens displayed a conspicuous notification. A mysterious signal was continuously emanating from the rift. "Hey, Jarvis, what on earth is this peculiar phenomenon?" Iron Man exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he addressed the communicator, his tone infused with curiosity and bewilderment. Could it be that something on the other side of the rift wants to engage in small talk? That would be quite amusing. However, the response came solely from Jarvis's ever-composed voice. "Sir, preliminary analysis indicates that this signal is not an ordinary communication, but rather an unknown language or a complex code that we have never encountered before. With our current data and technological capabilities, we are unable to interpret it accurately. Rest assured, I have recorded the relevant data and am diligently analyzing it. I believe we will soon achieve a breakthrough." This is quite vexing. Iron Man scratched his clever head, but he reassured himself. Iron Man, shall not be thwarted by such a trivial challenge. He promptly contacted Doctor Strange and Ant-Man. "Gentlemen, I have detected a mysterious signal. Come quickly and take a look," Iron Man declared. Before long, Doctor Strange and Ant-Man arrived at the laboratory. Doctor Strange regarded the signal on the screen with a serious expression, stating, "This may conceal significant secrets." Ant-Man, with a grin, quipped, "Perhaps it's just some extraterrestrial child's prank." Iron Man shot Ant-Man a disapproving glance. "This is no time for jest. It's a serious matter." Ant-Man shrank back. All right, just a little humor. Let us get to work." The three of them huddled together, engaging in an intense discussion about the mysterious signal. Iron Man stroked his chin, pondering, what could it possibly mean? Could it truly be some sort of code? And if so, what might it signify? His eyes reflected a flicker of doubt and curiosity. Doctor Strange shook his head, though his thoughts diverged. It's hard to say. Perhaps it is a distress signal. But if it is a call for help, what peril has the sender encountered? Do we possess the means to assist them? His brow furrowed slightly, an expression of concern evident on his face. Ant-Man suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Hey, why don't we follow this signal and venture directly into the time rift to take a look?" His heart brimmed with a thirst for adventure and anticipation of the unknown. Iron Man raised an eyebrow, secretly admiring Ant-Man's audacity, yet harboring a tinge of concern. You, my friend, truly possess boundless courage. However, this bold notion may indeed lead us to significant clues. Exactly. One must venture into the tiger's den to capture the cub. Ant-Man eagerly concurred, his spirit already aflame with the desire to unveil the secrets behind this mysterious signal. Yet, the risk was substantial. Dr. Strange furrowed his brow, maintaining a stance of caution and vigilance. Iron Man crossed his arms, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Though perilous, this might be our only lead at present. If we forfeit this opportunity, we may never unravel this enigma. So, what are we waiting for? Let us act swiftly. Ant-Man implored, his heart brimming with excitement and anticipation. Iron Man chuckled helplessly, feeling somewhat exasperated by Ant-Man's impatience, yet also inspired by his fervor. You are always in such a rush. Very well. Let us embark on this adventure together. Thus, they resolved to bravely explore the secrets concealed within this mysterious signal, each carrying their own psychological dynamics. Embarking upon a journey laden with the unknown. Chapter 5, The Legacy of Ancient Civilizations. Deep within the Egyptian desert, the scorching sun mercilessly scorched the earth, and the sweltering heat distorted the air. Tony and Dr. Strange stood at the entrance of an ancient ruin, with the wind and sand brushing against their faces. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Tony jested, "Hey, Doctor, are you certain we can find a solution to the time rift here? I'd rather not traverse this vast desert only to end up with a heap of broken stones." Dr. Strange shot him a disapproving glance, replying earnestly, "Mr. Stark, sometimes one must trust in the guidance of magic rather than rely solely on your cold, mechanistic technology." Tony shrugged helplessly, muttering, all right, let us hurry inside then. I can't bear to linger in this wretched weather any longer." The two cautiously entered the ruins, where the walls were densely engraved with peculiar symbols and patterns, seemingly whispering ancient mysteries. Tony stared at the symbols, his brow furrowed, muttering, "What a chaotic mess. It looks like a child's random doodles." Dr. Strange suppressed a chuckle, softly responding, "This is no mere doodle, Mr. Stark. These symbols may very well hold the key to unraveling the riddle." Tony scoffed, rolling his eyes, and grumbled, "Let us hope so. Otherwise, all this sweating will have been for naught." Just then, Tony inadvertently kicked a stone, lurching forward and nearly stumbling. "Ugh, this wretched place is hardly fit for walking," he complained. Dr. Strange shook his head in exasperation, cautioning, "Be careful, Mr. Stark. This is hardly your opulent villa." They continued to explore forward when suddenly, a concealed chamber emerged before them. Tony exclaimed with excitement, "Ha! Look, what did I tell you? There must be treasures hidden within." Dr. Strange fixed his profound and piercing gaze upon him, as if to convey a deep-seated discontent and warning through his eyes. His voice was low and powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority as he cautioned, "Do not be solely preoccupied with those so-called treasures. Who knows what lethal dangers may lurk behind them?" However, in the face of Dr. Strange's earnest admonition, Tony merely shrugged nonchalantly, a confident and carefree smile gracing his lips as he retorted, "Danger? Humph. I am the illustrious Iron Man. What peril in this world could ever challenge me?" Despite his nonchalance, both men cautiously stepped into the enigmatic chamber. The dim light revealed walls etched with obscure runes, while the floor was meticulously arranged with ancient manuscripts and mysterious artifacts emanating an otherworldly glow. Perhaps, within this space, lay the crucial answers we have long sought. Dr. Strange murmured softly, pondering as he gazed at the seemingly ordinary, yet profoundly significant items before him. Meanwhile, Tony, unable to contain his curiosity, picked up an oddly shaped artifact, inspecting it closely with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. With a playful grin, he jested, "Hey, look at this thing. It's rather intriguing. Who knows, it might fetch a handsome price on the market." Upon hearing this, Dr. Strange's previously calm demeanor darkened instantly. His brow furrowed as he sternly addressed Tony, "Mr. Stark, please grasp the gravity of the situation. This is not the time to contemplate profit." Startled by Dr. Strange's sudden outburst, Tony hesitated for a moment before adopting a conciliatory smile, waving his hands in explanation. "Oh dear, Doctor, please don't be upset. I was merely jesting. You mustn't take it to heart." Chapter 6, The Pursuit of Knowledge in the Depths of the Egyptian Desert, within that mysterious ancient ruin. Tony and Dr. Strange stood in the hidden chamber, enveloped in an aura of antiquity and mystery. The walls of the chamber flickered with a faint glow, illuminating the ancient manuscripts and enigmatic artifacts. Tony crossed his arms, his gaze flitting across the documents and items, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "Doctor, do you think these artifacts could truly help us resolve that troublesome temporal rift? They feel as if they were excavated from the lair of some mad sorcerer." Dr. Strange, with a serious expression, maintained a focused and sharp gaze, as if he could perceive the truths concealed within these ancient relics. "Mr. Stark, do not underestimate this ancient wisdom. Perhaps in your eyes, they are merely a collection of tattered sheets and peculiar artifacts, yet they may hold the key to saving the world. Tony shrugged. All right. Let us commence our investigation post-haste. This wretched place is stifling and hot, and I have no desire to linger here. Dr. Strange nodded gently and approached the ancient manuscripts. He carefully picked up a parchment, its text archaic and cryptic, as if it were a riddle left by the sands of time. It appeared to be an exceptionally ancient and intricate language. Dr. Strange muttered to himself, his brow furrowed as he delved into deep contemplation. Tony leaned closer, gazing at the text on the parchment, which resembled a jumble of gibberish. Doctor, can you truly decipher this? Dr. Strange shot him a glance. Give me some time, Mr. Stark. In the realm of magic, the acquisition of knowledge demands patience and focus. Tony sighed in resignation. Fine, I shall examine these artifacts. Perhaps I might uncover something of utility. He approached a shelf adorned with strange statues, picking one up to scrutinize it closely. This object appeared to resemble some form of extraterrestrial life. Could it be that ancient Egyptians had contact with aliens? Dr. Strange dismissed his nonsensical rambling, continuing to immerse himself in the texts. As time ticked away, the chamber remained silent, save for the soft sounds of their breathing and the occasional clinks of Tony handling the artifacts. Goodness, Doctor, this is rather tedious, Tony finally lamented. We've been in this dismal place, surrounded by these relics for hours, and there has been no progress whatsoever. Dr. Strange lifted his gaze, his eyes resolute as he addressed him. Mr. Stark, the pursuit of knowledge is seldom a straightforward journey. If you find it dull, you may step outside for some fresh air. Tony huffed. I refuse to leave. I wish to see what treasures we can extract from this heap of junk. At that moment, the statue in Tony's hand suddenly emitted a faint glow. Hey, Doctor, look. This object seems to be reacting. Dr. Strange hurried over, inspecting the statue with keen interest. This may be some sort of triggering mechanism, perhaps connected to these manuscripts. The two began to investigate the statue, striving to discern its relation to the texts. Perhaps the symbols on this statue resonate with certain sections of the manuscripts, Dr. Strange proposed. Tony's eyes lit up. Then let us search for them quickly. After considerable effort, they finally discovered similar symbols in one of the manuscripts. Splendid. It seems we have made a breakthrough, Tony exclaimed with excitement. However, just as they were poised to delve deeper into their research, the chamber suddenly began to tremble violently. Stones from the walls tumbled down, and dust descended like rain. This place is collapsing, Tony shouted. Dr. Strange swiftly cast a spell, enveloping them in a protective barrier. Do not panic, Mr. Stark. We must find a way out. The two struggled to locate an exit amidst the shaking chamber, the environment growing increasingly perilous. Doctor, over here, Tony exclaimed, spotting a narrow passageway. Dr. Strange followed closely, maintaining a protective shield while cautiously avoiding the falling debris. At long last, they escaped the collapsing chamber and emerged into the grand hall of the ruins. Alas, the other sections of the ruins were also succumbing to incessant collapse. What bad luck. We finally made a discovery and nearly got buried in there, Tony gasped. Dr. Strange glanced back at the crumbling chamber, a flicker of regret in his eyes. At least we have some clues. We must continue our research upon our return. Well, let us hope for a smoother experience next time, Tony replied. The two departed the ruins amidst swirling dust, armed with their precious clues, ready to confront the challenges ahead. Chapter 7. Guardianship and escape. Deep within the enigmatic ruins of the Egyptian desert, Tony and Dr. Strange had just narrowly escaped the imminent collapse of the chamber. The hall began to tremble violently, ancient stones plummeting from the ceiling, sending up clouds of dust. Damn it! This place collapses at a moment's notice, Tony exclaimed, dodging the falling debris, his voice laced with frustration. His iron armor swiftly enveloped him, providing a layer of protection. Meanwhile, Dr. Strange waved his hands, magical light flickering as he attempted to stabilize the surrounding structure. Enough with the complaints, Mr. Stark. We must find an exit swiftly. Tony activated the scanning system in his armor. Jarvis, quickly assist us in locating a way out of here. Scanning now, sir. However, the structure has become exceedingly complex due to the collapse, Jarvis responded in his calm voice. At that moment, a group of mysterious figures appeared at the entrance of the hall. Clad in black robes and masked, their features were obscured. Another group of uninvited guests, Tony frowned. Jarvis analyzed their equipment. Sir, they appear to be armed with high-tech weaponry, along with some unknown energy fluctuations, Jarvis reported. Dr. Strange watched the enigmatic figures with a growing sense of foreboding. They were likely after what we had just uncovered. The leader of the mysterious group stepped forward, his voice gravelly. Hand over what you found in the chamber, or you shall not leave here alive. Tony scoffed. To think you could snatch something from Iron Man. You are sorely mistaken. With that, he unleashed an energy beam from his palm, aimed at the intruders. Dr. Strange, undeterred, summoned his magical prowess, vibrant light erupting from his hands and striking at the foes. The mysterious figures scattered, raising their weapons to retaliate. The hall erupted into chaos. A dazzling display of light and the sounds of energy explosions reverberating throughout. "Doctor, we must end this quickly. This place won't hold for long," Tony shouted. Doctor Strange nodded. "I will conjure a magical shield. You take this opportunity to breach their defenses." With palms pressed together, Doctor Strange summoned a massive magical shield to ward off the incoming attacks. Seizing the moment, Tony charged forward, his armor's thrusters igniting with fierce flames as he propelled himself like a cannonball into the ranks of the mysterious figures. Taken by surprise, the intruders faltered and began to retreat. However, they quickly regrouped and launched an assault on Tony, navigating skillfully between his adversaries. Tony unleashed a barrage of energy from his weapon, toppling one foe after another. "Jarvis, analyze their weaknesses," he commanded. "Sir." "It appears their masks serve as a source of energy. Targeting them may prove effective," Jarvis replied. Heeding the advice, Tony aimed precisely at the masks of his enemies, shattering them one by one, significantly diminishing the mysterious figure's combat prowess. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange was not idle. He conjured powerful spells, manipulating the objects around him to strike at the foes. "Taste this," he exclaimed, as massive boulders flew towards the assailants, sending them crashing to the ground. Through their synchronized efforts, the number of adversaries gradually dwindled, yet the enemies continued to resist fiercely, refusing to yield. What exactly are these creatures? Tony pondered, growing increasingly impatient. Just then, the leader of the mysterious figures produced a peculiar device and pressed a button atop it. A formidable wave of energy erupted from the apparatus, surging towards Tony and Doctor Strange. "Be careful," Doctor Strange shouted. He once again summoned magic, attempting to shield against the energy wave, but its force was too overwhelming, shattering the magical barrier in an instant. Tony was struck by the energy wave, causing a malfunction in his suit, and he plummeted from the sky. "Mr. Stark." Doctor Strange rushed forward to catch him. "I'm fine, Doctor. But we need to devise a solution," Tony replied, rising from the ground as sparks flew from the damaged components of his armor. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, Doctor Strange suddenly spotted a passageway on one side of the hall. "That might be an exit. Let us hurry," he urged. Tony nodded. "All right, stay close to me." They launched another attack on their foes while advancing toward the passage. The mysterious figures, sensing their intent, fortified their defenses around the exit. "Forget it, let us charge through," Tony declared, activating the maximum power of his suit and barreling toward the passage without hesitation. Doctor Strange unleashed his most potent magic, carving a path for them. After a fierce skirmish, they finally broke through the enemy's lines and burst into the passage. The corridor was thick with dust and smoke, exceedingly narrow. Cautiously, Tony and Doctor Strange navigated forward. "I hope this path leads us outside," Tony remarked. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed through the passage. "What on earth is that?" he said, eyeing the darkness warily. A colossal beast leapt from the shadows, its sharp claws and fangs exuding a menacing aura. "It seems our troubles are far from over," Doctor Strange noted. Without hesitation, Tony unleashed an energy beam at the creature. The beast adeptly evaded the attack while lunging toward them. Doctor Strange cast a spell, temporarily immobilizing the creature. "Now's our chance, run." They sprinted forward and finally caught sight of a glimmer of light ahead. "It's the exit," Tony exclaimed with excitement. They burst forth from the passage, emerging onto the surface of the desert. "We finally made it," Doctor Strange sighed in relief. However, before they had the chance to celebrate, they discovered that the mysterious figures had pursued them. "These individuals are indeed relentless," Tony remarked. "We cannot allow them to seize our discovery," Doctor Strange asserted. The two prepared themselves once more for battle. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky as a Quinjet appeared above them. "Support from the Avengers," Tony exclaimed. The jet's weaponry was aimed at the mysterious figures, launching a fierce barrage that drove them back. "Wonderful. We are saved," Doctor Strange declared. Tony and Doctor Strange boarded the jet, departing from the desert. "That was truly a life-and-death experience," Tony said, releasing his armor within the confines of the aircraft. Doctor Strange smiled faintly, "Yet we have gleaned significant insights." The jet soared towards the Avengers base, fully aware that even more formidable challenges awaited them. Chapter 8. Return and research. Tony and Doctor Strange, bearing precious documents obtained from the ancient civilization's ruins, flew aboard the Quinjet, basking in the golden hues of the setting sun as they headed towards the Avengers base. Inside the cabin, both men were lost in contemplation, reflecting on the harrowing encounters within the ruins. Tony leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, as vivid images of battle flashed through his mind. His armor had sustained some damage during the recent skirmish, with a few parts still emitting faint sparks. That was quite exhilarating. But what exactly are those mysterious individuals? He muttered to himself. Doctor Strange sat nearby, clutching the documents tightly, his gaze deep and troubled. "Whoever they are, it is evident that they are intent on claiming our discovery. This document must conceal extraordinarily important secrets." The jet landed on the base's helipad, where Captain America, Thor, Black Widow, Ant-Man, and other Avengers awaited their return. You have finally returned. Captain America approached, observing the weary expressions on Tony and Doctor Strange's faces. Tony disembarked from the jet, stretching his shoulders. Captain, we have indeed encountered significant trouble. The group gathered around, intrigued by the documents they had brought back. Is this what you found in the ruins? Thor inquired, eyeing the documents in Doctor Strange's possession. Doctor Strange nodded. Indeed, while we have yet to fully decipher it. I sense that this may hold the key to resolving the temporal rifts. The team convened in the base's conference room to discuss their findings. We must expedite our understanding of this document's contents, Captain America urged. Tony took a seat and opened the computer before him. Jarvis, please scan and analyze this document. Jarvis's voice resonated, scanning in progress, sir. However, the text and symbols are exceedingly complex and will require some time. Black Widow examined the documents thoughtfully and suggested, perhaps we could obtain information regarding this ancient script through alternative channels. Ant-Man leaned in, proposing, I believe we could approach this document from a microscopic perspective. Perhaps we might uncover hidden clues. The room buzzed with spirited discussion as everyone voiced their opinions, the atmosphere charged with both excitement and tension. At that moment, the voice of Jarvis resonated. Sir, preliminary scans indicate that this document references a mysterious energy source, potentially linked to the formation of temporal rifts. All eyes shifted towards the computer screen. Continue with the in-depth analysis, Jarvis, Tony instructed. Doctor Strange rose from his seat, stating, I shall consult my library of arcane knowledge for relevant materials. Perhaps they will prove beneficial. The group dispersed, enveloped in an atmosphere of intense research throughout the base. In the laboratory, Tony tirelessly computed and simulated the data displayed on his screen. What manner of energy source could this be? What could possibly cause the emergence of temporal rifts? His brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Captain America trained relentlessly in the gym, pondering how best to tackle the challenges ahead. We must be thoroughly prepared, regardless of the adversaries we may face. Thor retreated to his quarters, poring over ancient Asgardian texts, hoping to uncover references that might relate to the document. The wisdom of ages could potentially illuminate our path. Black Widow engaged her intelligence network, communicating with contacts worldwide in search of further clues regarding the enigmatic energy source. Ant-Man donned his specialized gear and ventured into the microscopic realm, meticulously examining the document's intricate structure. As time flowed inexorably onward, each member labored diligently to unravel the secrets concealed within the document. Eventually, Doctor Strange emerged from his library with an ancient tome, inscribed with symbols and incantations akin to those found in the document. Perhaps this is the answer we have been seeking, he exclaimed, hastening back to the conference room to share his discovery. Excellent work, Doctor, Tony exclaimed with excitement. Jarvis, integrate the doctor's findings and reanalyze the document. Following a series of intense calculations and analyses, Jarvis ultimately presented a preliminary conclusion. Sir, based on the current analysis, the mysterious energy source mentioned in this document appears to originate from an ancient dimension, one that bears some connection to our own world. The revelation left the group in profound shock. How do we locate this dimension and shut down the energy source to close the temporal rift? Black Widow inquired. Tony pondered for a moment. This necessitates further examination of the document and the formulation of a detailed plan. In the ensuing days, the Avengers tirelessly scrutinized the document, refining their strategy. One evening, Tony found himself alone in the laboratory, gazing at the starry sky outside, his heart heavy with reflection. The magnitude of this challenge was unprecedented. Yet failure was not an option. At that moment, Captain America entered the room. Tony, still awake? Turning to face him, Tony replied, I was contemplating potential gaps in our plan. Captain America approached, reassuringly stating, don't burden yourself too heavily. We are a team, and together we will overcome these obstacles. Tony smiled faintly. With you by my side, Captain, I always feel more confident. The two exchanged a knowing glance and returned to their work, united in purpose. Through arduous efforts, they finally devised a relatively comprehensive plan. Listen up, stated Captain America during the meeting, based on our research and strategy. We need to divide into several groups to tackle different tasks. The assembly listened attentively, their expressions solemn as they absorbed the captain's directives. Tony and Doctor Strange were tasked with exploring entry into the ancient dimension, while Thor and I focused on discovering methods to shut down the energy source. Black Widow and Ant-Man were responsible for intelligence gathering and logistical support. Understood. The group responded in unison. This will be a challenging battle, but I believe that as long as we stand united, we shall prevail. Captain America inspired the team. The members of the Avengers, filled with confidence, prepared to face the impending challenges, acutely aware that the weight of saving the world rested upon their shoulders. During the preparations, Tony tirelessly refined his armor, enhancing its capabilities for the forthcoming confrontation. Doctor Strange diligently practiced his magic, augmenting his powers. Thor forged new weapons, while Captain America engaged in rigorous training. Black Widow and Ant-Man were also busily organizing various supplies and intelligence. At last, everything was in readiness, and the Avengers were poised to embark on a new journey. "Let us go," Captain America commanded, and they boarded the Quinjet, heading toward the unknown perils. The aircraft traced an arc across the sky, gradually vanishing into the distance. Chapter 9. The emergence of clues in the core conference room of the Avengers base. The atmosphere was tense and heavy. A colossal electronic screen displayed various analytical data and images of mysterious documents retrieved from ancient civilization ruins. Iron Man, Tony Stark, Captain America, Steve Rogers, Thor, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, and Ant-Man, Scott Lang, were gathered around the conference table, each bearing a serious and focused expression. "Jarvis, please enlarge that critical text," Iron Man urged, his gaze fixed on the screen, brow furrowed. As Jarvis complied, an ancient script expanded on the display, its peculiar symbols and patterns seemingly whispering long-buried secrets. Doctor Strange leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing the symbols. This portion of text appeared to reference a mysterious power. Yet the specifics remained ambiguous. Captain America, arms crossed over his chest, remarked, "Regardless, this could be our vital clue." Thor, seated at the table, lightly tapped his fingers against its surface, suggesting that perhaps there were related records within Asgard's archives. Black Widow nodded slightly, cautioning, "However, we cannot place our hopes solely on Asgard's knowledge. We must explore other avenues as well." Ant-Man, sitting nearby, appeared somewhat restless, asking, "What should we do then? We can't just sit here idly." Iron Man stood up, placing his hands on the conference table. "Everyone, let us remain calm and analyze this thoroughly. Jarvis, compare all our existing ancient civilization data to see if there are any similarities." "Conducting comparative analysis now, sir," Jarvis's voice echoed throughout the room. In the hushed atmosphere of the conference room, the audience awaited the outcome in silence, the only sound being the soft hum of electronic devices. After a brief interval, Jarvis's voice resonated once more, announcing the discovery of similar symbols within an ancient Maya civilization document, albeit requiring further interpretation. A flicker of excitement ignited in Iron Man's eyes as he promptly retrieved the document. The screen illuminated with information pertaining to the Maya civilization, and Doctor Strange scrutinized it closely, sensing a potential connection between the two, yet acknowledging the necessity for deeper magical analysis. With a flourish of his hands, Doctor Strange conjured a spell, enveloping the displayed data in a mysterious luminescence. The onlookers held their breath, intently observing his movements. As the magic unfolded, concealed information within the document began to emerge. "Look," Doctor Strange exclaimed, pointing at the screen. "It references a mysterious energy fluctuation that bears resemblance to our literature." Captain America leaned in for a closer inspection, yet remarked, "This is insufficiently detailed. We require more clues." Just then, Black Widow's communicator beeped, and upon finishing her call, her expression turned grave. "I've just received intel about an ancient tribe in Africa, rumored to possess a legend concerning a mysterious power, which may relate to our research," she disclosed. Without hesitation, Iron Man proclaimed, "Then let us set out immediately to investigate." The team rose in unison, preparing for action. Thor returned to his quarters to grasp his new weapon, the Stormbreaker axe, his resolve unwavering. This time, they must uncover a solution. Ant-Man busied himself with his equipment, muttering a hope that they would not encounter any significant troubles again. Soon, the Avengers boarded the Quinjet, soaring towards Africa. Upon arrival, they delved into the ancient tribe under the guidance of a local. The tribe's members regarded the newcomers with wary eyes. Captain America stepped forward, engaging amicably with the tribal chief. "We harbor no malice. We seek merely to uncover the truth behind the legend of the mysterious power." The chief paused thoughtfully before ultimately deciding to trust them, recounting the ancient tale. "Long ago, our ancestors spoke of a mysterious force from beyond the stars, capable of distorting time and space, bringing forth endless calamities," the chief narrated. Iron Man quickly inquired, "Did they mention how to control or eliminate such a force?" The chief shook his head. "The legend merely states that only those with pure hearts and unwavering courage can discover the means to combat this power." The group exchanged glances, pondering the implications. Black Widow contemplated for a moment, suggesting, "Perhaps this is merely symbolic. We must explore other avenues for clues." After further investigation within the tribe, the Avengers found little of value. "It seems we have not unearthed the answers we seek here," Thor expressed with disappointment. Just as they prepared to depart, Ant-Man stumbled upon an ancient stone tablet in a corner of the village, inscribed with peculiar symbols and writings. Doctor Strange stepped forward, meticulously examining the stone tablet, which could potentially be a pivotal clue. He cast his spell once more, deciphering the inscriptions upon the stone. As the magical luminescence flickered, the text gradually became clearer. It alluded to a mysterious location, possibly linked to the power they sought. "We must act swiftly," Doctor Strange proclaimed. Iron Man immediately responded, "What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once." Thus, they embarked on a new journey. After overcoming numerous obstacles, they finally arrived at the enigmatic site indicated by the tablet. It was an ancient ruin, concealed within a valley, shrouded in an air of mystery. "Be cautious. Danger may lurk here," Captain America warned. They entered the ruins with care, navigating through various mechanisms and traps. Thor swung his storm axe, shattering a mechanical monstrosity that lunged at them. Indeed, this place was inhospitable. Black Widow adeptly evaded the traps, cautioning, "Watch your step." Deep within the ruins, they discovered a colossal sarcophagus, adorned with intricate runes. Iron Man gazed at the sarcophagus, pondering, could this be what we seek? Just as they prepared to open it, a group of shadowy figures appeared, obstructing their path. "You again," Iron Man exclaimed in fury. It turned out these mysterious individuals were the same ones who had previously contended with them over artifacts in the Egyptian desert. "That belongs to us, and you shall not have it," the leader of the enigmatic group shouted. A fierce battle erupted once more. The Avengers coordinated seamlessly, engaging the mysterious foes in a life-and-death struggle. Iron Man's repulsor beams, Thor's thunder, Doctor Strange's sorcery, Captain America's shield, Black Widow's combat prowess, and Ant-Man's unique abilities all played a crucial role in the skirmish. After a grueling fight, they finally vanquished the mysterious assailants. "At last, we have put an end to this trouble," Ant-Man gasped, catching his breath. The group gathered around the sarcophagus, ready to unveil its secrets. As the sarcophagus slowly creaked open, a mystical radiance emanated from within, illuminating the entire ruin. Within this brilliance, they appeared to glimpse vague images and clues. "What could this be?" Thor questioned, perplexed. Doctor Strange scrutinized the images within the light, contemplating that they might hold hints regarding the source and control of the mysterious power. As they endeavored to interpret these clues, the ruins began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. "We must flee, quickly," Captain America shouted. The team hastily evacuated the ruins, escaping just in the nick of time. Back aboard the Quinjet, they commenced organizing and analyzing the clues obtained from the ruins. Though still unclear, "I sense we are drawing nearer to the truth," Iron Man asserted. Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with resolve and hope. They understood that further challenges awaited them. Yet they would not falter, for they were the Avengers, entrusted with the mission to save the world. Chapter 10. The Ripples of Time. Captain Steve Rogers, leading his meticulously chosen team members, stood on the platform of the time machine, adorned in specially designed time travel gear, poised to embark on an adventure that would alter the course of history. His gaze was resolute and focused, yet a flicker of apprehension danced in his heart. "Gentlemen, this is going to be a wild journey. We must tread carefully to avoid wreaking havoc on the past," he remarked with a smile, attempting to alleviate the tension in the air. "Fear not, Captain. We stand by your side, unafraid of anything," a team member declared, thumping his chest in assurance. "Let us hope so. If we botch this, we may become the villains of history," the captain jested, though his expression bore no trace of ease. As the machine roared to life, a radiant light enveloped them, and in an instant, they were swept into the torrent of time, landing amidst the chaos of a World War II battlefield. Upon their arrival, the captain was immediately assaulted by the acrid smell of gunpowder, causing him to cough. "Oh, the scent is quite remarkable. It feels as if I've returned to the most dreadful nightmare," he muttered between coughs. The team members were equally struck by the tumultuous scene before them, their eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and unease. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, the captain rallied his team. "No time for dawdling. Let us focus. We are the superheroes here to save the world." "Captain, this is far more intense than we anticipated," one team member exclaimed, his voice quivering as he surveyed the flurry of artillery fire. The captain clapped him on the shoulder. "What is there to fear? Haven't we faced enough battles before? This is merely another challenge." They navigated the battlefield with caution, the captain relentlessly devising a plan of action in his mind. "We must locate that damned experiment quickly, otherwise, all will be lost." "Captain, there are enemies to the left," a team member shouted. The captain swiftly pivoted, swinging his shield. "Come on, lads, let us show them the might of Captain America." In the heat of battle, the captain demonstrated his exceptional combat skills and leadership prowess. "Huh, is this all you've got?" he taunted, skillfully fending off enemy assaults while maintaining a light-hearted banter. Inspired by his bravado, the team gradually regained their confidence and fought valiantly. Suddenly, a shell exploded nearby, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The captain, covered in grime, emerged from the debris, exclaiming, "What a warm welcome. I nearly got buried." Laughter erupted among the team, significantly easing the previously tense atmosphere. They pressed onward, finally nearing the enemy's stronghold. "Everyone be cautious. Let us not make too much noise," the captain whispered. "Captain, do I sense we're akin to thieves?" One team member murmured. The captain shot him a glare. Keep your voice down. Our mission requires stealth. As they infiltrated the enemy's territory, the captain's heart raced with urgency. They could not afford to be discovered, for that would spell disaster. Just then, an enemy soldier unexpectedly emerged from around a corner, colliding directly with the captain and his team. Enemies! The soldier shouted. The captain reacted swiftly, taking a decisive step forward to cover the soldier's mouth. Remain silent. Or your life may be in peril, he cautioned. The soldier, eyes wide with terror, dared not move. Now, rest peacefully, the captain murmured, gently striking the soldier's neck, rendering him unconscious. Captain, your technique is remarkably adept, one of the team members remarked with a grin. Of course, I am Captain America, the captain replied, pride swelling in his chest. They continued their search through enemy territory and ultimately located the scientist engaged in a mysterious experiment. The moment the captain laid eyes on the scientist, he inwardly cursed, thinking, this fellow certainly does not appear benevolent. We cannot allow him to complete his experiment. With a loud shout, the captain charged forward. The scientist, taken aback by the sudden assault, turned pale. Who are you to disrupt my work? He exclaimed. The captain seized the experimental apparatus. Your experiment will bring catastrophe. We are here to thwart you. The scientist attempted to resist, declaring, you ignorant fools. This experiment will change the world. Change the world? I see it as the potential for its destruction. The captain retorted without mercy. With the assistance of his team, the captain successfully halted the experiment. As the experiment ceased, a ripple of time spread outwards. Wow, this sensation is truly extraordinary, the captain mused, feeling the surge of power, albeit with a tinge of concern, hoping it would not yield unforeseen consequences. Captain, have we succeeded? A team member inquired. The captain surveyed their surroundings. I'm uncertain. But at the very least, we have averted a possible disaster. Then let us hasten our return. I do not wish to linger in this place any longer. Another team member urged. The captain nodded. All right, prepare for the journey home. Let us hope that when we return, our world remains safe and sound. With a mix of anticipation and unease, they embarked on their journey back. Chapter 11. The mysterious visitor. The tranquility of the Avengers base was abruptly shattered by a sudden alarm. Captain Steve Rogers burst forth from the training room, his muscular frame glistening with sweat, yet his gaze was sharp as an eagle's. What has transpired? He inquired while sprinting towards the intelligence system. An unidentified flying object is approaching the base, the system replied. The captain furrowed his brow, pondering the nature of this new threat. He quickly summoned the other team members. Iron Man, Tony Stark, descended from above clad in his latest nanotech armor. Thor, the god of thunder, wielded his hammer with a grave expression, while Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, arrived with agile grace, her eyes reflecting vigilance. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, opened a portal and stepped through, and Ant-Man, Scott Lang, emerged from the microscopic realm, now enlarged. Everyone, proceed with caution. We are uncertain whether the newcomer is foe or friend, the captain commanded, gripping his shield tightly, his body slightly leaning forward, poised for battle. The group ascended to the observation deck of the base, gazing intently at the approaching craft. It does not resemble any adversary we are familiar with, Iron Man remarked, his gaze penetrating through the visor of his suit as he continuously analyzed the characteristics of the unidentified object. Thor stood with his arms crossed, unperturbed by the identity of the challenger. Whoever dared to provoke him would soon experience the might of his thunderous power. A spacecraft gradually descended onto the plaza of the base, its hatch opening to reveal a figure. The onlookers tensed. For the newcomer was an unfamiliar woman clad in peculiar silver armor, her hair tied back, and her eyes emanating a blend of mystery and resolve. The captain stepped forward and inquired, Who are you? What brings you here? The woman offered a slight smile. I am Alice, hailing from a distant planet. Having heard of the valiant deeds of your Avengers, I have come to seek your assistance. A flicker of confusion crossed the captain's face. Assistance? Elaborate, if you will. Alice inhaled deeply. My homeland is shrouded in a dark force, and its people live in fear. I have learned of your repeated victories over formidable foes, and I hope you can extend a helping hand. Iron Man scrutinized Alice from head to toe. This hardly seems like a trivial task. Alice's gaze remained steadfast as she addressed the group. I understand the challenges ahead, yet this is our final hope. The captain glanced at his teammates. We need time to deliberate. Alice nodded. I comprehend, but time is of the essence. I hope you can make a decision swiftly. The group retreated to the conference room to deliberate the matter. The captain, seated at the head of the table with his hands clasped, asked, What are your thoughts? This could be a trap. Iron Man crossed his legs, or perhaps an opportunity to showcase our strength. Thor banged his fist on the table. I care not whether it is a trap. Where there is a need for aid, we cannot remain idle. Black Widow folded her arms, yet we must not act recklessly. We need to ascertain the situation first. Doctor Strange, eyes closed in contemplation, finally spoke. I have used my magic to sense her truthfulness. She does not lie. but the reality may not be as she has portrayed. Ant-Man scratched his head. This is quite perplexing. The captain rose, declaring, regardless, we cannot easily forsake the chance to save lives. However, we must be thoroughly prepared before taking action. The group nodded in agreement. The captain approached Alice once more. We have resolved to aid you, but you must furnish us with more information. Gratitude flickered in Alice's eyes. Thank you. I will share everything I know. In the ensuing time, Alice detailed the plight of her homeland and the origins of the Dark Force. As the captain listened, he mentally strategized their course of action. This will be a challenging battle, he stated. Iron Man patted the captain on the shoulder. But we have never shied away from adversity, have we? The captain smiled faintly. Indeed, let us prepare for action. The team began to bustle about, readying weapons and gear for the impending confrontation. In the armory, the captain meticulously inspected his shield, silently vowing to fulfill this mission. Captain, are you ready? Black Widow approached with a question. The captain nodded. I am prepared to depart at any moment. The members of the Avengers boarded the Quinjet, accompanied by Alice, embarking on an adventure into the unknown. Chapter 12, Conspiracy in the Shadows. The Avengers, accompanied by Alice, ascended aboard the Quinjet, embarking towards an enigmatic destination. Within the confines of the cabin, the atmosphere was steeped in tension and gravity, as each individual prepared for the imminent conflict. Captain America, Steve Rogers, sat resolutely in his seat, his gaze unwavering as it fixed upon the horizon, silently contemplating tactical strategies. He clutched his shield tightly, as if it were a symbol of his strength and conviction. Iron Man, Tony Stark, was diligently calibrating his armor systems beside him. Muttering under his breath, this time, there can be no slip-ups. We must unleash the full potential of the new equipment. Thor leaned against the cabin wall, his hands gripping Mjolnir firmly, his eyes gleaming with a fervent desire for battle. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, skillfully checked her weapons, her movements swift and precise. Doctor Strange. Stephen Strange closed his eyes, employing his mystical powers to sense any imminent dangers that lay ahead. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, appeared somewhat anxious, taking deep breaths to steady his nerves. In a corner sat Alice, her face awash with a blend of worry and anticipation. Suddenly, the aircraft began to tremble violently, and an ear-piercing alarm blared through the cabin. What is happening? Captain America shouted. We're under attack by an unknown force. The pilot responded. A wave of apprehension swept through the crew as they turned their gazes toward the window, where a dark energy beam relentlessly assaulted the Quinjet. Prepare for battle, Captain America commanded. Iron Man immediately activated his thrusters and soared out of the aircraft, declaring, "Let me see who is causing this disruption." Upon exiting, he encountered an unfamiliar figure, a mysterious antagonist clad in black armor, his visage obscured by a menacing mask, radiating formidable dark energy from his hands. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Iron Man demanded. With a chilling laugh, the villain replied, I am the Dark Lord Vex, and you presumptuous fools dare to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Without hesitation, Iron Man unleashed a powerful energy beam from his palm, aimed squarely at Vex. The villain effortlessly evaded the attack and retaliated with dark energy. Inside the Quinjet, Thor charged out to join the fray. Let me have a word with you, he bellowed, as Mjolnir crackled with lightning and struck towards Vex. Unfazed, Vex engaged in a fierce confrontation with both Thor and Iron Man. Meanwhile, Black Widow maneuvered the aircraft with precision, evading incoming assaults. Doctor Strange opened a portal, arriving on the battlefield, declaring, Vex, your malevolent deeds shall not prevail. Vex erupted in laughter, scoffing. You think you can stop me with your meager efforts? Ant-Man, not to be outdone, transformed into his giant form and charged toward Vex. A fierce battle erupted in the skies as the Avengers found themselves locked in a stalemate with this enigmatic foe. Inside the Quinjet, Captain America's eyes were glued to the screen displaying the chaotic battle, while within him, emotions roiled like a tempestuous sea. He understood the formidable nature of this adversary. Each strike was laden with peril, and his comrades were valiantly resisting the onslaught. He could not help but recall the battles of yore, the formidable adversaries he had once faced, and the sacrifices that had been made. A resolute conviction surged within him. He knew he could not falter, nor could he let his comrades down. He must discover a means to vanquish the enemy, even if such a path demanded a tremendous cost. Captain America's fists were clenched. His heartbeat quickened, as if he could hear the fervent call of his own spirit urging him. Victory over the foe is imperative. His gaze sharpened, piercing through the veil of the screen, discerning the vulnerabilities of his adversary. He commenced a rapid mental analysis of the enemy's combat patterns, seeking opportunities for a breakthrough. Simultaneously, he contemplated his own capabilities, pondering how to best leverage his strengths. He was convinced that, as long as the team united in purpose, they could triumph over this formidable opponent. His heart brimmed with trust in his allies and confidence in his own prowess. In that moment, Captain America's spirit soared, fortified and prepared to embrace any challenge. For justice, for peace, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Chapter 13. The Clash and the Quandary. The Quinjet trembled perilously under the assault of the Dark Lord Vex, the violent shuddering causing the occupants within to sway unsteadily. Captain Steve Rogers gripped the handrail tightly, his expression resolute and composed, as he shouted, "Natasha, steady the aircraft." Black Widow Natasha Romanoff focused intently on the control panel, beads of sweat forming on her brow. "I am doing my utmost, Captain." Outside the aircraft, Iron Man Tony Stark deftly maneuvered through the air, his nanotech suit glinting in the darkness. "Vex, do you truly believe this will defeat us?" "You are sorely mistaken," he proclaimed, unleashing a barrage of energy beams. Vex sneered, easily evading Iron Man's onslaught, and with a swift counter, unleashed a wave of dark energy towards him. "You ants are merely engaging in futile struggles." Thor, the god of thunder, brandished his enchanted hammer, lightning weaving a web around him. "Taste my thunderous might, Vex," he bellowed, charging forth. Vex sidestepped, delivering a kick to Thor. "You are not so formidable." Thor was sent sprawling but regained his footing midair and charged once more. Doctor Strange, with hands weaving intricate patterns, conjured magical runes that manifested as chains to bind Vex. "Vex, your dark powers are rendered powerless before magic." With determination, Vex broke free from the magical chains. "Magic? Of no consequence to me." Ant-Man Scott Lang transformed into his giant form, attempting to seize Vex. "I shall crush you." Vex cast a disdainful glance, a foolhardy endeavor. He unleashed a surge of dark energy, repelling Ant-Man. Seeing the dire situation unfold, Captain America resolved to intervene personally. He leaped from the Quinjet, his shield shimmering with brilliance. "Vex, your malevolence ends here." Vex erupted into laughter. "Captain America, do you truly believe you can thwart me?" The two clashed instantaneously, shield meeting dark energy with a resounding crash. Meanwhile, Alice anxiously observed the battle outside the aircraft, her heart brimming with concern. "We must secure victory," she murmured to herself. As the conflict intensified, Vex displayed formidable prowess, leaving the Avengers feeling increasingly overwhelmed. Iron Man's suit was depleting its energy, prompting Jarvis to advise, "Sir, energy levels are insufficient. Retreat is recommended." "Retreat? Absolutely not." Iron Man gritted his teeth and continued his assault. Thor, too, felt the weight of fatigue as his strength waned. Doctor Strange's magic was stifled by dark forces, rendering it considerably less effective. Ant-Man, after numerous futile attempts, sustained injuries. Captain America's shield bore cracks, and his stamina dwindled rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Vex launched a powerful strike, sending everyone sprawling backward. "Ha, you have lost." Vex laughed triumphantly. The Avengers lay on the ground, gasping for breath. "Is this truly the end?" Captain America voiced his discontent. Just then, Alice emerged from the aircraft, clutching a mysterious crystal. "This is the energy core from our homeland. It may hold the key to countering him." Upon seeing the crystal, Vex's eyes gleamed with greed. "Hand it over." Without hesitation, Alice tossed the crystal to her comrades. Captain America caught it, feeling an immense surge of power. "Everyone, let us unite." The team rallied, launching another assault against Vex. Chapter 14. A ray of hope. The Quinjet trembled violently under the ferocious onslaught of the Dark Lord Vex, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Inside the cabin, debris lay scattered, and Captain Steve Rogers gripped the handrail tightly, his gaze devoid of fear, only resolute determination. "Natasha, we must stabilize the aircraft at all costs," Steve shouted, his voice steady and strong, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff held the controls firmly, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead and splattering onto the control panel. "Captain, I want to let you down." She gritted her teeth, fully focused on navigating the ever-shifting circumstances. Outside the aircraft, Iron Man Tony Stark's nanotech suit shimmered brilliantly in the darkness, his expression grave and concentrated. "Vex, you vile creature. Today marks your doom," Tony bellowed, unleashing a barrage of powerful energy beams. Vex smirked dismissively, effortlessly dodging the attack and retaliating with an even mightier wave of dark energy. "Iron Man, do you truly believe such trivial tricks can harm me?" Thor swung his enchanted hammer, his eyes ablaze with fury as lightning crackled around him. "Vex, you shall pay for your malevolence." Thor roared, charging at Vex like an enraged lion, undeterred and resolute. Vex remained unflinching, advancing to meet Thor with a swift kick. "Thunder God, you underestimate yourself." Thor was flung through the air, performing a mid-air somersault to regain his composure. "I shall not fall easily," he roared, charging forward once more. Doctor Strange, with his hands gracefully weaving in intricate patterns, chanted incantations as mystical runes shimmered in the air, forming resplendent chains of magic in an attempt to ensnare Vex. "Vex, your dark power shall be laid bare before my sorcery," Stephen proclaimed emphatically. Vex, with a disdainful sneer, forcefully broke free from the magical chains. "Magic? Merely trivial tricks." Ant-Man, Scott Lang, transformed into his colossal form, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Vex, witness as I crush you like the ant you are? Scott extended his enormous palm, striving to seize Vex. Vex cast a contemptuous glance in his direction. A foolhardy man. With that, he unleashed a torrent of formidable dark energy, sending Scott reeling backwards. Captain America, Steve Rogers, sensing the dire situation, leaped from his aircraft without hesitation, his shield radiating a steadfast brilliance. Vex, your malevolent deeds end here, Steve proclaimed, his voice imbued with the power of righteousness. Vex erupted in laughter. Captain America, do you truly believe you can thwart me? Such naivety. The two clashed instantly, shield meeting dark energy in a fierce collision that echoed with a deafening roar. Meanwhile, Alice anxiously observed the battle from within the aircraft, her hands tightly clasped. Knuckles whitened from the strain. We must win, please, she murmured, her gaze filled with worry and anticipation. The battle intensified, and Vex's overwhelming power gradually wore down the members of the Avengers. Iron Man's suit emitted a flickering red light, signaling that energy was nearly depleted. Jarvis, calculate the optimal attack strategy, Tony implored urgently. Sir, energy levels are insufficient. Retreat is advised, Jarvis's calm voice echoed in his ear. Retreat? Absolutely not. We cannot simply give up. Tony grit his teeth, resolutely continuing his assault. Thor too felt his strength waning, each swing of Mjolnir becoming increasingly laborious. Curse it. How can he be so powerful? Thor gasped. Doctor Strange's magic was severely suppressed by the dark force, its effectiveness diminishing. This dark power is overwhelmingly potent. I require more time to unravel it. Stephen furrowed his brow in concentration. Ant-Man, having endured multiple failed attacks or numerous wounds, this foe is exceedingly difficult to contend with. Scott lamented. Captain America's shield was marred by glaring cracks, his stamina rapidly depleting. Is there truly no way out? A flicker of despair crossed Steve's mind. Just then, Alice bravely emerged from the aircraft, clutching a crystal that radiated a mysterious glow. This is the energy core from our homeland. It may be capable of combating him, Alice declared loudly, her eyes brimming with hope. Upon seeing the crystal, Vex's gaze filled with avarice. Hand it over to me. Alice resolutely hurled the crystal towards the members of the Avengers. Captain America caught it, instantly feeling a surge of potent and pure energy coursing through him. Everyone, let's go. We cannot afford to lose, Steve proclaimed, his voice resonating with inspiring strength. The team rallied, the flame of hope igniting in their eyes. All right. Let's show him what we've got, Iron Man shouted. Let him witness our might. Thor thundered in response. Doctor Strange once again conjured his magic, while Ant-Man transformed and charged forward. A more intense battle erupted once more. Chapter 15. The rampage of darkness in the pitch-black night sky, fraught with peril. The Quinjet resembled a solitary vessel, buffeted by the violent forces unleashed by the Dark Lord Vex, swaying precariously like a trembling leaf in a tempest. On the verge of being torn apart, inside the cockpit, chaos reigned, instruments flickering ominously, their alarms blaring, creating a disorienting and terrifying spectacle. Yet amidst this turmoil stood one figure unwavering: Captain America, Steve Rogers. Gripping the handrails tightly, his body was taut like a statue, his azure eyes emanating an unyielding resolve, as if they could pierce through the thickest fog and daunting obstacles, reaching the shores of victory. Natasha, you must hold on, Steve bellowed, his voice akin to a resounding bell, clear and powerful amidst the cacophony. His heart raced with urgency. Yet he understood the necessity of maintaining composure to guide everyone through this life or death ordeal. Hearing the captain's call, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, gritted her teeth, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead, soaking her fiery red hair. Her hands trembled slightly from prolonged exertion, yet she remained entirely focused, maneuvering the aircraft with unwavering diligence. Captain, rest assured, I will give it my all, Natasha replied, her tone weary yet imbued with undeniable determination. Outside the jet, Iron Man, Tony Stark, donned his flickering nanotech armor, his expression grave and anxious. Vex, you scoundrel, today marks your end, Tony roared, unleashing powerful energy beams, yet Vex evaded them with ghostly ease. Clad in black armor, pulsating with eerie dark purple light, Vex revealed cold, merciless eyes beneath his mask, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Iron Man, this is but a death throw, Vex sneered, gesturing with his hands to unleash a vortex of dark energy, ensnaring Iron Man within. Thor swung his mighty hammer, lightning crackling around him, his eyes blazing with fury as he charged at Vex. Vex, prepare to face the judgment of thunder, Thor bellowed. Vex sidestepped, seizing Thor's arm. A wave of dark energy coursing through him, eliciting a pained cry from the god of thunder. Humph, Thor, you are not as formidable as you claim. Vex disdainfully hurled Thor away with a flick of his wrist. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, wove intricate patterns in the air with his hands, attempting to thwart Vex's onslaught with mysterious magical runes. A glimmer of contempt flickered in Vex's eyes. A mere sorcerer, dared to show off before me, chanting incantations. He unleashed a dark magical beam that shattered Stephen's defensive enchantments in an instant. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, transformed into his colossal form, lunging fiercely at Vex. Unperturbed, Vex raised a hand, and a potent gravitational force immobilized Scott mid-air, rendering him powerless. Do you truly believe you can challenge me? Vex mocked. Captain America, Steve Rogers, leaped from his aircraft, shield in hand, charging towards Vex. Vex turned, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. At last, it is your turn, Captain America. He gathered dark energy between his hands, forming a massive energy sphere that he hurled towards Steve. Steve braced himself with his shield. Yet the tremendous impact forced him back several paces. Meanwhile, Alice anxiously observed the battle from within the cockpit, her heart heavy with fear and concern. We must win, she murmured to herself. Vex's dark powers surged ominously, plunging the Avengers into an unprecedented predicament. Chapter 16. A desperate counterattack. The Quinjet trembled violently under the onslaught of the Dark Lord Vex's ferocious might, as if it might shatter into pieces at any moment. Inside the cabin, items flew chaotically, creating a scene of utter disarray. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gripped the handrail tightly, his body swaying with the aircraft's turbulence. Yet his gaze remained steadfast and unwavering. Natasha, hold steady. We will endure, Steve shouted, his voice brimming with resolve and encouragement. However, deep within, a flicker of doubt lingered. This enemy was unlike any they had faced before. Could they truly overcome him? Yet this uncertainty was fleeting, swiftly replaced by an even stronger determination. No matter what, Vex must not prevail. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, concentrated intently on the control panel, her fingers dancing swiftly over the buttons in an effort to stabilize the aircraft's flight. Sweat soaked her forehead, trickling down her cheeks. But her focus remained locked on the data displayed on the screen, refusing to allow even a moment of complacency. Captain, I will do my utmost, she called out, her mind racing with the thought. Even if it costs me dearly, I must buy more time for everyone. Outside the Quinjet, Iron Man, Tony Stark, donned his shimmering nanotech armor, his expression grave and anxious. Vex, you wretched fiend, today I shall defeat you, Tony roared, continuously unleashing powerful energy beams. Yet Vex, like a specter, effortlessly evaded each assault, skillfully sidestepping every attack. Clad in black armor that shimmered with eerie dark violet light, Vex's cold, unyielding eyes glimmered beneath his mask, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. Iron Man, do you truly believe your petty tricks pose a threat to me? How naive, he smirked coldly, sweeping his hands to unleash a swirling vortex of dark energy that ensnared Iron Man within its grasp. Tony felt an overwhelming pressure envelop him as alarms blared from his armor. Damn it, this fiend's power is formidable. Yet he refused to surrender. Swiftly analyzing the structure of the energy vortex in search of an escape. J-A-R-V-I-S. Calculate the vortex's weaknesses, he silently commanded. Meanwhile, Thor was hurled away by Vex, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, his eyes burned with fury and defiance. Vex, I shall not allow you to prevail. He raised Mjolnir once more, summoning a tremendous surge of lightning as he charged at Vex. With a sidestep, Vex effortlessly evaded Thor's assault. God of Thunder, your might is trivial before me, he declared, extending a hand as a wave of dark energy surged toward Thor. Sensing the imminent danger, Thor swung Mjolnir in a desperate attempt to fend off the encroaching darkness. Yet the dark force proved too potent, sending him reeling back, his body colliding violently with a massive boulder that shattered upon impact. Doctor Strange, with hands weaving intricate patterns, conjured mysterious magical runes in an effort to thwart Vex's attack. However, Vex's dark sorcery was even more formidable, easily breaching his defenses. How is this possible? Strange gasped internally, never having encountered such a potent dark magic. Nevertheless, he steeled himself, focusing intently to identify a flaw in Vex's spellcasting. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, having transformed to a colossal size, found himself suspended mid-air by Vex's gravitational hold. He struggled desperately but could not break free. Damn it, what manner of beast is this? Anger and helplessness surged within Scott. Captain America, Steve Rogers, witnessed his comrades ensnared in dire predicaments and felt a surge of urgency. This cannot continue. We must unite and find his weakness. With resolve, he charged towards Vex. Seeing Steve approach, Vex mocked, Captain America, do you wish to meet your demise as well? He gathered dark energy in his hands, forming a colossal energy sphere and hurled it at Steve. The captain braced his shield against the onslaught, the tremendous impact forcing him to slide backward. Yet he did not relent. Seizing this moment, he observed Vex's movements. He noticed that with every powerful attack Vex unleashed, a fleeting energy fluctuation pulsed across his armor. Perhaps that is his vulnerability, Steve thought, shouting, everyone, concentrate your attacks on the energy fluctuations on his armor. Upon hearing Steve's call, his allies rallied with renewed vigor. Iron Man discovered a means to break free from the energy vortex and swiftly targeted the energy fluctuation on Vex's armor with a beam of energy. Thor once again raised Mjolnir, summoning an even more potent bolt of lightning that struck Vex's weakness. Doctor Strange cast a formidable magical shield, repelling Vex's dark sorcery while seizing the opportunity to strike. Ant-Man Scott Lang finally broke free from the gravitational hold, returning to his normal size, and launched a surprise assault from behind Vex. Vex had not anticipated that the Avengers would suddenly uncover his vulnerabilities, leaving him momentarily flustered. His assault began to spiral into chaos, and his defenses faltered. Now is the moment. Steve seized the opportunity, charging forward to deliver a fierce blow to Vix's weakness with a shield. Vix let out a pained roar as the dark power began to wane. Everyone, give it your all. He can't hold on much longer, Steve urged. The members of the Avengers united in a final onslaught against Vix. After a tumultuous clash of energies and a brilliant display of light, Vix was ultimately vanquished, collapsing to the ground. We have triumphed, Iron Man exclaimed with exuberance. Yet, this victory is but temporary. We must remain vigilant, Steve cautioned, his gaze unwavering, for he understood that the duty of safeguarding the world is an eternal one. Chapter 17. Reflections and Reconstruction. Post-battle. Following the successful defeat of the Dark Lord Vix, the battlefield lingered with the remnants of smoke and the echoes of victory. The Quinjet descended gently onto a desolate expanse, and the weary but jubilant members of the Avengers disembarked. Captain America, Steve Rogers, surveyed the ravaged battlefield, his heart a tumult of emotions. He recalled every perilous moment from the battle, those instances that nearly plunged them into despair. This victory was hard-won. Yet we cannot afford to be complacent. Stronger adversaries may still lie ahead, he pondered silently, maintaining a resolute expression. Iron Man, Tony Stark, walked alongside, shedding his nanotech armor. Phew, that was quite a taxing endeavor. However, we emerged victorious, did we not? His tone carried a hint of pride. Yet his eyes revealed an undercurrent of concern for the future. Yet, this victory is merely transient. We cannot rest on our laurels, Steve replied earnestly, casting a serious glance at Tony. Tony shrugged. Captain, I understand. But at least for now, we can catch our breath. Thor, the god of thunder, strode over, wielding his mighty hammer. Our foe was indeed formidable, yet we have proven that the Avengers are invincible, he proclaimed, his face radiant with the joy of triumph. Thor, do not become too complacent. Had we not united in our efforts to identify his weakness, the outcome could have been disastrous, Steve cautioned. Thor nodded, acknowledging. The captain speaks true. We must remain vigilant. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, approached and gently patted Steve's shoulder. The fact that everyone is unharmed is the best outcome we could hope for. However, we must reflect on our experiences and prepare for the next battle. Her eyes revealing a blend of fatigue and determination. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, stood nearby, deep in thought. The darkness wielded by Vix is no ordinary force. It may conceal a far greater conspiracy. His voice was low and grave. Doctor, have you discerned something? Steve inquired. Stephen furrowed his brow. It is merely an intuition. This battle feels like a prologue, and the true threat may still linger ahead. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, interjected. Oh, come on, let us not be so pessimistic. Having just vanquished such a formidable foe, we ought to celebrate. Scott, this is not pessimism but realism. We must remain ever vigilant, Steve asserted solemnly. A brief silence enveloped the group. At that moment, Tony broke the stillness. All right, everyone, let's not dwell on the weight of it all. Let us return to the base, recuperate, and then strategize. The group nodded in agreement before boarding the Quinjet to head back to base. Upon their return, each member attended to their injuries and organized their equipment. Steve sat alone in the conference room, reflecting on the gains and losses of the recent battle. Our coordination was insufficient. We were somewhat flustered when confronted by such a powerful adversary, he silently critiqued himself. Just then, Natasha entered and took a seat beside him. Captain, do not be so hard on yourself. We all did our best. Steve glanced at her, but that is still not enough, Natasha. We must become stronger to face the challenges ahead. Natasha grasped his hand. We will, Captain. As long as we stand united, there is nothing we cannot overcome. Meanwhile, Tony was in the lab examining his armor. Jarvis analyzed the data from this battle and identify areas for improvement. Sir, analysis is underway. However, the armor sustained significant damage during this engagement and requires comprehensive repairs and upgrades, Jarvis responded. Tony furrowed his brow. No matter the cost, the armor must be made more formidable. Thor, in his quarters, polished Mjolnir. Old friend, we cannot allow the enemy to gain the upper hand so easily next time, he muttered to himself. Doctor Strange was in the Sanctum Sanctorum, perusing ancient tomes in search of further insights into the dark forces. Scott Lang was sharing amusing anecdotes from the battle with his teammates, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Days later, the team reconvened in the conference room. Steve stood and after much contemplation, stated, "I believe we need to enhance our training to improve our team's cohesion." Tony nodded in agreement. "I concur, Captain. Moreover, my new armor is nearing completion, and it will provide a surprise for everyone." Thor thumped his chest. "I too shall strive to cultivate my strength further." The group expressed their determination to prepare thoroughly to protect the world. In the days to come, the members of the Avengers engaged in rigorous training and preparation. Knowing that future battles may prove even more arduous, yet they remained undaunted. Chapter 18. The shadows lurking in a tranquil corner of the Avengers base. Captain Steve Rogers diligently pursued his daily physical training. His sweat fell like rain, each movement infused with strength and resolve. However, his thoughts drifted back to the recent harrowing confrontation with the Dark Lord Vex. That battle was exceedingly challenging. We nearly faced defeat. As he mused internally, he quickened the pace of his training, as if seeking to dispel the unease and apprehension through the release of his physical power. Iron Man Tony Stark, in the lab, was making final adjustments to his new armor. "This time, I shall render it impeccable," he muttered to himself, his eyes brimming with confidence in technology and anticipation for future battles. Thor, the god of thunder, swung his mighty hammer in the open arena, each motion accompanied by the resounding roar of thunder. "I must grow stronger to safeguard all that I cherish," he bellowed, his voice reverberating through the air. In the control room, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, closely monitored global developments. Her gaze was sharp and focused, missing not a single hint of potential threat. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, immersed himself in ancient tomes within the Sanctum Sanctorum, seeking clues to combat the unknown dark forces. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, shared his newly devised tactical techniques with his teammates, laughter echoing, creating a light-hearted atmosphere. Suddenly, the base alarm blared. An unidentified energy fluctuation is approaching. Jarvis' voice resonated throughout the facility. The Avengers swiftly transitioned into combat readiness, gathering rapidly in the command center. "What could this be? Are we facing remnants of Vex?" Iron Man inquired. Captain America's expression turned grave. "Whatever it is, we must be prepared." A mysterious figure materialized on the screen, shrouded in darkness, obscuring its features. "Do you believe that by vanquishing Vex, you can rest easy?" The enigmatic voice was deep and foreboding. "The darkness of this world runs far deeper than you can fathom." "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Captain America demanded. The mysterious figure sneered. "I am the Shadow Envoy, hailing from the abyss of darkness. I have witnessed your struggles. Your so-called justice is but a fragile facade before the true darkness." Iron Man scoffed. "Spare us your ominous rhetoric. If you have the courage, step forth and fight." The Shadow Envoy let out a haunting laugh. "You blinded insects, shrouded in light, fail to comprehend the philosophy of darkness. Darkness is not evil. It is an integral part of balance. The brighter the light, the deeper the darkness." Thor glared fiercely. "Nonsense. Darkness brings only destruction and suffering." The Shadow Envoy continued. "Suffering? That is the price of growth. Without the trials of darkness, how could you ever become strong?" Doctor Strange pondered for a moment. "Yet your darkness is distorted. A force that disrupts balance." The Shadow Envoy scoffed. "Your notion of balance is merely a self-deceptive lie. True equilibrium is found in chaos." Captain America stepped forward. "No matter what you proclaim, we shall not allow you to disrupt peace." The Shadow Envoy erupted into laughter. "Peace? That is merely a fleeting illusion. War, conflict, and death are the essence of existence." At that moment, the Shadow Envoy launched an attack, a wave of dark energy surging towards the base. The Avengers swiftly initiated their defenses. Iron Man unleashed energy beams, Thor summoned lightning, while Black Widow and Ant-Man deftly evaded the onslaught. Captain America, shield in hand, charged towards the Shadow Envoy, declaring, "No matter your philosophy, proving it through violence is fundamentally erroneous." The Shadow Envoy deftly evaded Captain America's assault, mocking, "Foolish beings. You cannot possibly comprehend the grandeur of my mission." The battle intensified, plunging the base into chaos. Amidst the fray, the Shadow Envoy incessantly proclaimed his dark philosophy. "The justice you pursue is merely a reflection of your subjective judgments. True justice transcends the dichotomy of good and evil." Doctor Strange countered. "Your so-called justice serves only to satiate your own desires." The Shadow Envoy chuckled. "Desires? I strive to shatter the chains of this world, to return all to chaos." Thor bellowed. "You are bent on annihilating the world." The Shadow Envoy coldly replied. "Destruction paves the way for rebirth. Only upon the ruins can a new order be established." Despite the Avengers' valiant resistance, the Shadow Envoy's power appeared to grow ever stronger. "This cannot continue. We must discover his weakness," Captain America urged. As Iron Man launched an assault, he remarked, "I am analyzing his energy patterns, but I require more time." Taking advantage of the moment, Black Widow approached the Shadow Envoy in search of a vulnerability, only to be repelled by a formidable force. Ant-Man, having shrunk down, attempted to infiltrate the Shadow Envoy's interior, but was thwarted by the dark energy. Doctor Strange conjured a powerful magical shield to buy time for his comrades. "Hurry, Doctor. We can barely hold on," Thor cried. At a pivotal moment, Iron Man finally identified the Shadow Envoy's energy weakness. "Everyone, concentrate your attacks on his left side," he shouted. The Avengers swiftly adjusted their focus, channeling all their might toward the Shadow Envoy's vulnerability. Following a brilliant flash and a surge of energy, the Shadow Envoy's form gradually dissipated. "Have we triumphed?" Ant-Man inquired. Captain America gazed into the distance, sensing that while they had temporarily repelled him, his words hinted at even more arduous battles ahead. A contemplative silence enveloped the group. They understood that this confrontation was merely the beginning, and the path to safeguarding the world was fraught with unknown challenges. Chapter 19. Reflections after the battle and a new mission. In the aftermath of repelling the Shadow Envoy, a weariness tinged with a semblance of solace permeated the Avengers base. Captain Steve Rogers stood alone on the observation deck, gazing at the distant horizon, his mind awash with thoughts. He recalled the fierce confrontation with the Shadow Envoy, the latter's beguiling words echoing in his ears. Is darkness truly a part of balance? He pondered internally, yet resolutely shook his head. No, justice and evil are distinctly separate. The light we uphold must never waver under the weight of dark rhetoric. In the laboratory, Iron Man Tony Stark, despite his new armor's commendable performance in battle, felt no satisfaction. This was merely a narrow victory. What of next time? He mused, scrutinizing the armor's data, determined that technology must grow ever more formidable to confront future unknown threats. Meanwhile, Thor sat in his chamber, gripping Mjolnir tightly, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion. "I believe my strength was sufficient to safeguard all, yet when confronted with such formidable adversaries, I found myself feeling utterly powerless. A fervent desire to enhance my own abilities surged within me." Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, tirelessly practiced her combat moves in the training room, her garments drenched in perspiration. Each encounter felt akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, allowing no room for complacency. Gritting her teeth, she silently admonished herself. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, engaged in a dialogue with the soul of Master Ancient One within the sanctum of magic. "Master, the forces of darkness appear to be growing ever stronger. How shall we respond?" The voice of Ancient One resonated in his mind. "Maintain your inner tranquility and resolve. The power of magic is derived from belief." Ant-Man, Scott Lang, was on a video call with his daughter, gazing at her cherubic smile, his heart brimming with warmth and strength. "For you, I shall strive to protect the peace of this world," he whispered. At that moment, Captain America summoned everyone to the conference room, where they assembled, their expressions grave. Captain America broke the silence. "This battle has revealed the enemy's might and cunning. We must not let our guard down." Iron Man nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Captain. We require more advanced equipment and technology." Thor remarked, "I must return to Asgard in search of a more potent source of power." Black Widow added, "We cannot afford to neglect intelligence. I will strengthen our connections with various factions." Doctor Strange proclaimed, "The realm of magic holds many mysteries awaiting our exploration. I shall continue my studies." Ant-Man chuckled, "Though my strength is modest, I shall do my utmost." Captain America surveyed the group, his eyes filled with trust and determination. "We are the Avengers. No matter the challenges we face, we must not falter." Iron Man rose. "Rest assured, Captain. We will not disappoint you." The others nodded in agreement, their gazes resolute. In the days that followed, each member immersed themselves in rigorous preparations. Captain America intensified the training regimen, each physical exercise pushing his limits, as he thought. "Only by becoming stronger can I better protect my comrades and the world." Iron Man tirelessly toiled in his laboratory, developing new weapons and gear, often muttering to himself, "This time, we shall demonstrate our prowess to the enemy." Thor returned to Asgard, searching ancient ruins for mysterious strength, continually overcoming his inner fears and challenges. To protect, I fear nothing. Black Widow navigated through various intelligence networks, engaging with perilous individuals, quietly reminding herself, any piece of information could be pivotal. I must not overlook a single clue. Doctor Strange immersed himself in the practice of magic, repeatedly breaking through his magical limits, fully aware, the power of magic is boundless, the key lies in mastery. Ant-Man persistently experimented with his newfound abilities, attempting to discover more effective methods of combat, encouraging himself, a small frame can yield tremendous impact. One day, during a training break, Iron Man approached Captain America. "Captain, do you truly believe our efforts can thwart all threats?" Iron Man's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Captain America placed a reassuring hand on Iron Man's shoulder. "Tony, as long as we stand united, there is nothing we cannot achieve." Iron Man managed a faint smile. "Well, I certainly hope so." Days passed, and the preparations of the Avengers gradually drew to completion. Just then, a new crisis quietly emerged. Chapter 20. The emergence of a new crisis on a serene night. The Avengers base was enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere. However, this peace was short-lived. Captain Steve Rogers found himself alone in a room, gazing at the photographs adorning the walls, each depicting moments of battle. A flicker of concern crossed his face. Each victory came at a cost, and every moment of calm might merely be the eye before the storm. He pondered resolutely that, regardless of circumstances, retreat was not an option. In the laboratory, Iron Man Tony Stark was fine-tuning the latest technological equipment. A furrow formed on his brow, filled with apprehension about the unknown. Would these new devices truly perform when it mattered most? Doubt crept in, but he quickly reaffirmed his resolve, determined to give his utmost effort. Thor, the god of thunder, stood beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky, contemplating the enormity of the universe. The glory of Asgard must not fade under my watch. I must embrace greater responsibilities. His gaze shimmered with determination, yet uncertainty about the future lingered. What challenges would this new crisis present? Black Widow Natasha Romanoff tirelessly practiced combat techniques in the training room. Her clothes drenched in sweat, yet her movements remained relentless. There could be no sign of weakness. She could not afford to disappoint her teammates. Internally, she urged herself onward. While a latent fear of the unknown adversary gnawed at her, could they endure this time? Dr. Stephen Strange immersed himself in ancient tomes within the sanctum of magic, his expression grave and focused. The mysteries of sorcery were boundless, and he understood the necessity of continual exploration to provide formidable support for the team. Nevertheless, he harbored concerns about whether his magic could withstand the impending monumental challenge. What if my powers falter? Ant-Man Scott Lang played joyfully with his daughter, his face alight with happiness. However, once she drifted off to sleep, a somber expression settled over him. For her sake, for everyone's, I must bravely confront all that lies ahead. He silently vowed, though a fear of losing this hard-won happiness gripped his heart. What would become of her if I did not return? At that moment, the alarm blared throughout the base. Unidentified energy fluctuations detected, origin unknown, intensity substantial. J-A-R-V-I-S-S voice resonated in every ear. Captain America sprang to his feet, his gaze resolute. It was time, my comrades. He thought, whatever we face, we shall stand together. Iron Man immediately set aside his work, donning his armor. Come forth. Let me see what kind of enemy awaits. Though tension coursed through him, exhilaration and determination surged even stronger. Thor gripped his mighty hammer, resolute in his determination to show no mercy, regardless of the adversary that approached. A fierce flame of battle ignited within him. The Black Widow swiftly donned her combat attire, bracing herself for the impending challenge. Her heartbeat quickened, yet her gaze was resolute, brimming with fighting spirit. Doctor Strange opened a portal, proclaiming that magic would accompany them. He inhaled deeply, seeking to quell the turmoil within his heart. Ant-Man tenderly kissed his daughter's forehead before turning away. Fear not, my dear, for I shall safeguard this world and protect you. Tears glistened in his eyes, yet his footsteps bore no trace of hesitation. The team rapidly assembled at the command center. What is the situation? Captain America inquired. The identity and motives of the enemy remain uncertain, yet the energy fluctuations indicate an unprecedented and formidable threat, Jarvis replied. Whatever it may be, we cannot falter, Captain America declared. Onward. The Avengers boarded the Quinjet, soaring toward the source of the energy disturbance. During the flight, Captain America pondered strategies to confront their foe, aware that this enemy might surpass their expectations. Thorough preparation was essential. His expression was grave and focused. Meanwhile, Iron Man tirelessly optimized his suit's systems, knowing that perfection was imperative. This was a fight for their very survival. His heart swelled with both tension and anticipation. Thor gazed out the window, convinced that any adversary would fall before the might of his hammer. Confidence surged within him, though a hint of concern lingered. The Black Widow silently inspected her weapons, determined to return alive. She offered a quiet prayer in her heart. Doctor Strange closed his eyes, using magic to sense the perils ahead, aware that a fierce battle awaited them. His brow furrowed in concentration. Ant-Man sat in the corner, motivating himself with a resolute thought. I shall not let them down. As the Quinjet neared its destination, the team beheld a colossal vortex of energy emanating a terrifying aura. What is that? Iron Man exclaimed in astonishment. I do not know, but we must venture inside to uncover the truth, Captain America stated. They exchanged glances, then, without hesitation, plunged into the energy vortex. Within the swirling chaos, they felt a tremendous force tugging at them. Steady, Captain America shouted. Iron Man activated the suit's thrusters, urging everyone to hold fast. Thor swung his hammer, unleashing lightning to counter the overwhelming power. The Black Widow gripped her seat tightly, her face pale. Doctor Strange cast spells to stabilize the surrounding space. Ant-Man rallied them amidst the turmoil, proclaiming, we can do this. At last, they burst forth from the energy vortex into an unfamiliar realm. The sight before them was astonishing. A massive black castle loomed, shrouded in dark energy. Is this the enemy's lair? Iron Man queried. It appears so, Captain America replied. Proceed with caution. The team advanced carefully toward the castle. As they approached, the grand doors creaked open, revealing a mysterious figure before them. At last, you have arrived, Avengers. The voice of the enigmatic figure reverberated throughout the vast expanse. Captain America stepped forward, inquiring, Who are you? Why do you orchestrate these crises? The mysterious figure chuckled, proclaiming, I am the sovereign of darkness. Your doom is nigh. With that, the figure gestured, unleashing a torrent of formidable dark energy that surged towards the Avengers. Thus commenced a fierce battle. Chapter 21, The Challenge of the Dark Sovereign. As the Dark Sovereign unleashed that overwhelming dark energy, cascading towards the Avengers, a profound sense of duty surged within Captain Steve Rogers. No matter your identity, we shall not falter, he silently declared, his gaze brimming with resolve and fearlessness. Yet, a shadow of concern for his comrades loomed over him. The power was so immense, they had to endure. In that moment, Iron Man Tony Stark felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. This adversary seemed formidable, yet I shall not concede easily. Activating his suit's ultimate defense mode, he rapidly devised strategies in his mind, convinced that his technology would uncover a vulnerability. However, facing this unknown and potent foe, a flicker of trepidation arose within him. What if my armor cannot withstand this onslaught? Thor, the god of thunder, gripped his mighty hammer tightly, the power of lightning coursing through him. I am the god of thunder. I shall never bow before the forces of darkness. His spirit was aflame with fury and determination. Yet his thoughts drifted to his homeland of Asgard. For Asgard, for the peace of the universe, I must prevail. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff's heartbeat quickened, anxiety flooding her being. I cannot succumb to fear. Retreat is not an option. She continually bolstered her resolve, her eyes reflecting determination. I must fight for my team, for the innocent lives at stake. Yet, she was acutely aware that this battle might prove to be the most arduous of all. May we endure. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. The power of magic shall safeguard justice. He focused his mind, preparing to wield formidable spells. However, uncertainty gnawed at him in the face of this unknown dark force. Can my magic withstand the sovereign of darkness? Ant-Man Scott Lang gazed at the overwhelming dark energy, his heart trembling. Am I so insignificant that I can truly make a difference? But upon witnessing the unwavering resolve of his teammates, courage surged anew within him. Even if I am but a speck, I shall give my all. Captain America charged ahead, using his shield to deflect the onslaught of dark energy. Everyone, together, he bellowed, his voice resonating with strength. Iron Man followed closely, unleashing the full might of his suit's weaponry. Prepare to taste my prowess, he declared. Thor raised his hammer, aglow with lightning, and with a fierce roar, swung his arm. Instantly, a multitude of powerful bolts of lightning erupted from the hammer, like ferocious dragons, clawing their way towards the Dark Sovereign. Simultaneously, Black Widow darted with uncanny agility, weaving through the interstices of the dark energy with the grace of a specter. She moved with agility and grace, each motion perfectly evading the lethal forces of darkness. Her keen eyes were fixated on the Dark Overlord, ever in search of the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange gestured with his hands, reciting incantations. As his gestures shifted, enigmatic runes materialized in the air, gradually coalescing into vibrant beams of light. These luminescent strands intermingled and intertwined, ultimately manifesting an array of formidable spells that relentlessly bombarded the Dark Overlord. On another front, Ant-Man fully exploited his unique ability to alter his size at will. One moment he transformed into a giant, delivering powerful punches to his adversary. The next, he shrank to the size of an ant, stealthily infiltrating the vulnerabilities in the Dark Overlord's defenses, endeavoring to create unexpected chaos and distraction. Despite the Avengers showcasing their diverse talents and launching an intense assault, the Dark Overlord merely furrowed his brow, emanating a formidable aura of darkness that effortlessly withstood their onslaught. It was evident that the power wielded by this Dark Overlord was overwhelmingly potent, rendering the Avengers' current attacks seemingly ineffective. Captain America, amidst the fray, felt the sting of dark energy graze his arm, internally lamenting the situation. This approach was unsustainable. They had to uncover his weakness. Yet, he pressed on without hesitation, bravely continuing the fight. Iron Man's armor sustained multiple damages from the onslaught of dark energy. This is troublesome, he thought anxiously, yet he remained resolute, declaring to himself, I shall not be defeated so easily. Thor sensed his strength waning. Could it be that I cannot conquer him? Yet, this fleeting thought passed quickly as he roared anew and charged forward. Black Widow, while evading an attack, stumbled and fell. She could not afford to succumb. Quickly, she regained her footing and rejoined the fray. Doctor Strange felt his magic being suppressed by the Dark Overlord's force. My magic is insufficiently potent, he gritted his teeth, valiantly resisting the encroaching darkness. Ant-Man, struck by dark energy during the battle, instantly shrank. Oh no, this is bad. Nevertheless, with unwavering determination, he endeavored to return to his normal size and continue the fight. The battle reached a stalemate, and the Avengers gradually began to feel the weight of fatigue. Captain America observed his weary comrades, anxiety swelling within him. Are we truly destined to fail? No, absolutely not. He incessantly rallied himself. We are the Avengers. We cannot lose. Adorned in his gleaming metallic armor, Iron Man exerted every ounce of strength to fend off the relentless tide of dark energy. Each clash with the dark force ignited brilliant sparks and powerful shockwaves, yet he showed no signs of retreat. While struggling to withstand this formidable power, he rapidly devised strategies to counter the threat. Sweat trickled down his resolute face, evaporating into vapor the moment it struck his scorching armor. Yet, he murmured to himself, there must be a way, there must be. Meanwhile, Thor, the god of thunder, wielded his mighty hammer in a fierce clash against the dark energies. Each swing summoned thunder and lightning, but gradually, he felt his strength waning, gasping for breath as if he were a bellows. Nevertheless, his eyes, ablaze with fury, remained fixed on the Dark Sovereign ahead, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, I shall not allow the Dark Sovereign to prevail, even to the last moment of battle. I shall protect this light. Black Widow, with her agile prowess, darted through the battlefield, deftly evading the onslaught of dark energy. Despite numerous wounds staining her black bodysuit crimson, she paid no heed, quickly wiping the blood from her lips, casting a look of encouragement towards her comrades, and shouting, hold on, we can do this. As long as we do not give up, victory shall be ours. Doctor Strange stood at a distance, hands weaving intricate symbols as he cast various arcane spells. His gaze was profound and sharp, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Upon witnessing the Dark Sovereign's arrogance, a flicker of unnoticeable determination crossed his eyes as he softly declared, I believe we will find a way to break through. Though darkness is formidable, the light of justice shall never extinguish. The diminutive Ant-Man also summoned remarkable courage and tenacity. Though his strength seemed insignificant compared to other superheroes, his resolve was as steadfast as a rock. He skillfully manipulated his gear, bravely charging into the densest concentration of dark energy, shouting, I will not give up. Even if there is but a glimmer of hope, I shall fight to the end. At that moment, the Dark Sovereign erupted in a deafening, maniacal laugh. A sound reminiscent of a demon's roar from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone. Ha ha ha. You insignificant ants dare to challenge me? Such delusion. Today shall mark your defeat. Submit to your doom. However, the members of the Avengers were not intimidated by his arrogant words. On the contrary, they exchanged glances, recognizing the unwavering faith in each other's eyes, unyielding, resolute. Then Captain America raised his voice. As long as we stand united, there is no enemy we cannot conquer. For peace, for freedom, charge. With Captain America's command, the heroes rallied together, channeling their collective strength for a more ferocious assault on the Dark Sovereign. In an instant, the battlefield erupted in brilliance, the cries of battle echoing thunderously. Chapter 22, the brink of despair. The Dark Sovereign's rampant power surged like a torrential tide against the Avengers' defenses, each attack rendering their situation increasingly dire. Captain Steve Rogers felt his breath grow heavy, a profound anxiety creeping into his heart. This enemy's might surpassed our expectations. Could this truly be our end? His arms throbbed with pain from the relentless onslaught of dark energy, yet the shield in his grasp never wavered. No. We cannot succumb to despair. Behind us lie countless innocent lives, and we are their final bastion of hope. However, witnessing his comrades battered and bruised filled him with a profound sense of helplessness. I must devise a way to lead us through this dire predicament. Iron Man. Tony Stark's armor lay in tatters, ravaged by the encroaching darkness, and his gaze reflected an unprecedented anxiety. My technology, so powerless in the face of such overwhelming force. A wave of frustration washed over him. Had my unwavering confidence been mere hubris? But I cannot concede defeat. Each missed attack dimmed his hope further. Yet how can we shatter this deadlock? Thor's strength was waning, overshadowed by a palpable sense of impending doom. I once believed Mjolnir could conquer all, but now, as he beheld the Dark Sovereign's imposing figure, despair surged within him. Shall the glory of Asgard be tarnished on my watch? No, I refuse to allow such a fate. Yet, each feeble swing of the hammer eroded his confidence further. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, bore multiple wounds from the fray, her movements growing sluggish. If this continues, we will perish here. Her eyes brimmed with fear, yet years of training as an agent forced her to suppress such emotions. I cannot let fear govern me. I must fight until the very end. Nonetheless, the pain in her body incessantly reminded her of the dire situation. But do we truly still have hope? Doctor Strange. Stephen Strange found his magic pale and ineffective against the Dark Sovereign's might, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. My magic is so insignificant. unable to withstand this torrent of darkness. Guilt consumed him. As Earth's sorcerer supreme, I have failed to protect my allies. Watching his teammates struggle in agony filled his heart with anguish and urgency. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, felt overwhelmed by the immense pressure, nearly gasping for breath. I once thought joining the Avengers would make me a hero, yet now, I fear I am merely a burden. Self-doubt clouded his thoughts, but I cannot abandon hope, even if my contribution is minimal. Yet, in the face of such a formidable foe, he felt his strength was utterly trivial. The Dark Sovereign's assaults intensified, gradually pushing the Avengers to the brink of annihilation. Captain America's resolute visage was now etched with solemnity, as a tempest of thoughts surged through his mind like lightning. Each notion flickered away like a shooting star, yet they bore infinite possibilities and uncertainties. Have we truly reached the end of our road? He murmured, his voice tinged with defiance and resolve. No, absolutely not. We must not be so easily consumed by darkness. Regardless of the arduous trials that lie ahead, we must grit our teeth and persevere. Meanwhile, Iron Man clenched his jaw tightly, as if to channel all his fury and determination into that singular moment. In his bright and piercing eyes burned an intense rage, fixated on the seemingly endless abyss of darkness before him. Even in death, I, Tony Stark, shall ensure that this wretched scoundrel pays a harrowing price, he declared fiercely, his armor glimmering with a chilling radiance, as if poised to unleash extraordinary power at any moment. The mighty Thor raised his colossal hammer, accompanied by a thunderous roar. I, Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, shall never yield to any forces of darkness. His imposing figure emanated a formidable aura, causing the very air around him to tremble slightly with his fury. The beautiful face of Black Widow was now filled with resolute determination. She gripped her weapon tightly, her knuckles turning white from the exertion. Let us fight to the end, she shouted succinctly and powerfully, her eyes revealing an unwavering conviction. Doctor Strange stood nearby, his profound gaze now resolute. He gently lifted his hands, as strands of mysterious magical energy began to swirl at his fingertips. Even if I have but a final vestige of magical power, I shall wield it to combat the darkness with all my might, he murmured, his tone calm, yet imbued with immense strength. Even Ant-Man, typically timid and apprehensive, summoned his courage in this moment, taking a deep breath and exclaiming, though I, Scott Lang, may be small in stature, my bravery is anything but. I shall never falter in the face of adversity. Just as despair threatened to engulf them entirely, a faint glimmer of light suddenly flickered within the boundless darkness. Chapter 23. The dawn of hope in the face of the overwhelming power wielded by the Dark Overlord. The members of the Avengers found themselves on the brink of annihilation. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gasped for breath, sweat soaking his brow, yet his gaze remained unwavering and resolute. This is indeed a formidable foe, he thought to himself. But we cannot be defeated so easily. There must be a way. He glanced at his comrades, each bearing wounds and fatigue, and a profound sense of responsibility surged within him. Iron Man, Tony Stark, emerged from his battered armor, yet wore his signature sardonic smile. Cap, it seems we have truly encountered a grave predicament this time, he jested, but fear not, for I always find a way out of dire straits. Despite his words, anxiety and unease churned within him. Thor sat upon the ground, breathing heavily, his mighty hammer feeling considerably heavier. This Dark Overlord is even more powerful than I had imagined, he muttered, yet I, Thor, shall not concede easily. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leaned against a stone, striving to regulate her breath. Come on, team. Let us not be so downcast. We have not lost yet, she said, forcing a smile. Perhaps we could try tickling him. It might just distract him. The group chuckled at her remark, the tense atmosphere easing slightly. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, furrowed his brow, contemplating a strategy. The source of the Dark Sovereign's power must surely harbor some vulnerabilities. We must observe closely, he remarked, his tone grave. At this moment, Ant-Man Scott returned to his normal size and brushed off the dust from his attire. Hey, everyone, let us not be so pessimistic. Perhaps a miracle will occur shortly, he said with an optimistic spirit. Captain America rose, gripping his shield tightly. We cannot surrender. Everyone, rally yourselves. We are the Avengers, and we shall not be easily vanquished. He inspired his comrades. Iron Man also stood, stretching his shoulders. The captain speaks true. Let us unite and confront this foe once more. The crowd responded in unison, reigniting their fighting spirit. Just as they prepared to launch another assault against the Dark Sovereign, an unusual sound echoed through the sky. What is that? Thor raised his gaze, peering into the heavens. A mysterious light descended from above, illuminating the entire battlefield. Could this be the miracle we have awaited? Black Widow remarked, her eyes brimming with hope. As the light faded, a shadowy figure materialized before them. Greetings, Avengers, the enigmatic figure spoke, his voice gentle yet commanding. Captain America stepped forward, regarding the stranger with caution. Who are you? Why have you appeared here? He inquired. The stranger smiled reassuringly. Do not be alarmed, Captain. I am here to assist you. Iron Man scrutinized the mysterious figure, his eyes glinting with skepticism. Leaning slightly forward with arms crossed, he seemed to assess the stranger's capabilities. Assist us? What powers do you possess? Iron Man's tone carried a hint of doubt, his brow furrowing in mistrust. The mysterious figure waved his hand lightly, and a tremendous force manifested instantaneously. Iron Man's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt the overwhelming power, a surge of surprise coursing through him. What do you think? Do you believe me now? The stranger's voice was calm and confident, a subtle smile gracing his features, as if he were assured of his own strength. The onlookers gazed in awe at the display of power, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Excellent. With your aid, we may indeed conquer the Dark Sovereign, Captain America declared, his eyes filled with hope and his fists clenched tightly. The stranger nodded, his gaze sweeping across each individual, seemingly gauging their reactions. His stride was steady, his posture upright, exuding an aura of strength and confidence. Iron Man contemplated inwardly. This fellow seems formidable. I hope he does not become a liability. A flicker of concern crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by determination. Thor resolved silently, this is our final chance. Victory is imperative. The fire of combat burned in his gaze, the god of thunder's hammer crackling with electricity. Black Widow silently offered a prayer. May all proceed smoothly. Her expression was serious and focused, hands clasped as if beseeching divine favor. Doctor Strange contemplated strategies intently. We must uncover the Dark Sovereign's weakness. His eyes were deep and sharp, as if capable of perceiving all truths. Ant-Man brimmed with anticipation, contemplating the certainty of success. His face radiated an exuberant smile, as if he had already glimpsed the dawn of victory. With the assistance of the enigmatic figure, the Avengers meticulously restructured their battle plan, preparing to launch a final assault against the Dark Overlord. Their hearts were filled with hope, yet they were acutely aware that this would be an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Chapter 24. The final confrontation with darkness upon a desolate expanse of scorched earth. The wind howled fiercely, whipping up clouds of dust and debris. The sky was shrouded in ominous dark clouds, intermittently illuminated by jagged bolts of lightning, as if threatening to rend the very fabric of the world. This land, tainted by the forces of darkness, exuded an aura of decay and despair. It was the battleground for the Avengers' ultimate clash with the Dark Overlord. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gripped his shield tightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the looming figure of the Dark Overlord. Beneath his feet, the parched earth stirred with each step he took, raising plumes of dust. This was the final battle. We cannot afford to lose, he pondered, bearing the hopes of countless souls upon his shoulders, a responsibility he must uphold. Iron Man, Tony Stark, donned his newly repaired and enhanced armor, flames erupting from his back as he surged toward the Dark Overlord. Let us put an end to this, he bellowed, his suit's weaponry unleashing a torrent of energy beams, striking like swords aimed at the foe. This time, my armor shall not betray me, he silently prayed, though beneath his confident exterior lay a deep-seated fear of failure. Thor, the god of thunder, raised Mjolnir high, summoning the tempestuous lightning from the heavens, which coalesced into a radiant brilliance upon his hammer. He strode forward, each step causing the ground to tremble. Dark Overlord, today marks your doom. Thor roared as he hurled Mjolnir with the force of 1,000 storms, determined to vanquish the darkness. His heart brimmed with an unwavering commitment to justice and a fierce indignation towards his adversary. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, moved with agility, weaving deftly through the ruins and turbulent winds. The weapon in her hand gleamed ominously as she meticulously aimed for the Dark Overlord's vulnerabilities, launching a series of precise strikes. I must hit my mark. There can be no room for error. She remained laser-focused, each movement executed flawlessly. Yet internally, she grappled with doubts about whether her strength could truly contend with such a formidable foe. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, orchestrated intricate gestures with his hands, weaving magical light into breathtaking runes around him. Incantations flowed from his lips as potent magical energies surged toward the Dark Overlord, seeking to bind his movements. The magic must prevail. I cannot allow my comrade's efforts to be in vain. He concentrated fiercely, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he endured immense mental strain. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, employed his unique abilities to oscillate between the colossal and the minuscule. At times, he enlarged himself, delivering unexpected impacts upon the Dark Overlord. At others, he shrank, slipping through gaps in the enemy's defenses to create diversions. I shall contribute to the team, regardless of my limited power, he resolved, filled with determination. Undeterred by the peril surrounding him, the Dark Overlord, confronted by the relentless assault of the Avengers, emitted a series of ferocious roars. A swirling vortex of dark energy enveloped him, devouring Iron Man's energy beams, while he unleashed a formidable wave of shadowy power that sent Thor's hammer hurtling away. Undaunted, Captain America charged toward the dark force, using his shield to withstand the assault. He staggered back several paces from the tremendous impact, yet quickly regained his footing and surged forward once more. He would not falter, for the sake of justice. Clenching his jaw, his resolve grew ever more steadfast. Iron Man, adjusting his aerial stance, switched his armor's weapon system to a more potent pulse mode and launched another attack. "Take this, you bastard," he shouted. "We must breach his defenses. We can do this." The anxiety within him transformed into an even greater desire to strike. Thor recalled his hammer, summoning lightning anew to engage the Dark Overlord in a fresh confrontation. "I shall not yield. The honor of Asgard is not to be sullied." His eyes burned with an indomitable flame. Black Widow darted around the Dark Overlord, launching decisive and fierce strikes with each leap. "Hold on, Natasha, for victory," she continually urged herself. Doctor Strange's magical runes became increasingly dense, forming a massive arcane cage in an attempt to ensnare the Dark Overlord. "Focus," he reminded himself. There must be no slackening of resolve. In a critical moment, Ant-Man enlarged himself, seizing the Dark Overlord from behind to create more openings for his teammates to attack. "I'm all in," he shouted, his heart brimming with courage. The Dark Overlord let out a maniacal laugh, his voice echoing as though from the depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. "Do you truly believe such feeble attacks can harm me?" Utterly laughable. As he spoke, the dark aura surrounding him surged violently, spreading like a black tide. Ant-Man felt his arms wrenched apart by an irresistible force, and he was violently hurled away, crashing into the distant ruins. Doctor Strange's arcane cage trembled under the onslaught of dark power, the runes flickering before vanishing into nothingness. The Dark Overlord waved his hands, and black chains erupted from the ground, swiftly shooting toward Iron Man and the others. These chains moved with blinding speed, before anyone could react. They ensnared Captain America's legs and yanked him down to the ground. "Is this what you call justice?" A mere flicker in the face of absolute darkness. The Dark Overlord's eyes glowed with a chilling light as he slowly raised his foot to trample Captain America. With each step, the ground trembled beneath him, an overwhelming sense of dread spreading through the air. The battle reached a fever pitch, the winds howling like a demon, and the sand swirling like a dense rain of arrows. The chaotic battlefield became even more tumultuous under the wrath of nature. The power of the Dark Overlord seemed to meld with the surrounding chaos, rendering the Avengers' situation increasingly dire. Captain America, Steve Rogers, found himself engulfed in a fierce battle, his heart brimming with unwavering conviction and a fervent desire for victory. He resolved not to surrender. Even the faintest glimmer of hope warranted a relentless fight. As he nimbly evaded the Dark Overlord's onslaught, his mind raced with strategies to counter the threat. Each clash of his shield against the dark forces sent jolts through his arm, yet his gaze remained resolute, never faltering. Iron Man, Tony Stark, encased in his armor, felt his mind whirring with urgency. This adversary's defenses were formidable. They must uncover a chink in his armor. He experimented with various weapon combinations, all the while grappling with an underlying anxiety. How could they possibly shatter this deadlock? Thor, the god of thunder, wielded his mighty hammer, his inner fury igniting like a raging inferno. "I shall demonstrate true power." Yet, despite the ferocity of his strikes, the Dark Overlord effortlessly neutralized them, leaving Thor in a state of profound frustration and rage. "Am I truly powerless against this foe?" Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, moved like a specter, darting through the intervals of the Dark Overlord's attacks. Her heart raced. She must identify his weakness and ensure that their collective efforts were not in vain. Each strike was imbued with determination, yet her heart was heavy with apprehension. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, continuously unleashed potent spells, his magic shimmering in the shadows. "I cannot allow darkness to consume all." Yet, his mystical prowess seemed insignificant against the Dark Overlord, amplifying his pressure. How could they possibly triumph over such a formidable enemy? Ant-Man, Scott Lang, shifted between the colossal and the minuscule, seeking the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow to the Dark Overlord. "I must play my part." However, he was acutely aware of his limitations, his heart laden with concern. As despair began to envelop the group, Captain America suddenly detected a subtle fluctuation in the Dark Overlord's power. Could this be his vulnerability? A spark ignited within him, and he swiftly relayed this revelation to his comrades. "Listen up. Focus your attacks on his upper left flank. That is likely his weak point," he commanded, his voice resonating like a clarion call, firm and resolute. The team sprang into action, swiftly recalibrating their tactical approach, their gazes converging on the designated area. In an instant, the battlefield transitioned from chaos to a harmonious order. Iron Man, without hesitation, activated all his power systems, unleashing the full might of his advanced weaponry. A thunderous roar erupted, followed by a dazzling array of energy beams shooting across the sky like meteors, hurtling toward the Dark Overlord's upper left flank with cataclysmic intent. Each beam contained the terrifying force capable of rending the very fabric of reality. Iron Man gritted his teeth, silently praying for a successful breach of the Overlord's defenses. Simultaneously, Thor gripped his hammer tightly, unleashing a thunderous roar to the heavens. The sky darkened ominously, charged with electric fury. Countless bolts of lightning surged like silver serpents towards the hammer in Thor's grasp. With a swift, forceful swing of his arm, these gathered electrical forces transformed into a torrent of overwhelming power, crashing down upon the pivotal point with a cataclysmic force. Thor's eyes widened, and he bellowed, "The fate of our endeavor rests upon this moment." Meanwhile, the agile Black Widow remained composed as she took aim at her target. Her specially crafted weapon unleashed a barrage of lethal bullets, each seemingly imbued with life, accurately striking the vulnerability located in the upper left of the Dark Overlord. With a demeanor as stoic as a placid lake, Black Widow meticulously controlled the rhythm and angle of her shots, offering the enemy no respite. Doctor Strange summoned his most formidable magical prowess, his hands weaving through the air as he chanted incantations. Mysterious, ancient runes flickered into existence around him. As his voice crescendoed with fervor, a colossal beam of magical energy erupted forth, resembling a roaring dragon, clawing its way towards the Dark Overlord. Even Ant-Man, typically relying on his unique abilities, unleashed his full potential in this critical moment. Activating his device, he rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant in the blink of an eye. With thunderous strides, Ant-Man surged forward, each step causing the ground to tremble, his mighty arms swinging with tremendous force towards the decisive position. The Dark Overlord sensed the onslaught of concentrated attacks and widened his eyes in an attempt to bolster his defenses, but it was too late. United in their efforts, the cracks in the Dark Overlord's defenses began to manifest. Now is the time, everyone, give it your all. Captain America rallied his comrades, wielding his shield like a fierce tiger charging forth. The shield traced a brilliant arc through the air, colliding with the Dark Overlord, producing a resonant clang. Hope ignited within the team, fueling their relentless assault. The Dark Overlord's strength began to wane, his roars losing their previous ferocity. Iron Man circled above, his repulsor beams unleashing a torrent of energy, raining down upon the Dark Overlord. Each strike sent tremors through the Overlord's form, his defenses crumbling beneath the relentless barrage. "We can prevail, continue the assault," Iron Man proclaimed, his voice brimming with confidence and resolve, inspiring his allies to press on. As the final wave of ferocious attacks descended, the Dark Overlord's defenses shattered completely, his body convulsing violently. Thor raised his enchanted hammer high, and a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the Dark Overlord. The Overlord howled in anguish as the lightning struck. The members of the Avengers pressed their advantage, launching continuous attacks. Captain America's shield stood as an impervious barrier against the Dark Overlord's retaliation. Iron Man's repulsor blasts and laser beams intertwined, forming a dense net of firepower that ensnared the Overlord. Spider-Man nimbly traversed the walls and ceiling, his webs snapping like whips against the Dark Overlord, further intensifying their onslaught. Under the relentless onslaught of the crowd, the Dark Overlord gradually succumbed to the formidable assault. His body weakened, ultimately collapsing to the ground. The members of the Avengers erupted in jubilant cheers, filled with pride and elation over their triumph. "We did it!" Captain America exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he raised his shield high, his face radiating uncontainable joy. Iron Man leaned wearily against the ruins nearby, managing a faint smile. "Yes, we finally dealt with this troublesome foe." His iconic armor lay in tatters, marked by the scars of battle. Thor stood a short distance away, tilting his head back to let out a triumphant roar. Justice has triumphed over darkness. The hammer of thunder in his hand shimmered with resplendent light, celebrating this hard-won victory. Black Widow, Doctor Strange, and Ant-Man gathered around, each face displaying a look of relief, though their bodies were stained with blood and their attire tattered. In that moment, all pain and fatigue faded into oblivion. As the Dark Overlord vanished entirely, the once chaotic battlefield began to settle into silence, the earth slowly regaining its former tranquility, disturbed only by the gentle breeze stirring the debris. The Avengers supported one another, their steps faltering, each stride seemingly requiring immense effort. Yet, despite the fatigue, their eyes sparkled with the joy and pride of victory. "We did it. We truly protected the world," Captain America reflected, gazing at his teammates with heartfelt emotion. "But this is merely the beginning. We must continue to bear the weight of safeguarding peace," Iron Man replied firmly, taking a deep breath. The group nodded silently in agreement, fully aware that the road ahead would not be without its challenges and that even more powerful and malevolent adversaries might emerge. However, they remained undaunted. For they were the Avengers, a team of superheroes fortified by unwavering conviction and courage. Regardless of the daunting obstacles they might face, they would not hesitate to rise and fight for justice. Chapter 26. The calm after the storm. In the wake of their victory over the Dark Overlord, The smoke above the ruins began to dissipate, and the sky unveiled a long-awaited cerulean hue. The Avengers stood amidst the ravaged battlefield, their bodies weary. Yet the joy of victory and the comfort in their hearts revitalized their spirits. Captain Steve Rogers surveyed the surrounding devastation, overwhelmed by emotion. The cost of this battle had been immense. He pondered silently, a hint of sorrow reflecting in his gaze. Yet, at least, they had safeguarded justice and upheld the hope of the people. He inhaled deeply, feeling the gentle breeze caress his face, as if the world itself was expressing gratitude for their bravery. Iron Man, Tony Stark, removed his armor and stepped out, his complexion pale. Yet his eyes sparkled with a sense of relief. At last, it was over. He murmured to himself, "However, my battle armor requires another upgrade." A bitter smile crossed his lips as he shook his head, turning his gaze towards his comrades, filled with admiration and gratitude. Without them, he pondered, he truly could not fathom what might have transpired. Thor, the god of thunder, hoisted his mighty hammer upon his shoulder, his chest heaving with exertion. "This battle has imparted to me a deeper understanding of the weight of responsibility." His gaze was profound and distant, as though he glimpsed the future of Asgard. "Yet, I shall not falter. I will wield this strength to safeguard all that is dear." He clenched his fist, silently vowing. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, sat upon a stone, gently massaging her injured shoulder. Her visage was marred by dust and blood, yet her beauty remained undeniable. "The battle may have concluded, but our mission persists," she contemplated, her eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. "Additional threats lurk in the shadows. We must remain ever vigilant." Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, clasped his hands across his chest, eyes closed, savoring the lingering essence of magic. "This confrontation has deepened my comprehension of the arcane." He opened his eyes, surveying his hands. "However, I am aware that this is merely the beginning. Countless unknown magical forces await my exploration." Ant-Man, Scott Lang, exuberantly dashed across the battlefield, inspecting his gear. "Wow, we truly accomplished it," he exclaimed, though he added, "Let us not make it so perilous next time." His face radiated a childlike joy, seemingly oblivious to the life and death trials they had just endured. "Is everyone all right?" Captain America's voice brimmed with concern, his gaze betraying a hint of worry. "Not dead yet, Captain," Iron Man quipped, the corners of his mouth curling into a confident smile, as if to convey that such minor injuries were inconsequential to him. "I'm just a bit fatigued," Thor admitted, his voice tinged with weariness, yet his eyes remained resolute, suggesting he was ready to continue the fight. Black Widow nodded, a flicker of anxiety crossing her gaze as she softly replied, "We are fine, Captain. But what shall we do next?" Captain America pondered for a moment, his expression deepening as he contemplated future strategies. Then he lifted his head, revealing a determined smile, stating, "Let us return to base, regroup, and devise our next plan." The group unanimously agreed, their faces relaxing with relief. Iron Man clapped Captain America on the shoulder, grinning, "Captain, you are always so reliable, as steadfast as my iron armor." Captain America chuckled in response. "Of course, we are superheroes. We cannot be easily vanquished." Thor joined in the laughter, his booming voice resonating like thunder. "Indeed, we are invincible." Black Widow observed them, a subtle smile creeping upon her lips. In the aftermath of such a tense battle, their light-hearted banter significantly eased the atmosphere. Together, they embarked on their journey back to base, their hearts brimming with anticipation and confidence for the future. Chapter 27. A new mission upon returning to base. Each member attended to their injuries and organized their equipment. Captain America sat quietly in the conference room, contemplating the direction of their future. "We cannot merely react when crises arise. We must take proactive measures to prevent potential threats." He resolved within himself to enhance the Avengers' intelligence gathering and strategic planning. Meanwhile, Iron Man busied himself in his laboratory, diligently repairing and upgrading his armor. "This battle has revealed the shortcomings of my suit. I must fortify it further," he muttered to himself as he manipulated various instruments. Thor returned to the room, commencing his training to bolster his strength, aware that only through continuous self-improvement could he effectively confront future challenges. Black Widow engaged with other intelligence personnel, gathering information from around the globe, striving to identify potential dangers. Dr. Strange returned to the sanctum, delving deeper into the mysteries of magic. Ant-Man made a phone call to his family, reassuring them of his safety and promising to protect them always. Days later, the members of the Avengers reconvened in the conference room. Captain America surveyed the group, his gaze conveying steadfastness and resolve. "After much reflection, I believe we must establish a more comprehensive defense system. We cannot allow our enemies to threaten our world with such ease," he asserted, his voice deep and powerful, as if imparting his profound sense of responsibility and mission to each member present. Iron Man nodded, his eyes glinting with intelligence. "I concur with the captain. I can provide the latest technological support," he stated succinctly, exuding confidence in his abilities and trust in the team. Thor straightened, his voice resonating like thunder. I shall share the power of Asgard with all, to safeguard this universe together. His eyes brimmed with courage and determination, as if assuring everyone that he would face any challenge without fear. Black Widow offered a slight smile, her tone calm yet resolute. Intelligence work is crucial. I will intensify our efforts in this area. Her gaze reflected sharpness and decisiveness, instilling confidence that she would provide the most accurate information for the team. Doctor Strange stroked his chin, a hint of mystery in his voice. Magic can also be an integral part of our defense system. I will explore relevant magical arrays and protective spells. His eyes sparkled with an unusual light, as if probing into uncharted territories. Ant-Man chimed in with a grin. Though my strength may be modest, I will assist to the best of my ability. His smile radiated optimism and positivity, conveying his love and support for the team. Captain America smiled back at everyone, his eyes filled with gratitude and trust. With all of you here, I believe we can indeed safeguard this world. His voice carried a note of reassurance, as if reminding them that they formed an inseparable team, each member contributing their unique value and role. At that moment, an alarm blared suddenly. Iron Man's expression shifted to one of seriousness. We have another situation, he declared. The group immediately stood, preparing to face the new challenge ahead. A resolute glimmer flickered in Captain America's eyes as he proclaimed, whatever it may be, we shall not falter. His voice emanated an indomitable courage, instilling faith that he would lead the team forward with unwavering resolve. The Avengers embarked once more, their strides steadfast and powerful, their gazes brimming with a relentless pursuit of justice and peace. They understood that their mission would never conclude. They would perpetually fight for righteousness and tranquility. Chapter 28. The mysterious alert. After a brief respite and strategic planning, the Avengers base returned to its familiar hustle and order. However, this tranquility was short-lived. One day, the base's surveillance system unexpectedly intercepted a mysterious signal, weak and chaotic, as if originating from a distant, unknown realm. Captain Steve Rogers hurried to the monitoring room, his eyes fixated on the erratically pulsating data on the screen, his brow furrowed in contemplation. What could this be? He mused softly, a wave of uncertainty washing over him. Iron Man, Tony Stark, strode in shortly thereafter, his expression mirroring the same perplexity. It appears to be some form of encrypted message, though deciphering it may prove challenging, he remarked, crossing his arms while analyzing potential sources and intentions. Thor, the god of thunder, soon joined them, gazing at the enigmatic signal and suggesting, could this be a distress call from another world? Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, stood nearby, her countenance serious as she posited, it may also be a provocation from a new threat. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, sensed a peculiar energy within the signal through his magical perception. This energy was extraordinary, seemingly concealing a monumental secret. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, scratched his head, adding, whatever it is, it certainly feels significant. Captain America took a deep breath and declared, we must swiftly ascertain the meaning of this signal and prepare for any eventuality. Consequently, Iron Man immediately immersed himself in the task of deciphering the signal. He settled before the computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard as intricate codes and data streamed rapidly on the screen. J-A-R-V-I-S. Assist me in analyzing the patterns within this data, he commanded, his focus intense, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Thor paced anxiously nearby, his mighty hammer flickering with arcs of electricity. I hope we can unravel its meaning swiftly. Meanwhile, Black Widow contacted intelligence agencies around the globe in search of additional clues. Doctor Strange closed his eyes, employing his magical abilities to delve deeper into the signal's mysterious energy. Ant-Man busied himself organizing and relaying various materials. After several hours of intense effort, Iron Man finally made a breakthrough. Captain, I believe this signal may serve as a coordinate guide. Coordinates? To where? Captain America inquired. Not entirely certain yet, but initial analysis suggests it points to an unknown area of the cosmos, Iron Man replied. The group fell into contemplation. Regardless, we cannot disregard this signal, Captain America asserted firmly. Perhaps it presents a new challenge, or it may be an opportunity to save others. Thor patted his chest and proclaimed, let us embark on this quest. Black Widow nodded in agreement, stating, however, we must be thoroughly prepared. Doctor Strange opened his eyes and remarked, I shall employ my magic to ensure our journey is safeguarded. Ant-Man mustered his courage and added, I am ready as well. Captain America surveyed his companions and declared, very well, everyone, let us gather our equipment and supplies. A new adventure awaits us. In the ensuing moments, the base bustled with activity. Iron Man performed final adjustments and upgrades to his armor, ensuring it would function optimally during the unpredictable journey ahead. Thor infused his mighty hammer with additional power, bracing for potential combat. Black Widow meticulously inspected various weapons and gear, leaving no room for error. Doctor Strange prepared an array of magical artifacts and spells for unforeseen circumstances. Ant-Man also checked and refined his suit. Once all was in readiness, the members of the Avengers boarded the Quinjet, soaring towards the enigmatic signal's unknown origin. During the flight, a mixture of tension and anticipation enveloped them. Captain America sat resolutely in his seat, his gaze fixed forward as he contemplated the impending unknown dangers. Iron Man, seated beside him, continued to analyze the signal's data, striving to extract further information. Thor gripped his hammer firmly, his eyes ablaze with determination. Black Widow quietly surveyed her weapons, her expression calm and focused. Doctor Strange, through his magical perception, sensed the fluctuations of energy around them. Ant-Man appeared somewhat anxious, occasionally exchanging words with his teammates to lighten the atmosphere. After what felt like an eternity in the air, they finally approached the area indicated by the signal. Everyone be cautious. Prepare for any eventualities, Captain America instructed. The Quinjet gently descended onto an unfamiliar planet. As they disembarked, the sight before them left them utterly astonished. Chapter 29, The Threat in the Mist. After the mysterious figure's disappearance, the Avengers stood amidst an eerie landscape filled with strange runes and enigmatic crystals, their hearts brimming with confusion and vigilance. Captain Steve Rogers gripped his shield tightly, his gaze steady as he scanned the surroundings. Be careful, danger lurks everywhere, he voiced, his tone calm and authoritative, striving to instill composure in his companions amidst the looming dread. Iron Man, Tony Stark, furrowed his brow, the scanner on his suit tirelessly analyzing the environment. What on earth is this place? These runes and crystals seem to harbor immense energy, yet their origin remains a mystery. He spoke, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. Thor swung his hammer, a brilliant arc of lightning illuminating the air. Whatever dares to challenge us shall face the wrath of thunder, he bellowed, his eyes glinting with the fervor of battle. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, moved with grace, meticulously observing every detail. We cannot underestimate the warning of that mysterious figure. We must swiftly uncover his intentions and the truth behind this enigma, she stated with a calm yet resolute demeanor. Doctor Strange, with his hands gracefully weaving through the air, attempted to decipher the enigmatic runes that lay before him. These ancient and intricate symbols concealed profound secrets. His expression was one of intense concentration, fully immersed in the pursuit of magical exploration. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, appeared somewhat apprehensive, glancing around nervously as he cautiously followed his teammates. This place gives me the creeps. I hope we can leave soon, he murmured under his breath. Captain America turned to the group and declared, we shall search in teams. Iron Man and Thor will pair together. Black Widow and Doctor Strange will form another team. And Ant-Man and I will work together. Keep communication lines open. Report any discoveries immediately. The team nodded in agreement and swiftly divided into 3 groups to commence their exploration of this mysterious locale. Captain America and Ant-Man proceeded cautiously along a corridor, where strange lights flickered upon the walls. Captain, I feel something is amiss, Ant-Man whispered. Stay alert, Scott, Captain America replied, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. Suddenly, an energy barrier emerged before them, blocking their path. What is this? Ant-Man stepped forward, attempting to touch the barrier. Do not act recklessly, Captain America cautioned, halting him. At that moment, images began to manifest on the barrier, depicting horrifying scenes reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. Is this some sort of omen? Ant-Man exclaimed in disbelief. Captain America pondered briefly before stating, let us document this for further analysis upon our return. Meanwhile, Iron Man and Thor discovered a series of peculiar mechanical devices within a vast cavern. These appear to be some form of advanced technology. Yet I have never encountered anything like it, Iron Man remarked. Thor struck one of the devices with his enchanted hammer, instantly triggering a surge of energy. Be careful, Iron Man shouted, as both men swiftly retreated to avoid the ensuing shockwave. This contraption is perilous. We must handle it with caution, Thor advised. Simultaneously, Black Widow and Doctor Strange uncovered an ancient tome within a hidden chamber. This may be a crucial lead, Black Widow stated. Doctor Strange opened the book, revealing archaic and obscure text. Allow me to attempt an incantation to interpret this, he said, as he cast a spell, causing the text to gradually unveil its meaning. After thorough investigations, the 3 groups reconvened. What discoveries have you all made? Captain America inquired. Iron Man spoke first. We found some unknown high-tech devices that may be linked to the energy source of this mysterious place. Black Widow continued. We located an ancient book that appears to contain significant information. Captain America nodded thoughtfully and added, we encountered an energy barrier displaying apocalyptic imagery. Doctor Strange furrowed his brow. All of this is rather peculiar. These clues seem to point toward a larger conspiracy. Ant-Man asked, what should we do next? Captain America contemplated for a moment before responding. Let us return to the base for an in-depth analysis of these clues and formulate a strategic response. The group boarded the Quinjet and set off back to their headquarters. Within the confines of the laboratory, the team commenced their analysis of the gathered clues. Iron Man inputted the data from the mechanical device into the computer for further examination. The technology embedded within this device surpassed our current capabilities. With its energy source and operational principles remaining a mystery, Doctor Strange concentrated on deciphering the ancient text contained within a tome that appeared to be linked to an archaic dark power, potentially the key to this imminent crisis. Meanwhile, Black Widow meticulously organized various pieces of information, striving to uncover the connections among them. They anxiously awaited the results, resolute in the need to prepare for battle regardless of the circumstances. Ant-Man assisted, though his understanding of such advanced technology and ancient lore was limited, nonetheless. His enthusiastic participation provided a comforting presence to the group. After several hours of diligent effort, preliminary findings began to emerge. Based on these clues, I surmise that a formidable dark force is awakening, and this enigmatic location serves as its source, Doctor Strange remarked. Then we must thwart it, Thor declared. Captain America nodded in agreement, stating, however, we still require further intelligence to comprehend the intentions and vulnerabilities of this force. At that moment, the base's alarm blared once more. Another situation has arisen, Iron Man announced. The team rushed to the monitoring room, where the screens displayed anomalous energy fluctuations occurring across the globe. What is happening? Ant-Man inquired. Astonished, Captain America scrutinized the screen, his expression grave. It appears this dark force has commenced its actions. We must depart immediately to halt its spread. The Avengers boarded the Quinjet once again, embarking toward the new crisis. As the aircraft soared through the skies, a somber atmosphere enveloped the team. This time, we must eliminate this threat once and for all, Iron Man asserted. Indeed, for the sake of world peace, Captain America replied. As they arrived at the location of the initial energy fluctuation, chaos reigned. The city streets were filled with panicked citizens fleeing, while buildings began to collapse under the influence of the mysterious force. First, we must save the people, Captain America commanded. The team sprang into action. Iron Man utilized the strength of his armor to rescue those trapped, their summoned lightning to obliterate falling debris, while Black Widow and Doctor Strange sought the source of the energy fluctuations. Captain America and Ant-Man maintained order amidst the turmoil. During their rescue efforts, they discerned that this dark force seemed to manipulate the minds of the populace, plunging them into madness and fear. What malevolent power is this? Ant-Man questioned. Whatever it may be, we will conquer it, Captain America resolutely proclaimed. After considerable effort, they managed to stabilize the situation temporarily. Yet the source of the energy fluctuations remained elusive. We must continue the search. We cannot allow this force to wreak further havoc, Captain America insisted. At that moment, Black Widow uncovered a hidden underground laboratory. There may be clues here, she stated. As the crowd entered the laboratory, they were greeted by an array of experimental apparatus and documents. It appeared that someone had been conducting clandestine experiments here, remarked Iron Man utilizing his sorcery. Doctor Strange unearthed crucial information from the files. This pertains to an experiment involving dark energy. They attempted to harness this force, but it seems to have spiraled out of control, stated Doctor Strange. Whoever is responsible for such perilous endeavors must face the consequences, thundered Thor in anger. At that moment, a colossal vortex of energy suddenly manifested within the laboratory, and from it emerged a shadowy figure. It's the mysterious individual, Ant-Man exclaimed. The enigmatic figure sneered and said, Do you truly believe this will halt everything? Such naivety. Captain America stepped forward and declared, Whatever your intentions may be, we shall not allow you to succeed. The mysterious figure laughed heartily. Then let us see what you've got, Avengers. A fierce battle erupted once more. Chapter 30. The ultimate confrontation. In the instant the mysterious figure appeared, the atmosphere in the laboratory became charged with tension. The members of the Avengers swiftly entered combat mode. Their gazes locked onto the adversary before them. Captain Steve Rogers took a step forward, his shield firmly in hand, determination radiating from his eyes. Whatever sinister plot you harbor, it shall come to an end here today. His voice was steady and resolute, as if infusing his comrades with boundless courage. Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man armor, glimmered with intensity, his expression serious and focused. Let us see what you are truly capable of. There was a hint of disdain in his tone, yet he remained ever vigilant. Thor raised his enchanted hammer high, lightning crackling upon its surface, illuminating his wrathful visage. Evil one, prepare to face the wrath of the god of thunder, he bellowed, the formidable aura emanating from him instilling fear. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, moved with grace, wielding specially designed weapons in each hand, her gaze sharp as an eagle's. This time, you shall not escape, she murmured, poised for action. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, conjuring a protective barrier of magical light around him. The forces of darkness shall not prevail. His voice was calm, yet imbued with strength. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, stood resolute, his stature diminutive but his spirit undeterred. Even a small figure like mine can make a significant impact. He encouraged himself inwardly. The mysterious figure surveyed the Avengers with a derisive laugh. You think you can thwart me? His voice dripped with scorn. With that, he waved his hands, unleashing a torrent of powerful dark energy toward them. Captain America was the first to confront it, using his shield to absorb the onslaught, the ground beneath him cracking under the immense pressure. Everyone, be cautious, Captain America shouted. Iron Man swiftly emitted energy beams, attempting to diminish the intensity of the dark energy. Meanwhile, Thor seized the opportunity to charge forward, swinging his hammer and unleashing a storm of lightning that collided with the dark energy, resulting in a deafening explosion. The Black Widow, employing her agile movements, deftly evaded the onslaught of dark energy, approaching the enigmatic figure from the side to launch her assault. However, the mysterious individual reacted with remarkable speed, effortlessly deflecting her attack and sending her sprawling backward. Doctor Strange conjured a spell in an attempt to manipulate the actions of the enigmatic figure, yet it appeared that the being's dark powers possessed a certain resistance to magic, significantly diminishing the efficacy of Strange's incantations. Ant-Man, utilizing his unique ability to alter his size, sought out the vulnerabilities of the mysterious entity. At a pivotal moment, he suddenly enlarged, causing a brief distraction for the enigmatic figure. Well done, Scott, Iron Man exclaimed. Enraged, the mysterious figure intensified his output of dark energy, causing the entire laboratory to tremble. Cracks began to appear in the walls, and debris fell from the ceiling. This place is going to collapse, Ant-Man cried out. Get out now, Captain America commanded decisively. The group fought while retreating, ultimately escaping the impending collapse of the laboratory. Once outside, the battle raged on. The dark energy of the mysterious figure grew increasingly potent, leaving the members of the Avengers feeling overwhelmed. This cannot continue. We must discover his weakness, Captain America stated. I have been observing, but I have yet to find it, Iron Man replied. Thor, gasping for breath, declared, we cannot give up. We will find a way. At that moment, Doctor Strange seemed to have a revelation. Perhaps his dark powers are not infallible. We might try to manipulate the frequency of the energy. Heeding Doctor Strange's counsel, the Avengers began to adjust the frequency of their assaults. After several attempts, they discovered that when their attack frequency aligned with the fluctuations of the dark energy, it could indeed affect the enigmatic figure. That's it, keep going, Captain America shouted. United in purpose, they launched a relentless barrage of attacks. The mysterious figure's defenses began to falter, and his movements grew sluggish. Now's our chance, Black Widow exclaimed. Seizing the moment, Captain America charged forward, striking the mysterious figure's chest with his shield. The enigmatic figure staggered back, and Iron Man took advantage of the opening to unleash a powerful energy beam that struck the figure's shoulder. Thor leaped high, bringing his enchanted hammer down forcefully upon the mysterious figure's head. The relentless onslaught left the enigmatic figure disoriented. Ant-Man also played a crucial role at this moment, enlarging himself to embrace the figure's legs, rendering him immobile. Prepare to meet your end. Doctor Strange unleashed a potent spell, a radiant beam directed at the mysterious figure. Under the collective assault of the Avengers, the enigmatic figure finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. The dark energy enveloping him began to dissipate, and the surrounding environment gradually returned to normal. We did it, Ant-Man exclaimed with exuberance. The group sighed in relief, yet they understood that this victory was merely temporary. More challenges awaited them in the future. Let us first assess our surroundings to ensure no further dangers lurk, Captain America instructed. The team commenced a thorough search of the area. Iron Man swiftly repaired and adjusted his damaged armor. That was indeed a fierce battle, he remarked. Thor sat nearby, recuperating his strength. Yet, we persevered. A look of relief spread across his face. Black Widow and Doctor Strange were exchanging details from the battle, analyzing the abilities of the mysterious entity and its possible origins. Ant-Man animatedly recounted his performance during the skirmish. At that moment, Captain America's communicator beeped. Captain, we have received new intelligence, came the voice. What is it? Captain America inquired. Similar dark energy fluctuations have been detected in other regions, indicating that other mysterious forces may be at play. The expressions of the team turned grave once more. It seemed the battle was far from over. No matter how many foes we face, we shall not retreat, Iron Man declared. Thor rose, gripping Mjolnir tightly. For justice, for peace. The team nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. The Avengers embarked on their journey anew, acutely aware that the burden of protecting the world rested eternally upon their shoulders. Regardless of the formidable challenges ahead, they would forge ahead with resolute courage. They boarded the Quinjet, soaring towards their next objective. Within the aircraft, Captain America fell into deep contemplation. There must be a more profound conspiracy behind this series of events. We must uncover the truth swiftly to resolve this crisis completely, he asserted. Iron Man nodded in agreement. Indeed, and this adversary appears to be more formidable than any we have faced before. Black Widow added. We require additional intelligence and support, Doctor Strange stated, I will harness the powers of magic to procure as much information as possible. Ant-Man chimed in. I will also strive to enhance my abilities to contribute more significantly to the team. As the jet raced through the sky, the members of the Avengers were imbued with determination and valor. Upon arriving at their new destination, they discovered an abandoned factory. An eerie atmosphere permeated the air, with dark energy surging intensely. Proceed with caution, Captain America commanded. The team cautiously entered the factory, where the sight that greeted them was shocking. Strange experimental apparatuses and creatures distorted by dark energy littered the space. What is this place? Ant-Man questioned. It appears to be a clandestine research facility, Iron Man replied. Just then, a horde of creatures controlled by dark energy launched an assault on them. Prepare for battle, Thor bellowed. The Avengers once again plunged into the fray, engaging in a fierce struggle against these dark entities, each strike infused with power and resolve. During the conflict, Captain America discovered a concealed control panel in a corner. Perhaps this can yield some clues, he remarked. Iron Man swiftly approached the console, beginning to hack the system. Hurry, Tony, Captain America urged while fending off the creature's attacks. After considerable effort, Iron Man successfully breached the system. Got it. The data here indicates that someone is conducting a perilous experiment, attempting to harness dark energy to create a superweapon. We must stop them, Captain America declared. At that moment, a colossal figure emerged before them. It was a creature forged from dark energy, possessing immeasurable strength. This is a formidable foe, Thor remarked. Yet, the members of the Avengers did not falter. They regrouped, bracing themselves for the arduous battle ahead. Chapter 31. The Secret of the Dark Core Within the Abandoned Factory. The immense monster composed of dark energy emanated an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Its contorted form seemed to arise from the very nightmares of the abyss, each movement sending tremors through the ground. Captain America, Steve Rogers, fixated on the creature before him, his sense of duty intensifying. Everyone, remain calm and search for its weakness, he shouted, gripping his shield tightly, prepared to confront the beast's onslaught. Iron Man, Tony Stark, rapidly shifted his gaze between the monster and the control console, his mind racing. This creature appears to be fueled by a core of dark energy. We must devise a way to destroy that core, he asserted, activating the latest weaponry of his suit. Thor, wielding his enchanted hammer, gripped it tightly, the power of lightning surging within him. Regardless of what that core may be, I shall shatter it with one blow, he bellowed, charging towards the monster with fierce determination. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, sought the optimal angle for attack, her gaze sharp and focused. Do not act rashly, Thor. We must work in unison, she cautioned loudly. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands, casting spells to shield his allies. Beware of its energy blasts, he warned. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, had transformed into his giant form. Though still dwarfed by the monster, he stood undaunted before his comrades. I will block it, he declared boldly. The creature swung its massive arms towards Thor. He sidestepped, countering with a strike of his hammer against the monster's arm, a brilliant flash of lightning erupting upon contact. However, the monster appeared largely unfazed, instead roaring with increased fury. Seizing the moment, Iron Man unleashed a barrage of energy beams, striking the creature's body. Yet, these assaults fell flat, akin to stones cast into the ocean, yielding no discernible effect. Its defenses are too formidable, Iron Man exclaimed. Captain America observed the creature's movements and suddenly noticed a section of its abdomen where the flow of energy seemed obstructed. There, that may be its weak point, he pointed out. Black Widow quickly grasped the implication, swiftly firing a specially designed bullet towards that spot. The bullet struck true, but the monster merely trembled slightly, sustaining no fatal damage. Doctor Strange, recognizing the opportunity, cast a potent binding spell in an effort to restrict the creature's movements. The monster struggled against the magical restraints, its actions growing sluggish. Ant-Man seized this chance, lunging towards the creature's legs in an attempt to topple it. Yet, the creature violently flung him aside. Scott, his teammates gasped in alarm. Ant-Man rolled across the ground before regaining his footing. I'm fine, keep going, he urged. Thor charged once more, engaging the monster in close combat. Each of his strikes carried the weight of thunder, yet the monster was equally defiant, resulting in a fierce and relentless clash. At that moment, Iron Man conceived a strategy. Captain, I will draw its attention with the antimatter energy cannon. You take the opportunity to strike at its weak point. Captain America nodded in agreement. Iron Man activated the antimatter energy cannon, unleashing a powerful beam directed at the creature. Captivated by the immense energy, the monster's focus shifted entirely to Iron Man. Seizing this moment, Captain America charged forward, leaping high to deliver a forceful blow to the monster's vulnerable abdomen with his shield. This time, the creature emitted a spine-chilling wail. Its body began to tremble, and the dark energy surrounding it grew unstable. Now is the time, everyone, attack together, Captain America shouted. The team unleashed their most formidable strikes. A barrage of energy and weaponry aimed at the monster's weakness. In a brilliant display of light and explosive sound, the monster finally collapsed, the dark energy dissipating into the air. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, yet they understood that the crisis was far from over. Quickly, search this factory for any remaining clues, Captain America instructed. The team commenced their search within the facility. Iron Man stumbled upon documents and data in a laboratory, seemingly related to research on the Dark Energy Core. These appear to be studies on the Dark Energy Core, he remarked. Dr. Strange meticulously examined the documents. It seems they attempted to harness the Dark Energy Core to create a weapon capable of controlling the world, but the experiment spiraled out of control, resulting in the dark energy leak and the emergence of the monster. That is terrifying, Black Widow commented. However, if these dark energy cores fall into the wrong hands, the consequences could be catastrophic, Ant-Man added. Captain America furrowed his brow. We must locate all the dark energy cores and ensure they are not exploited. At that moment, a message crackled through the communicator from the base. Captain, we have detected similar dark energy reactions in several other locations. There may be more dark energy cores. It appears our mission remains daunting, Thor proclaimed. Yet we shall not falter, Captain America asserted resolutely. The team gathered their gear, preparing to embark to their next destination. As they journeyed to the new location, they contemplated their forthcoming actions. Iron Man remarked, we require more precise intelligence to effectively locate these dark energy cores. Dr. Strange nodded. I can use my magic to sense them, but my range is limited, Black Widow proposed. Perhaps we can glean some clues from the previous research materials to hypothesize potential storage sites. Ant-Man cautioned, regardless, we must proceed with utmost caution. Captain America agreed. You all speak wisely. We must unite and complete this mission together. Upon arriving at the new site, they discovered a clandestine underground base. The entrance was heavily fortified, equipped with advanced defense systems and guards. It seems entry will not be easy, Iron Man observed. Yet we have no other choice, Captain America replied. Allow me to clear the way, Thor declared. He raised Mjolnir, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck the entrance of the base, resulting in a resounding explosion. The guards were startled and rushed towards the commotion. The members of the Avengers immediately sprang into action, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the guards. Captain America deflected enemy attacks with his shield while searching for an opportunity to break through. Iron Man unleashed a barrage of weaponry, systematically taking down foes. Black Widow, with her agile prowess, darted between enemies, delivering lethal blows. Dr. Strange wielded his magic, manipulating the movements of their adversaries. Ant-Man shrank to a minuscule size, infiltrating the base in search of the location of the Dark Energy Core. After an intense skirmish, they finally breached the guards' defenses and entered the interior of the base, which was filled with intricate corridors and laboratories. Everyone, be cautious and stay together, Captain America instructed. At that moment, an alarm blared. This is bad, we've been detected, Iron Man remarked. Suddenly, more enemies surged from every direction. Prepare for battle, Captain America shouted. An even more intense fight was about to unfold. Chapter 32, The Perilous Underground Base. As the alarm shrieked, the Avengers instantly shifted into a heightened state of alert. Captain Steve Rogers gripped his shield tightly, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the oncoming foes. Maintain formation, remain calm, he bellowed, his voice steady and resonant, instilling a sense of reassurance among his comrades. Tony Stark's armor glinted coldly under the lights, his eyes brimming with confidence and resolve. These minions cannot impede us, he declared, activating the multi-weapon system of his suit, ready to meet the enemy's onslaught. Thor, with Mjolnir firmly in hand, summoned arcs of lightning upon the hammer, his expression a blend of fury and authority. Allow me to forge a path, he roared, charging headlong into the fray, each step resonating with the might of thunder. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, moved with a ghostly grace among the adversaries. Her hands danced swiftly, her weapons striking true at the enemy's vital points. Do not let them near, she whispered, her eyes reflecting a chilling intent. Dr. Stephen Strange gestured with his hands, the light of magic flickering at his fingertips. Chanting incantations, he conjured a powerful magical shield to protect his allies. Beware of enemy ambushes, he cautioned. Scott Lang, the Ant-Man, utilized his ability to fluctuate in size, at times transforming into a giant to deliver crushing blows, and at others shrinking to infiltrate enemy lines, gathering critical intelligence. The foes surged forth like a relentless tide. Clad in high-tech gear, their weapons emitting formidable energy beams. In an instant, the corridor was engulfed in smoke and flames. Captain America deflected attacks time and again, seizing the moment to swing his shield with force, toppling several enemies before him. Tony, see if you can locate the enemy's command center, he called out. Iron Man hovered in the air, his armor's scanning systems swiftly analyzing the surrounding environment. Found it, in the room ahead, he exclaimed, then soared towards the command center. Thor charged through the enemy ranks, unleashing thunderous booms. Ha ha ha. Come on, you cowards. His laughter echoed through the corridors, instilling fear in his foes. Black Widow, with her exceptional combat skills and agility, deftly maneuvered through the gaps in the enemy lines. While engaging in battle, she kept a vigilant eye on her teammates. Thor, watch your back, she shouted. Doctor Strange's magical shield continuously absorbed the enemy's assaults, yet he remained focused, tirelessly reinforcing its strength. Hold on, everyone, victory is within reach, he proclaimed. Ant-Man stealthily navigated beneath the foes, discovering hidden passages and mechanisms. Captain, there are some strange devices here. They may be related to the Dark Energy Core. He communicated through his device. Captain America replied, do not act recklessly. We must deal with these enemies first. Amid the fierce battle, the Avengers gradually gained the upper hand. The enemy began to show signs of retreat and confusion. Now's the time, charge forward, Captain America shouted, leading his teammates towards the command center. Upon bursting into the command center, they found several scientists hurriedly operating instruments. Stop what you're doing, Captain America bellowed. The scientists were startled, ceasing their work. Iron Man approached to examine the data on the instruments. These individuals are attempting to transfer the Dark Energy Core, he stated. We cannot allow them to succeed. Thor raised Mjolnir, preparing to strike the instruments. Wait, Thor. Doctor Strange intercepted him. If we attack recklessly, it may trigger an explosion of dark energy. What should we do? Black Widow inquired. Ant-Man pondered and suggested, perhaps I could shrink down and infiltrate the instruments to sabotage their transfer process. That's too dangerous, Scott, Captain America cautioned. But it's our only option at the moment, Captain, Ant-Man insisted resolutely. Captain America nodded. All right, be careful. After shrinking, Ant-Man swiftly entered the interior of the instruments. Inside, he encountered a myriad of complex circuits and mechanical devices. Yet, utilizing his intellect and bravery, he successfully disrupted the transfer program. Done. Ant-Man's voice echoed through the communicator. Well done, Scott, everyone praised. Just then, a loud alarm suddenly blared throughout the base. This is bad. The self-destruct sequence may have been initiated, Iron Man declared. Everyone, evacuate quickly, Captain America shouted. The group hurried towards the exit. However, along the way, they faced more enemies and obstacles. Damn it, these guys just won't quit, Thor exclaimed angrily. Black Widow, shooting at the enemies, remarked, there's no time to get entangled with them. We must leave here as swiftly as possible. Doctor Strange conjured a spell, opening a passage for everyone. Quick, let's go this way. The group sprinted down the corridor, the sounds of explosions and collapses echoing behind them. At last, they escaped the base and emerged onto the surface. Phew, we made it, Ant-Man gasped. However, our mission is not yet complete. There are still other dark energy cores awaiting our discovery and protection, Captain America stated. The others nodded, their gazes filled with determination. At that moment, Iron Man's armor received a new piece of intelligence. That news, on the other side of the city, another anomaly of dark energy has been detected, he reported. It seems we must set out once more, Thor declared. Without a moment's hesitation, the members of the Avengers boarded the Quinjet and soared toward their new objective. On the other side of the city, within an abandoned research facility, the fluctuations of dark energy intensified. When the Avengers arrived, they found the place under the control of a group of mysterious armed militants. Who are these people? Black Widow inquired. Whoever they may be. We cannot allow them to seize the Dark Energy Core, Captain America asserted. The group stealthily approached the research facility, preparing to launch a surprise attack. Iron Man utilized his suit's cloaking feature to infiltrate the facility first. He discovered a vast laboratory housing a core device emanating potent dark energy. I found it, he communicated through his transmitter. Just then, he was spotted by a throng of armed militants. Open fire, the leader of the militants shouted. Iron Man swiftly evaded the attacks while countering with his own. Upon hearing the gunfire, the other Avengers understood their cover was blown and rushed into the facility. Captain America led the charge, using his shield to incapacitate several militants. Thor wielded Mjolnir, sending enemies flying with each strike. Black Widow and Doctor Strange expertly coordinated their efforts, dispatching adversaries one by one. Ant-Man utilized his unique abilities to create unexpected distractions at critical moments. As the Avengers unleashed their formidable assault, the militants gradually faltered. Surrender. You have no chance, Captain America bellowed. Sensing the tide turning, the militant leader attempted to flee with the Dark Energy Core. You won't escape. Iron Man fired an energy beam that struck the leader. The Dark Energy Core fell to the ground, exhibiting signs of instability. Not good, the core is going to explode, Doctor Strange shouted. The team quickly surrounded the Dark Energy Core, striving to stabilize it. Captain America shielded himself against the core's powerful energy release. Iron Man employed his suit's energy absorption device to siphon off the excess energy. Thor unleashed lightning from Mjolnir in an effort to neutralize the dark energy. Meanwhile, Black Widow and Doctor Strange utilized their respective skills to enhance their control over the core. Ant-Man anxiously watched from the sidelines, feeling helpless. After considerable effort, the dark energy core was finally stabilized. Phew, that was close. Ant-Man sighed in relief. However, we must not let our guard down, for greater dangers await us. Captain America stated. The group tidied the battlefield and departed from the research facility with the dark energy core in tow. As they journeyed back to the base, a profound silence enveloped them, each individual contemplating the impending battles and the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 33. The resolve to protect the Quinjet surged forward in the twilight glow. Its passengers, the members of the Avengers, bearing the recently stabilized dark energy core, their expressions grave. Captain Steve Rogers sat in his seat, gazing through the porthole into the distance, his mind swirling with thoughts. Memories of past battles flooded his consciousness. Each crisis felt like an ominous herald of the apocalypse, yet they had never faltered. This time would be no different, regardless of the cost. They must safeguard this core and uphold the peace of the world. He vowed silently, his clenched fists turning white at the joints. Iron Man, Tony Stark, diligently examined the data of his suit beside him. The recent skirmish had inflicted damage upon his armor, and he needed to ensure it was restored to optimal condition before the next confrontation. This damned core, infused with such formidable yet perilous energy. We must devise a method to handle it properly, he muttered to himself, his brow furrowed, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. Thor, the god of thunder, stood with arms crossed, eyes closed, seemingly recuperating his strength. However, his heart was restless. The glory of Asgard must not be tarnished in my hands. I shall wield my power to defend justice, he resolved, as Mjolnir stirred slightly beside him, sensing its master-esque determination. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, gently massaged her temples, fatigue settling in from the fierce battle. Yet her gaze remained resolute. No matter the adversary, I shall not retreat, she reassured herself. Replaying every detail of the conflict in her mind, pondering how to enhance the team's synergy. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, weaving intricate magical signs as he sought to sense the fluctuations of the dark energy core, attempting to unravel its secrets. The origins of this dark power are shrouded in mystery, and a significant conspiracy must lie behind it, he murmured, his expression serious and focused. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, appeared somewhat restless, his eyes fixed on the dark energy core, anxiety swirling within him. Such a potent entity, if it were to fall into the wrong hands, the consequences would be dire, he whispered, a hint of worry evident in his gaze. Upon returning to the base, the team immediately immersed themselves in urgent tasks. Captain America convened a meeting to deliberate on the secure containment and study of the dark energy core. We must ensure the safety of this core. It cannot fall into enemy hands, Captain America asserted gravely. Iron Man nodded. I will fortify the base's defense systems, establishing multiple safeguards to ensure absolute security. Thor rose to his feet. I shall remain vigilant by the core, using my strength to deter any foes who dare to approach. Black Widow proposed. We should form a dedicated research team to swiftly uncover the secrets of this core and discover methods to control and neutralize it. Doctor Strange expressed his agreement, stating that he could utilize his knowledge of magic to assist the research team. Ant-Man also spoke up enthusiastically, declaring that although his powers were limited, he would contribute to the best of his abilities. As the meeting concluded, everyone set about their tasks according to their assigned roles. Iron Man busily installed state-of-the-art surveillance equipment and defensive weapons throughout the base, his armored figure darting from corner to corner without pause. Thor sat vigilantly beside the dark energy core, his enchanted hammer poised for action as he scrutinized his surroundings. Black Widow swiftly assembled the research team, inviting leading scientists from around the globe to join their efforts. Doctor Strange perused ancient tomes within the Sanctum of Magic, searching for records pertaining to dark energy. Meanwhile, Ant-Man scurried about the base, aiding in the transportation of equipment and materials. However, amid their frenzied activity, a new crisis quietly loomed. The base's alarms suddenly blared, signaling the approach of a group of unidentified adversaries. Prepare for battle, Captain America shouted. The members of the Avengers quickly rallied, steeling themselves for the impending challenge. The enemy's assault was ferocious, armed with advanced weaponry and formidable combat prowess. Captain America led the charge, using his shield to deflect incoming bullets. Stay calm, maintain formation, he commanded with authority. Iron Man unleashed powerful energy beams from the skies, swiftly incapacitating a throng of foes. Thor swung his hammer, summoning lightning that sent enemies scattering in all directions. Black Widow expertly fired from her cover, each bullet striking true. Doctor Strange conjured magical traps, ensnaring the assailants in peril. Ant-Man leveraged his unique abilities to infiltrate the enemy ranks, sowing chaos. Under the relentless resistance of the Avengers, the enemy's offensive began to wane. Yet, at that moment, a formidable and mysterious figure emerged among the adversaries, exuding an aura of darkness and unmatched strength. You insignificant insects shall not thwart my plans. The enigmatic figure sneered. Captain America confronted him defiantly. Whoever you are, your schemes will not succeed. With a flourish of his hands, the mysterious figure unleashed a surge of potent dark energy towards the Avengers. The team scrambled to evade the onslaught as the base trembled under the force of the attack. Everyone, be cautious. Thor bellowed. Iron Man activated his armor's strongest defensive mode in an attempt to withstand the dark energy. Black Widow and Doctor Strange also unleashed their respective talents to combat the encroaching darkness. Amidst the chaos, Ant-Man discerned the mysterious figure's vulnerability. Rapidly enlarging himself as he charged forward. Prepare to meet your end, Ant-Man shouted. The mysterious figure deftly sidestepped, delivering a retaliatory blow that sent Ant-Man crashing to the ground. Scott! His teammates gasped in alarm. Witnessing Ant-Man's injury ignited a fierce rage within Captain America. Everyone unite. Defeat him, he shouted, charging towards the enigmatic adversary. The members of the Avengers have once again united, launching a final assault against the enigmatic foe. Chapter 34, Clash in the Darkness. Inside the base, chaos reigns as flames of battle rage and smoke envelopes the air. The dark energy of the mysterious adversary crashes against the Avengers' defenses like a relentless tide. Captain America. Steve Rogers grits his teeth, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit. He resolutely declares within himself, I shall not retreat. His body stands as an unyielding fortress as he charges toward the mysterious figure. Each step is firm and powerful, his shield glinting with unwavering resolve. No matter how formidable you may be, justice shall triumph over evil. He silently vows, beads of sweat trickling down his resolute face, yet his gaze remains unwavering. Iron Man. Tony Stark hovers in midair, the light from his armor flickering in the darkness. What manner of being is this? He ponders while unleashing a barrage of energy attacks. J.A.R.V.I.S. Analyzes energy patterns. I must identify a weakness. His voice resonates through the suit, tinged with urgency. Nonetheless, his hands deftly maneuver the weapon systems, launching energy beams toward the mysterious adversary like shooting stars. Thor, the god of thunder, wields his mighty hammer, summoning a colossal web of lightning to ensnare the dark antagonist. Tremble before the might of the god of thunder, you vile creature of darkness. He bellows, each roar accompanied by thunderous claps. His eyes burn with fury and determination, resolved to fight for peace, no matter the cost. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, deftly navigates through the hail of bullets in a corner of the battlefield. Her heart races as she strives to maintain composure and find the perfect moment to strike. Continuously shifting her position, she accurately targets the enemy, providing cover for her allies. Fear shall not dominate my heart. I am Black Widow, and I shall not falter. She encourages herself, her gaze sharp and resolute. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gestures with his hands, conjuring magical runes that burst forth with brilliant light. Reveal your secrets. Mysterious dark power. He chants, attempting to uncover the weaknesses of the enigmatic foe through sorcery. A protective barrier of magic envelopes him while he relentlessly assaults the adversary. The power of magic shall surely dispel the darkness. He firmly believes in his abilities, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the conflict. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, rises from the ground. Undeterred despite having just been downed by the mysterious figure. I shall not be defeated so easily. He grits his teeth and reactivates his suit. Instantly, he enlarges and charges toward the adversary. Prepare to feel my strength, he shouts, recklessly launching himself into the fray. The mysterious being, confronted by the Avengers' fierce onslaught, shows no sign of fear. Your resistance is futile. He sneers, dark energy coalescing in his hands into a massive sphere, hurling it toward the heroes. Captain America, witnessing the impending attack, swiftly raises his shield to absorb the impact of the energy ball. Yet, the force is so great that it forces him back several steps. Everyone, be cautious, he warns his comrades. Iron Man sees the opportunity to unleash a powerful energy pulse, striking the enigmatic figure squarely in the chest. However, the mysterious entity merely quivered slightly before swiftly regaining composure and launching another assault. The thunderous clash of Thor's lightning against the dark energy of the unknown being erupted in a cacophony of explosions, causing the entire base to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. Black Widow, having found an impeccable shooting angle, unleashed a barrage of bullets that accurately struck the figure's head. Yet, the mysterious being appeared to possess formidable defenses, rendering the bullets largely ineffective. Doctor Strange conjured magical runes that formed an imprisoning array around the figure, but with a powerful sweep, the enigmatic entity shattered the spell. Ant-Man's charge was effortlessly evaded, and he was sent sprawling by a decisive kick. Frustration welled within Ant-Man as he crashed heavily to the ground, filled with a sense of helplessness. The members of the Avengers gradually felt overwhelmed, their foe's strength surpassing their wildest expectations. Could they truly be unable to vanquish him? A flicker of despair crossed Captain America's mind, yet he swiftly dispelled the emotion. No, we cannot surrender. As long as we stand united, there must be a way. He rallied his teammates with fervor. Iron Man gasped for breath, affirming the captain's resolve. We cannot concede defeat. Thor raised his mighty hammer once more, urging them to attack again. Black Widow reloaded her ammunition, declaring her readiness. Doctor Strange adjusted the potency of his magic, confident that this time they would prevail. Ant-Man rose again, resolute not to falter. The Avengers regrouped, their eyes alight with determination and resolve. This time, they would fight with every fiber of their being for justice and the peace of the world against the enigmatic foe. The mysterious being regarded the revitalized Avengers with a flicker of surprise, but soon reverted to an expression of indifference. Foolish mortals, he scoffed. Captain America charged forward, with Iron Man, Thor, Black Widow, Doctor Strange, and Ant-Man following closely behind. Their onslaught descended upon the enigmatic figure like a tempest. The being continuously deflected their strikes, unleashing dark energy in response, leading to a fierce stalemate. At that moment, Iron Man discerned a subtle vulnerability in the figure's defenses. Captain, strike his left side. Without hesitation, Captain America complied, delivering a fierce blow to the figure's left flank with his shield. Taken aback by the sudden offensive, the mysterious being staggered slightly. Seizing the moment, Thor unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning from his hammer, striking the entity directly. Simultaneously, Black Widow and Doctor Strange launched their strongest attacks, while Ant-Man created chaos at the figure's feet. Through their coordinated efforts, the Avengers finally glimpsed victory as the mysterious being began to falter. His dark energy waned, and numerous wounds marred his form. Now is the time, let us strike decisively, Captain America shouted. The team launched their final assault. And under the overwhelming pressure of their combined might, the mysterious figure could no longer withstand the onslaught and fell to the ground. We did it, Ant-Man exclaimed, brimming with excitement. As the celebratory atmosphere lingered, an unexpected alarm echoed throughout the base. This is dire. The dark energy core is exhibiting anomalous fluctuations, Iron Man declared. The members of the Avengers, forsaking any notion of rest, swiftly made their way towards the storage chamber of the dark energy core. Upon their arrival, they were met with a troubling sight. The core was expanding ominously, as if on the verge of detonation. What are we to do? Black Widow exclaimed anxiously. Doctor Strange stepped forward, stating, allow me to attempt stabilizing it with magic. He waved his hands, and magical runes began to swirl around the dark energy core. Yet, the fluctuations persisted unabated. Alas, my magic is insufficient to counter this, Doctor Strange said, his expression grave. What shall we do now? Ant-Man inquired, worry etched across his face. Captain America furrowed his brow in contemplation before slowly suggesting, perhaps we could relocate it to a safer location. But where might that be? Iron Man asked, his brow knitted in confusion. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, Thor spoke up. I know of a place that may be able to contain it. Where? They all inquired in unison. Asgard, Thor answered resolutely. However, Black Widow expressed her concern. This course of action carries significant risk. It is our only option at this moment. Captain America replied, his gaze resolute. Thus, the Avengers made the bold decision to transport the dark energy core to Asgard in hopes of sealing it away. A thrilling new adventure was about to unfold. Chapter 35, The Journey to Seal Asgard within the perilous confines of the base. The unstable fluctuations of the dark energy core intensified, resembling a bomb primed to explode, evoking a sense of urgency among the Avengers. Captain Steve Rogers fixated on the core, which flickered with an eerie light, veins bulging on his forehead. We must decide swiftly. We cannot allow this to wreak further havoc. His voice was low yet urgent, his eyes betraying unwavering determination. Iron Man, Tony Stark, soared around the core, his armor scanners tirelessly collecting data. The energy readings had exceeded safe limits, and the potential for catastrophe loomed ominously. Anxiety tinged his tone as his mind raced for a solution. Thor, gripping his enchanted hammer, addressed the group with resolute conviction. Asgard possesses ancient sealing magic that might be capable of controlling this dark energy. However, the journey is fraught with peril. His voice resonated powerfully, instilling courage within the team. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, furrowed her brow, acknowledging the adventure ahead. This is a risk we must take. We have no other choice. A glimmer of resolve shone in her eyes, affirming their commitment to the mission. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, clasped his hands together, magical light flickering at his fingertips. I can conjure a pathway to Asgard, though my powers may not endure for long. His expression was somber, fully aware of the formidable challenge that lay ahead. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, patted his chest and assured everyone, fear not, I shall do my utmost to assist. Though his stature was relatively diminutive, the determination in his eyes was unwavering. All right, it is settled. Doctor Strange, open the portal. Captain America commanded decisively. Taking a deep breath, Doctor Strange waved his hands and recited an enigmatic incantation. A radiant portal, shimmering with otherworldly light, gradually unfolded before them. Be cautious, stay close to me. Thor, the god of thunder, was the first to step into the portal, followed closely by the others. Within the portal, a kaleidoscope of colors swirled like a vortex, powerful energy buffeting against their bodies. "Hold on tight," Captain America shouted, shielding himself with his shield as he pressed onward with great difficulty. Iron Man's armor emitted a series of alarms under the strain of the energy. Yet he gritted his teeth resolutely, declaring, "This minor inconvenience shall not deter me." Black Widow clung tightly to Thor's cloak, unwilling to be swept away by the torrent of energy. Ant-Man, buffeted by the immense energy, felt his body sway. "Oh dear, this is quite uncomfortable." At last, they tumbled out of the portal, arriving upon the hallowed grounds of Asgard. The sky above shimmered with mysterious luminescence, and grand edifices and breathtaking vistas unfolded before their eyes. However, there was no time to admire the beauty. "Follow me to the site of the seal," Thor urged, leading the group swiftly onward. Along the way, Asgardian warriors cast curious glances, but upon witnessing Thor's grave demeanor, they recognized the gravity of the situation and parted to clear the path. Eventually, they reached an ancient temple. "This is the site of the seal. We must place the core of dark energy upon the altar to activate the sealing magic," Thor instructed. The group cautiously carried the dark energy core into the temple. As the core approached the altar, a powerful repulsion surged forth, knocking them back. "What is happening?" Iron Man inquired. Thor furrowed his brow. "It seems the dark energy resists the seal. We cannot yield." Captain America charged forward once more, attempting to place the core upon the altar. The others rallied behind him, straining against the repelling force. Through their collective efforts, the core of dark energy was finally set upon the altar. "Now, activate the sealing magic." Thor raised Mjolnir high and began to chant an ancient incantation. Mysterious runes began to glow upon the altar, enveloping the dark energy core in brilliant light. However, just as the sealing process neared completion, the dark energy erupted violently, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent them flying once again. "This is dire," Black Widow exclaimed. "We must not let it spiral out of control." Doctor Strange waved his hands, conjuring a formidable magical shield in an attempt to obstruct the shockwave. Iron Man engaged the maximum power of his suit, firing energy beams in an effort to subdue the dark energy. Ant-Man transformed into his giant form, using his body to shield against a portion of the impact. Captain America charged once more toward the altar, determined to succeed. Meanwhile, Thor swung Mjolnir with increased vigor, his voice rising in intensity as he continued to recite the incantation. Through the concerted efforts of all, the dark energy was gradually subdued, and the sealing magic was successfully activated. The radiance from the altar began to recede, and the core of the dark energy was completely sealed away. Exhausted, the group collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. "We have finally succeeded," Captain America remarked, a look of relief gracing his features. "Yet this victory is but fleeting. We must remain vigilant," Iron Man cautioned. Thor nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, we must be ever watchful for the resurgence of dark forces." At that moment, Odin, the king of Asgard, appeared before them. "Brave warriors, you have made tremendous contributions to the peace of the universe." Odin's voice resonated with authority and solemnity. The assembled heroes rose and paid their respects to Odin. "Though this crisis has been averted, many more challenges await you in the future," Odin continued. "However, as long as you stand united, nothing shall impede your progress." The Avengers exchanged resolute glances, their eyes brimming with determination. "We shall," Captain America affirmed. Subsequently, Odin raised his hand to bestow blessings upon them, and the Avengers departed Asgard, embarking on a new journey. On their way back to Earth, each member fell into deep contemplation. "This experience has taught me that dark forces will never truly vanish. We must continually strengthen ourselves," Captain America reflected. "Indeed, we must upgrade our gear and technology to face even more formidable foes," Iron Man added. "We must also enhance our strength and combat skills," Thor remarked. "Moreover, intelligence gathering is crucial. We must stay ahead of our enemies' movements," Black Widow stated. "I will diligently study more magic to provide support for everyone," Doctor Strange vowed. "I too shall become stronger," Ant-Man declared. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation and resolve for the future, knowing that the path to safeguarding peace would be long, yet they remained undaunted. Chapter 36. New Shadows. Upon returning to Earth, the Avengers barely had a moment to recuperate before they found themselves engulfed in a new crisis. One day, Iron Man, Tony Stark, sat in his laboratory, furrowing his brow over a pile of data. His new suit had sustained damage during the previous battle, and the repair process was progressing slowly. "Jarvis, what is going on? Why do these materials consistently fail to meet our requirements?" he grumbled, tapping the keyboard irritably. "Sir, it may be that we need to seek new sources of materials. The resources known on Earth appear insufficient for our needs," Jarvis's voice echoed in the lab. Just then, Captain America, Steve Rogers, walked in. "Tony, what's the matter? You look quite troubled." Iron Man looked up, Captain, our equipment needs upgrading. But our current resources are limiting our development. Captain America frowned. Then we must devise a solution. We cannot allow equipment issues to hinder our ability to confront future threats. Meanwhile, Thor, the god of thunder, sensed unusual signs in the realm of Asgard. In his conversation with Loki, he learned of a mysterious force quietly rising from the depths of the universe. Loki, are you certain your information is reliable? Thor questioned, skepticism etched upon his face. Loki shrugged. Brother, when will you ever trust me? This force is immensely powerful and steeped in malevolence. Thor pondered for a moment. I must return to Earth and inform the Avengers. On Earth, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, received a cryptic phone call. The voice on the other end was deep and indistinct. Avengers, your doom approaches. Instantly alert, Black Widow demanded, who are you? What is your purpose? Yet, the line went dead, leaving only silence. Doctor Strange, within the confines of the Sanctum Sanctorum, sensed a surge of dark energy through his magical awareness. This power was unusual. Seemingly with a clear intent, he murmured to himself. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, while playing with his daughter, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of dread. What is happening? Is something ominous about to unfold? Soon after, the members of the Avengers reconvened. Have you all heard about the recent strange occurrences? Captain America inquired, casting a serious gaze upon them. Iron Man nodded. It appears we are in trouble once more. Thor added, I received some news in Asgard. A mysterious force is on the rise. Black Widow interjected. I too received a threatening call. Doctor Strange remarked, I have detected anomalies through my magic. Ant-Man confessed, I have an unsettling premonition as well. Whatever it is, we must be prepared, Captain America asserted. They commenced an investigation into the origins of these mysterious events. Iron Man utilized his advanced technology. Black Widow employed her intelligence-gathering skills. Doctor Strange wielded his magic for exploration, and Thor reached out to the powers of Asgard. After considerable effort, they finally unearthed some clues. It seemed to be connected to an organization known as the Shadow Alliance. Iron Man gazed at the data on the screen. Shadow Alliance? I've never heard of them. As far as I know, this organization has remained hidden, attempting to seize control of the world, Black Widow explained. Then we must quickly uncover their plans and stop them, Thor declared. Consequently, the Avengers delved deeper into their investigation. They discovered that the Shadow Alliance was secretly constructing a powerful weapon capable of unleashing enough energy to obliterate the entire planet. We cannot allow them to succeed, Captain America stated. However, we still do not know the location of their weapon manufacturing site, Iron Man noted. At that moment, Ant-Man proposed an idea. Perhaps I could shrink down and infiltrate their organization to gather intelligence. That's far too dangerous, Scott, Black Widow cautioned. But it's our only option at this point. Ant-Man insisted resolutely. Ultimately, everyone agreed to Ant-Man's plan. He successfully infiltrated the Shadow Alliance, only to soon realize that their defenses were far more formidable than he had anticipated. Alas, trouble has arisen. Ant-Man cautiously maneuvered in the corner. Just as he was about to gather intelligence, he inadvertently triggered an alarm. Oh no. Ant-Man swiftly turned and fled. Members of the Shadow Alliance immediately commenced their pursuit. Ant-Man desperately evaded capture through the narrow corridors. Captain, I've been spotted, he exclaimed. Hold on, Scott, Captain America urged. Utilizing his unique abilities, Ant-Man deftly eluded the enemy's grasp time and again. Ultimately, he successfully escaped the Shadow Alliance's stronghold, bringing back crucial intelligence. Their weapon manufacturing site is located in an abandoned factory, Ant-Man gasped. Then we must set off at once, Captain America declared. The Avengers hastily proceeded towards the derelict factory. Upon their arrival, they discovered the members of the Shadow Alliance diligently engaged in the final assembly of their weaponry. We cannot allow them to complete this, Thor bellowed. An intense battle erupted instantaneously. Iron Man unleashed energy beams from the sky. Captain America charged forward, deflecting enemy attacks with his shield. Thor wielded Mjolnir, releasing formidable lightning. Black Widow agilely navigated among the foes, delivering lethal strikes. Doctor Strange employed his magic to manipulate the battlefield, while Ant-Man played a pivotal role at a crucial moment, creating unexpected disruptions for the adversaries. However, the members of the Shadow Alliance were not to be underestimated. They fiercely retaliated, resulting in a stalemate. This cannot continue, Captain America remarked. At that moment, Iron Man discovered the weapon's core device. If we destroy this core, the weapon will be rendered inoperable, he shouted. Without hesitation, Captain America charged towards the core device. The Shadow Alliance members recognized his intent and launched an assault against him. Captain, the team gasped. In a critical moment, Thor used Mjolnir to shield Captain America from the majority of the attacks. Captain America ultimately succeeded in destroying the core device. With the core's destruction, the weapon detonated, and the Shadow Alliance's plan was utterly thwarted. We did it, the team cheered. However, before they could celebrate, they realized the explosion had triggered a series of chain reactions. We must evacuate, quickly, Captain America shouted. The Avengers swiftly fled the scene. Once they were safely distanced from the danger, they gazed at the ruins. Their hearts filled with reflection. "This is merely the beginning. Greater challenges await us in the future," Captain America stated. The team nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with resolve. "As long as we stand united, nothing can defeat us," Iron Man affirmed. The Avengers embarked once more on their quest to safeguard the world. Chapter 37. Aftermath unfolds following the harrowing battle. Although the Avengers succeeded in thwarting the Shadow Alliance's scheme to annihilate the Earth, the chain reactions triggered by the explosion plunged them into a new predicament. Iron Man, Tony Stark, gazed at the smoldering ruins, the glow of his armor dimming in the waning sunlight. The victory they achieved came at a considerable cost. He murmured to himself, a sense of unease filling his heart. Among the remnants of the weaponry, there might still lurk unknown dangers. His eyes scanned the debris, his mind racing with thoughts of potential aftermaths. Beside him stood Captain America, Steve Rogers, his expression grave. "At least we have averted disaster," he declared, his voice resolute, striving to offer a semblance of comfort. "Yet, we must remain vigilant. This may merely be the inception of a grander scheme." His gaze was profound, as if capable of piercing through the fog before them, foreseeing the latent threats of the future. Thor, the god of thunder, crossed his arms, his brow furrowed. In the realm of the gods, such threats had never ceased. His voice resonated like thunder. "As long as I am here, the forces of darkness shall not ravage the earth." He lifted his eyes to the sky, his thoughts consumed by the safety of Asgard, while acutely aware that Earth, too, required his guardianship at this moment. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, gently brushed off the dust from her attire, a hint of fatigue evident in her eyes. "We must promptly clear the scene to prevent any residual hazardous materials from leaking." She spoke with calm decisiveness, her years of experience as an agent allowing her to maintain clarity amidst chaos. "We also need to be vigilant for any remnants of the Shadow Alliance that might have escaped." Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands, invoking magic to sense the energy fluctuations around him. The magical essence of this area was unusually tumultuous. "I require time to study it," he thought, his countenance serious, the power of magic flickering in his eyes as he endeavored to uncover the truth concealed beneath the surface. This could potentially disrupt the entire magical equilibrium of the Earth. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, busied himself checking his equipment. Despite some damage sustained during the battle, his spirits remained high. "Hey, everyone, lighten up. Didn't we win?" he chuckled, attempting to ease the tension in the air. However, the tasks ahead will not be easy. With renewed determination, the group sprang into action. Iron Man employed his armor's scanning capabilities to conduct a thorough examination of the ruins. Captain America organized personnel for cleanup and rescue operations. Thor patrolled the perimeter, guarding against potential enemy ambushes. Black Widow coordinated communication among various factions to ensure the flow of information. Dr. Strange delved into the anomalies of magic, and Ant-Man utilized his unique abilities to assist in locating any possible hazardous items. However, as their efforts progressed, they discovered that the issues at hand were far more intricate than they had anticipated. Iron Man stumbled upon peculiar substances amidst the rubble, seemingly unbound by the laws of known science. "What on earth is this? Jarvis, can you analyze it?" he pondered aloud, intensifying the scanning process. "If this is the Shadow Alliance's latest research, we could be in serious trouble." During the rescue operations, Captain America encountered several trapped individuals exhibiting strange symptoms, as though influenced by some unknown energy. "We must expedite their transport to the hospital for treatment." His heart was filled with anxiety, yet his movements remained methodical. As Thor patrolled, he sensed a faint but malevolent force lurking in the distance. "Who goes there? Show yourself." He raised his mighty hammer, prepared to counter any impending attack. However, the sinister presence vanished before he could draw closer. Meanwhile, Black Widow, while engaging with various factions, discovered that some entities harbored doubts and discontent towards the Avengers' actions, claiming they had wrought excessive destruction and chaos. "Everything we do is for the protection of all, yet we are now faced with these accusations." A sense of helplessness washed over her, yet she steadfastly defended the Avengers' cause. Dr. Strange, immersed in his magical studies, discerned that the recent events seemed linked to dark forces within the multiverse. This was a dire omen. If left unchecked, the consequences could be catastrophic. His brow furrowed deeper, fully aware of the monumental challenges ahead. Ant-Man, in his quest for hazardous artifacts, inadvertently fell into a concealed trap, but fortunately, his teammates arrived just in time to rescue him. "That was a close call," he remarked, still shaken. As night fell, the group convened, their expressions grave. "The situation is far worse than we imagined," Iron Man broke the silence. "But we cannot falter. We must devise a solution," Captain America asserted. "Perhaps we should investigate the background of the Shadow Alliance, probing into their funding sources and hidden benefactors," suggested Black Widow. "I can utilize my magic to attempt to trace that malevolent force," Dr. Strange offered. I will continue to study these peculiar substances, seeking to uncover their uses and vulnerabilities. Iron Man added, Thor and I will bolster the surrounding defenses to ensure no enemies exploit our weaknesses, Captain America declared. Ant-Man raised his hand. What about me? You and Black Widow will continue aiding in rescue efforts while staying vigilant for any new leads, Captain America instructed. With their roles clearly defined, they plunged back into their urgent tasks. In the days that followed, they encountered myriad challenges. Iron Man labored tirelessly in the lab. Yet the secrets of the strange substances eluded him. Doctor Strange embarked on daring pursuits through the multiverse but continuously missed the dark force. Black Widow and Ant-Man faced numerous obstacles and dangers during their rescue missions. Captain America and Thor remained in a state of heightened alert as they fortified their defenses. Yet, the Avengers did not waver. They firmly believed that through unity, they could surmount any trials and safeguard the peace and tranquility of Earth. One day, Iron Man made a groundbreaking discovery during his experiments. I believe I may have identified the source of these substances, he exclaimed excitedly. The team gathered around, eager for his explanation. These materials appear to be linked to a clandestine organization that has been secretly researching powers beyond modern technology, Iron Man revealed. Could this be the very benefactor behind the Shadow Alliance? Captain America inquired. It is highly probable, Iron Man replied. We must swiftly uncover clues leading to this organization. At that moment, Doctor Strange brought forth intriguing news. I have uncovered some clues regarding the malevolent force within the multiverse, seemingly linked to an ancient magical ritual. What could possibly connect all of this? Black Widow pondered. Regardless, we are one step closer to the truth, Captain America remarked. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a far grander conspiracy was quietly brewing. Chapter 38. The whirlwind of conspiracy. As Iron Man revealed his new findings, the atmosphere within the Avengers grew palpably tense. Captain America, Steve Rogers, crossed his arms, his expression grave. If this is true, what we face may be far more complex than we imagined. His gaze was resolute, as if he were prepared to confront any challenges that lay ahead. Iron Man, Tony Stark, adjusted his glasses. A glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. This mysterious organization is deeply concealed. We must delve into the clues from the Shadow Alliance to uncover their connections. As he spoke, he deftly manipulated the vast virtual screen before him, a rapid succession of data and images flashing by. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped his hammer with a serious demeanor. Regardless of the forces at play, those who dare threaten the peace of Earth shall face the wrath of the Thunder God. His voice resonated like thunder, imbued with an unassailable authority. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, narrowed her eyes slightly, calmly analyzing. We need to meticulously review all previous intelligence, leaving no detail overlooked. Perhaps we can identify a crucial breakthrough. Her mind was sharp and agile, akin to a panther on the hunt, ever ready to strike. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands, the glow of magic flickering at his fingertips. That ancient magical ritual may hold the key to unraveling this mystery. I must delve deeper to uncover any clues it may reveal. His expression was one of unwavering focus, wholly immersed in the pursuit of magical knowledge. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, listened intently, unable to restrain himself. What can I do to help? I wish to contribute to our efforts. His eyes sparkled with eagerness and determination. Captain America placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Scott, you and Black Widow continue to assist in gathering intelligence. Even the most seemingly trivial information could be pivotal in solving this puzzle. Thus, the group sprang into action. Iron Man labored tirelessly in his laboratory, analyzing data in search of traces of financial flow and technological exchanges between the mysterious organization and the Shadow Alliance. Each number, each curve presented a riddle awaiting his resolution. Thor returned to Asgard, seeking the wisdom and guidance of the gods. Within the resplendent palace, he conversed with Odin and other deities, hoping to unearth clues from ancient legends and prophecies relevant to the current crisis. Black Widow and Ant-Man navigated the shadowy corners of the city, meeting various informants to gather hidden secrets. They danced on the edge of danger, aware that a single misstep could lead them into the enemy's trap. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange immersed himself in the realm of magic, poring over ancient tomes, reciting incantations in an attempt to unlock the secrets of that enigmatic ritual. Surrounded by an otherworldly glow and enigmatic runes, he felt as though he had been transported to an alternate dimension. However, as their investigation deepened, they found themselves ensnared in a vast web of conspiracy. Iron Man uncovered that beneath the facade of seemingly ordinary business transactions lay illicit dealings in a mysterious substance. With the proceeds funneled into obscure accounts, there was undoubtedly a hidden hand orchestrating these events. He muttered to himself, his brow furrowed in concentration. Thor, the god of thunder, returned from Asgard bearing shocking news. It was said that ancient records spoke of similar dark forces that had once threatened to annihilate the entire universe. During a reconnaissance mission, Black Widow and Ant-Man narrowly escaped exposure, thanks to Black Widow's remarkable adaptability that turned peril into safety. That was far too close. The enemy seems to have caught wind of our movements, Ant-Man remarked, visibly shaken, in his study of magical rituals. Doctor Strange discovered that his sorcery was being interfered with by an unknown force, hindering progress significantly. This force was formidable and imbued with malice, enveloping him in an unprecedented sense of pressure. Just as confusion and anxiety enveloped the group, a mysterious figure emerged, claiming to be an emissary of a clandestine organization. He demanded that the Avengers cease their investigation, or face dire consequences. You self-righteous heroes have no idea what you are truly up against, the enigmatic envoy taunted, his voice laced with derision and menace. Captain America stood resolute. No matter how powerful you may be, we shall not relent. Justice will triumph over evil. The mysterious envoy sneered, then you shall see what awaits you. With that, he vanished without a trace. Undeterred by his threats, the members of the Avengers grew more resolute in their quest to unveil the conspiracy. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, we shall forge onward. Captain America inspired his comrades. Iron Man clenched his fist. Indeed, we must uncover the truth and make them pay. Thor brandished his mighty hammer. Let them witness the power of the Avengers. Black Widow's gaze was steely. We will not falter. Doctor Strange clasped his hands in determination. Magic shall be with us. Ant-Man stood tall. I will not be afraid either. In the days that followed, the Avengers faced increasingly daunting challenges. They were repeatedly besieged by adversaries, their investigative efforts thwarted at every turn. Yet, they persisted, supporting and encouraging one another, step by step advancing towards the truth. During one operation, they uncovered a crucial stronghold of the mysterious organization. This may be our opportunity, Captain America declared. Cautiously, they approached the stronghold, readying themselves for an assault. However, upon entering, they found the place deserted, save for a massive screen displaying the ominous words, "You have fallen into a dead end." At that moment, alarms blared, and countless enemies surged from all directions. Prepare for battle, Captain America shouted, charging forward into the fray. A fierce battle erupted once more in Chapter 39, the counterattack in desperation, as the enemies surged forth like a relentless tide from all directions. The members of the Avengers instantly transitioned into combat mode. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gripped his shield firmly, his gaze resolute and unyielding, his heartbeat steady and strong, each breath imbued with unwavering courage. Remain calm and do not falter, he bellowed, his voice cutting through the cacophony of chaos. Iron Man, Tony Stark, activated his armor in an instant, emitting a dazzling brilliance. His eyes sparkled with the thrill of combat and a palpable disdain for his adversaries. Come forth and witness my prowess, he proclaimed, unleashing a barrage of energy beams that swiftly incapacitated a swath of foes. Thor, the god of thunder, brandished his mighty hammer, as lightning wove a splendid web around him. His roar reverberated throughout the space. You wretched knaves dare to act with impunity before the god of thunder. With each swing of his hammer, a deafening thunderclap followed, compelling the enemies to retreat before his formidable strength. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, moved with the grace of a panther, weaving effortlessly through the ranks of adversaries. Armed with specially crafted weapons in each hand, her strikes landed with precision, leaving no respite for her foes. You shall not pass. Her icy, unwavering gaze revealed extraordinary combat prowess. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, magic illuminating at his fingertips as he chanted incantations, conjuring an array of potent spells. The forces of darkness cannot obstruct the light of justice. His magical power formed shields that protected his comrades while inflicting significant damage upon the enemy. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, rapidly enlarged, his towering form became an impenetrable barrier. With forceful sweeps of his arms, he repelled the encroaching enemies. Behold, I shall not let you prevail. His voice resonated with strength and determination. However, the enemy numbers continued to swell, seemingly endless. Their relentless assaults began to weigh heavily on the Avengers. Captain America's arms ached from the incessant barrage. Yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely holding his ground. We cannot retreat, for the sake of justice, he silently vowed, his eyes betraying no hint of retreat. Iron Man's armor energy dwindled, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. J-A-R-V-I-S. Calculate the optimal attack route. He strategized mid-battle, swiftly adapting his tactics. Thor's stamina also waned, his breaths growing labored, yet the hammer remained unyielding in his grasp. I am the god of thunder. I shall not fall. He rallied himself inwardly, summoning strength. Black Widow bore several minor wounds, yet her movements remained agile, her resolve unshaken. I must hold on, she urged herself, ever vigilant for the enemy's vulnerabilities. Doctor Strange's magical energy was nearly depleted, his complexion pale, yet he persevered in casting spells to support his allies. I cannot allow my magic to falter, he vowed silently. Ant-Man's body trembled under the weight of the relentless assaults, yet he remained steadfast. I must protect everyone. His unwavering conviction propelled him to continue fighting. At that moment, the enemy launched a sudden and ferocious attack, concentrating their might to breach the Avengers' defenses. This is bad, Captain America exclaimed, alarmed. Iron Man attempted to thwart the enemy with energy beams, but to little effect. Thor rushed forward, seeking to intercept the onslaught, only to be repelled by the formidable force of the adversaries. Black Widow found herself encircled, ensnared in peril. Doctor Strange's magical shield was shattered, leaving him vulnerable to the enemy's strikes. Ant-Man was struck down, collapsing to the ground. Are we to fail like this? A flicker of despair crossed Captain America's heart. Yet, in that dire moment, he glimpsed the resolute gazes of his comrades. No, we shall not falter, he proclaimed. We are the Avengers. We shall never surrender. Those words ignited a flame within their hearts, rekindling their spirits and unleashing a more formidable force. Iron Man's suit surged with energy, and he unleashed a powerful energy pulse, obliterating the foes before him. Thor raised Mjolnir once more, summoning an even mightier lightning strike that toppled the surrounding enemies. Black Widow broke free from her captors, delivering a lethal blow to those who besieged her. Doctor Strange regained his arcane prowess, casting a formidable spell that ensnared the enemy within a powerful magical circle. Ant-Man rose from the ground, expanding in size once again, and with immense strength, he utterly dismantled the enemy's defenses. The Avengers coordinated their efforts seamlessly, launching wave after wave of counterattacks. The enemy began to crumble under their overwhelming onslaught, gradually losing the will to resist. Don't let them escape, Captain America shouted. The team pursued relentlessly, ensuring the foes had no chance of retreat. After an intense battle, the enemies were finally vanquished. The members of the Avengers stood weary upon the battlefield, their bodies marked by scars and sweat, yet their eyes shone with the joy and pride of victory. We did it, Iron Man exclaimed with exhilaration. But this is merely the beginning. Greater challenges await us, Captain America reminded. The group nodded in agreement, aware that the road ahead remained fraught with difficulty, yet they understood that as long as they stood united, nothing could hinder their progress. Just then, Iron Man's communicator buzzed to life. Mr. Stark, we have detected a new energy signal of unknown origin, Jarvis's voice announced. The expressions of the group turned serious once more. It appears we have a new mission, Captain America stated. Without hesitation, the Avengers readied their gear, preparing to face the next challenge. Chapter 40. The unknown energy signal on the battlefield where the fierce conflict had just concluded. The smoke had yet to dissipate completely, and the Avengers stood amidst the wreckage. Panting heavily, Captain America, Steve Rogers, rested his hands on his knees, beads of sweat cascading down his resolute cheeks. He lifted his gaze towards the heavens, his eyes betraying a hint of weariness, yet predominantly exuding determination. We have endured this battle, but new challenges are undoubtedly on the horizon. His voice, though somewhat hoarse, remained imbued with strength. Iron Man, Tony Stark, perched upon a partially toppled boulder, sparks flickering from the damaged components of his armor. While assessing the extent of the armor's injuries, he remarked, "This new energy signal certainly has an impeccable sense of timing. J-A-R-V-I-S. Can you ascertain its precise location?" His brow furrowed, his expression grave. Thor, the god of thunder, stood nearby, gripping Mjolnir, his muscles trembling slightly from the recent skirmish. "Whatever it may be, I shall shatter it if it threatens peace." The fervor for battle ignited in his gaze. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, delicately wiped the blood from her face, her movements graceful and composed. "We must swiftly recuperate our strength and prepare for what lies ahead." Her eyes scanned each teammate, silently assessing their conditions. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, stood with arms crossed, eyes closed, attuning himself to the magical energy fluctuations in the vicinity. This energy is enigmatic, seemingly harboring formidable power. He opened his eyes, a grave expression adorning his face. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, hopped excitedly nearby, his fatigue evident, yet his optimism unwavering. "Hey folks, at least we're still alive, right? No matter what new troubles arise, we can handle it." Captain America straightened his posture, inhaling deeply, and declared, "Everyone, let us return to the base and recuperate. We must confront this unknown energy signal in our finest form." The team nodded in unison and boarded the Quinjet. Upon returning to the base, each member engaged in recuperation and preparations. Iron Man busied himself with repairing his armor. Thor trained to regain his strength. Black Widow sifted through intelligence. Doctor Strange continued his study of the energy signal, while Ant-Man assisted in calibrating the equipment. Captain America gathered everyone for a meeting. "Given our current circumstances, our knowledge of this energy signal is scant, yet its emergence is anything but coincidental." He surveyed each individual, emphasizing the necessity of thorough preparation. Iron Man lifted his head, saying, My armor is nearly restored, with some new devices to counter the unknown energy. Thor swung Mjolnir and declared, I am ready. I can engage in battle at any moment. Black Widow remarked, I have gathered some intelligence that may be related to the energy signal, but further analysis is required. Doctor Strange added, I have made some progress in my study of this energy, but I cannot yet ascertain its origin or intent. Ant-Man chimed in. I will do my utmost, and I won't hold anyone back. Captain America nodded, stating, all right, once everyone is prepared, we shall depart immediately. Soon. The Avengers embarked on their journey once more. Guided by the energy signal, they arrived at a secluded valley. A peculiar mist enveloped the area, obscuring the path ahead. Captain America treaded cautiously ahead, his shield poised to counter any imminent danger. Iron Man activated the suit's illumination and scanning systems, striving to pierce through the dense fog enveloping the area. An unsettling aura permeated the surroundings. Everyone remained vigilant. Thor, wielding his mighty hammer, scanned the vicinity with keen alertness. I sense an unusual presence here. Black Widow trailed closely behind, her weapon firmly grasped. Stay alert. Doctor Strange conjured spells in an effort to disperse the fog, which appeared to be manipulated by an unknown force, rendering it difficult to dissipate. Ant-Man shrank down to a minuscule size, conducting aerial reconnaissance. I will investigate ahead. Shortly after Ant-Man took flight, a startled exclamation echoed through the air. This is bad. We have a situation. The team hurried towards his direction. In a clearing, a colossal energy vortex manifested, continuously emitting powerful energy waves. Captain America gazed at the vortex and inquired, is this the source of the energy signal? Iron Man responded, the energy is overwhelming. We must proceed with caution. At that moment, a mysterious figure emerged from the vortex, radiating formidable energy that obscured his features. You have finally arrived. Avengers, the enigmatic voice resonated with a deep, oppressive timbre. Captain America stepped forward and demanded, who are you? What are you doing here? The mysterious figure scoffed. I have come to issue a warning. This energy is beyond your control. Thor retorted, spare us your ominous threats. Whatever it is, we shall not retreat. The mysterious figure gestured, unleashing a wave of potent energy towards the group. The Avengers swiftly assumed defensive stances to withstand the onslaught. Iron Man fired energy beams in a counterattack. Let me test your strength. Thor swung his hammer, unleashing a torrent of lightning. Experience my thunderous might. Seizing the opportunity, Black Widow charged in to strike. Do not underestimate me. Doctor Strange conjured a protective shield. Magic will safeguard us. Ant-Man returned to his normal size, joining the fray. I am here to assist. Amidst the fierce battle, the mysterious figure's power appeared to grow increasingly formidable, leaving the Avengers feeling overwhelmed. This cannot continue, Captain America declared. Iron Man added, we must uncover his weakness. Just as they struggled to maintain their ground, Doctor Strange suddenly discerned a flaw in the mysterious figure's defense. Attack his right side. Without hesitation, Captain America surged forward, delivering a powerful blow to the figure's right flank with his shield. The unexpected assault staggered the mysterious figure, prompting the Avengers to mount a more ferocious offensive. After an intense confrontation, the mysterious figure was finally vanquished. However, just as victory seemed assured, the energy vortex erupted violently. Everyone, take cover, Captain America shouted. The team swiftly evacuated the scene, but the force of the explosion knocked them to the ground. When tranquility returned, they found themselves in an unfamiliar location. Where are we? Ant-Man inquired. I do not know, but we must find our way back, Captain America declared. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed, growing ever nearer, and the group tensed once more. Chapter 41. The Realm of Lost Souls. Amidst the chaos following the explosion of the energy vortex, the members of the Avengers struggled to rise, confronted by a landscape that felt both alien and unsettling. Steve Rogers, Captain America, brushed the dust from his attire, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. His expression conveyed determination, yet a hint of anxiety lurked beneath the surface. Is everyone all right? He inquired loudly, his voice resonating in the eerie silence. Iron Man, Tony Stark, clambered to his feet, the lights on his armor flickering erratically in the dim ambience. Fortunately, my suit is sturdy enough, but this place does not seem promising, he remarked as he assessed the armor's systems. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped his mighty hammer, his brow furrowed in concern. What manner of place is this? It feels rife with unknown peril, he stated in a deep, powerful tone, as though challenging the mysterious space around him. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, gently massaged her shoulders, a fleeting look of pain crossing her features before she regained her composure. Regardless, we must first ascertain the situation, she spoke with a calm and steady voice, imparting a sense of reassurance. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands, the glow of magic flickering at his fingertips as he endeavored to sense the magical fluctuations surrounding them. The aura of magic here was unusually chaotic, seemingly concealing some formidable power. His expression grew serious as he contemplated his strategy. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, appeared somewhat flustered. We're not going to be trapped here, are we? His voice trembled slightly, evidently shaken by their current predicament. Captain America inhaled deeply and replied, Do not panic, Scott. We are the Avengers. Nothing can thwart us. Let us all search the area for any clues that might aid our escape. The group nodded in agreement and began to cautiously explore this unfamiliar territory. Iron Man activated his suit's flight capabilities, hovering in the air while utilizing the scanning system to survey the surroundings. It resembled a forsaken world, devoid of any signs of life. His voice crackled through the communicator to the others. Thor strode forward, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Whatever force brought us here, I shall uncover it, he proclaimed as he swung his hammer, lightning crackling in the air. Black Widow relied on her keen observational skills, meticulously inspecting the walls and floor for any potential markings or clues. There are some peculiar symbols here. I cannot decipher their meaning, she noted. Doctor Strange closed his eyes, immersing himself in the flow of magic. I sense a powerful magical force surging from within, yet it is sealed by some form of barrier, he declared, opening his eyes with a resolute gaze directed into the distance. Meanwhile, Ant-Man stumbled upon the remnants of some strange creatures in a corner. What is this? It does not resemble any life form from Earth, he exclaimed, bewildered. His voice was laced with trepidation. At that moment, a deep roar suddenly echoed around them. What was that sound? Iron Man hovered in the air, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Everyone, be cautious, Captain America shouted. As the roar grew louder, a colossal beast charged forth from the shadows. Its massive frame was adorned with sharp spikes, and its eyes gleamed with a menacing light. What manner of creature is this? Ant-Man retreated in fear. Without hesitation, Thor rushed forward, wielding his mighty hammer against the beast. Let me handle this. The creature nimbly dodged Thor's strike and lunged at him with its gaping maw. Iron Man fired an energy beam, striking the beast's back. The creature howled in pain and turned its attention toward Iron Man. Seizing the opportunity, Captain America charged in, using his shield to block the creature's claws. Everyone, together now. Black Widow swiftly maneuvered to the beast's side, firing at its eyes. Doctor Strange conjured a magical circle, confining the monster within. Through their collective effort, the beast was finally vanquished. Yet, before they could catch their breath, more creatures emerged from the darkness. This is troublesome, Iron Man remarked. Do not falter. We shall prevail. Captain America encouraged the team. The battle intensified, and the members of the Avengers began to feel their strength waning. This cannot continue. We must uncover the weaknesses of these monsters, Black Widow stated. Suddenly, Doctor Strange had a revelation. I understand now. These creatures are under magical control. If we can break that control, they will cease their assault. What are you waiting for? Act now, Iron Man urged. Doctor Strange focused his energy, casting a powerful spell as a beam of light shot toward the horde of monsters. In an instant, the creatures halted their attack, their eyes becoming vacant. We succeeded, Ant-Man exclaimed with excitement. But just then, the ground began to tremble violently, and a massive fissure appeared before them. Watch out, Captain America shouted. They all retreated as a powerful energy surged from the crack, enveloping them. When the light faded, they found themselves standing before a mysterious palace. The grand doors were shut tight, surrounded by an aura of enigma. What place is this? Ant-Man inquired. I do not know, but we must enter and investigate, Captain America replied. Cautiously, they pushed open the palace doors, revealing a shrouded darkness within. Suddenly, lights illuminated the space, revealing a towering figure before them. At last, you have arrived, Avengers, the figure declared. As they focused, they realized it was a mysterious old man. Who are you? Why have you brought us here? Captain America questioned. The old man smiled faintly. I am the guardian of this realm. You have been summoned here because you bear a significant mission. What mission? Thor asked. The old man spoke slowly. This world is on the brink of a tremendous crisis, and only you can save it. The members of the Avengers exchanged glances, their hearts filled with uncertainty and concern. But they understood that, regardless of the challenges they faced, they would not falter. Then please enlighten us on what we must do, Iron Man implored. The elder nodded and began to unveil the secrets of this world and the mission they were destined to undertake. Chapter 42. The mysterious mission. As the elder's words echoed through the air, the members of the Avengers exchanged glances, their expressions laden with doubt and gravity. Captain America, Steve Rogers, stepped forward, his gaze resolute and piercing as he addressed the elder. Please elaborate on the nature of this crisis. How shall we save this world? His voice resonated with steadiness, akin to an anchor amidst the rising tide of anxiety among the group. The elder narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze profound and distant, seemingly lost in the weight of bygone memories. This world once basked in tranquility and prosperity, yet a sinister force has quietly arisen, eroding all that is life-giving and extinguishing hope. His voice was low and hoarse, imbued with an ineffable sorrow. Iron Man, Tony Stark crossed his arms, the lights of his armor flickering in the dimly lit palace. It sounds dire, but we require more specific information, such as the origin of this dark force and its vulnerabilities. His tone exuded his characteristic confidence and decisiveness, yet his eyes betrayed a wariness of the unknown. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped his mighty hammer, lightning dancing upon its surface, illuminating his serious countenance. Whatever malevolent entity dares to threaten peace shall tremble beneath my might. His voice boomed like thunder, filled with unwavering resolve. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, bit her lip thoughtfully. We need to know more details to formulate an effective strategy. Her gaze was calm and focused, contemplating the myriad scenarios that lay ahead. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands, the light of magic shimmering at his fingertips as he sought to perceive the truth within the elder's words. Is this dark force connected to magic? His eyes sparkled with a thirst for understanding. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, nervously rubbed his hands together. This sounds more formidable than any trouble we've encountered before. But we will not back down. Though his stature was diminutive, his courage stood undiminished in that moment. The elder sighed deeply. This dark force originates from an ancient curse, sealed deep underground. However, an unforeseen excavation has shattered that seal, allowing it to spread. He paused before continuing. It possesses no apparent weaknesses, but thrives upon the fears and desires harbored within people's hearts. And how shall we combat it? Captain America inquired. The elder gazed at the assembly, hope glimmering in his eyes. You must seek out 3 mysterious gems, each embodying the powers of purification, sealing, and destruction. Only by uniting these gems can we hope to reseal this dark force. Gems? Where might they be found? Iron Man asked urgently. The elder shook his head. I cannot ascertain their exact locations, but I sense they are scattered across various corners of this world, guarded by perils and enigmas. Thor furrowed his brow. This is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The Black Widow contemplated for a moment, acknowledging that we had no choice but to commence our search from the available clues. Doctor Strange nodded, asserting that he could utilize his magic to uncover some traces. Ant-Man puffed out his chest, urging the group to hasten their departure. Thus, the members of the Avengers embarked on their arduous journey to locate the gem. Guided by the elder, their first destination was an ancient forest, shrouded in thick mist, with towering trees that loomed ominously, as if concealing countless secrets. Captain America cautiously led the way, his shield at the ready to confront any potential dangers. Be vigilant, there may be traps lurking here. His voice resonated with clarity amidst the stillness of the forest. Iron Man activated his armor scanning system, noting, I have detected no significant signs of life. But that does not guarantee safety. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind howled through the trees, branches swaying and creaking ominously. Thor raised his enchanted hammer, proclaiming, something approaches. A swarm of enormous flying insects erupted from the mist, their wings flickering with an eerie luminescence, their mandibles sharp as blades. Prepare for battle, Captain America shouted. The team sprang into action. Iron Man unleashed energy beams. Thor summoned lightning. Black Widow deftly evaded the insects' attacks while firing her weapon. Doctor Strange cast spells to ensnare the creatures, and Ant-Man transformed into his giant form, striking the insects with great force. After a fierce skirmish, the flying insects were finally repelled. This is just the beginning, Captain America remarked. They pressed deeper into the forest, their hearts filled with anticipation and trepidation. Ultimately, they halted before an ancient temple, its grand entrance sealed tight, adorned with mysterious runes that seemed to guard myriad secrets. Perhaps we will find the clues we seek here. Doctor Strange's voice resonated with determination. The group's gaze was fixed intently on the temple's door, each silently offering a prayer. As they pushed the door open, a wave of musty air enveloped them, invoking a sense of reverence. The temple's interior was dark and damp, the flickering torches on the walls casting a dim light, as if narrating the passage of time. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and a colossal stone statue slowly emerged from the earth. What is this? Ant-Man's astonished voice echoed within the solemn temple. The statue's eyes glowed red, and it swung its massive fists towards the group. The Avengers showed no signs of retreat. They swiftly engaged in battle. Amidst the tension, the protagonist's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of their mission, yet he was equally intrigued by the challenges that lay ahead. Gripping his weapon tightly, he fixed his determined gaze upon the statue, silently vowing to himself that he would not yield, regardless of the obstacles encountered. Throughout the fray, the protagonist keenly observed his surroundings. He noticed ancient patterns etched into the temple's walls, possibly linked to the statue's emergence. As he maneuvered around the statue, he pondered the means to unravel this enigma. With the battle progressing, a growing sense of confidence began to swell within him. He firmly believed that as long as everyone united, they would undoubtedly triumph over the challenges before them. This enigmatic temple would serve as the key to their quest for answers. Chapter 43. The challenge of the ancient temple. As the colossal stone statue slowly emerged from the ground, the members of the Avengers immediately entered a state of heightened alert. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gripped his shield tightly, his gaze focused and resolute, fixed intently on the statue's enormous fist. Everyone proceeded with caution, seeking to discern its patterns of attack. Stay sharp. We must identify its weaknesses, he shouted, his voice reverberating through the temple's vast expanse. Iron Man, Tony Stark, swiftly ascended into the air, the thrusters of his armor emitting a dazzling glow. Let me see what this creature is capable of, he declared, activating his suit's weaponry, unleashing beams of energy toward the statue. Thor, the god of thunder, boldly confronted the statue, his mighty hammer radiating with bolts of lightning. Come on, you behemoth, he bellowed, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, nimbly maneuvered alongside, her eyes keenly tracking the statue's movements, searching for the opportune moment to strike. Patience, we will discover its vulnerabilities, she murmured, her weapon poised for action. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, summoning magical light that coalesced into vibrant runes around him. I shall use my magic to constrain its movements, he intoned, attempting to bind the statue with his mystical powers. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, was not one to be outdone. He quickly enlarged himself, his stature towering like a giant. Watch me topple you, he shouted as he charged toward the statue. The statue, indifferent to their assaults, swung its fist with increasing ferocity, creating powerful gusts of wind. Iron Man's energy beams struck its form, leaving only faint marks. Although Thor's lightning momentarily slowed its motions, it inflicted no substantial damage. This creature is too resilient, Iron Man exclaimed. Continue the assault, do not relent, Captain America urged. Seizing a moment when the statue paused, Black Widow leapt onto its arm, attempting to damage its joints with her weapon. However, the statue abruptly swung, flinging her away. Natasha, Captain America gasped. Fortunately, Black Widow adjusted her posture midair and landed gracefully. Doctor Strange's magical runes encircled the statue, enveloping it in a shimmering light of confinement. Its movements grew increasingly sluggish, yet it still struggled fiercely. Ant-Man rushed to the statue's forefront, employing his immense strength to push against it. The statue stumbled, nearly losing its balance. It's working, Ant-Man shouted with exhilaration. However, the statue quickly regained its footing and unleashed a more vigorous assault against Ant-Man. Thor, seizing the opportunity, swung his hammer, sending a powerful lightning bolt crashing into the statue's head, causing a fissure to appear. That's it, Thor, Captain America encouraged, inspired by this progress. The others intensified their efforts. Iron Man unleashed even more potent energy pulses, Black Widow persistently targeted the statue's joints, Doctor Strange's magical radiance grew ever stronger, and Ant-Man exerted every ounce of his strength to shove the statue. With the collective efforts of the group, the statue's body finally began to exhibit an increasing number of fissures. One more push, Captain America exclaimed loudly. With a thunderous crash, the statue collapsed entirely, reducing itself to a pile of rubble. Finally resolved, Ant-Man collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Yet they understood that this was merely a minor obstacle on their path forward. Captain America ventured deeper into the temple, urging, let us continue our search for clues. Within the temple, the walls were adorned with ancient patterns and inscriptions. Doctor Strange meticulously examined these designs, which appeared to be an ancient prophecy. Can you decipher it? Inquired Iron Man. Doctor Strange furrowed his brow, indicating it would require some time. Just then, a deep, rumbling growl echoed through the temple. What now? Black Widow warily scanned the surroundings. From the shadows emerged a colossal three-headed beast. This doesn't bode well, Ant-Man gulped nervously. Each of the beast's heads unleashed flames, frost, and venom, charging toward the group. Captain America shielded himself from the flames, though repelled the frost with his lightning, while Iron Man utilized the energy shield of his suit to block the venom. We cannot allow it to dominate us, Captain America shouted. The team sprang into action, with Iron Man providing aerial fire support against the creature, Thor seizing the opportunity to close in and strike the beast's body with Mjolnir, Black Widow expertly targeting the creature's eyes from a distance, and Doctor Strange casting spells to manipulate the beast's movements. Ant-Man deftly evaded the monster's assaults, searching for an opening to launch a surprise attack. Though the creature appeared somewhat beleaguered under their onslaught, it continued to resist fiercely. This is not a sustainable strategy. We must identify its fatal weakness, Iron Man declared. Suddenly, Doctor Strange had an epiphany. I understand. Its vulnerability lies in the central head. Upon hearing this, the team concentrated their firepower on the beast's middle head. After an intense battle, the creature finally collapsed to the ground. It's over at last. Thor wiped the sweat from his brow. Just as the group thought they could relax, the temple began to tremble violently, as though it were about to collapse. Not good. We must evacuate, Captain America shouted. The group hurriedly dashed toward the exit. As they burst out of the temple, it came crashing down behind them. That was close, Ant-Man remarked. But we have yet to uncover the clue to the gem, Black Widow pointed out. Captain America surveyed the ruins, resolute. We cannot relent. We must continue searching. At that moment, Doctor Strange discovered an ancient tome hidden amidst the debris. Perhaps this contains the information we seek, he suggested. The group gathered around, hopeful to uncover the whereabouts of the gem from the pages of the book. Chapter 44. Revelations from the mysterious ancient tome beside the ruins of the collapsed temple. The members of the Avengers congregated around the ancient tome discovered by Doctor Strange, their faces etched with anticipation and tension. Captain America, Steve Rogers, crouched down, his gaze intently fixed upon an ancient tome, its surface cloaked in dust and the marks of time. A hint of caution and reverence flickered in his eyes. This may well be the key clue in our quest for the gem. Handle it with care, he murmured, as if fearing to disturb the secrets concealed within its pages. Iron Man, Tony Stark, knelt on one knee, the lights of his armor illuminating the pages of the ancient book. It appeared to be of considerable age. Let us hope it still holds some useful information, his tone tinged with urgency as he cautiously extended his hand to turn the pages. Thor, the god of thunder, stood nearby with arms crossed, his mighty hammer resting at his feet. Let us uncover the wisdom hidden within this ancient scroll, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, as if awaiting a profound revelation. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leaned slightly, her keen gaze scrutinizing the cover and edges of the tome. Be wary of any potential protective mechanisms or traps, her voice low and steady, serving as a reminder to the group. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, clasped his hands together, the glow of magic flickering at his fingertips. I shall sense the energy fluctuations of this book with my magic. He closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in the mysterious power emanating from the tome. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, nervously rubbed his hands together, his eyes fixated on the book. I hope this brings us closer to finding the gem, he murmured, his heart brimming with anticipation for the unknown. Doctor Strange opened his eyes, declaring, this book is safeguarded by a formidable magical force, yet I have detected no immediate threats. Iron Man gently flipped to the first page, revealing intricate patterns and unfamiliar symbols. What is this nonsensical script? I can't make sense of it. He frowned in confusion. Captain America scrutinized the designs. Perhaps this is an ancient language that we must decipher. Thor leaned closer, suggesting, perhaps I could use the power of Mjolnir to see if I can activate any of the information contained within. With that, he raised his hammer and unleashed a bolt of lightning towards the tome. However, nothing transpired. It seems that approach was futile, Thor sighed, lowering his hammer. Black Widow pondered for a moment. Perhaps we should start with the clues we already possess and see if we can find any information related to these patterns. Doctor Strange nodded. I shall also employ my magic to communicate with these symbols. At that moment, the patterns on the ancient book began to flicker with a faint light. It's responding, Ant-Man exclaimed with excitement. The glow intensified, prompting the group to squint. As the light faded, the patterns morphed, gradually revealing a map. This is astonishing. Iron Man marveled at the map. Captain America observed, it appears to indicate the locations where the gem may reside. The map displayed 3 distinct sites, each marked with unique symbols. Thor asserted, regardless of the dangers that may lurk in these 3 locations, we must proceed. Black Widow cautioned, yet we cannot act impulsively. We need to devise a plan first. The group then gathered around the map, engaged in earnest discussion. Iron Man meticulously examined the terrain and potential dangers of each location. This place resembled a city of advanced technology, possibly fraught with various high-tech traps and defense systems. Doctor Strange remarked, this area is saturated with potent magical energy, which may harbor magical creatures and traps. Captain America contemplated and proposed, let us split into teams to address different situations according to our respective abilities. Thus, they resolved to divide into 3 groups. Captain America, Thor, and Black Widow formed one team heading to the first location, while Iron Man, Doctor Strange, and Ant-Man constituted another. Venturing to the second site, the first group set forth, arriving at the technological metropolis, where towering structures pierced the clouds and the streets brimmed with an array of high-tech devices. Be cautious. Danger may lurk everywhere, Captain America warned. Suddenly, a swarm of robots surged from all directions, armed and intent on attacking the Avengers. Thor brandished his enchanted hammer, unleashing a tempest that felled numerous robots in an instant. Black Widow nimbly navigated through the mechanical adversaries, swiftly dispatching foes with her weaponry. Meanwhile, Captain America utilized his shield to deflect the robots' assaults while searching for the control center. After an intense battle, they ultimately located the control center and disabled the robots' command system. Concurrently, the second group arrived in a realm brimming with magical energy. Iron Man's suit malfunctioned under the influence of this arcane force. This is troublesome, he admitted. Doctor Strange cast a spell, bestowing a layer of magical protection upon the armor. Ant-Man, leveraging his unique abilities, scoured the gaps between magical creatures for clues about the gem's whereabouts. Through their collective efforts, they drew closer to the gem's location. However, at that moment, a formidable magical creature obstructed their path. "Allow me to handle this," Dr. Strange declared, engaging in a fierce magical duel with the creature. Ultimately, he triumphed, leading them to a clue regarding the gem. Upon reuniting, the two teams encountered a new dilemma. According to the clues we've gathered, the gem appears to be safeguarded by a powerful barrier. "We must discover a method to breach it," Captain America stated. The group fell into deep contemplation, acutely aware that this would present yet another formidable challenge. Chapter 45, breaching the barrier in that mysterious, uncharted territory, the Avengers congregated, their expressions grave as they deliberated on how to penetrate the formidable barrier guarding the gem. Captain America, Steve Rogers, furrowed his brow, his gaze resolute as he addressed the assembly. "This barrier must possess weaknesses. We need to analyze it calmly and uncover a means of breaking through." His voice was steady and authoritative, instilling a sense of stability among the team. Iron Man, Tony Stark, sat nearby, the lights on his armor flickering erratically, his eyes fixated on the data pad in his grasp. "I have conducted a preliminary analysis of the barrier's energy fluctuations, but I require more time to ascertain its structure and patterns." His words flowed rapidly, his mind racing with thoughts. Thor, with both hands gripping Mjolnir, wore a serious expression. "Perhaps my power of lightning could deliver a significant impact, yet it remains uncertain how much force this barrier can withstand." He gazed at the barrier emanating a mysterious luminescence, silently assessing its strength. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, crossed her arms, asserting, "We cannot act impulsively. We must devise a comprehensive plan." Her keen eye scanned each individual, contemplating meticulously. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, the glow of magic flickering at his fingertips. "I sense this barrier is imbued with exceedingly intricate magical runes, which require time to decipher." He closed his eyes, wholly attuned to the magical vibrations of the barrier. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, paced anxiously nearby. "We cannot afford to squander too much time here. It would be troublesome if the enemy detects our movements." His face was etched with concern. Captain America nodded, saying, "Let us take a moment to rest and gather our thoughts." The group found a relatively safe spot to sit, each contemplating strategies. Iron Man continuously input various commands on his datapad, striving to identify a breakthrough from the existing data. Meanwhile, Thor meditated, preparing himself for any potential combat. Black Widow patrolled the vicinity, vigilant for any anomalies. Doctor Strange persisted in his study of the magical runes, while Ant-Man assisted in organizing their equipment. After a while, Captain America rose and inquired, "What thoughts do we all have?" Iron Man was the first to speak. "I believe we can utilize the energy pulse of the suit to concentrate our attack on a specific point of the barrier. Perhaps we can create a breach." Thor shook his head, asserting, "Such a method is too perilous. Should the energy pulse fail, it may provoke the barrier, augmenting its defenses." Dr. Strange opened his eyes, stating, "I have noted similarities between these magical runes and an ancient magical diagram. Perhaps we can approach this from a magical perspective." Black Widow replied, "Yet we cannot rely solely on magic. The uncertainties are too great." Ant-Man suggested, "Could we perhaps combine the forces of technology and magic?" The group fell into contemplation, mulling over Ant-Man's proposal. After a moment, Captain America remarked, "This may be a viable approach. Iron Man, prepare the energy pulse device, and Dr. Strange, ready the magical incantations. We shall launch our attack on the barrier simultaneously." Nods of agreement rippled through the group as they began to prepare for action. Iron Man conducted final adjustments to his suit, while Dr. Strange silently reviewed his spells in his mind. "Ready? 3, 2, 1, attack!" Captain America shouted. Iron Man activated the energy pulse device, unleashing a powerful beam of energy toward the barrier. Simultaneously, Dr. Strange cast his spell, the magical radiance merging with the energy beam as they surged toward the barrier. Upon contact, an explosion of dazzling light and a thunderous roar erupted. The group held their breath, anticipating a breach in the barrier. However, as the brilliance faded, the barrier remained intact. "How could this be?" Ant-Man exclaimed in disappointment. "Do not despair. Let us think of another solution," Captain America encouraged. At that moment, Black Widow detected a subtle alteration in the barrier. "Everyone look. The light here seems to be slightly dimmer than elsewhere." The group gathered around to scrutinize it closely. Dr. Strange remarked, "Perhaps this is the weak point of the barrier. We should concentrate our efforts here." Everyone readied themselves once more, this time channeling all their strength into this vulnerable spot. Energy and magic surged against the barrier, the brilliance and rumble intensifying beyond their previous efforts. As calm returned, the group was delighted to find a small breach had appeared in the barrier. "We did it!" Ant-Man exclaimed. Yet, before they could revel in their triumph, the gap began to heal rapidly. "Quick, enter the barrier now," Captain America shouted. Without hesitation, they surged into the breach. Upon entering, they discovered a realm suffused with mysterious power, the atmosphere thick with strange light and energy fluctuations. Be cautious. There may be other dangers lurking here, Captain America cautioned. They proceeded carefully, but suddenly, a formidable force erupted from the shadows, scattering them apart. Stay connected. Iron Man's voice resonated through the communicator. Captain America struggled to maintain his footing, searching for the location of the gem. In this enigmatic and perilous space, would the Avengers succeed in locating the gem, and what challenges would they confront? Chapter 46. The trials of the mysterious space. After the powerful force had dispersed the members of the Avengers, each found themselves isolated and vulnerable. Captain Steve Rogers steadied himself amidst the chaos, his shield firmly grasped, eyes vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings. The light around him was peculiar and elusive, making it difficult to discern direction. Everyone, remain calm and find each other as swiftly as possible, he bellowed, his voice echoing in the mysterious expanse. Uncertain if his teammates could hear him, Tony Stark, Iron Man, was hurled into a corner, the lights on his armor flickering erratically in the dimness. J-A-R-V-I-S. Activate the locator system to find our teammates, he commanded, endeavoring to stabilize his suit. However, the overwhelming energy interference sent the suit's systems into disarray. Damn it, the energy field here is too potent, he cursed, yet fear did not infiltrate his mind. Thor, the god of thunder, pressed forward amidst the luminescence, the lightning from his hammer crackling as he sought to illuminate the path ahead. What manner of place is this? I must find an exit, he roared, each step resonating with power, yet he remained ensnared within the confines of this mysterious realm. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, swiftly ascended a stone pillar, using her agility as the disarray unfolded. She meticulously observed her surroundings, determined to devise a way to reunite with her comrades. Her gaze resolute and composed. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, found himself ensnared in an area rife with magical whirlpools, his hands weaving intricate spells to counteract the pull of the vortex. This was a potent magical trap. He must escape swiftly. His expression was grave, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Ant-Man Scott Lang found himself rendered insignificantly small, while everything around him loomed large and unfamiliar. What should I do? I must quickly restore my normal size, he thought anxiously, desperately searching for a way to revert. During his exploration, Captain America suddenly heard a deep, menacing growl. He paused, gripping his shield tightly, bracing himself to confront the unknown adversary. Emerging slowly from the shadows was a colossal monster, its massive form exuding an aura of terror. Come on, beast. Captain America charged fearlessly towards the creature. He deftly evaded its attacks, delivering powerful blows to the monster's legs with his shield. The beast swung its claws in fury, but Captain America rolled aside and launched another assault. Iron Man, while seeking his teammates, encountered a series of intricate traps. Laser beams shot in from all directions. Yet he maneuvered through the narrow confines with the agility of his armor. Such trivialities cannot deter me, he exclaimed as he unleashed energy beams, dismantling portions of the traps. Thor, on his path forward, faced a formidable energy barrier. He attempted to shatter it with his enchanted hammer, but each strike was repelled. I shall not be dissuaded, he declared, gathering his might and swinging Mjolnir with all his strength, ultimately breaking through the barrier in a dazzling blaze of light. After leaping down from a stone pillar, Black Widow found herself in a labyrinthine passage. Utilizing her remarkable memory and sense of direction, she navigated swiftly through the corridors. Suddenly, a horde of mechanical soldiers appeared before her. Undaunted, she brandished weapons in both hands and engaged her foes in fierce combat. Dr. Strange struggled within a swirling vortex of magic, reciting incantations in an attempt to decipher its patterns. At last, he identified a flaw, casting a powerful spell that enabled him to escape the whirlpool. After considerable effort, Ant-Man finally discovered the means to restore his normal size. Just as he regained his form, he encountered a gigantic mechanical spider. What is this? He exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, he did not falter, swiftly utilizing the environment to outmaneuver the mechanical arachnid. Amidst their individual challenges, Captain America suddenly heard Iron Man's voice calling out, "Captain, I'm over here." Following the sound, Captain America rushed towards him, finally reuniting with Iron Man. Excellent. Let us first seek out the others, Captain America proposed. They continued their exploration of the enigmatic space and soon encountered Thor. At last, we have found you, Thor proclaimed. Together, the trio's strength amplified as they faced the ongoing challenges, all while searching for Black Widow, Dr. Strange, and Ant-Man. Eventually, at a crossroads, they discovered a mark left by Black Widow. It is Natasha's mark. She must be nearby, Captain America noted. Following the trail, they located Black Widow engaged in battle with the mechanical soldiers. We are here to assist you. The three quickly joined the fray, swiftly dispatching the remaining adversaries. Only Doctor Strange and Ant-Man remain, Black Widow remarked. At that moment, the voice of Doctor Strange resonated through the communicator. I am here, hurry. The group hastened towards his direction, discovering him in a chamber adorned with mystical runes. We are still missing Ant-Man, Captain America remarked. They continued their search and eventually located Ant-Man trapped within a massive machine. Please, help me out, Ant-Man cried out. United in purpose, they dismantled the machine and freed him. Fantastic. Now we are all together, Ant-Man exclaimed. But we have yet to find the gem, Iron Man interjected. Onward, I believe we shall succeed, Captain America encouraged. Thus, the Avengers resumed their quest for the gem, unaware of the trials and perils that lay ahead in this enigmatic realm. Chapter 47. The Trail of the Gem once reassembled. The members of the Avengers exchanged resolute glances, fortified by their shared determination. Within this unfathomable space, they were acutely aware that the path ahead remained fraught with unknown dangers. Yet, the strength of their unity emboldened them. Captain Steve Rogers led the way, his shield emanating a steadfast glow, akin to a beacon guiding them forward. Everyone, be cautious and stay vigilant. His steady and powerful voice instilled a sense of reassurance among his comrades. Iron Man, Tony Stark, followed closely behind. His suit's myriad instruments continuously scanning the surroundings for any clues related to the gem. This place is truly eerie, but I trust my technology will not let us down, he asserted with his characteristic confidence. Thor, the god of thunder, wielded his mighty hammer, his keen gaze surveying the vicinity, ever ready to confront any adversaries that might emerge. Whatever stands in our way, I shall shatter it with the might of thunder, he proclaimed with commanding authority. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, gracefully navigated through the ranks, her acute senses attuned to every subtle sound. Watch your footing and keep an eye overhead. Leave no corner unchecked, she quietly advised her teammates. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands, magical luminescence flickering at his fingertips as he sensed the energy fluctuations around him, searching for indications of the gem's presence. I can feel a powerful force nearby, though I cannot yet ascertain its precise location, he mused, his brow furrowed in concentration. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, brought up the rear, ever watchful of their surroundings to ensure no foes would ambush from behind. Rest assured, I've got your backs, he reassured, his smaller stature belied by the firmness in his voice. They advanced down a dimly lit corridor, thick with an enigmatic mist that obscured their vision. Captain America cautiously cleared the fog with his shield, treading each step with utmost care. Suddenly, a piercing shriek shattered the silence from ahead, prompting the group to halt. Their gazes fixed anxiously forward. Out of the mist surged a horde of bizarre creatures, claws bared, charging toward the Avengers. Prepare for battle, Captain America shouted boldly as he charged toward the enemy, striking the creatures with his shield and repelling them. Iron Man immediately unleashed a barrage of energy beams, swiftly incapacitating a multitude of foes. These adversaries appeared formidable, yet they would not obstruct our path, he declared. Thor wielded Mjolnir, summoning thunder that crackled among the enemies, allowing you to witness the wrath of the god of thunder. Meanwhile, Black Widow utilized her agility, darting among the foes and swiftly eliminating several that approached. Move swiftly. Do not let them ensnare you, she called out. Doctor Strange conjured a magical spell, ensnaring a group of enemies within a mystical circle. Do not even think of escaping. Ant-Man, refusing to hold back, transformed into his giant form, trampling the creatures with force. Behold my might. After an intense battle, the enemies were ultimately vanquished. The group pressed on, their sense of urgency intensifying. As they delved deeper into this enigmatic space, the surroundings became increasingly bizarre. Walls shimmered with strange luminescence, and the ground trembled intermittently, as if the entire realm resented their intrusion. Everyone, be cautious. More formidable enemies may be awaiting us, Captain America warned. Just then, Iron Man's armor detected a powerful energy fluctuation. I believe we are drawing closer to the gem, he exclaimed with excitement. The group quickened their pace in the direction of the energy pulse. Soon, they arrived at a vast hall, where a colossal stone platform emanated a dazzling radiance. That must be the gem, Thor proclaimed. However, as they approached the platform, they discovered it was surrounded by an array of mechanical traps. Caution, Doctor Strange shouted. Beams of laser light erupted from the walls, and enormous pits suddenly appeared in the ground. The group scrambled to evade them. Captain America observed the patterns of the traps. Follow my lead and charge together. Under his guidance, they adeptly navigated the myriad of hazards and finally reached the stone platform. Yet, just as they prepared to seize the gem, a massive figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Did you think it would be so easy to obtain the gem? The figure intoned in a deep voice. As they focused their gaze, they realized it was a powerful guardian. No matter who you are, we shall not retreat, Captain America declared resolutely. The guardian scoffed. Then let us see if you can withstand it. A fierce battle erupted once more. The guardian's strength was formidable, Each attack bore immense power. Captain America defended against the Guardian's strikes with his shield, but was pushed back several steps. Iron Man fired a relentless series of energy beams. Yet the Guardian evaded them effortlessly. This creature is too swift, Iron Man cursed. Thor charged forward, hammer in hand, engaging the Guardian in direct confrontation. Thunder and the Guardian's might collided, producing a tremendous explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Black Widow attempted to sneak behind the Guardian for a surprise attack. But the Guardian sensed her approach and swiftly countered, sending her flying. Doctor Strange conjured powerful magic in an attempt to restrain the Guardian's movements. Yet the Guardian appeared to be enveloped in an impenetrable magical shield, rendering the spells largely ineffective. Ant-Man transformed into his colossal form, striving to seize the Guardian. But with a mere flick of his hand, the Guardian effortlessly cast him aside. "This approach is futile," Captain America exclaimed. As the battle raged on, the team deliberated their strategy. Suddenly, Iron Man discerned a vulnerability in the Guardian's defenses. "Target the left knee joint," he shouted. Captain America immediately grasped the plan and struck the Guardian's left knee joint with his shield, causing the Guardian to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, Thor hurled his enchanted hammer towards the Guardian's head, disorienting him further. Black Widow unleashed a specialized bullet, striking the Guardian's weak point accurately. Doctor Strange seized this moment to cast a formidable spell, momentarily immobilizing the Guardian. Ant-Man charged forward, exerting all his strength to topple the Guardian to the ground. The team then surged forward, launching a final assault against the Guardian. Through their united efforts, the Guardian was ultimately vanquished. At last it is resolved. The group collectively sighed in relief. They successfully retrieved the gem, but before they could celebrate, the entire space began to tremble violently. "This is bad. It's going to collapse," Iron Man warned. "We must leave at once," Captain America shouted. The team, clutching the gem, sprinted desperately toward the exit. Behind them, debris rained down, and the path grew increasingly narrow. "Hurry," Thor urged. Finally, they managed to escape just before the space completely imploded. "That was incredibly perilous," Ant-Man panted. "But we secured the gem, which is of utmost importance," Captain America replied. They exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with the joy of victory. However, they understood that this was merely a fragment of their mission, with countless challenges still ahead. Chapter 48. The difficult return. As the members of the Avengers successfully acquired the gem and escaped the impending collapse of the enigmatic realm, they found themselves in an unfamiliar and desolate landscape. Captain America, Steve Rogers, surveyed his surroundings, noting the vast barren expanse devoid of any vegetation, with fierce winds whipping up clouds of dust that obscured their vision. "This does not appear to be a welcoming place," he thought, gripping his shield tightly. His brow furrowed in concern. Iron Man, Tony Stark, found his armor dulled by the swirling dust as he activated the scanning system. The environment was harsh, and there seemed to be no visible escape route. His voice emerged from the suit, tinged with anxiety. Thor raised his enchanted hammer, attempting to summon lightning to illuminate the path ahead, but the tempestuous winds disrupted his powers, causing the lightning to flicker briefly before vanishing. "By Odin's beard, this accursed wind," he cursed. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, shielded her face from the sandstorm to prevent the grit from entering her eyes. "We must swiftly find a way out of here," she declared, her voice barely audible above the howling winds. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands in a desperate attempt to cast a spell to assess the surrounding situation, yet the magical glow flickered erratically in the howling winds. The energy fluctuations here were chaotic, rendering him unable to discern the direction accurately. His expression was grave. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, huddled among the group, striving to evade the onslaught of wind and dust. "What are we to do? Are we to be trapped here?" His voice trembled with fear. Captain America inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Everyone, remain calm. Let us devise a plan together." His tone was resolute and powerful, instilling a glimmer of hope among them. Iron Man suggested, "Perhaps we can proceed in a single direction. We might stumble upon an exit." Thor nodded. "Then let us proceed. I shall lead the way." Thus, under Thor's guidance, they trudged forward with great difficulty. The relentless winds battered them, and every step demanded immense effort. After traversing a distance, they beheld a deep chasm ahead, shrouded in thick mist, obscuring the view of its depths. "This presents an obstacle, but perhaps it is also an opportunity," Captain America remarked. Iron Man soared above the chasm for a better look. Below, the sound of rushing water echoed. Perhaps it was an underground river. After a moment of contemplation, Doctor Strange suggested, "If we follow the river, we may find an exit." The group decided to take the risk and venture into the chasm. Thor summoned a bolt of lightning with his hammer, illuminating the path ahead. They cautiously descended the steep canyon walls. During the climb, Black Widow inadvertently stepped into empty air. But Captain America swiftly shielded her with his shield, preventing her from plummeting. "Be careful," he warned loudly. At last, they reached the canyon's base, where indeed a torrential underground river lay before them. "We have no choice but to follow the river," Captain America declared. One by one, they leaped into the frigid waters. Carried forward by the current, the icy water was biting, and the strength of the flow rendered them nearly incapable of controlling their bodies. After drifting for a while, they arrived at a vast cavern, adorned with stalactites and stalagmites of peculiar shapes. "This place appears perilous," Ant-Man noted. At that moment, a swarm of enormous bats descended from the cavern's ceiling, launching an attack. "Protect yourselves," Captain America shouted. Iron Man unleashed energy beams, repelling the swarm of bats. Thor brandished his hammer, lightning flashing in the cavern, sending the bats into a frenzied retreat. After a fierce battle, they finally evaded the bats' assault. Continuing along the river, they noticed the waters growing increasingly tumultuous, culminating in a colossal waterfall. "This is dire. We must find a way to stop," Iron Man exclaimed. Doctor Strange cast a spell, attempting to slow the current, but to little avail. "Grab hold of the rocks," Captain America urged. The group reached for the nearby stones and stalagmites. Yet the force of the water was overwhelming, and some were swept away despite their efforts. Captain America firmly grasped a protruding rock, while his other hand held onto the Black Widow, who was on the verge of being swept away. "Hold on," he shouted. Thor, wielding his mighty hammer, wedged it into a crevice to steady himself. After considerable effort, they finally halted at the edge of the waterfall. "That was too close," Ant-Man gasped. "But we are still alive," Captain America replied. At that moment, they noticed a narrow passage beside the waterfall, perhaps a means of escape from their predicament. Cautiously, they ventured into the corridor, where a foul stench lingered, and the walls flickered with an eerie luminescence. "This place is chilling," Ant-Man remarked. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed from the depths of the passage. "Prepare for battle," Captain America commanded. A colossal beast surged forth from the shadows, its massive body adorned with sharp spikes. Without hesitation, Iron Man unleashed a barrage of energy beams, striking the creature's head. Enraged, the beast lunged at Iron Man, sending him crashing away. Thor swung his hammer with ferocity, engaging in a fierce struggle with the monster. The Black Widow and Doctor Strange joined the fray, assisting Thor in the tumult. Captain America utilized the advantage of his shield, relentlessly targeting the beast's vulnerabilities. Through their united efforts, the creature ultimately succumbed to the ground. "Let us press on," Captain America urged. After a lengthy trek, they finally emerged from the passage, arriving at the base of a mountain. "Look, there's a path." Iron Man pointed into the distance. They followed the path and soon glimpsed a village. At last, a place inhabited by people, Ant-Man exclaimed with excitement. However, upon entering the village, they found the residents regarding them with fear and suspicion. "We mean no harm. We merely seek assistance," Captain America stated. Yet the villagers seemed unconvinced, hastily shutting their doors. "What shall we do?" Black Widow pondered. Just then, an elderly man emerged from one of the houses. "Follow me," he beckoned. The group followed the elder into his home. He provided them with food and water, explaining that outsiders rarely visited and that the villagers were filled with trepidation toward strangers. "We need to find our way back to the base," Captain America asserted. After a moment of contemplation, the elder indicated the direction they should take. "Thank you for your assistance," they expressed gratefully. Bidding farewell to the elder, the members of the Avengers resumed their journey. Chapter 49. Hope. As the Avengers emerged from the dark and terrifying passage, dragging their weary bodies, the sight before them offered little solace. The village at the mountain's base appeared remarkably tranquil, yet it radiated an inexplicable sense of alienation. Captain Steve Rogers gazed at the tightly shut doors and the villagers' wary glances, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Dust veiled his resolute face, while a flicker of concern shone in his blue eyes. "Everyone, do not rush. We will explain slowly, and they will come to understand," he reassured. His voice was slightly raspy, yet still imbued with a soothing strength. Iron Man, Tony Stark, stood there, somewhat disheveled, his armor marred by the trials of previous adventures. "These villagers are rather unfriendly. After all, we are the heroes who save the world," he muttered, though his eyes reflected more exhaustion than discontent. Thor, the god of thunder, cast a long shadow in the waning light of the sunset, gripping his mighty hammer as his gaze surveyed the tightly shut doors and windows. Perhaps they had endured too much suffering, leading them to be so wary of strangers. His voice resonated, deep and magnetic. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, tidied her disheveled hair, attempting to present herself in a slightly more composed manner. "We must convince them of our good intentions," she stated, her voice calm and resolute, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, crossed his arms and furrowed his brow, contemplating how to break the impasse before them. "Perhaps we could use magic to demonstrate our goodwill," he suggested softly. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, recoiled slightly and whispered, "This place feels strange. I hope there's no danger lurking." At that moment, an elderly man slowly emerged from a nearby dwelling. His steps were deliberate and heavy, the wrinkles on his face etched by the passage of time. "Follow me," he beckoned, his voice low and gravelly, imbued with an undeniable authority. The group exchanged glances and resolved to follow the elder into the house. The interior was simply arranged yet remarkably tidy. The elder served them food and water, which they gratefully accepted. "Thank you, kind sir," Captain America expressed sincerely. The elder observed them with a scrutinizing gaze. "Few outsiders come here. Your arrival has unsettled the villagers," he remarked slowly. Iron Man swallowed a bite of food and replied, "We are merely seeking the way home and mean no disturbance to anyone." The elder sighed gently. "This land is cursed. For years, war and disaster have plagued it, and the people have lost trust in strangers." Thor set down his cup of water, asserting, "But we fight for justice, and we hope you can believe in us." After a moment of silence, the elder replied, "I am willing to trust you, but you must understand, the path out of here is fraught with peril." Doctor Strange stepped forward. "Please tell us, no matter how daunting, we will not falter." The elder nodded and began to recount the route to safety and the dangers they might encounter. "You must traverse a dark forest, inhabited by fierce beasts and treacherous terrain. Then you will need to scale a high mountain, where the weather is harsh and blizzards are frequent." Though concern filled their hearts, the group's eyes reflected no hint of retreat. "Thank you for your guidance. We will be cautious," Captain America assured him. After a brief respite, the Avengers prepared to embark on their journey. The villagers watched from a distance, their expressions still tinged with skepticism and worry. "Everyone stay alert. Keep vigilant," Captain America commanded, leading the way with his shield at the ready to face any potential threats. They ventured into the dark forest, an eerie atmosphere enveloping them. The trees stood tall and dense, casting a shadow so profound that sunlight struggled to penetrate. The occasional growls of wild beasts sent shivers down their spines. Iron Man activated the illumination system of his armor. The atmosphere was undeniably eerie. Suddenly, a massive Black Panther leapt from the shadows, lunging toward the group. Captain America swiftly raised his shield, deflecting the panther's ferocious assault. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, summoned a bolt of lightning that struck the panther, causing it to howl in agony before retreating into the darkness. "Onward," Captain America commanded. After laboriously traversing through the forest, they finally emerged from the oppressive gloom. Before them loomed a towering peak, its summit shrouded in mist. "That mountain appears daunting," Ant-Man remarked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Black Widow encouraged them, saying, "Let us rally together. We will surely overcome this challenge." The group began their ascent, facing the steep terrain and biting winds that posed a significant trial. Iron Man's suit malfunctioned in the frigid temperatures, and Doctor Strange utilized his magic to provide some semblance of protection. Thor forged ahead, shattering obstructing ice blocks with his mighty hammer. Just as they neared the summit, a blizzard swept in unexpectedly. The howling winds and swirling snow rendered visibility nearly non-existent. "Hold hands and stay close," Captain America shouted above the tempest. The group huddled together, struggling to press forward through the storm. After considerable effort, they finally crested the mountain. Before them lay a broad pathway, with the faint outline of a city visible in the distance. "Look, could that be our destination?" Ant-Man exclaimed with excitement, pointing ahead. "Perhaps. But we must remain vigilant," Captain America cautioned. They continued along the path, their hearts brimming with hope. As they drew closer to the city, their joy intensified. "We are finally returning home," Iron Man declared. However, at that moment, a group of enigmatic figures materialized before them, blocking their path. Chapter 50. The final obstacle. After enduring countless hardships, the members of the Avengers pressed forward, exhilarated by their recent triumph over the snow-laden mountain, towards the elusive silhouette of the city. Yet, this anticipation of victory was fleeting. Captain Steve Rogers strode resolutely at the forefront, his weathered face etched with vigilance. His shield was gripped tightly, symbolizing an unwavering sense of duty and belief. His gaze fixated on the mysterious figures that had suddenly appeared, tension coiling within him. Iron Man Tony Stark's armor bore numerous new scars from the arduous climb, its brilliance diminished. Nevertheless, his eyes remained sharp, swiftly assessing the situation through the visor of his helmet. "It appears our visitors do not come in peace," he communicated with a note of gravity. Thor, panting heavily from the recent battle with the storm, still clutched Mjolnir, the lightning crackling upon it, embodying his indomitable spirit. "No matter who they are, they shall not impede our progress." His thunderous roar echoed through the air. The Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, narrowed her eyes slightly, her figure maintaining an air of grace and agility even amidst the wind. "Everyone, exercise caution and observe the situation first," she intoned in a calm and composed manner, reminding her teammates against hasty actions. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands, magic shimmering at his fingertips as he endeavored to discern the intentions of the enigmatic figures before them. They possessed formidable and mysterious powers, not to be underestimated. His expression was grave, internally strategizing their course of action. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, hid behind the others, his body trembling slightly with anxiety. What should we do? Can we possibly defeat them? His voice trembled with concern. The mysterious figures stood silently, motionless, cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured by shadows, rendering their features indistinguishable. The atmosphere around them seemed to thicken in response to their presence. Captain America stepped forward, asserting loudly, "We mean you no harm. Allow us to pass." His voice was resolute and resonant, echoing down the empty road. However, the mysterious figures offered no reply, merely standing still and exuding an intangible pressure. Iron Man could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Stop wasting time with them. Charge ahead." Captain America shook his head. "No, we cannot act recklessly. We must first ascertain their intentions." At that moment, a tall figure emerged from the ranks of the mysterious beings, slowly raising his head to reveal eyes that glimmered with an eerie light. "Did you think you could easily depart from here?" His voice was deep and menacing, as if it emanated from the depths of hell. Thor, the god of thunder, bellowed, "Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path?" The mysterious figure let out a cold laugh. "The gems you possess are what we have long sought. Surrender them, and perhaps we shall grant you a chance to escape." Captain America furrowed his brow. "These gems are the key to saving the world. We will never relinquish them." With a wave of his hands, the mysterious figure summoned a surge of energy from his companions. "Then do not blame us for being impolite." The battle was imminent as Iron Man launched the first energy beam towards the mysterious figures. They effortlessly evaded the assault and retaliated with a dark energy wave that struck Iron Man's armor, sending him reeling backwards. Observing this, Thor swung his mighty hammer, calling forth lightning to strike at the mysterious beings. The lightning erupted around them, yet they appeared largely unfazed. Seizing the opportunity, the Black Widow swiftly approached from the side, weapon poised for an attack. However, the mysterious figure reacted with remarkable speed, spinning around to repel her. Doctor Strange cast spells in an attempt to restrain the mysterious being's movements. A tapestry of magical light interwove in the air, yet their strength seemed to withstand the magical binds. Amidst the chaos, Ant-Man sought an opportunity, transforming into his giant form to launch a surprise attack. Nonetheless, with a mere flick of his hand, the mysterious figure reduced him back to his normal size. Witnessing his teammates falter, Captain America felt a blaze of fury ignite within him. He charged fiercely towards the leader of the mysterious figures, his shield slicing through the air with determination. The enigmatic leader engaged in a fierce battle with Captain America, each refusing to yield in their relentless exchange of blows. During the struggle, the members of the Avengers gradually discerned that these mysterious adversaries possessed not only formidable strength, but also a remarkable synergy, akin to a well-trained unit. "This cannot continue. We must identify their weaknesses," Captain America shouted amid the fray. Iron Man took to the skies, recalibrating his armor systems to rejoin the fray. "I shall divert their attention. You seek out an opportunity." Thor, the god of thunder, summoned his strength once more, preparing to unleash a more potent assault. Meanwhile, Black Widow, Doctor Strange, and Ant-Man observed the movements of the mysterious figures, endeavoring to uncover a flaw. Following an intense exchange, Doctor Strange finally detected a commonality among the enigmatic foes. Their power seemed to stem from the artifacts they wielded. "We must attack their artifacts." Upon hearing Doctor Strange's revelation, the team swiftly adjusted their offensive strategies. Captain America struck the artifact in the leader's grasp with his shield, causing a slight fissure to appear. Seizing the moment, Iron Man unleashed a powerful energy beam that utterly obliterated the artifact. As the artifact shattered, the mysterious being's strength notably diminished. The Avengers seized the opportunity to launch a final offensive, ultimately defeating the enigmatic adversaries. Having triumphed, Ant-Man collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Though fatigued, the remaining members' eyes sparkled with unwavering determination as they continued toward the city, the flame of hope within them burning ever brighter. Upon finally crossing into the city's borders, a wave of nostalgia washed over them. "We are home," Captain America remarked with a sense of profound reflection. However, they understood that this was merely a new beginning, with greater challenges awaiting them. Chapter 51. Return and new mission. After successfully vanquishing their mysterious foes, the members of the Avengers entered the familiar yet foreign city, their weary bodies suffused with the joy of victory. Captain Steve Rogers led the way, his steps slightly heavy, yet his resolute gaze conveyed a sense of relief and contentment. He surveyed the streets of the city, overwhelmed with emotion. Once, this had been their sanctuary. Now, after enduring numerous trials, they had finally returned to this cherished land. Iron Man, Tony Stark, bore the scars of battle on his armor, conversing with Jarvis about repair plans as he walked. "Jarvis, we must upgrade you upon our return, otherwise we shall not withstand the next arduous confrontation," he spoke, fatigue evident in his voice. yet tinged with anticipation for the future. Thor, wielding his mighty hammer, bore a countenance that was no longer as grave as it had been in battle. At last, we have returned. I hope Asgard remains well, he murmured, his thoughts drifting to his homeland. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, tidied her disheveled hair, her keen gaze scanning the crowd as if searching for something. I wonder how much has changed here during our absence, she remarked softly. Doctor Strange, with his arms crossed over his chest, gazed thoughtfully at the city's architecture and streets. The fluctuations of magic seemed more potent than ever, suggesting that a new threat may be silently approaching. A slight frown creased his brow, and a hint of concern stirred within him. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, looked around with excitement, filled with curiosity. Wow, I've finally returned to civilization. I almost forgot what a city looked like. A radiant smile lit up his face. As they returned, the citizens of the city gathered around, cheering to welcome the hero's triumphant return. Children excitedly waved small flags, while adults expressed admiration and gratitude in their eyes. Avengers, you are our pride, someone shouted loudly. Captain America smiled and waved at the crowd, saying, this is what we are meant to do, for peace, for everyone. Amidst the throngs of people, the members of the Avengers made their way to the city's South Central Square, where a grand welcome ceremony had been prepared. The mayor stepped forward, grasping Captain America's hand firmly. Thank you for your sacrifices. Our city is at peace because of you. The mayor's voice trembled with emotion. Iron Man shrugged, replying, it's nothing, merely our duty. However, within this joyous atmosphere, the Avengers did not forget their mission. Upon returning to their base, they swiftly began to organize the insights and lessons learned from this adventure. Captain America sat at the head of the conference room, his expression grave. Although we successfully retrieved the gem and returned to the city, we must remain vigilant. This experience has taught us that our enemies are more cunning and formidable than we imagined. Iron Man nodded in agreement. That's right, Captain. We need a comprehensive upgrade and improvement of our existing equipment and tactics. Thor rose, declaring, I shall strengthen our ties with Asgard to collectively confront any potential threats. Black Widow added, I will continue gathering intelligence to ensure we are not caught off guard by our enemies. Doctor Strange waved his hands, conjuring a magical image before them. I will delve deeper into the study of magic, seeking greater powers to protect the world. Ant-Man, undeterred, declared, I will train diligently to ensure I can contribute more effectively in battle. Just then, the base alarm blared suddenly. What is happening? Iron Man quickly checked the surveillance system. A wave of unidentified energy is approaching the city, came Jarvis's voice. Instantly, the expressions of everyone grew serious. It appears we have no time to rest, Captain America commanded, raising his hand to prepare for battle. The Avengers donned their gear once more and rushed towards the looming danger. Upon reaching the city's edge, they discovered a massive black vortex in the sky, continuously emitting powerful energy fluctuations. What is that? Ant-Man asked in astonishment. Doctor Strange furrowed his brow, stating, it appears to be a force from another dimension, extremely perilous. Iron Man wasted no time, firing energy beams in an attempt to halt the vortex's expansion. But the beams were effortlessly absorbed by the swirling maelstrom. Thor, the god of thunder, swung his mighty hammer and charged towards the vortex. However, as he drew near, he was repelled by a formidable force. Everyone, be cautious, Captain America shouted. The Black Widow, utilizing her agile prowess, scoured the area for vulnerabilities within the vortex. Doctor Strange conjured spells, endeavoring to analyze the energy structure of the swirling phenomenon. After numerous attempts, they ultimately unveiled its weakness. Focus your attacks on that point, Doctor Strange commanded. The team unleashed their most potent assaults towards the identified flaw. In a brilliant flash of light, the vortex was finally sealed. Phew, it's finally resolved. Ant-Man sighed with relief. Yet, they were acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The future held even greater challenges in store for them. Upon returning to their base, the members of the Avengers commenced a more profound investigation into the enigmatic energy that had manifested. Iron Man, through meticulous analysis of battle data, discerned that this energy was unlike any they had encountered previously. This could be an entirely new threat. We must be thoroughly prepared, he declared. Thor engaged in discourse with the wise sages of Asgard, seeking clues about this energy within ancient legends. The Black Widow tirelessly scoured her intelligence network, hoping to uncover any trace linked to this mysterious force. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange immersed himself in the study of magic, striving to comprehend the essence of this energy through arcane means. Ant-Man diligently trained in the training room, continuously enhancing his abilities. After a period of research and preparation, the Avengers gradually developed strategies to confront this unknown energy. However, just as they believed they could afford a moment's respite, a new crisis silently emerged. One day, peculiar creatures suddenly appeared in the city, exhibiting immense offensive and defensive capabilities, wreaking havoc upon the urban landscape. The Avengers swiftly mobilized, engaging in fierce combat with these beings. During the battle, they discerned that these creatures seemed to be under some form of control, exhibiting a highly organized manner of operation. There must be a mastermind behind this, Captain America asserted. Iron Man, while attacking the creatures, remarked, "Whoever it is, we must unearth their identity." After a grueling struggle, the Avengers ultimately vanquished the creatures. Yet, they understood that the true threat loomed in the shadows. In the days that followed, the Avengers continuously faced a myriad of new challenges and crises. They grew amidst battle, persevered through adversity, and steadfastly defended the peace and tranquility of the world. Nevertheless, they were acutely aware that the road ahead remained long and arduous. They would require greater strength and tighter unity to confront the unknown darkness. Chapter 52. Conspiracy. In the aftermath of the intense battle with the strange creatures, smoke and silence enveloped the ruins of the city. The members of the Avengers stood amidst the desolation, their hearts filled with apprehension and vigilance. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gazed at the ravaged streets, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of responsibility and unwavering determination. "We must uncover the mastermind behind this calamity, ensuring that such a disaster does not befall us again." His voice resonated with steadiness and strength, echoing like a clarion call amidst the stillness. Iron Man, Tony Stark, inspected the damage to his armor, articulating, "Captain, I shall expedite the repairs of my suit while employing my technology to trace the origins of these creatures." His gaze was focused and composed, already formulating various potential leads and avenues for investigation. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped his mighty hammer with a piercing gaze. "Whoever orchestrates this malevolence shall tremble beneath the might of my thunder." His words brimmed with authority and indignation, expressing profound outrage at this affront to peace. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, brushed off the dust from her attire, her expression grave and earnest. "I will mobilize my entire intelligence network, leaving no stone unturned." Though her tone was calm, the resolve within her was unmistakable. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, conjuring magic to sense the residual energy waves around him. "This force is steeped in malevolence and darkness. I shall delve into its origins through the arcane." His brow furrowed as he immersed himself in the exploration of this mysterious power. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, busied himself collecting samples from the battlefield, hoping to uncover crucial clues from the biological structures of these entities. His focus was unwavering, attentive to every potentially useful detail. Upon returning to their base, the team immediately plunged into intensive investigative work. In the laboratory, Iron Man was surrounded by an array of high-tech devices and screens, data swirling rapidly before his eyes. ARVIS. Intensify the analysis of the biological genes. Let us discern any signs of modification. His fingers danced across the keyboard, striving to extract valuable insights from the vast troves of data. Thor, utilizing Asgard's unique channels, communicated with the sages of the divine realm. "I require your wisdom and knowledge to identify the source of this dark force." His expression was one of urgency, deeply concerned for the safety of Earth. Black Widow sat in the intelligence room, her computer screen displaying a multitude of classified documents and intelligence leads. Her fingers deftly clicked the mouse, her gaze intent on sifting through every potentially valuable piece of information. "No matter how deeply you conceal yourself, I will unearth you," she vowed silently. In the sanctum of magical power, Dr. Strange felt the mystical runes pulsating with enigmatic light. He closed his eyes, wholly attuned to the flow of magic, seeking connections to the dark force. "Magic shall guide us to the truth," he murmured. Ant-Man, in the laboratory, scrutinized the collected samples under the microscope. "What manner of modification technology is this?" he pondered, his brow furrowing in contemplation. After days and nights of relentless effort, they finally made a breakthrough. Iron Man, in his analysis of the biological genes, discovered an unprecedented coding sequence. "This is not technology of Earth. It must originate from beyond the stars." A glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Thor, the god of thunder, received an ancient legend from the wise beings of the realm, which spoke of a dark race wielding formidable power to control life forms deep within the cosmos. Could it be them? His heart brimmed with uncertainty. Black Widow uncovered the name of a clandestine organization from a confidential document, one that had been conducting perilous biological experiments. It seemed we were drawing closer to the truth. A subtle smile graced her lips, barely perceptible. Dr. Strange, in his exploration of the arcane, sensed an evil aura linked to the dark race. This force was stirring, and we must hasten our pace. His countenance grew more grave. Ant-Man discovered a unique energy crystal within the samples, a crystal that appeared to be the key to controlling biological actions. "This could be a crucial clue to unraveling the mystery," he exclaimed with excitement. The members of the Avengers converged once more, sharing their individual findings. "It appears we are confronted by a formidable adversary from the depths of the universe," Captain America asserted. "Yet, no matter their strength, we shall not falter," declared Iron Man resolutely. Indeed, we must expose their nefarious schemes and safeguard the Earth, Thor echoed. At that moment, the base's alarm blared unexpectedly. This is not good. A new situation has arisen, Iron Man remarked, glancing at the data on the screen. The group hurried to the monitoring room, where they observed significant abnormal energy fluctuations in another part of the city. What is happening? Black Widow inquired. It's unclear. But we must investigate immediately, Captain America commanded, gesturing for everyone to depart once more. Upon reaching the scene, they found themselves enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread. Be cautious. This energy is perilous, Dr. Strange warned. Just then, a group of figures emerged from the shadows. It's you. Captain America exclaimed in astonishment. It turned out these figures were indeed the members of the dark race they had been seeking. Avengers, your doom is upon you. The leader of the dark race sneered. A fierce battle erupted once again. Chapter 53. The intense clash. As the members of the dark race emerged from the enveloping dark energy, the Avengers instantly assumed a state of heightened alert. Captain Steve Rogers gripped his shield tightly, his gaze piercing, his posture unwavering, resembling an immovable mountain. Whatever scheme you possess, it shall meet its end here today. His voice resonated firmly in the tense atmosphere. Iron Man, Tony Stark, felt the flickering lights of his armor, excitement and determination gleaming in his eyes. I'm eager to see just how formidable you truly are. He crossed his arms, the energy systems of his suit at peak readiness. Thor raised his mighty hammer high, lightning crackling across its surface, illuminating his face filled with fervor. Evil ones of the shadows, brace yourselves for the wrath of the Thunder God, he bellowed, as if releasing both his fury and justice through that mighty roar. The Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, stood gracefully to the side, her gaze cold and focused, her hands firmly gripping her specially designed weapon, poised to deliver a lethal strike to her adversaries. This time, you shall not escape so easily. Her voice was low and laced with menace. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, moved his hands in intricate patterns, the light of magic swirling at his fingertips, forming mysterious runes. The forces of darkness shall not prevail in the face of light. He murmured incantations, the aura of magic surrounding him growing ever more potent. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, lingered behind the others, taking a deep breath to steady himself. I shall not falter. I must fight for justice. He silently motivated himself. The leader of the dark race let out a chilling laugh. With you, do you think you can thwart our plans? Such naivety. With a wave of his hand, his followers surged forward. Captain America was the first to charge, darting towards the enemy like a bolt of lightning. His shield transformed into the sharpest of weapons, each swing creating a gust of wind that repelled foes. Iron Man soared through the air, unleashing powerful energy beams that struck true at the enemy's vital points, skillfully maneuvering across the battlefield, denying the adversaries even a moment to breathe. Thor, the god of thunder, roared as he plunged into the fray, his hammer summoning thunder and lightning, sending enemies reeling. The Black Widow, with her agile physique and exceptional combat skills, danced between foes, each strike landing with precision. Dr. Strange unleashed formidable spells, ensnaring enemies within magical circles or casting them away with sheer force. Ant-Man, undeterred, utilized his ability to alter his size, catching the enemy off guard and causing significant disruption. At times, he would suddenly enlarge to deliver a heavy blow. At others, he would shrink to an almost imperceptible size, sabotaging their weapons and gear. However, the members of the dark race were no mere trifles. They wielded bizarre dark magic and potent combat skills, engaging the Avengers in fierce confrontation. The battlefield became a cacophony of flashing lights and energy collisions, the sounds of battle resonating incessantly. During the skirmish, Captain America was inadvertently struck by the enemy's dark magic, hurtling backward. Captain, Iron Man exclaimed, swiftly soaring to catch him. I'm fine, continue the fight. Captain America gritted his teeth, rejoining the fray. Thor found himself surrounded by numerous foes, who relentlessly unleashed dark energy in an attempt to suppress the might of his hammer. With great effort, Thor resisted, veins bulging on his forehead. You wretches shall not succeed, he shouted, channeling his strength, unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning from his hammer that sent all nearby foes sprawling. In a close-quarters struggle with a formidable enemy, the Black Widow inadvertently exposed a vulnerability and sustained an injury. Natasha, Dr. Strange timely cast a spell, conjuring a shield to block the enemy's follow-up attack. The Black Widow seized the opportunity to regain her composure and re-enter the battle. Ant-Man, now enlarged, found himself ensnared by the enemy's magic, struggling desperately yet unable to break free. At that moment, Captain America charged forward, utilizing his shield to shatter the enemy's sorcery, thereby rescuing Ant-Man. Thank you, Captain. Ant-Man expressed his gratitude. The battle escalated into a fervent clash, with both sides exerting their utmost effort. The leader of the dark race, witnessing the stalemate, grew increasingly anxious. He resolved to take matters into his own hands. With hands clasped together, he recited incantations, and a formidable dark energy coalesced in his grasp. "Beware, everyone. Danger is imminent," Dr. Strange warned loudly, sensing the impending threat. However, before anyone could react, the dark energy surged toward them. Without hesitation, Captain America raised his shield, positioning it before his comrades. The dark energy collided with the shield, producing a deafening sound. With gritted teeth, he braced himself against the overwhelming force. "Captain, we are here to assist you." Iron Man, Thor, Black Widow, Doctor Strange, and Ant-Man rallied beside him, collectively resisting the onslaught of dark energy. Through their united effort, the malevolent force began to wane. "Now is the time for a counterattack," Captain America exclaimed. Seizing the moment, the members of the Avengers launched their final offensive, unleashing their powers to the fullest as they assaulted the Dark Race's members in relentless waves. Gradually, the Dark Race began to falter under the onslaught, showing signs of retreat. "Do not let them escape," Iron Man shouted. They pursued relentlessly, denying the enemy any chance of fleeing. Ultimately, after a fierce battle, the members of the Dark Race were vanquished. "We have triumphed," Ant-Man exclaimed with exhilaration. Yet, the Avengers remained vigilant, aware that this was merely the beginning, and a more significant conspiracy might still lurk in the shadows. Chapter 54. Reflections after the battle and new clues in the aftermath of the fierce confrontation. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke and weariness. The Avengers, some seated and others standing, gasped for breath, their elation overshadowed by profound fatigue. Captain Steve Rogers knelt on the ground, his shield leaning against him, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and cascading down his dust-laden cheeks. His gaze fixated on the horizon, his thoughts seemingly drifting into the unknown. This was but a minor victory. The true threat might still be concealed within deeper darkness. His voice was low and hoarse, laced with the exhaustion of battle and anxiety for the future. Tony Stark, Iron Man, descended slowly from the sky, the brilliance of his armor dimming. He approached Captain America with heavy steps, crouching beside him. "Captain, at the very least, we have thwarted them this time. However, we must discern their purpose and the mastermind behind this," he said, removing his helmet to reveal his weary yet resolute gaze. Thor leaned against Mjolnir, his tall figure slightly bent. His breath came in quick bursts, and his armor bore multiple wounds. "No matter their origin, if they threaten Earth, I shall not relent." His voice thundered with power and determination, yet it could not mask the frailty of the moment. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, leaned against a crumbling wall, her hair disheveled and her face marred with blood. She gently tended to her wounds, her gaze unwaveringly vigilant. "We must extract more clues from these miscreants. We cannot allow them another chance to wreak havoc." Though her voice was weak, it remained resolute and forceful. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, stood with his arms crossed and eyes closed, seemingly attuned to some mystical perception. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and declared, "I sense that the source of this dark power has not yet been vanquished. We must prepare ourselves more thoroughly." His complexion was pale, the exertion of magic having drained his vitality significantly. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, sat on the ground, having returned to his normal size. He surveyed the surrounding ruins with a mixture of shock and helplessness. "This is all too horrifying. We must ensure that such events do not recur." His voice trembled slightly, clearly still recovering from the intensity of the battle. Captain America rose, taking a deep breath, and said, "Everyone, return to the base, recuperate, and then carefully examine the remnants left by our foes." The group nodded in agreement, dragging their weary bodies toward the direction of the base. Upon returning to the base, they immediately immersed themselves in analyzing the combat data and the artifacts left by the enemy. Iron Man sat in the laboratory, his screen displaying a plethora of intricate data and images. "Jarvis, assist me in analyzing the characteristics of this dark energy. Let us uncover its source and method of propagation." His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, his expression focused and serious. Thor, the god of thunder, conversed with an envoy from Asgard. "I require further knowledge regarding the legends of dark forces in the universe and potential countermeasures." His demeanor was grave, his grip on Mjolnir firm. In the intelligence room, the Black Widow meticulously examined the items and documents seized from the enemy. "There must be clues we require within these. With thorough investigation, we shall surely uncover them." Her gaze was sharp, leaving no detail overlooked. Doctor Strange, in the sanctum of magic, cast spells to interpret the mysterious runes collected from the battlefield. These runes harbored formidable dark energy. Deciphering their secrets might reveal the enemy's vulnerabilities. His voice was low and earnest, fully devoted to the study of magic. Ant-Man assisted in organizing and categorizing various samples in the laboratory. Although his expertise was limited, his diligence and attentiveness proved beneficial to the team. After several days of intense labor, new discoveries began to surface. Iron Man, in his analysis of the dark energy, identified a peculiar frequency fluctuation. This fluctuation resembled a form of signal, potentially a means of communication with the mastermind behind it all. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Thor, poring over ancient Asgardian texts, unearthed references to a dark artifact said to possess the ability to control immense dark power. Should the enemy possess such an artifact, our predicament would escalate significantly. His countenance grew even more somber. The Black Widow uncovered a mysterious symbol within a document, and through her investigation, she discovered its connection to a clandestine dark organization lurking underground, which had been operating unnoticed until now. Her voice resonated with astonishment and indignation. Doctor Strange successfully deciphered part of the enigmatic runes and unearthed a prophecy regarding the awakening of dark forces, potentially heralding a greater calamity on the horizon. His brow furrowed, anxiety filling his heart. Ant-Man, while organizing samples, stumbled upon a diminutive biological chip. Upon analysis, it appeared to be the key to controlling enemy movements. Perhaps through studying this chip, we might unveil a method to counteract the enemy's control. A glimmer of hope flickered across his face. The team reconvened, exchanging their findings. Captain America listened intently, his expression growing increasingly grave. It seemed that the adversary we faced was more intricate and formidable than we had anticipated. Yet, we could not falter. We must devise a strategy to confront this threat. His gaze was resolute, brimming with determination. Iron Man declared, I will enhance our equipment and weaponry based on these discoveries to bolster our combat efficacy. Thor asserted, I shall continue to liaise with Asgard, seeking additional support and assistance. The Black Widow stated, I will delve deeper into gathering intelligence on that dark organization to locate their hideout. Doctor Strange remarked, I will intensify my studies on magic to find ways to counteract the dark forces. Ant-Man resolutely added, I will do everything in my power to assist everyone. At that moment, the base alarm blared unexpectedly. This is not good. A new situation has arisen. Iron Man swiftly checked the surveillance system. The expressions of the group turned serious, aware that a new battle was imminent. Chapter 55, Crisis Revisited. As the piercing wail of the base alarm resonated, the members of the Avengers instantly shifted from their discussion to a state of combat readiness. Captain Steve Rogers launched toward the monitor like an arrow released from its bow, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the anomalies displayed on the screen. Everyone, be advised, an unidentified object is rapidly approaching the base. His voice was steady and decisive, swiftly directing the team into action. Iron Man, Tony Stark, immediately activated his armor, the propulsion system igniting as he ascended into the air, poised to confront the threat. J.A.R.V.I.S. analyzed the attributes of the unidentified object and possible modes of attack. His voice emanated from the suit, brimming with confidence and combat focus. Thor gripped his enchanted hammer tightly, lightning crackling upon its surface, his eyes ablaze with the thirst for battle. Whoever approached would tremble beneath the might of the God of Thunder. His strides were resolute, each step resonating with the power of thunder. The Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, swiftly armed herself, her agile form racing toward the exit. I will seek out the enemy's vulnerabilities from the shadows. Her tone was calm yet decisive, her silhouette a fleeting shadow in the corridor. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands as magical sigils materialized around him. His gaze was profound, as if he could see beyond the present crisis into the unfolding future. The power of magic shall be our ally, he murmured softly, then vanished in a burst of light. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, took a deep breath, adjusting his gear. Though I may not be the mightiest, I shall not falter, he muttered to himself, keeping pace with the others. Upon reaching the summit platform of the base, they beheld several colossal flying objects in the sky, their peculiar forms emanating an unsettling glow. What in the world are those? Iron Man utilized his suit's scanning system in an attempt to gather more information about the aerial entities. Captain America furrowed his brow, stating resolutely, whatever they are, we must prepare for battle. At that moment, the flying objects unleashed beams of energy, assaulting the base. Scatter, Captain America shouted, raising his shield to deflect an energy beam aimed at him. The shield collided with the energy, producing a tremendous impact that pushed him back several steps. Yet he remained steadfast. Iron Man deftly evaded the energy beams in midair, retaliating with his own. Taste my energy cannon. His suit emitted a brilliant radiance as energy projectiles surged towards the flying objects. Thor leapt high, wielding his mighty hammer, summoning powerful lightning to strike the aerial foes. Behold the true might. Lightning erupted between the flying objects, striking one and causing it to billow black smoke. Black Widow darted through the shadows of the building, seeking the vulnerabilities of the flying entities. She identified a crucial component at the bottom of one, swiftly firing her weapon. Here it is. Her bullets struck true, causing one flying object's power system to malfunction. Doctor Strange materialized above another flying object, his hands weaving intricate patterns as he cast formidable spells, immobilizing the craft. You cannot escape. His magical aura shone brightly, rendering the flying object motionless. Ant-Man exploited his ability to alter his size, infiltrating one of the flying objects. Let me uncover the secrets within. Inside, he discovered a core mechanism, but as he prepared to sabotage it, several adversaries detected him, igniting a fierce close-quarters battle. Amidst the intense skirmish, the members of the Avengers gradually gained the upper hand. However, the enemies were far from yielding easily. Suddenly, one of the flying objects emitted a powerful electromagnetic pulse, instantly disrupting the base's electronic systems and the team's communications. "This is bad. Everyone be cautious," Captain America warned loudly. Iron Man's suit systems were affected, temporarily losing some functionality. "Damn, this is quite troublesome." He struggled to regain control of his suit. Thor realized that his lightning powers were being suppressed, weakening his might. "What sorcery is this?" he bellowed, continuing to swing his hammer in an attempt to overcome the effects of the electromagnetic pulse. Black Widow's weapons also malfunctioned, forcing her to rely on her combat skills against the foes. "I cannot be defeated so easily." She gritted her teeth, engaging in a life-or-death struggle with the enemy. Doctor Strange's magic faced some interference, yet through sheer willpower and exceptional skill, he persisted in the fight. Magic will not be easily vanquished. He recited the incantation aloud, amplifying the potency of his magic. Ant-Man faced numerous challenges within the vessel, yet he persevered. Success was imperative. At last, he seized the opportunity to sabotage the core apparatus. With the destruction of the core, the craft spiraled out of control, plummeting towards the ground. Observing this, the other vessels began their retreat. "Do not let them escape," Captain America shouted, rallying the team in pursuit. Following an intense chase and barrage, the enemy crafts were ultimately repelled. Exhausted, the group returned to their base, each bearing the marks of battle and fatigue. Their adversary was formidable, and it appeared they had come well prepared. Iron Man examined the damage to his suit, commenting, "We will not be vanquished by them. We shall uncover their motives and the mastermind behind it all." Thor, seated nearby and catching his breath, asserted, regardless of their schemes, "We shall thwart them." Black Widow wiped the blood from her face, adding, "We must learn from this encounter and ready ourselves more thoroughly." Doctor Strange crossed his arms, stating, "I will delve deeper into the enemy's powers, seeking a means to counter them." Ant-Man brushed off the dust from his attire, declaring, "I too will strive to enhance my abilities. I shall not be a hindrance in our next battle." At that moment, the base's communication system emitted an urgent message. "Avengers, we have discovered a crucial lead that may pertain to the enemy's next move." The collective gaze of the team converged once more, heralding the onset of a new challenge. Chapter 56. Clue and choice. In the brief calm following the repulsion of the enemy crafts, a tense and grave atmosphere enveloped the Avengers base. The members gathered around the conference table, each visage marked by the fatigue and contemplation born of conflict. Captain Steve Rogers clasped his hands on the table, his gaze resolute and focused. "The recent lead could very well be the key to surmounting our current predicament, yet it may also be a trap laid by the enemy." His voice resonated with stability and strength, anchoring the slightly restless emotions of the group. Iron Man Tony Stark reclined in his chair, fingers tapping lightly on the surface. "Whether it's a trap or not, we must investigate. We cannot remain passive, waiting for the enemy to strike again." His eyes conveyed determination and a hint of defiance, as if every obstacle before him was merely a technical challenge to be overcome. Thor, arms crossed, exuded an aura of authority. "No matter the hardships that lie ahead, I fear not. However, we must proceed with caution to avoid falling into the enemy's snares." His words rang out like a clarion call, imbued with the resolve of a warrior and vigilance against the unknown. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff deftly adjusted her hair, her gaze calm yet piercing. "We must meticulously assess the origin and reliability of this lead. We cannot act recklessly, lest we find ourselves in an even more perilous situation." Her voice was low and methodical, embodying the caution and acuity characteristic of a seasoned agent. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, gracefully waved his hands, the luminous essence of magic flickering at his fingertips. With his eyes gently closed, he seemed to be attuning himself to some enigmatic perception through sorcery. I sensed that the thread of this clue was enveloped in intricate magical fluctuations, perhaps concealing deeper secrets within. Upon opening his eyes, his expression turned grave as he spoke. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, sat nearby, appearing somewhat restless. "I am uncertain, but I trust our collective judgment. As long as I can contribute to the team, I am willing to do anything." Though his voice trembled with a hint of anxiety, it was predominantly imbued with unwavering faith and steadfast support for the group. Captain America nodded, acknowledging the validity of the sentiments expressed. The clue pointed towards a remote area rumored to harbor a significant enemy stronghold. Yet, we were utterly uninformed about the circumstances there. Iron Man rose, boldly questioning, "So what? When have we ever feared the unknown? We possess the most advanced technology, unparalleled strength, and an indomitable spirit." Thor, the god of thunder, also stood, affirming, "Indeed, we must not falter out of fear. This is our duty, a challenge we must face." Black Widow surveyed the assembly, cautioning, "However, we cannot act impulsively. A meticulous plan is essential, considering every conceivable eventuality." Dr. Strange added, "I can employ magic to provide us with additional protection and early warnings, yet it cannot guarantee absolute safety." The group fell into contemplative silence. The meeting room enveloped in stillness. At this juncture, Captain America shattered the quiet, declaring, "We are the Avengers. Our mission is to safeguard the world. Regardless of the obstacles ahead, we must not retreat. Yet, we must proceed with caution, ensuring our impulsiveness does not precipitate greater calamity." Iron Man concurred, "The captain is right. We will divide into teams, one for reconnaissance, another for assault, and a third for support and extraction." Thor expressed his agreement. "Very well, let it be decided thus." Black Widow proposed, "Ant-Man and I will handle reconnaissance. Our stealth and agility will enable us to gather extensive intelligence." Dr. Strange affirmed, "Then Iron Man and I shall oversee support and extraction, utilizing magic and technology to ensure your safety." Captain America and Thor willingly volunteered for the assault, stating, "We will deliver a decisive blow to the enemy at the critical moment." Following these decisions, the team commenced their preparations with heightened urgency. Iron Man made final adjustments and upgrades to his armor in the lab, ensuring maximum efficacy in battle. Thor polished Mjolnir, attuning to the power emanating from the hammer, gathering energy for the impending conflict. Black Widow and Ant-Man readied various reconnaissance devices and weapons, intent on acquiring as much information as possible without detection. Dr. Strange meditated within the sanctum of magic, bolstering his arcane strength in preparation for potential magical assaults. With all preparations complete, the Avengers embarked on a new journey. They boarded the Quinjet, soaring towards the region indicated by the clue. Along the way, a heavy atmosphere enveloped them, for they understood that this could be an unprecedented battle. As the aircraft neared its destination, Black Widow and Ant-Man stealthily ejected, vanishing into the vastness of the night. Captain America and Thor, fully armed, readied themselves to launch an assault when the moment was ripe. Dr. Strange and Iron Man remained aboard the aircraft, closely monitoring every movement on the battlefield. Black Widow and Ant-Man cautiously approached the enemy stronghold, skillfully evading various patrols and surveillance, successfully infiltrating the interior. "Natasha, there are many peculiar devices and experimental samples here." Ant-Man whispered. "Be quiet. We must not be detected," Black Widow replied in a hushed tone. Just as they prepared to explore further, an alarm suddenly blared. "This is bad. We've been discovered," Ant-Man exclaimed. Without hesitation, Black Widow made a swift decision to retreat, signaling their teammates. Upon hearing the signal, Captain America and Thor charged towards the enemy stronghold without a moment's delay. "Charge! For justice!" Captain America shouted. Thor swung his mighty hammer, unleashing a torrent of lightning that sent the enemies trembling beneath the thunder. Thus began an intense battle. Chapter 57. Clash and breakthrough. The Quinjet soared through the night sky. Members of the Avengers, each lost in their thoughts, their gazes resolutely fixed on the impending destination. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive, the only sounds being the faint hum of instruments and the slightly labored breaths of the team. Captain Steve Rogers gripped his shield tightly, his eyes revealing a determined courage and steadfastness in the face of the unknown. His muscles were taut, akin to a lion poised to pounce on its prey, ever ready to embrace the crucible of battle. This mission allowed no room for failure. Only success would suffice. His voice, deep and powerful, resonated within the confined cabin, infusing his comrades with an invisible strength. Iron Man, Tony Stark, sat at the helm, his fingers deftly maneuvering the control panel, the data from his armor flickering across the screen before him. "Captain, rest assured, my armor is primed to face any challenge," he said, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Despite the immense pressure, that confident smile never wavered. Thor stood nearby, his hammer radiating a blinding light, arcs of electricity dancing upon it, eager to unleash its devastating power. "No matter how many foes there are, I shall make them tremble before my hammer," he declared, his voice booming like thunder, filled with authority and grandeur. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and Ant-Man, Scott Lang, busied themselves in a corner, meticulously checking their gear. Black Widow's gaze was calm and focused, each movement precise and swift. "Scott, we cannot afford any slip-ups this time," she said in a serious tone. Ant-Man nodded, his eyes betraying a hint of tension, yet predominantly reflecting determination. "I understand, Natasha. I will give it my all." As the aircraft drew closer, Black Widow and Ant-Man prepared for their jump. "Good luck to you both," Iron Man said. The two exchanged a glance and, without hesitation, leapt from the cabin, disappearing into the darkened sky. Meanwhile, Captain America and Thor remained inside the aircraft, awaiting their signal. Time passed slowly, Every second felt exceptionally prolonged. At last, the urgent voice of Black Widow echoed through the earpiece. "We have been discovered. Retreat." Without a moment's hesitation, Captain America and Thor charged forth. The two swiftly opened the hatch and soared towards the enemy stronghold. Inside the enemy base, alarms blared and lights flickered. Black Widow and Ant-Man desperately fled from their pursuers. With her agile movements and exceptional combat skills, Black Widow evaded enemy attacks time and again. Ant-Man utilized his ability to shrink and enlarge, weaving through narrow corridors in an attempt to elude detection. This way, Black Widow spotted a passage, and the two quickly darted inside. However, their pursuers were relentless, bullets whistling past them. At that moment, Captain America and Thor descended from above. Captain America raised his shield to block incoming bullets, while Thor swung his mighty hammer, unleashing a bolt of lightning that incapacitated a group of enemies. "Follow us," Captain America shouted. Black Widow and Ant-Man immediately fell in line, and the force surged toward the core of the stronghold. The number of enemies increased, pouring in from all directions to form a formidable defensive line. "Charge!" Thor roared, leading the way. With each swing of his hammer, powerful lightning surged forth, driving back the foes. Captain America followed closely behind, using his shield to protect his comrades from attacks. Black Widow and Ant-Man flanked them, continuously firing at the enemy. Iron Man and Doctor Strange monitored the battlefield from their aircraft. J-A-R-V-I-S. "Prepare for fire support," Iron Man commanded. "Understood, sir," J-A-R-V-I-S replied. Doctor Strange waved his hands, gathering magical energy. "I shall cast a magical shield for them," he murmured. With the four's valiant assault, the enemy's defense began to falter, and they fought their way into the heart of the stronghold. However, here they encountered even tighter security and unknown dangers. "Be careful," Captain America suddenly called out. A powerful energy beam shot toward them from the front. Thor swiftly raised his hammer to block the beam. "What in the world is that?" he exclaimed. Black Widow surveyed the surroundings and deduced that it was some form of energy weapon. Just then, a group of enemies clad in specialized gear appeared, wielding an unfamiliar weapon and launching an attack on the Avengers. "Whatever it is, it won't stop us," Captain America declared. The four rejoined the fray, engaging in a fierce battle with the enemies. Amidst the intense conflict, Captain America's shield was struck by an enemy weapon, resulting in a crack. "Captain," Ant-Man gasped. Gritting his teeth, Captain America pressed on. Thor bore several wounds, yet his spirit remained unyielding. "Come on, you scoundrels." Black Widow and Ant-Man's ammunition dwindled, but they refused to relent, resorting to close-quarters combat with their adversaries. As the situation reached an impasse, Iron Man's aircraft finally arrived, unleashing a formidable barrage that swiftly subdued the enemy. Doctor Strange conjured his magic, creating opportunities for his allies. "Charge!" Captain America shouted, leading the team towards their ultimate objective. After an intense battle, they finally breached the enemy's defenses and arrived at the core chamber of the stronghold. Within the room, a colossal apparatus emanated a mysterious glow. "This must be what we are looking for," Iron Man remarked. However, just as they prepared to approach the device, a shadowy figure materialized before them. Chapter 58. The mysterious adversary in the core chamber suffused with enigmatic light. The Avengers fixated their gaze on the sudden apparition. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, an oppressive tension enveloping them like a heavy mist. Captain Steve Rogers narrowed his eyes slightly, instinctively tightening his grip on his shield. His body coiled and ready to counter any impending assault. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" His voice was deep and commanding, resonating with undeniable authority. Tony Stark, encased in his armor, observed the mysterious figure through the helmet's visor, rapidly analyzing the individual's data. "No matter your origins, those who dare obstruct our path will face dire consequences," he declared, his tone brimming with confidence and provocation. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped Mjolnir tightly, lightning dancing upon its surface, his imposing figure radiating an overwhelming presence. "Reveal your true self, you coward," he bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder throughout the chamber. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, stood poised with a weapon in each hand, her gaze sharp and vigilant, akin to a predator ready to pounce on its prey. "Do not act rashly. Let us first discern his intentions," she advised calmly and composedly. Scott Lang, the Ant-Man, lingered behind his comrades, his body trembling slightly. Yet his gaze remained resolute as he scrutinized the enigmatic figure. "This guy looks formidable," he muttered softly. The mysterious figure took a measured step forward, the surrounding light seemingly distorting with his movement. Cloaked in a shroud of mist, his features remained obscured. "Avengers, you should not be here," his voice rasped, low and echoing as though emanating from a distant abyss. Captain America stepped forward, asserting, "We come in the name of justice. No one shall deter us." The mysterious figure scoffed. "Justice? Your so-called justice is merely a naive illusion." Iron Man interjected, "Spare us your nonsensical ramblings. Let us see what you are truly capable of. With that, he unleashed a beam of energy towards the figure. The mysterious adversary casually waved his hand, dissipating the energy into nothingness. Is that all you have? He taunted. Seeing this, Thor charged forward, wielding Mjolnir with determination. The mysterious figure, unfazed, raised a hand, unleashing a powerful force that sent Thor reeling backward. Thor! Captain America shouted. Taking advantage of the moment, Black Widow launched her attack, her form flickering as she instantaneously appeared behind the enigmatic figure, her weapon poised to strike. Yet, as if possessing eyes on the back of his head, the mysterious individual effortlessly evaded her assault. Ant-Man, sensing the impending danger, swiftly enlarged himself, attempting to subdue the enigmatic foe with his immense strength. However, with a mere flick, the mysterious figure unleashed a formidable force that sent Ant-Man hurtling backward. Everyone, be cautious. This adversary is exceedingly powerful, Captain America warned. The mysterious figure erupted into laughter. Do you truly believe this will suffice to defeat me? Such naivety. At that moment, Doctor Strange materialized in the room through a magical teleportation. I sense a potent darkness. It must be you, he declared. The mysterious figure turned his gaze toward Doctor Strange. Do you think your magic can affect me? With a flourish, Doctor Strange conjured a magical glyph around him. We shall see, he retorted. The mysterious figure released a wave of dark energy that collided with Doctor Strange's magic, causing the entire room to tremble under the immense power. All together now, Captain America shouted, charging once more at the enigmatic foe. The Avengers launched a fierce assault, engaging in an intense battle against the mysterious figure. Iron Man's energy beams erupted. Thor's thunder roared, Black Widow's agile strikes landed, Ant-Man's colossal might surged forth, and Doctor Strange's arcane magic poured toward the adversary. Under the relentless onslaught, the mysterious figure began to show signs of struggle, wounds appearing upon his form, yet he continued to resist tenaciously. Do you truly believe this will vanquish me? He bellowed, suddenly unleashing a surge of potent energy that sent the Avengers sprawling across the floor. They fell heavily, momentarily incapacitated. The mysterious figure, panting, proclaimed, "This is merely the beginning. You cannot avert the impending catastrophe." With that, he turned toward the enigmatic device. We cannot allow him to succeed, Captain America shouted, struggling to rise. The others scrambled to their feet, rushing once more toward the enigmatic figure. Just as his hand was about to touch the device, Doctor Strange cast a powerful binding spell, momentarily immobilizing him. Quickly destroy the device, Doctor Strange urged. Iron Man surged forward, firing a potent energy beam that struck the device. In an instant, it erupted in a dazzling explosion of light. As the brilliance faded, the mysterious figure had vanished. He has fled, Thor remarked. Yet we have thwarted his scheme, Captain America affirmed. The group gazed at the wreckage of the device, their hearts heavy with uncertainty and concern. What was this device? What was his intent? Black Widow inquired. Doctor Strange furrowed his brow. I sense a colossal conspiracy lurking behind this. Ant-Man added. Regardless, we cannot allow him to prevail again. Indeed, we must prepare ourselves for the challenges that lie ahead, Captain America declared. The members of the Avengers departed from the enigmatic locale, their hearts brimming with questions and resolute determination. Chapter 59. The unknown conspiracy. Amidst the ruins left by the explosion of the mysterious device, the Avengers gasped for breath, their eyes still reflecting the vigilance and uncertainty that followed the battle. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gradually straightened his posture, his muscles trembling slightly from exhaustion. Yet his unwavering gaze betrayed no hint of faltering. Regardless of who that individual was, his intentions were undoubtedly far from simple. As he spoke, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Iron Man, Tony Stark, emerged from his severely damaged armor, smoke billowing from several compromised components. His countenance dark and brooding. This adversary's prowess exceeded all expectations, and he seemed to possess an intimate understanding of our every move. His brow furrowed deeply as he sank into contemplation. Thor, the god of thunder, panted heavily, the radiance of his enchanted hammer dimming significantly. Whatever conspiracy lurked in the shadows, as long as I, Thor, remain, they shall not succeed. His voice rang with conviction, though it could not entirely mask the anxiety within. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leaned against the wall, steadying her breath. We must unravel this mystery swiftly, otherwise, we may not be so fortunate next time. A glimmer of concern shone in her eyes. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, plopped down on the ground, his body aching from overexertion. What on earth is happening? It feels as though we are ensnared in a colossal vortex. He shook his head, bewilderment etched across his face. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, clasped his hands together, muttering incantations as he harnessed magic to sense the lingering energy fluctuations around him. This force is profoundly malevolent and exceedingly intricate. I shall require time to analyze it. He opened his eyes, a grave expression adorning his face. Captain America inhaled deeply and declared, "Let us return to the base, gather our thoughts and see if we can piece together any useful information from the clues we possess. The others nodded in agreement, leaving the chaotic site with heavy hearts. Upon their return to the base, the team immediately immersed themselves in intense analysis and discussion. Iron Man sat before a vast screen, his fingers gliding swiftly across the interface. A flurry of data and images flashing before him. Jarvis, assist me in analyzing this combat data. Let us uncover the weaknesses of that mysterious figure. His gaze remained focused, capturing every detail. Thor engaged in dialogue with emissaries from Asgard, seeking insights from divine knowledge that might relate to the current incident. We must ascertain the origin of this dark force. Otherwise, Asgard itself may face peril. His expression was serious, his tone resolute. Black Widow occupied the intelligence room, her workspace cluttered with files and documents. I will meticulously review all the intelligence we have gathered, in hopes of uncovering any overlooked details. Her eyes darted swiftly across the pages, her pen incessantly recording notes. Ant-Man collaborated with scientists in the laboratory, examining samples retrieved from the battlefield. Perhaps these specimens will unveil some secrets about our adversary. Though not a scientist himself, he diligently contributed his thoughts to the endeavor. Doctor Strange stood within the sanctum of magic, surrounded by enigmatic runes and shimmering lights. With his eyes tightly closed, he immersed himself entirely in the realm of sorcery, striving to decipher the secrets held by that mysterious force. As time ticked away, a palpable tension enveloped the base. At last, Iron Man shattered the silence. I perceive that the energy signature of this enigmatic individual bears a resemblance to an extraterrestrial entity we previously encountered, albeit with distinct differences, he remarked. A hint of perplexity in his tone. Thor, the god of thunder, added, the ancient texts of Asgard allude to a similar dark power. But that is a matter of ages past, and the particulars warrant further investigation. Black Widow lifted her gaze and declared, I have unearthed new leads regarding that clandestine organization. They appear to be conducting a series of secretive experiments with unclear objectives. Ant-Man exclaimed with enthusiasm, we detected a unique genetic sequence in the samples, which may be linked to the enemy's mutations and formidable strength. Slowly, Doctor Strange opened his eyes and spoke, through my magical perception. I sense a formidable entity orchestrating this power from behind the scenes, yet I remain uncertain of its identity. The group fell into contemplation. These fragmented clues resembled pieces of a puzzle. Though some had been gathered, they were insufficient to reveal the complete picture. Captain America rose and asserted, regardless, we cannot remain idle. We must continue our search for clues, enhance our training, and prepare for the next challenge. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with resolve. However, at that moment, the base alarm blared once more. This is not good. We have another situation, Iron Man declared. The group swiftly made their way to the monitoring room, where the screens displayed abnormal energy fluctuations across multiple locations in the city. What is happening? Could this be a new wave of attacks from the enemy? Black Widow inquired. Captain America clenched his fists and replied, whatever it is, we must confront it. Let us move. The Avengers embarked on their journey once again, unaware of what awaited them. Yet their conviction remained unshaken. On the city streets, panic ensued as people fled in terror, fear darkening every corner. The Avengers arrived at the scene, witnessing a peculiar assortment of creatures wreaking havoc. What manner of monstrosity is this? Ant-Man gasped in astonishment. Iron Man retorted, whatever it is, let us take it down first. The team immediately engaged in battle, clashing fiercely with the creatures. During the fray, they discovered that these beings possessed not only immense strength but also a degree of intelligence, adept at coordinating their efforts and employing tactics. This is no easy foe, Thor remarked. Captain America shouted, everyone, stay focused. Concentrate our efforts to take them down one by one. After a grueling struggle, the Avengers ultimately vanquished the creatures, momentarily quelling the crisis. Yet, they understood that this was merely the beginning. The machinations behind it all continued, and they must strive even harder to uncover the truth and safeguard the world. In the ruins of the city, the members of the Avengers gazed into the distance, their hearts brimming with a profound sense of mission and responsibility. They understood that the road ahead was fraught with challenges, yet they remained undaunted, for they were the Avengers, the guardians of the world. Chapter 60. The ominous foreboding amidst the desolate streets, shrouded in smoke, the Avengers stood resolutely, enveloped by a heavy atmosphere akin to a looming shadow. Captain America, Steve Rogers, surveyed the surrounding devastation, a surge of indescribable sorrow and indignation swelling within him. Gripping his shield tightly, his knuckles turned pale from exertion. When would this series of calamities come to an end? His voice, hoarse and laden with fatigue and resignation, echoed in the silence. Iron Man, Tony Stark, found his armor battered and broken. As he surveyed the scene before him, the carefree glint in his eyes had been replaced by gravity and determination. Regardless of who the puppet master was, they would pay a price. His words resonated with an unprecedented resolve. Thor, the god of thunder, loomed tall amidst the ruins. His mighty hammer trembling slightly in his grasp, as if reflecting his wrath towards the relentless destruction. This is a sacrilege against peace. I shall compel the dark forces to bow before me. His roar reverberated through the skies. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, stood with her hair tousled by the wind. Her beautiful visage now etched with seriousness and concern. We must swiftly uncover the source. We cannot allow such tragedies to unfold again. Though her voice was gentle, it carried an undeniable strength. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, observed the devastation with shock and fear in his eyes. This is horrifying. Can we truly halt this calamity? His voice quivered momentarily, but soon regained its firmness. However, as long as we remain united, there is hope. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, stood with his arms crossed, the glow of magic flickering in his eyes. I can sense a more formidable dark force awakening. This may merely be the beginning. His words deepened the weight of despair among the group. Captain America inhaled deeply and stated, "Let us return to the base. We need to regroup and devise a more comprehensive plan." The others nodded silently, following in his footsteps, their silhouettes appearing particularly forlorn in the fading light of the setting sun. Upon returning to the base, the team fell into contemplation. Iron Man sat in the lab, staring blankly at a pile of damaged armor parts. JARVIS. We require more powerful weapons and advanced technology to confront the challenges that lie ahead. His voice was filled with self-disappointment and concern for the future. Thor stood alone on the rooftop, gazing at the distant sky, his thoughts drifting to Asgard. I bear the weight of two worlds. I cannot allow the dark forces to spread to my homeland. He silently vowed, his eyes shimmering with resolute light. Black Widow, in the intelligence room, sifted through stacks of documents, striving to unearth a critical breakthrough from the intricate web of clues. There must be something we overlooked. There must be. Her brow furrowed as she refused to disregard any potentially useful information. In the training chamber, Ant-Man tirelessly honed his ability to enlarge and shrink, his garments drenched in perspiration. I must grow stronger. I cannot lag behind my comrades any longer. He gritted his teeth, repeatedly pushing his limits. Meanwhile, Dr. Strange communicated with ancient magical forces within the sanctum, seeking wisdom and strength to combat the encroaching darkness. The realm of magic was rife with the unknown. I must delve deeper to uncover the means to save the world. His silhouette appeared increasingly enigmatic amidst the mysterious luminescence. At that moment, Captain America entered the conference room, prompting all heads to rise, their gazes brimming with anticipation. Comrades, we must not be defeated by the challenges before us. We are the Avengers. Our mission is to protect the world, even at the cost of everything, he declared with fervor, his voice illuminating the shadows within their hearts. Iron Man stood, affirming, "The captain is right. We cannot remain idle. I have conceived new ideas regarding armor upgrades and the development of new weaponry." Thor approached, stating, "I will reach out to Asgard for further support and strength." Black Widow added, "I will continue to gather intelligence, leaving no stone unturned." Ant-Man smiled, declaring, "I will train diligently to ensure I do not falter in the next battle." Dr. Strange nodded, affirming, "The power of magic will be with us." Just as they brimmed with confidence to face the forthcoming challenges, the base alarm blared once more. Alas, another surge of powerful energy has manifested at the city's core. Iron Man observed the data on the screen, his expression turning grave. The team swiftly mobilized, rushing once again to the battlefield. Upon reaching the city center, they beheld a colossal black vortex slowly swirling in the air, continuously emanating potent dark energy. "What is that?" Ant-Man inquired, astonished. Dr. Strange furrowed his brow. "This is a manifestation of dark power, exceedingly perilous." Without hesitation, Captain America charged forth, declaring, "Whatever it is, we must annihilate it." The others followed suit, engaging in a heart-pounding confrontation with the dark forces. The onslaught of dark energy battered them, each assault imbued with formidable might. Captain America valiantly shielded himself with his shield. Iron Man unleashed powerful energy beams. Thor wielded his hammer to summon lightning. Black Widow nimbly navigated the dark energy in search of an opportunity to strike, while Ant-Man employed his unique abilities to destabilize the vortex's structure. Dr. Strange cast various potent spells to counter the dark forces. The battle was intensely fierce, leaving them all battered and bruised, yet their fighting spirit remained unquenched. "Let us go. We cannot afford to lose," Captain America shouted. Through their collective effort, the power of the dark vortex began to wane. Just as they believed victory was within grasp, a colossal figure suddenly emerged from the vortex. "It's the mysterious figure," Iron Man exclaimed. The enigmatic being radiated a formidable aura of darkness, his gaze cold and malevolent. "Did you think this would suffice to halt me? You are gravely mistaken." The voice of the mysterious figure seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. Captain America stepped forward, declaring that regardless of any schemes, they would not allow him to succeed. The mysterious figure laughed heartily, challenging them to try. A more intense battle erupted once again, in the heart of the city. Before the immense dark vortex, the members of the Avengers stood at the ready, their gazes fixed upon the emerging enigma. Each of them felt their nerves taut with tension. Steve Rogers, the Captain America, gripped his shield tightly, his eyes steadfast and resolute, as if his gaze could ignite an unquenchable spirit of determination. No matter what machinations you possess, they shall meet their end here today. His voice resonated with calm authority, piercing through the surrounding shroud of dark energy. Iron Man. Tony Stark found the glow of his armor flickering amidst the darkness, his eyes betraying both vigilance towards the unknown adversary and unwavering courage. Come forth. Let us see just how formidable you truly are. His voice emanated from the suit, imbued with his characteristic confidence and decisiveness. Thor, the god of thunder, raised his hammer high, lightning crackling around it, illuminating his face filled with fury and resolve. Evildoers lurking in the shadows, prepared to face the judgment of the thunder god. He bellowed, as if channeling all his inner wrath into that singular strike. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, stood poised and graceful beside her comrades, her gaze icy and focused, her hands gripping specialized weaponry, ever ready to deliver a lethal blow to their foes. This time, you shall not escape so easily. Her voice was low, laden with lethal intent. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, summoned his courage, his body trembling slightly, yet his eyes sparkled with steadfast determination. Even if my strength is diminutive, I shall give my all for justice, he proclaimed, rallying himself with fervor. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, the light of magic swirling at his fingertips, forming mysterious runes. The forces of darkness shall not prevail against the light, he intoned, the magical aura surrounding him intensifying. The mysterious figure scoffed, you deluded fools. Do you truly believe you can thwart my plans? With a sweeping motion of his hands, a torrent of dark energy surged towards the Avengers. Without hesitation, Captain America charged forward, using his shield to block the oncoming assault. The collision of the shield with the dark energy produced a dazzling flash and a resounding crash. Captain America was momentarily pushed back by the overwhelming force, yet he quickly regained his footing and surged forward once more. Iron Man unleashed a barrage of energy beams directed at the mysterious figure. The figure sidestepped effortlessly, evading the attack, and retaliated with a counterstrike. A wave of dark energy striking Iron Man's armor, causing him to lose his balance midair. Thor roared as he lunged forward, his hammer imbued with the power of lightning aimed at the mysterious figure. The figure raised a hand and astonishingly caught the hammer, gradually absorbing the lightning's might. Seizing the opportunity, Black Widow launched her assault from the side. Her weapon sliced through the air towards the mysterious figure, yet it felt as though it had struck an impenetrable shield, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Ant-Man swiftly enlarged himself, attempting to subdue the enigmatic figure with his immense strength. However, the mysterious being merely nudged him aside, sending Ant-Man's colossal form hurtling through the air. Doctor Strange conjured powerful magic, striving to bind the mysterious figure's movements. Chains forged from mystical runes encircled the enigmatic being, but with a sudden surge of formidable power, he shattered the restraints in an instant. This creature is overwhelmingly powerful, Ant-Man exclaimed. Yet we must not relent, Captain America urged. The Avengers launched another assault. Coordinating their unique abilities, Captain America drew the mysterious figure's attention, while Iron Man provided aerial fire support. Thor sought out vulnerabilities. Black Widow lurked in the shadows waiting for her moment, and Ant-Man employed his agility to confuse the mysterious being's judgment. As Doctor Strange continuously cast spells to weaken his adversary. Amidst the fierce combat, the mysterious figure's movements began to slow, and several wounds appeared upon his form. Now is the time to intensify our attack, Captain America shouted. The team unleashed their most potent offensive maneuvers. Iron Man's energy beams blazed with heightened brilliance. Thor's lightning crackled with increased ferocity. Black Widow's strikes became more lethal, Ant-Man's strength surged, and Doctor Strange's magic grew increasingly profound. Under the relentless onslaught of the Avengers, the enigmatic figure began to falter. Do you believe this will suffice to vanquish me? He roared in anger, as his body erupted with a formidable wave of dark energy, casting the Avengers away. They crashed heavily to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Breathing heavily, the mysterious figure declared, "This is merely a minor setback. You cannot deter me." With that, he turned to re-enter the vortex of darkness. Do not let him escape, Captain America shouted, struggling to rise. The other Avengers, though battered and nearly exhausted, managed to stand, their eyes still filled with determination and resilience. With the last vestiges of his strength, Captain America hurled his shield at the mysterious figure. The shield arced through the air, striking the figure's back. He staggered, and in that fleeting moment, Thor charged forward, bringing his hammer down upon the mysterious being's head. With a cry of agony, the figure collapsed to the ground. The Avengers converged, poised to deliver the final blow. However, at that instant, a powerful energy shield erupted from the mysterious figure. repelling them once more. You cannot defeat me. He laughed maniacally, rising slowly, just as despair began to seep into their hearts. Doctor Strange discerned a weakness in the energy shield. Attack his chest, he shouted. Captain America rushed forward without hesitation, followed closely by the other Avengers. They concentrated all their strength together, launching their ultimate assault against the mysterious figure's chest. In a brilliant flash and a deafening explosion, the energy shield was finally breached, and the figure's form gradually dissipated in the light. The dark vortex vanished, and tranquility returned to the heart of the city. The Avengers lay exhausted upon the ground, panting heavily, yet their faces bore triumphant smiles. We did it, Iron Man weakly proclaimed. But this is merely a fleeting victory. We must not let our guard down. Captain America responded. The group nodded in agreement, aware that the path ahead remained fraught with challenges and uncertainties. However, unity in their purpose assured them that nothing could thwart their quest for justice. Chapter 62, The Final Confrontation. In the city center, a massive dark vortex loomed like a gaping maw, seemingly intent on devouring the entire world. The members of the Avengers stood resolutely together, their gazes sharp and unwavering as they fixated on the enigmatic figure emerging slowly from the swirling abyss. Captain Steve Rogers clenched his jaw, his hands white-knuckled from the strain, gripping the shield that symbolized justice and valor. His eyes blazed with unwavering determination, a singular thought consuming him, even at the cost of his life. This demon must not prevail. He hunched slightly, akin to a cheetah poised to pounce on its prey, ready to spring into action. Iron Man, Tony Stark, donned an armor that flickered with erratic light amidst the darkness. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, cascading down his cheek. This adversary appears formidable, but I refuse to concede easily, he mused inwardly, a glint of resolve illuminating his gaze. With clenched fists, he activated the armor's energy systems to their fullest capacity, primed to unleash a devastating strike at a moment's notice. Thor's eyes widened, his breath quickening with fury, as his mighty hammer crackled with the tempestuous energy of his wrath. You shall pay for all you have done, he bellowed, each word resonating with the authority of thunder, his facial muscles twitching from the intensity of his anger. Black Widow. Natasha Romanoff pursed her lips, her gaze calm and incisive like a falcon in the night, though her heartbeat quickened. Years of training allowed her to swiftly quell her inner turmoil. I must seize the moment for a decisive strike, she silently strategized, her body taut and ready to strike with the swiftness of lightning. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, felt his legs weaken slightly, yet he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. I cannot falter. I must fight for everyone, he declared, clenching his fists, a burgeoning light of determination igniting in his eyes. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, moved his hands gracefully, the glow of magic shimmering at his fingertips. His brow furrowed, his mind racing to devise a strategy against the mysterious foe. I must uncover his weakness. The dark forces cannot be allowed to rampage, he thought, his focus deep and resolute, wholly immersed in this life and death struggle. The mysterious figure let out a chilling, sinister laugh. You presumptuous ants believe you can impede my advance? With a sweeping gesture, a torrent of dark energy surged forth like a colossal wave, crashing towards the Avengers. Without hesitation, Captain America charged forward, shouting a battle cry as he braced his shield against the onslaught of dark energy. In the instant of collision, the shield emitted a piercing shriek and a blinding light. Captain America's body was thrust backward by an immense force, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, steadfastly resisting the encroaching darkness. Observing this, Iron Man immediately unleashed a barrage of concentrated energy beams towards the enigmatic figure. Sample my new weapon, he exclaimed, his voice tinged with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. However, the mysterious individual merely shifted to the side, effortlessly evading the assault, and with a swift motion, unleashed a wave of dark energy that struck Iron Man's armor. With a muffled grunt, he was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground as plumes of smoke billowed from his suit. Thor, the god of thunder, roared and charged forward, his hair whipping wildly in the wind. His eyes ablaze with fury, as if he intended to incinerate the shadowy figure. Receive this hammer, he proclaimed, soaring high into the air as Mjolnir, imbued with unparalleled might, descended upon the mysterious being. The figure, however, raised a hand and effortlessly caught the mighty hammer, dissipating the electrical energy surging through it. Shock and disbelief flashed across Thor's face. Seizing the opportunity, Black Widow launched her attack from the side, approaching the mysterious figure with ghost-like swiftness, her weapon glinting ominously in the light. Yet, it seemed as though an invisible shield enveloped the figure, rendering her strikes ineffective. With a determined glint in her eyes, Black Widow swiftly altered her tactics, employing her agility to outmaneuver the enigmatic opponent. Ant-Man suddenly grew to a colossal size, his massive form resembling a small mountain. He lunged at the mysterious being, intending to overpower him with his sheer weight and strength. In response, The figure merely offered a gentle push, swatting Ant-Man aside as if he were a mere fly. Mid-flight, Ant-Man reverted to his normal size, plummeting like a shooting star. Doctor Strange gestured with his hands, chanting incantations to conjure powerful magic. Ethereal chains adorned with radiant runes encircled the mysterious figure, attempting to bind him. Yet, with a surge of formidable energy, the figure shattered the chains effortlessly. Doctor Strange's complexion paled as he stumbled back, yet his resolve remained unyielding. This foe is far too powerful, Ant-Man gasped, his voice laced with dread and despair. But we must not yield. As long as we stand united, victory is within our grasp, Captain America declared, his voice resonating with encouragement and strength. The Avengers launched another assault, coordinating their abilities with precision. Captain America drew the mysterious figure's attention, continually deflecting attacks with his shield while searching for a weakness. Iron Man provided aerial support, firing energy beams despite the damage to his armor, disrupting the figure's movements. Thor lay in wait, poised for the opportune moment to strike. Black Widow, concealed in the shadows, harried the figure with her accurate shots and nimble maneuvers. Ant-Man utilized his unique ability to shift sizes, catching the enigmatic being off guard. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange relentlessly cast spells, working to diminish the figure's power. Amidst the fierce combat, the mysterious figure's movements began to slow, revealing several wounds upon his form. Now is the moment. Increase your assault, Captain America shouted, his voice hoarse from exhaustion, yet brimming with indomitable spirit. The assembled heroes unleashed their most formidable attacks. Iron Man's energy beams blazed brighter than ever, slicing through the darkness like lasers. Thor's lightning raged fiercely, as if aiming to rend the very sky asunder. Black Widow's strikes grew increasingly lethal, each bullet infused with her unwavering resolve. Ant-Man's strength surged, each assault reverberating with earth-shattering force. Doctor Strange's magic deepened in complexity, mysterious runes illuminating the air with resplendent brilliance. Under the relentless onslaught of the heroes, the enigmatic foe began to falter. Anger and terror flickered across his face. Do you truly believe this will defeat me? He bellowed maniacally, as an overwhelming surge of dark energy erupted from his body, akin to a bomb detonating. The Avengers were hurled backward by this potent force, crashing heavily to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Gasping for breath, the mysterious figure's eyes gleamed with madness and determination. This is but a minor setback. You cannot stop me, he declared, pivoting to plunge once more into the swirling darkness. We cannot allow him to escape, Captain America shouted, struggling to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His gaze was resolute and unyielding as he limped toward the shadowy foe. One by one, the other Avengers managed to rise. Despite their battered bodies and nearly depleted strength, their eyes still sparkled with unwavering resolve. With the last remnants of his strength, Captain America hurled his shield at the mysterious figure. The shield arced through the air with precision, striking the foe squarely in the back. Momentarily stunned, the enigmatic adversary faltered, allowing Thor to charge forward, bringing down his mighty hammer upon the foe's head. The mysterious figure let out a cry of anguish and collapsed to the ground. The Avengers closed in for the final blow. However, in that instant, the foe erupted with a formidable energy shield, repelling them once more. You cannot triumph over me, he cackled, rising slowly to his feet. As despair settled over the group, Doctor Strange suddenly discerned a vulnerability in the mysterious figure's energy shield. Attack his chest, he urged. His voice weakened from extensive magical exertion. Without hesitation, Captain America surged forward, closely followed by the other Avengers. They concentrated all their might for a final assault aimed at the enigmatic figure's chest. In a blinding flash of light accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the energy shield shattered, and the mysterious figure began to fade amidst the radiance. The dark vortex dissipated, restoring tranquility to the heart of the city. The Avengers collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Dust and blood marred their faces, yet victory shone through their weary expressions. We did it, Iron Man murmured weakly, his armor nearly in ruins. Yet his eyes glimmered with pride. But this is merely a temporary victory. We must remain vigilant. Captain America gazed at the sky, silently vowing to protect this world. The others nodded in agreement. They understood that the path ahead was fraught with challenges and uncertainties. Yet, united in purpose, nothing could deter them from their mission of upholding justice. Chapter 63, We Have Triumphed. In the heart of the city, a nightmarish vortex loomed, resembling an entrance to the abyss, exuding an aura of chilling dread. The members of the Avengers stood shoulder to shoulder, each face etched with unwavering resolve. Their gazes burning like torches, fixated on the mysterious figure gradually emerging from the whirlpool. Steve Rogers' chest heaved with intensity, every breath imbued with determination. His grip on the shield trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the exhilaration and tension of the impending battle. No matter how formidable you may be, we shall not retreat, he vowed inwardly, his eyes shimmering with indomitable spirit. His brow furrowed, teeth clenched, muscles taut, an embodiment of resolve to face death without hesitation. Tony Stark's heart raced violently. He could distinctly hear the pounding within his chest. The damage to his armor stung sharply, yet it ignited a fierce fighting spirit within him. I shall see how many of my blows you can endure. A glint of madness and tenacity flickered in his eyes as his fists tightened, poised to deliver a lethal strike to the adversary. Thor's eyes were bloodshot. Anger flushed his face crimson. Gripping Mjolnir, the veins on his arms bulged, as if channeling all his fury into that single blow. You wicked fiend, today shall be your last. He roared inwardly, each breath laden with contempt for his foe, leaning slightly forward like a beast poised to pounce on its prey. Natasha Romanoff's gaze was cold and resolute, her heartbeat steady and strong, despite the tension within. Years of espionage training enabled her to mask her emotions flawlessly. Remain calm, await the opportune moment. She reminded herself, her focus locked onto every movement of the mysterious figure, her body taut like a drawn bowstring, ready to unleash a deadly arrow at any moment. Scott Lang felt dryness in his throat, his legs trembling slightly. But he pinched his thigh hard, forcing himself to remain alert. I cannot succumb to fear. I must be brave like the others. He inhaled deeply, striving for composure, his eyes wide and filled with resolve. Stephen Strange's forehead glistened with sweat, his mind racing as he contemplated every conceivable strategy to counter the enigmatic adversary. There must be a way to defeat him. There must be. His lips quivered slightly, hands shifting through intricate magical gestures, his eyes reflecting an ardent desire for victory. The mysterious figure let out a chilling laugh. You insolent fools dare to challenge my authority? His voice echoed as if from the depths of a dark abyss, laden with infinite coldness and disdain. He waved his hands once more, unleashing a tsunami of dark energy that surged towards the Avengers with ferocity. Captain America charged forward without hesitation, his voice resounding as he yelled, striking the dark energy fiercely with his shield. The moment the shield made contact with the malevolent force, it erupted in a blinding flash and a deafening roar. The overwhelming impact propelled Captain America backward, his feet desperately clawing at the ground, leaving deep furrows in his wake. Yet, within his gaze, there was no hint of retreat, only unwavering resolve. Iron Man immediately unleashed a barrage of concentrated energy beams, bellowing, "Take this." His voice was laden with fury and determination. However, the enigmatic figure effortlessly sidestepped, then swung back with a flourish, a whip-like tendril of dark energy striking Iron Man's armor. Iron Man let out a pained grunt, his body sent hurtling like a projectile, crashing heavily to the ground, sparks flying from his suit as thick smoke billowed forth. Thor, his eyes wide with rage, leapt high into the air, roaring, "Meet your demise." He swung Mjolnir with the force of thunder itself towards the mysterious foe. Yet, the figure nonchalantly raised a hand, catching the enchanted hammer with ease, gradually absorbing the powerful lightning energy within his grasp. Thor's face was etched with shock and disbelief, his arm trembling slightly from exertion. Black Widow, akin to a specter, swiftly maneuvered from the side, her movements light and agile. Now's my chance, she thought, as her weapon struck out with lightning speed. But it was as though an impenetrable shield enveloped the mysterious figure. Her attack repelled mercilessly. Her eyes sharpened with determination as she swiftly adjusted her strategy, utilizing her nimbleness to dance around the foe, searching for another opportunity to strike. Ant-Man instantly enlarged himself to an enormous size, charging like a moving mountain towards the mysterious figure, bellowing, "I will crush you." The figure merely pushed with a gentle motion, effortlessly sending Ant-Man's colossal form flying, as if swatting away a fallen leaf. Ant-Man quickly reverted to his normal size in midair, plummeting like a meteor. Doctor Strange waved his hands in intricate patterns, chanting incantations as he conjured formidable and elaborate spells. Chains formed from enigmatic runes appeared around the mysterious entity, attempting to bind him tightly. Yet, with a surge of tremendous power, the figure shattered the chains into fragments. Doctor Strange's face paled, staggering back a few steps. But his gaze remained resolute as ever. "This foe is too powerful," Ant-Man exclaimed, his voice filled with fear and despair. "But we cannot give up. As long as we unite our efforts, nothing can stand in our way," Captain America declared, his voice brimming with inspiration and strength, his eyes radiating unwavering faith, as if igniting the flame of hope within each heart. The Avengers launched another coordinated assault, maximizing their abilities to the fullest. Captain America continually drew the mysterious figure's attention, shielding himself with a shield against the relentless onslaught while keenly observing for any signs of weakness. Iron Man continued to provide aerial fire support, his armor severely damaged. Yet he resolutely unleashed powerful energy beams that incessantly disrupted the actions of the enigmatic foe. Thor, the god of thunder, stood nearby, keenly observing for the opportune moment to strike, each swing of his mighty hammer imbued with a determination of no retreat. From the shadows, Black Widow utilized her pinpoint accuracy and agile movements to create one predicament after another for the mysterious adversary. Ant-Man, leveraging his unique ability to alter his size at will, launched surprise attacks that left their opponent vulnerable and unprepared. Doctor Strange continuously cast an array of formidable spells, exerting every ounce of his power to diminish the strength of the foe. In the midst of this intensely fierce battle, the mysterious figure's movements began to grow sluggish, revealing a multitude of alarming wounds upon his form. Now is the time to intensify our assault, Captain America bellowed, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. Yet his spirit burned ever more fiercely. The assembled heroes unleashed their most potent attacks. Iron Man's energy beams blazed with an even more dazzling brilliance, piercing through the darkness like a multitude of swords. Thor's lightning became increasingly ferocious, as if seeking to rend the very sky asunder. Black Widow's strikes grew more lethal and precise, each bullet infused with her unwavering resolve. Ant-Man's strength swelled to staggering proportions, each blow sending tremors through the earth. Doctor Strange's magic deepened in complexity, mysterious runes illuminating the air with resplendent light, seemingly intent on banishing the darkness entirely. Under the relentless onslaught of the Avengers, the mysterious figure began to falter, struggling to defend himself. For the first time, a mixture of terror and rage flickered across his face. "Do you truly believe this will defeat me?" he shrieked frantically, his voice saturated with despair and defiance. Suddenly, his body erupted with an overwhelming, suffocating dark energy, akin to a supernova detonating in an instant. The Avengers were once again violently propelled backward by this formidable force, crashing to the ground like kites severed from their strings. Momentarily incapable of rising, breathing heavily, the mysterious figure's gaze reflected madness and resolve. "This is merely a minor setback. You can never stop me." With that, he turned to re-enter the swirling abyss of darkness. "We cannot allow him to escape," Captain America shouted, struggling to rise from the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes burned with indomitable fury as he limped determinately toward the foe. The other Avengers gritted their teeth, enduring excruciating pain as they painstakingly stood up. Though their bodies were battered and their strength nearly depleted, their gazes remained steadfast and resolute. With the last remnants of his strength, Captain America hurled his shield with all his might toward the mysterious figure. The shield traced a graceful yet resolute arc through the air, striking accurately against the foe's back. The mysterious figure stumbled, and in that critical moment, Thor surged forward once more, roaring with fury as he brought his hammer down forcefully upon the enemy's head. The mysterious figure let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground in agony. The Avengers swiftly encircled him, poised to deliver the final, lethal blow. However, at that moment, a formidable energy shield erupted once more from the mysterious being, ruthlessly repelling the heroes. "You cannot defeat me," he cackled maniacally, rising slowly to his feet. Though his body swayed precariously, the madness in his eyes remained undiminished. Just as despair and helplessness began to envelop the Avengers, Doctor Strange discerned a subtle weakness in the energy shield. "Attack his chest," he shouted, his voice frail from overexertion, yet imbued with hope and resolve. Without hesitation, Captain America charged forward again, followed closely by the other Avengers, their eyes ablaze with the last vestiges of determination. They concentrated all their strength into a singular, final, and resolute assault on the mysterious figure's chest. Amidst a dazzling light blinding to behold, and an explosion akin to the earth splitting apart, the energy shield was utterly shattered, and the figure's form began to dissolve into nothingness within the brilliance. The dark vortex vanished, restoring tranquility to the heart of the city. The weary Avengers collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Their faces were smeared with dust, blood, and sweat, yet they all bore victorious smiles. "We did it," Iron Man weakly proclaimed, his armor nearly obliterated, his eyes reflecting exhaustion and pride. "But this is merely a temporary victory. We cannot let our guard down," Captain America asserted, gazing at the azure sky, silently vowing to protect this world and prevent such calamities from recurring. The others nodded in agreement, understanding that the path ahead remained fraught with unknown challenges and formidable obstacles. Yet, as long as they stood united, nothing could impede their steadfast march in defense of justice. Chapter 64. The calm after the bloodshed. Amidst the ruins of the city, the smoke had yet to dissipate, and members of the Avengers lay strewn across the ground, laboring to catch their breath. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick haze, casting its rays upon their weary forms. Captain Steve Rogers reclined beside a shattered concrete slab, his chest heaving violently, each breath accompanied by a sharp pain. His gaze was somewhat dazed, as if his thoughts lingered on the harrowing battle just past. Did we truly achieve victory? He pondered inwardly, a faint smile of solace unconsciously gracing his lips. He attempted to raise his arm, but found his muscles so sore that they felt nearly insensate. Yet this was merely the beginning. The road ahead was long. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to rally himself. Iron Man, Tony Stark, emerged from his battered armor, struggling to sit on the ground. Sweat trickled down his cheek, falling onto the charred earth. Damn it. This time we really went too far, he muttered, yet not a trace of regret flickered in his eyes. He gazed at the sky, silently contemplating how to effectuate a more formidable enhancement to his armor. Next time, he must not find himself in such a disheveled state. A slight, stubborn smile crept onto his lips. Thor, the god of thunder, lay nearby, his eyes tightly shut, drawing deep breaths. With each inhalation, he felt the searing heat within his lungs. Asgard would take pride in me, he mused, a look of pride gracing his features. Suddenly, he abruptly opened his eyes. As if recalling something of great importance, I must hasten back to see if my homeland is safe. He struggled to rise, only to collapse back onto the ground in exhaustion. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, lay on her side, her hair tousled across her face, obscuring her weary gaze. It's finally over, she whispered, her voice imbued with relief. She laboriously lifted her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, her eyes gradually steeling with determination. But we cannot let our guard down. More threats await us. Her fingers trembled slightly, betraying her severe fatigue. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, sprawled out on the ground, staring at the sky, his expression one of incredulity. I actually survived, and alongside everyone, we vanquished such a formidable foe. A grin spread across his face, tinged with the joy of having survived a harrowing ordeal. But let us not make it so frightening next time, he murmured, though the smile lingered. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, leaned against a rock, his complexion as pale as parchment, the overexertion of his magic leaving him nearly incapacitated. This dark force will not dissipate easily, he muttered, his eyes filled with concern. He drew a deep breath, attempting to regain some strength. Yet we shall be prepared, indeed. He silently vowed, his hands instinctively clenching into fists. Captain America, enduring the pain coursing through his body, propped himself up with his elbows, laboriously sitting up. He surveyed his teammates, his gaze brimming with care and pride. Are we all right? His voice was hoarse and weak. Iron Man turned his head to Captain America. Cap, we're not dead yet. But this was certainly a thrilling experience. He managed a strained smile. Thor inhaled deeply and proclaimed, I am fine, merely concerned for Asgard. Black Widow struggled to sit up. We are all alive. That is our greatest victory. Ant-Man also rose, huh? Indeed, we are the invincible Avengers. Dr. Strange nodded slightly. Yet we must not let our guard down. This may merely be the beginning. Captain America looked at everyone, resolute, no matter the challenges that lie ahead. As long as we stand united, nothing can defeat us. His eyes were steadfast and powerful, as though capable of piercing through any darkness. One by one, they nodded, their spirits reigniting with fervor. At that moment, Iron Man strained to rise. Let us head back to the base. We need to recuperate. The others also stood, supporting one another, taking tentative steps toward the base. With each step, Captain America felt his leg muscles quiver, yet he gritted his teeth, persisting. I must hold on. He encouraged himself internally. Though Thor's steps were heavy, his gaze remained resolutely fixed ahead. The Black Widow walked with a slight unsteadiness, yet her expression exuded calmness. Ant-Man, brimming with excitement, animatedly recounted the thrilling moments of battle as he walked. Dr. Strange silently trailed behind, contemplating future strategies. At last, they beheld the vehicles that had come to their aid. Captain America exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for a moment of respite. As they boarded the vehicle, it began to move slowly toward the base. Inside, silence enveloped them, each lost in their own thoughts. Captain America gazed out the window, reflecting on the hard-won victory. A treasure to be cherished. Iron Man leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, yearning for a brief slumber. Thor clenched his fists, vowing to become stronger. The Black Widow let out a gentle sigh, hoping for a brighter future. Ant-Man had already succumbed to sleep, emitting soft snores. Dr. Strange remained immersed in contemplation, his expression grave. The vehicle jostled along, and the members of the Avengers gradually drifted into slumber, aware that greater challenges awaited them. Yet in this moment, they needed rest. Recovery, for the battles to come, to safeguard this world. Chapter 65. Reflections and rest after the battle bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. The vehicle carrying the Avengers glided slowly toward the base. Outside the window, the city lay in ruins. Akin to a somber painting, crumbling edifices and billowing smoke narrated the tale of the recently endured, harrowing conflict. Captain Steve Rogers occupied the seat by the window, his gaze fixed on the desolate scene outside, a blend of solace from their victory and sorrow for the city's devastation reflected in his eyes. Though utterly fatigued, his posture remained erect, a testament to years of military discipline. We have triumphed, yet the cost has been steep, he mused silently, a frown creasing his brow as he sank into profound introspection. Tony Stark, now free of his armor, reclined in his seat, appearing markedly weakened. His eyes were shut, brow furrowed, replaying every detail of the battle in his mind. My armor is still insufficiently powerful, It demands comprehensive modification and enhancement, he resolved inwardly. His fingers unconsciously tapping against the armrest. Thor sat nearby, his gaze somewhat vacant as he reflected on Asgard, wondering if his homeland faced similar threats. I cannot permit such tragedies to unfold in Asgard, he thought, his fist tightening, muscles in his arm subtly flexing with determination. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, quietly occupied a corner, her eyes betraying a tinge of fatigue and concern. The adversary they faced was formidable, and the future remained uncertain. She sighed softly, tidying her disheveled hair in an attempt to present a more composed appearance. Scott Lang, Ant-Man, had already drifted into slumber, his face still bearing the tension of battle, occasionally murmuring fragments of dreams. Do not approach, observe my form. His body swayed gently with the jostling of the vehicle, reminiscent of his battles on the front lines. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, clasped his hands across his chest. His eyes closed, yet his mind raced with thoughts of the origins of the enigmatic dark forces and strategies to counter them. The realm of magic is rife with mysteries yet to be unveiled. I must delve deeper. His brow twitched slightly as the glow of magic flickered at his fingertips. At last, the vehicle arrived at the base, and the group disembarked slowly. Captain America walked with a heavy gait, gazing upon the familiar surroundings. A surge of complex emotion swelling within him. Everyone, please take some rest. We shall reconvene tomorrow to discuss the subsequent matters. His voice, though weary, resonated with authority. Iron Man remained silent, merely nodding before making his way to the laboratory, eager to commence enhancements on his armor. Thor, the god of thunder, patted Captain America on the shoulder. I must contact Asgard to assess the situation there. With that, he turned and departed. Black Widow and Ant-Man supported each other as they made their way to the dormitories, while Doctor Strange proceeded directly to the Sanctum of Magic, intent on furthering his studies. Captain America found himself alone in the conference room, seated with his hands propping up his head, lost in myriad thoughts. Our strength is still insufficient. We require a more formidable team and advanced technology. He picked up a document from the table detailing plans for recruiting new members. Perhaps it is time to expand our ranks, he murmured to himself. In his laboratory, Iron Man was illuminated by the glow of lights as he scrutinized the armor before him with intense fervor, tools in hand tirelessly adjusting the suit. This time, I will integrate a more powerful energy source and a more agile weapon system, he muttered while immersed in his work. Thor, in the communications room, engaged with warriors from Asgard. We must bolster our defenses and be prepared to confront any potential threats. His demeanor was grave, his tone resolute. Black Widow lay in bed, unable to find slumber. She replayed every moment of the battle in her mind, contemplating her performance and areas for improvement. My combat skills must advance. I cannot always rely on my teammates. She turned over, staring at the ceiling, determination etched in her gaze. Ant-Man awoke abruptly from a nightmare, gasping for breath. Too terrifying. Far too terrifying. He wiped the sweat from his brow, striving to regain his composure. Nevertheless, I shall not falter. He reclined once more, closing his eyes in an attempt to drift back into sleep. In the Sanctum of Magic, Doctor Strange was enveloped in a world of shimmering runes radiating mysterious light. Immersed in the arcane, he tirelessly sought new magical techniques and defensive strategies. I must discover a means to counteract the dark forces. We cannot allow tragedy to unfold anew. His voice echoed within the sanctum. On the following morning, sunlight bathed the training grounds of the base. Members of the Avengers assembled one by one. Captain America stood before them, asserting, after yesterday's battle, we have all come to the stark realization that our adversaries grow ever stronger. We must relentlessly strive to enhance ourselves. His gaze swept across each individual. Iron Man, how have your armor upgrades fared? Iron Man smiled confidently. Significant breakthroughs have been made. The next battle will certainly astonish everyone. Thor, the god of thunder, proclaimed, Asgard is prepared and ready to support us at a moment's notice. Black Widow nodded, stating, I have also undergone targeted training. I shall not hinder our efforts. Ant-Man puffed out his chest, declaring, I will be braver than ever. Doctor Strange waved his hands, the luminescence of magic flickering in his grasp. I have made new advancements in my mastery of the arcane. Captain America observed his comrades with satisfaction. Excellent. We are the Avengers. We shall not be defeated by adversity, for we must grow stronger to safeguard the world. The group chorused, for justice, for the world. Their voices echoed across the training ground, brimming with resolve and determination. However, at that moment, the base alarm abruptly blared. This is not good. There's been a situation. Iron Man exclaimed. The expressions of the assembled heroes turned grave, aware that a new conflict was about to commence. Chapter 66. A new crisis alert. The gentle sunlight bathed the base's training ground as a soft breeze whispered tranquility. Yet, this fleeting peace was swiftly shattered by the blaring alarm. Captain Steve Rogers, typically composed, instantly tensed, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Everyone prepare, he bellowed, his voice infused with decisiveness and resolve. Iron Man, Tony Stark, transitioned from ease to seriousness, his arms crossed and brow furrowed. The alarm could not have come at a worse time. Despite his words, the fire of battle ignited within his eyes. Thor gripped his enchanted hammer tightly, muscles taut, resolute that no foe would prevail easily. His voice boomed like thunder across the training ground. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, swiftly adjusted her demeanor, her eyes reflecting calm focus. It seems trouble is afoot, she murmured, her posture ready for immediate action. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, lost his carefree smile, replaced by a visage of tension and determination. I will not be afraid. He silently encouraged himself. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands, the glow of magic dancing at his fingertips. Let me use my magic to discern what is unfolding, he said, closing his eyes to concentrate. Captain America turned to Doctor Strange. What do you see, Strange? Doctor Strange opened his eyes, his expression grave. This is dire. A powerful and unfamiliar energy is approaching, its origin unknown, regardless of its source. We must be prepared for battle, Captain America commanded. Everyone, to the war room to gather more intelligence. The group hurried towards the war room, their steps urgent yet resolute. Inside the war room, the large screen displayed an array of data and images. Iron Man fixated on the screen, his fingers flying over the keyboard. The fluctuations of this energy are peculiar, unlike any we have encountered before. Thor furrowed his brow. Could it be yet another new adversary? Black Widow gazed at the ever-shifting data, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. We must not let our guard down. Ant-Man paced anxiously nearby, fretting. What shall we do? Can we manage this? Doctor Strange clasped his hands together, urging calm amidst the chaos. We need to analyze the situation carefully. Captain America leaned forward, his hands resting firmly on the table, his gaze resolute. Listen, everyone. Regardless of the adversary we face, we must unite and unleash our fullest potential. At that moment, the alarm blared once more, its tone more urgent and piercing. This is bad. The energy is accelerating towards us, Iron Man exclaimed. Captain America decisively commanded, all units, mobilize and prepare for confrontation. The team swiftly donned their gear and raced towards the helipad. Iron Man, encased in his newly upgraded armor, ascended into the sky. I will scout ahead. Thor brandished his enchanted hammer, lightning crackling around him. I shall follow closely. Black Widow maneuvered a specialized motorcycle, speeding off like the wind. Ant-Man slipped into a unique suit. I am ready as well. Doctor Strange conjured a magical portal. Everyone, be cautious. Captain America conducted a final equipment check, then led the charge. Upon arrival at the source of the energy fluctuations, they found themselves in a desolate desert, where fierce winds whipped up swirling clouds of sand. What in the world is this place? Iron Man queried over the comms. Caution, something is amiss. Thor warned loudly. Emerging from the sands was a colossal figure, radiating a terrifying aura. What manner of beast is this? Ant-Man gasped in astonishment. Captain America shouted, prepare for battle. Iron Man unleashed an energy beam directed at the massive silhouette, yet the attack seemed to have no effect. Thor charged forward, wielding his hammer to summon a torrent of lightning. The bolt struck the creature, but it merely shuddered slightly. Black Widow stealthily maneuvered behind the beast, searching for a vulnerability. Meanwhile, Ant-Man utilized his unique ability to infiltrate the creature's interior. Doctor Strange cast spells in an attempt to control its movements. However, the creature was exceptionally powerful, swinging its massive arms in retaliation against the Avengers. Captain America blocked one of its strikes with his shield, only to be pushed back by the immense force. This creature is too strong, Iron Man declared, but we cannot surrender. Captain America shouted. The team continued to engage in a desperate struggle against the beast. During the confrontation, a sudden surge of energy erupted from the creature, sending the Avengers sprawling. Are you all right? Captain America inquired. We're still standing, Iron Man replied. Keep attacking, Thor urged. The team charged once more, embroiled in a relentless battle with the monster. As the creature's assaults grew increasingly fierce, the Avengers found themselves in dire straits. This cannot go on. We must discover its weakness, Doctor Strange proposed. At that moment, Ant-Man identified a critical point within the creature's body. I found it, he exclaimed. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on that spot, Captain America commanded. Amidst the chaos, the crowd unleashed their most potent assaults upon the creature's vulnerabilities. In a brilliant flash of light, the beast finally succumbed. We have triumphed, Ant-Man exclaimed with exhilaration. Exhausted, the group collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Yet, this was but a fleeting victory. The unknown threats that lay ahead remained shrouded in mystery. Captain America remarked, as long as we stand united, nothing can defeat us. Iron Man added. And the group exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with resolve and courage. They understood that the road ahead was long and the battle would persist. Chapter 67. The price of victory and the shadow of the unknown in the desolate desert, as the colossal form of the monster crashed to the ground. The swirling sands rose like a heavy curtain, gradually settling. The members of the Avengers were scattered across the ravaged terrain, some lying, some sitting, each gasping for breath. Their gear battered, and their faces etched with exhaustion and pain. Captain America, Steve Rogers, knelt on one knee, his shield embedded in the sand, his chest heaving violently. Sweat trickling down his resolute visage, soaking into the parched earth beneath him. His gaze reflected a hint of relief, yet was predominantly grave. This battle was won at too great a cost, he murmured, his voice hoarse from exertion. Nearby, Iron Man, Tony Stark, reclined awkwardly, parts of his armor having fallen away to reveal damaged circuits and flickering sparks within. Straining to lift his head, he gazed skyward. But we have prevailed, have we not? He attempted to muster a carefree smile, yet the agony of his injuries twisted his expression. Thor, the god of thunder, leaned upon his mighty hammer, kneeling as he drew deep breaths. His armor bore the scars of battle, marked with scratches and dents, and the brilliance of lightning dimmed. Yet the cost of this victory weighs heavily. His voice resonated with resignation and fatigue. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leaned against a rock, her hair disheveled, her face smeared with dust and blood. Her gaze was distant. We cannot continue to fight with such desperation every time, she whispered, her tone laced with fragility. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, crawled from the carcass of the monster, returning to his normal size, wobbling as he approached his comrades. I feel as though my bones might shatter, he said, his voice trembling yet imbued with a sense of relief for having survived. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, sat upon the ground, his hands resting at his sides, the glow of magic flickering at his fingertips. His complexion was as pale as parchment. This is merely the beginning. I sense a more formidable darkness encroaching, he warned, his voice low and filled with foreboding. Captain America rose unsteadily, making his way toward his allies. Let us assess our injuries. We must return to base as swiftly as possible. Though his voice was weak, it retained a sense of leadership. Iron Man struggled to rise, but fell back once more. J-A-R-V-I-S. Initiate a systems diagnostic to determine if this armor can endure, he gritted through clenched teeth. Thor inhaled deeply, summoning the strength to stand. I am still able to walk, he declared with determination, his grip firm upon his hammer. The Black Widow slowly rose to her feet, flexing her injured arm. We must return promptly and devise a new strategy, she urged. Ant-Man plopped down onto the ground, saying with a wry smile, I might need your assistance. Dr. Strange gestured with his hands, casting a healing spell that temporarily alleviated the group's pain. Let us return to the base first, he suggested. The teams supported one another as they made their way toward the distant spacecraft. Upon their return to the base, the medical team swiftly approached, escorting the more severely injured members for treatment. Captain America sat in the conference room, gazing at the strategic map on the wall, lost in thought. This enemy is far more formidable than we anticipated. Our intelligence operations require enhancement, he mused aloud. In the laboratory, Iron Man worked alongside the technical team to repair and upgrade the armor. This battle has made it clear that both the defense and attack systems of the suit need significant improvement, he remarked while manipulating the instruments. Thor was in a room, engaging in remote communication with his comrades from Asgard. We must prepare ourselves to confront potential threats that may arise from the depths of the cosmos, he stated, his expression grave and his tone resolute. In the medical room, the Black Widow received treatment, her eyes gleaming with determination. I must become stronger. I cannot be a burden to the team any longer, she vowed silently. Ant-Man lay on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling. I need to master more skills. I cannot afford to be so hapless in the next battle, he clenched his fists. Dr. Strange, in the sanctum of magic, pored over ancient spellbooks. I must discover the ultimate spell to counteract the forces of darkness, he focused intently, immersing himself in his research. Days later, as the group's injuries had largely healed, they reconvened in the conference room. Captain America addressed them. In light of this battle, we have all come to recognize the enemy's strength and our own deficiencies. However, we must not shrink back. We must unite and grow stronger. Iron Man nodded, stating, I have upgraded the armor, incorporating new weaponry and defense mechanisms. Thor added, I have brought back new technologies from Asgard that can enhance our combat prowess. The Black Widow showcased her newly honed combat skills, asserting, I will not be easily defeated again. Ant-Man excitedly proclaimed, I have devised new tactics that can be exceedingly effective in battle. Dr. Strange waved his hands, the glow of magic flickering in the conference room. I have acquired new spells that can deliver a decisive blow to the enemy at critical moments. Captain America smiled with approval. Excellent. Everyone is making progress. Yet we must remain vigilant. We do not know when our next adversary will appear or how powerful they may be. The expressions of the group turned serious, their eyes filled with resolve and determination. Just then, the base alarm blared once more. Chapter 68. The alarm resounds. Crisis looms in the bright and orderly conference room of the base. The members of the Avengers gathered together, having just concluded their analysis of the previous battle and their plans for the future. Each individual's countenance bore traces of fatigue, yet more prominently was the resolute determination and anticipation for the future. Captain America, Steve Rogers, occupied the foremost seat, his cerulean eyes fixated on the tabletop as if still contemplating the matters previously discussed. His posture remained upright, embodying an unwavering strength that seemed impervious to adversity. We are prepared, yet the road ahead is long. We must not allow ourselves an ounce of complacency. His voice resonated with steadiness and power, akin to an anchor stabilizing the emotions of those present. Iron Man, Tony Stark, sat nearby, his fingers deftly gliding over the surface of his tablet, his eyes sparkling with intellect. Fear not, Captain, my new armor has undergone its final adjustments, and this time, I assure you, it will not disappoint. A confident smile graced his lips, though it concealed a subtle hint of tension. Thor, the god of thunder, crossed his arms and leaned against the back of his chair, his imposing frame causing the seat to emit a faint protest. No matter the foe that approaches, my hammer will make them aware of its might. His voice boomed with authority and resolve. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, sat elegantly, her gaze sharp and focused, as if capable of piercing through all facades. We must exercise greater caution. We cannot afford to be caught off guard by our enemies again. Her voice was soft yet unwavering, exuding an undeniable conviction. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, occupied a corner, leaning forward with earnest attentiveness as he absorbed the discourse. I will exert my utmost effort, ensuring I do not hinder the team. His tone bore a hint of urgency, eager to validate his worth. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, rested his hands beneath his chin, his eyes profound and enigmatic, as though he could glimpse the myriad possibilities of the future. The power of magic will accompany us, yet we must not become overly reliant upon it. His voice was deep and magnetic, instilling a sense of inexplicable reassurance. At that moment, the sharp and urgent alarm of the base suddenly pierced the serenity of the conference room. Captain America sprang to his feet, declaring, "Everyone, prepare for action." His voice was resolute and decisive, devoid of hesitation. Iron Man swiftly set aside his tablet. "JARVIS, report the situation," he called out while racing towards the armory. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, emanating an aura of formidable power. "Let me see who dares to disrupt our peace," he thundered, striding purposefully behind Iron Man. Black Widow rose without a moment's pause, agilely making her way to her arsenal. Ant-Man inhaled deeply, readying himself for battle once more. He summoned his courage, trailing closely behind his companions. Doctor Strange gestured, conjuring a flash of magical light, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing in the monitoring room. "Report, Captain, a powerful energy source is rapidly approaching the base, origin unknown, JARVIS, announced over the communication channel. Captain America, while running, commanded, "All personnel, assume combat positions and prepare to engage." Iron Man donned his newly upgraded armor, its lights flickering, signifying immense energy. "This time, I shall ensure they come and never return." His voice brimmed with fighting spirit. Thor stood resolutely in the courtyard of the base as lightning flickered in the sky, seemingly in response to his fury. The Black Widow, fully equipped and poised, presented herself before the assembly, ever ready for combat. Her voice was cold and resolute. Ant-Man donned his specially designed suit. Though he appeared somewhat anxious, his gaze was filled with determination. In the monitoring room, Doctor Strange continuously wielded his magic, striving to gather further intelligence on the adversary. "This energy is immensely powerful. Everyone, exercise caution," he warned loudly. As the energy approached, the atmosphere surrounding the base grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, a flash of light pierced through the air, and a group of enigmatic figures materialized above the base. Captain America lifted his gaze, poised for battle. "Prepare for engagement," he shouted, charging forward. Iron Man activated his thrusters, soaring into the sky, his energy cannon primed and ready. Thor swung his mighty hammer, unleashing a tremendous bolt of lightning towards the foe. The Black Widow deftly maneuvered on the ground, her weapons firing incessantly. Ant-Man utilized his unique abilities, alternating between colossal and minuscule sizes, creating significant disruption for the enemy. Doctor Strange continued to cast spells from the rear, offering support and protection to his allies. The enemy, undeterred, unleashed a barrage of formidable energy attacks, illuminating the sky with a dazzling array of explosions. Captain America utilized his shield to block an enemy strike and swiftly counterattacked, repelling one adversary. "Hold firm," he shouted. Iron Man engaged in an intense aerial pursuit and skirmish with the enemy, his armor sustaining some damage from their onslaught. "JARVIS, enhanced defenses," he commanded. Thor's lightning continued to strike the enemy, yet they appeared to possess some extraordinary defensive capabilities, mitigating much of the assault. The Black Widow engaged in close-quarters combat. Her movements agile, each strike lethal and precise. Amidst the chaos, Ant-Man sought out the enemy's vulnerabilities. "I found it," he exclaimed, charging toward a critical point within their ranks. Doctor Strange's magical brilliance flickered across the battlefield, creating more opportunities for his comrades. The battle raged fiercely, with the Avengers gradually gaining the upper hand. However, just as victory seemed imminent, the enemy launched a formidable combined assault. A colossal wave of energy surged toward the Avengers. "Take cover," Captain America shouted. The team scattered. Yet several members were caught off guard, pushed back a considerable distance. "We cannot allow them to prevail," Iron Man declared, dashing once more toward the enemy. Thor roared, unleashing an even mightier bolt of lightning from his hammer. The Black Widow gritted her teeth, continuing her fierce engagement. Ant-Man, undeterred, maximized his potential. Doctor Strange waved his hands, conjuring a powerful magical shield to withstand the enemy's onslaught. Under the Avengers' tenacious resistance, the enemy's attacks were finally repelled. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a final counteroffensive. After a fierce struggle, they succeeded in driving the enemy back entirely. At last, it was over. Ant-Man collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Captain America surveyed the chaos surrounding them, recognizing that this was merely a temporary setback. They must be better prepared. The team nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with vigilance and resolve. They understood that more challenges awaited them in the future. Chapter 69. The breather after battle and new concerns. As the last enemy fell amidst a dazzling burst of energy, the cacophony of the battlefield gradually subsided, leaving behind a haze of smoke and debris. The members of the Avengers either knelt or leaned against the walls, drawing in ragged breaths, each feeling as though all their strength had been drained. Captain Steve Rogers knelt on one knee, his shield embedded in the ground beside him, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and cascading onto the scorched earth. His eyes reflected exhaustion, yet were infused with determination and alertness. "Is everyone all right?" His voice was hoarse and weak, yet still conveyed deep concern. Iron Man Tony Stark reclined against a massive piece of debris nearby, his armor flickering erratically, with wisps of smoke rising from damaged components. He struggled to lift his head, offering a weary smile. "Not dead yet, Captain, but this was indeed a tough battle." His voice echoed through the suit's communicator, tinged with self-deprecation. Thor, the god of thunder, leaned upon his mighty hammer, his towering frame trembling slightly, drenched in sweat. "This battle reminds me of the brutal conflicts in Asgard," he spoke in a low, heavy tone, his eyes betraying nostalgia for his homeland and apprehension for what lay ahead. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff rested against a crumbling wall, her hair disheveled against her face, her combat suit marred by numerous tears and stained with blood. "We made it through. But who knows if we'll be so fortunate next time." Her voice was cool, yet laced with an almost imperceptible hint of fear. Ant-Man Scott Lang crawled out from a pile of rubble, having reverted to his normal size, appearing rather disheveled. "I feel like I've been hit by a truck 1,000 times, he complained, swaying slightly as he approached his teammates. Doctor Strange Stephen Strange hovered in the air, the glow of his magic slowly dissipating around him. His complexion was as pale as parchment, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. This mysterious force was not a mere coincidence. His voice resonated with uncertainty and concern. Captain America rose to his feet, his steps somewhat unsteady. "Let us return to the base, assess the casualties, and repair our equipment. We need time to recuperate and reflect." His voice, though fatigued, was still imbued with leadership. In silence, they nodded, supporting one another as they made their way towards the base. Upon returning, the medical team swiftly sprang into action, tending to the injured members. Iron Man was surrounded by technicians, urgently repairing and evaluating his damaged armor. Captain America sat in the conference room, his table cluttered with various battle data and intelligence. He rubbed his temples, attempting to untangle the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. What exactly was the nature of this enemy? What were their intentions? He murmured to himself, his brow furrowed. Thor, the god of thunder, stood by the window, gazing out at the sky, lost in contemplation. This power feels both familiar and alien, as if it emanates from an ancient darkness. A hint of unease colored his voice. Black Widow lay upon the medical bed, undergoing treatment. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the ceiling, pondering every detail of the recent battle. "Our tactics still harbor certain flaws that necessitate recalibration," she whispered. Ant-Man occupied a nearby lounge, munching on an energy bar to replenish his strength while reflecting on his performance in the fray. "I can do better. I must grow stronger," he resolved silently. Doctor Strange, in the sanctum of magic, perused ancient tomes, endeavoring to unearth clues related to this enigmatic foe. "Surely, there is something we have overlooked," he murmured. After a period of recuperation, the injuries of the team gradually healed, and their equipment was repaired and upgraded. Nonetheless, a pervasive sense of unease lingered over the entire base. One day, during a routine meeting, Captain America regarded everyone with a grave expression. Although we have temporarily repelled the enemy, I have a foreboding feeling that a greater crisis looms ahead. We must remain vigilant. Iron Man nodded in agreement, stating, I have conducted a comprehensive upgrade of the armor, enhancing its capabilities and arsenal, yet it still feels insufficient in the face of an unknown adversary. Thor clenched his fists, declaring, I will strengthen our ties with Asgard, seeking further support and power. Black Widow asserted, I will further refine my combat skills and intelligence-gathering abilities to ensure we are no longer caught off guard. Ant-Man thumped his chest, proclaiming, I too will train diligently, ensuring I do not hold anyone back. Doctor Strange clasped his hands together, asserting, the realm of magic still holds many mysteries for us to explore. I shall continue my search for methods to combat the encroaching darkness. At that moment, the alarm of the base blared once more. This is bad. We have another situation. Iron Man sprang to his feet. The expressions of the group instantly turned serious as they understood that a new battle was imminent. Chapter 70. The storm before the darkness in the conference room of the base. A heavy atmosphere weighed upon each heart like lead. Members of the Avengers, having just endured a fierce battle, sat around the long table, faces solemn, eyes revealing fatigue and vigilance. Captain America, Steve Rogers, occupied the seat of honor, his resolute gaze sweeping across the assembly, each wrinkle on his face seemingly narrating tales of past conflicts and responsibilities. Comrades, while we have momentarily secured victory, this is merely the calm before the storm. His voice was low and powerful, resonating like a hammer striking the hearts of all present. Iron Man, Tony Stark, sat nearby, his pristine armor glinting coldly under the lights. He furrowed his brow slightly, a trace of concern flickering in his eyes. The captain speaks the truth. This enemy is extraordinary, and we must be thoroughly prepared. His fingers lightly tapped the surface of the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Thor, with arms crossed, exuded an air of authority, his imposing figure radiating might. His gaze was profound, as if capable of piercing through the impending darkness. Regardless of the challenges I face, I shall not falter. Yet, we require a more formidable strength. His voice reverberated through the room like thunder. The Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, sat gracefully in her chair, her gaze exuding calmness and resolve. Intelligence work is paramount. I shall exert every effort to gather further information about our adversaries. Though her voice was soft, it brimmed with determination. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, perched in a corner, leaned forward, his expression a blend of tension and focus. I shall endeavor to train diligently, enabling myself to play a more significant role in battle. A hint of conviction resonated in his voice. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, intertwined his fingers beneath his chin, his enigmatic gaze seemingly capable of discerning the myriad possibilities of the future. The power of magic is unfathomable. I shall persist in my exploration to augment our chances in this conflict. His voice was calm and imbued with confidence. At that moment, the alarm of the base blared suddenly, its sharp sound shattering the previously suffocating silence. All personnel, assume combat readiness. Captain America bellowed, rising swiftly with agility and decisiveness. Iron Man instantly activated his suit, igniting the propulsion systems as he soared into the air. J.A.R.V.I.S. analyzed the enemy's situation. His voice emanated from the armor, filled with urgency. Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly, lightning crackling upon the hammer as he strode purposefully toward the battlefield. Let me confront these foes. His roar echoed throughout the base. The Black Widow swiftly checked her weaponry, moving nimbly to join the ranks. Everyone, be cautious. Her warning resonated through the communication channel. Ant-Man inhaled deeply, instantly enlarging, trailing closely behind the others. I shall not succumb to fear. He motivated himself. Doctor Strange gestured with his hands, a magical circle materializing beneath his feet, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing above the battleground. As they emerged outside the base, they beheld a sky thick with ominous clouds, illuminated by flashes of lightning. A group of bizarre creatures advanced toward the base, exuding an aura of malevolence. What manner of monstrosity is this? Iron Man inquired, astonished. Captain America raised his shield, declaring, whatever they may be, we must repel them. Iron Man launched the first assault, his suit unleashing powerful energy beams toward the horde. Yet, these creatures were remarkably agile, effortlessly evading the onslaught. Thor swung Mjolnir, summoning formidable lightning that struck several of the creatures. However, they appeared largely unaffected, pressing forward relentlessly. The Black Widow, from her position, fired with precision, each bullet finding its mark. Yet, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, continuously surging forth. Ant-Man utilized his enlarged form to shield against a wave of attacks. Everyone, rally together, he shouted. Doctor Strange cast a spell, ensnaring a cluster of creatures within a magical circle. However, the circle was soon shattered by their immense strength. The battle had reached a stalemate, and the members of the Avengers began to feel the weight of mounting pressure. This cannot continue, Captain America exclaimed. After a moment of contemplation, Iron Man declared, "We must identify their weakness." Just then, Doctor Strange suddenly perceived a clue. I sensed the energy cores of our adversaries situated in their abdomens. Upon hearing this revelation, the team immediately recalibrated their tactics, concentrating their assaults on the enemy's midsection. After a fierce confrontation, the onslaught of our foes was finally quelled. Yet, the Avengers emerged battered and weary. They retreated momentarily. But I felt an ominous premonition that this was merely the beginning. Doctor Strange remarked. Captain America nodded in agreement, urging everyone to return to the base for respite, preparing for the graver challenges that lay ahead. Upon returning to the base, the team began to reflect on the lessons learned from this skirmish. Iron Man sat in the laboratory, lost in contemplation as he scrutinized the data displayed on his screen. Our weaponry requires further enhancement to contend with such formidable adversaries. Thor polished his enchanted hammer, contemplating that his strength appeared insufficient, and he needed to seek new breakthroughs. Black Widow perused intelligence reports, discerning that the emergence of these creatures was no mere coincidence. There must be a more sinister conspiracy at play. Ant-Man trained vigorously in the gym, determined to fortify himself, vowing not to be a burden to his comrades. Doctor Strange delved into ancient tomes of magic within the sanctum, convinced that arcane knowledge held the key to countering these foes. As the team prepared amidst a palpable tension, the base's alarm blared once more. Chapter 71, Resolute Defense in Desperation. The members of the Avengers, still reeling from their recent battle, barely had time to catch their breath before the alarm cruelly shattered the fragile silence. Each heart felt as though it were burdened by a colossal weight. Yet a fierce determination ignited within their weary expressions. Captain Steve Rogers clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. The enemy was upon us again, and we must rise to meet them. His voice resonated with unwavering strength, akin to a potent stimulant, reviving the spirits of the team. Iron Man Tony Stark sprang from his chair in the lab, his armor enveloping him instantaneously. This time, we shall ensure they leave with no chance of return. Confidence and resolve sparkled in his eyes. Thor gripped his hammer tightly, lightning crackling around it, daring them to tremble before my thunder. He bellowed, his formidable presence seemingly capable of dispelling all darkness. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff methodically checked her weaponry, her demeanor calm and focused, ready to confront the battle. Her words were succinct yet imbued with undeniable conviction. Ant-Man Scott Lang took a deep breath, striving to steady himself. I will give it my all. Though his voice carried a hint of anxiety, it was predominantly filled with courage. Doctor Stephen Strange gestured with his hands, the luminescence of magic swirling at his fingertips, vowing that the power of sorcery would fight alongside us. His expression was grave, fully committed to the impending conflict. The team surged toward the battlefield, where the sky was thick with a swarm of peculiar adversaries, exuding an aura of dread. Captain America dashed to the forefront without hesitation, his shield gleaming under the onslaught of enemy attacks. Follow me, he shouted, agilely evading strikes while retaliating swiftly. Iron Man maneuvered through the air, relentlessly unleashing potent energy beams. Savoring the deployment of my new weapon, he called out loudly, each of his strikes inflicting tremendous damage upon the foes. Thor, the god of thunder, wielded his mighty hammer, unleashing torrents of lightning that fell like a tempest. You wicked beings! His roar reverberated through the heavens, causing enemies to fall before him. The Black Widow moved across the battlefield like a specter, her weapon striking true at the vital points of her adversaries, leaving no one with an escape. Her eyes gleamed with lethal intent. Ant-Man alternated between colossal size, blocking enemy attacks, and miniature form, seizing the opportunity to strike at their vulnerabilities. Witness my prowess, he shouted. Rallying himself, Doctor Strange conjured powerful spells, ensnaring foes within magical circles or hurling them away with arcane force, declaring, the dark powers shall not prevail. He murmured incantations, wholly immersed in the fray. Yet, as the enemy numbers swelled and their onslaught intensified, the Avengers found themselves increasingly beleaguered. Captain America bore countless wounds, but grit his teeth, valiantly resisting the enemy's advances. We cannot surrender. His voice resonated with unyielding resolve. Iron Man's armor was severely damaged, energy waning. Jarvis, hold on a little longer, he gasped, continuing to unleash his attacks. Thor's strength was rapidly depleting, the speed of his hammer's swings diminishing. I shall not fall. His gaze remained unwavering. The Black Widow's ammunition was spent. She resorted to close combat, whispering to herself, I must endure. Ant-Man's strength was nearly exhausted, his movement slowing. I cannot succumb. He fought to maintain his consciousness. Doctor Strange's magical glow was dimming, beads of sweat dotting his brow. I must find a way to break through. His mind raced. At that moment, the enemy launched a more ferocious assault, overwhelming the Avengers, who were driven to the ground by the onslaught. Could it truly end like this? Iron Man gazed skyward, his eyes filled with defiance. No. As long as we draw breath, hope remains. Captain America struggled to rise, urging everyone, stand up and continue the fight. His voice brimmed with encouragement and strength. Hearing the captain's rallying cry, the team gritted their teeth and rose once more. For justice. For peace. Captain America shouted, charging toward the enemy. The Avengers' spirits reignited. They united closely, unleashing an unprecedented force as they engaged in a final, desperate battle. Amidst the fierce combat, Iron Man suddenly discerned a critical weakness in the enemy's defenses. Everyone, focus your attacks there, he bellowed. Without hesitation, they followed his command, concentrating their collective strength on that vulnerable point. At last, in a dazzling display of light, the enemy's lines shattered, and they crumbled in defeat. We have triumphed, Ant-Man exclaimed with exhilaration. Exhausted, the team collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, yet their faces radiated victorious smiles. However, they were acutely aware that this was merely a fleeting victory, and that even greater challenges awaited them in the future. Chapter 72. Revelations of the Quantum Realm. Once the fierce battle had concluded, the world momentarily returned to tranquility, yet the members of the Avengers remained vigilant. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, due to his unique experiences during the conflict, developed a profound fascination with the quantum realm. After meticulous preparation, Ant-Man ventured once more into the quantum realm. This time, he delved into an uncharted territory, where he made a staggering discovery, a type of microparticle capable of stabilizing the fabric of space-time. When he first beheld these particles, shimmering with an enigmatic luminescence, Ant-Man was engulfed by a wave of astonishment and exhilaration. He realized that if these microparticles could be extracted and harnessed, they might offer hope for resolving numerous intricate dilemmas and potentially alter the future of the world itself. However, Ant-Man soon recognized that the process of extracting these microparticles was fraught with peril. The energy fluctuations within the quantum realm were extraordinarily volatile. A moment's inattention could precipitate an unforeseen catastrophe. With utmost caution, Ant-Man attempted to approach the microparticles, his heartbeat quickening, each movement imbued with trepidation. Yet, just as he was about to make contact with the particles, a formidable surge of energy struck him, flinging him away with great force. Damn it, Ant-Man cursed, striving to regain his balance. He understood that he could not simply abandon his quest. After steadying himself, he once again endeavored to approach the microparticles. This time, he meticulously observed the surrounding energy fluctuations, seeking a relatively stable moment. After numerous attempts and failures, Ant-Man finally discerned a pattern. He discovered that at specific quantum frequencies, the energy fluctuations would temporarily subside, presenting what might be a singular opportunity to extract the microparticles. When that pivotal moment arrived, Ant-Man inhaled deeply and swiftly extended his hand to grasp the microparticles. The instant his fingertips made contact, an overwhelming force of attraction surged forth, as if seeking to draw his very essence into its depths. Hold on. Ant-Man gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of his strength to resist this magnetic pull. After a strenuous struggle, he ultimately succeeded in extracting a small fraction of the microparticles, but the exertion left him in a state of unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, Ant-Man found himself back in the realm of reality. He disregarded his physical exhaustion and immediately conveyed his discovery to his fellow Avengers. Captain America, Steve Rogers, listened intently, his expression grave. This may be the key to combating unknown threats, but we must proceed with caution. Iron Man, Tony Stark, promptly began analyzing the characteristics and potential applications of the microparticles. If we can harness the power of these microparticles, we might be able to develop more formidable weapons and defense systems. Thor furrowed his brow, acknowledging that such unknown forces could also harbor unforeseen dangers. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, nodded in agreement, stating, "We require further research and experimentation to ensure the safe utilization of this power." Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, harnessed the arcane to sense the energy of the microparticles, a formidable force imbued with uncertainty. In the ensuing days, the members of the Avengers engaged in intense research and experimentation surrounding these microparticles. Iron Man toiled relentlessly in his laboratory, striving to devise a device capable of extracting and harnessing the energy of the microparticles. Thor conversed with scholars from the realm of Asgard, deliberating on the relationship between microparticles and cosmic energy. Black Widow took charge of gathering and analyzing various intelligence, seeking clues related to the microparticles. Doctor Strange employed his magical prowess to delve into the essence and laws governing the microparticles. Ant-Man, having ventured through the quantum realm, developed a more intuitive understanding of the microparticles. He consistently shared his experiences and insights with the other members, providing crucial references for their research. However, just as progress was being made, an unforeseen incident transpired. During an experiment, A malfunction caused the energy of the microparticles to spiral out of control, resulting in a massive explosion. The blast's force reverberated throughout the entire base, causing severe destruction. "Is everyone all right?" Captain America inquired with urgency. "Fortunately, the losses are significant but manageable," Iron Man replied, surveying the wreckage of the laboratory with a furrowed brow. "We must reassess the risks associated with this project," Thor stated. As the team grappled with this predicament, a mysterious organization emerged, exhibiting profound interest in the microparticles and seeking to seize them from the Avengers. "Who are these individuals?" Ant-Man questioned. "Regardless of their identity, we cannot allow the microparticles to fall into their hands," Captain America resolutely declared. Thus, the Avengers continued their research on the microparticles while simultaneously contending with the threat posed by the enigmatic organization. In their confrontations, the Avengers discovered that their adversaries wielded formidable technological power and arcane methods. The organization's tactics were peculiar and unpredictable, leaving the Avengers on high alert. "This is not an easy foe to combat," Black Widow remarked. "But we will not retreat," Iron Man asserted. In a fierce battle, Doctor Strange unfortunately fell into the clutches of the mysterious organization. "We must rescue him," Thor exclaimed. To save Doctor Strange, the Avengers devised a meticulous plan. Ant-Man utilized his ability to alter his size, infiltrating the stronghold of the mysterious organization. He deftly evaded surveillance and traps, searching for Doctor Strange's whereabouts. At last, he discovered Doctor Strange in a concealed cell. "Quick, we must go," Ant-Man urged. Yet, as they prepared to escape, they were detected by the organization. A harrowing chase ensued, with Ant-Man and Doctor Strange navigating the base in a frantic bid to evade their pursuers. Just as they found themselves cornered, Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, and Black Widow arrived just in time to engage the enemies in a desperate struggle. After an intense confrontation, the Avengers successfully rescued Doctor Strange and repelled the mysterious organization. However, this incident made them realize that the existence of microparticles had attracted the attention of various factions, and the challenges they faced would only intensify. "We must expedite our research and discover safe methods to harness these microparticles. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire," Captain America declared. The group nodded in agreement, returning to their urgent work. Unbeknownst to them, a more sinister conspiracy was quietly brewing. Chapter 73. Perilous Exploration. Following the harrowing adventure into the quantum realm, the astonishing revelations brought back by Ant-Man Scott Lang rippled through the Avengers like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. The microparticles, capable of stabilizing the fabric of space-time, appeared to be a mysterious and perilous key that could unlock the door to unknown worlds or potentially unleash catastrophic consequences. As Ant-Man recounted his experiences in the quantum realm, his eyes still bore the traces of shock and fear. It was a realm far beyond our imagination, teeming with unpredictable energy and enigmatic laws. "When I first beheld those microparticles, their flickering radiance resembled the heartbeat of the cosmos, mysterious and profound." His voice trembled slightly as he seemed to be transported back to that moment fraught with uncertainty and danger. Captain Steve Rogers stood with arms crossed, his expression grave as he listened intently to Ant-Man's narrative, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation and concern. This revelation was indeed significant, yet we must approach it with utmost caution. Such unknown forces, if mishandled, could spell our doom. His voice was steady and resolute, each word imbued with a sense of responsibility. Iron Man Tony Stark immediately immersed himself in the analysis and research of the microparticles. Seated in the laboratory, complex data and images danced across the screens before him, his gaze intent and fervent. "If we can decipher the secrets of these microparticles, we may well forge technology capable of transforming the world. However, this endeavor demands time and extensive experimentation." As he spoke, he deftly manipulated the instruments, striving to extract further information about the microparticles. Thor, the god of thunder, stood nearby, his hammer in hand, his serious demeanor fixed upon the microparticle samples. "This power reminds me of certain mysterious energies within the cosmos, perhaps connected to the ancient legends of Asgard. Yet we must not be beguiled by its potential. Caution must guide our exploration." His voice resonated like thunder, filled with reverence for the unknown. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff silently observed from the side, her gaze sharp and composed. "As we delve into our research, we must also prioritize confidentiality. Once news leaks, we cannot fathom the troubles it may invite." Her voice was low and measured, serving as a reminder of the latent risks. Doctor Strange Stephen Strange gestured with his hands, the glow of magic flickering at his fingertips as he endeavored to perceive the essence of the microparticles through sorcery. "This power embodies profound magical principles. We must tread carefully to avoid irreversible consequences." His tone was laced with mystery and vigilance. In the days that followed, the Avengers base transformed into a bustling research hub. Iron Man relentlessly refines his experimental apparatus, striving to discover a secure method for extracting the energy of microparticles. Thor maintains close ties with scholars from the realm of gods, seeking knowledge and insights regarding cosmic energy. Meanwhile, Black Widow employs her extensive intelligence network to vigilantly monitor any external forces that may show interest in the microparticles. Doctor Strange delves deeply into ancient tomes of magic, endeavoring to unearth clues related to microparticles from archaic magical wisdom. Ant-Man, drawing upon his expertise in the quantum realm, contributes invaluable first-hand information to the research endeavors. However, just as their investigations gain momentum, an unforeseen catastrophe strikes. During a pivotal experiment, a minute calculation error leads to a sudden loss of control over the microparticle energy. The once tranquil laboratory is engulfed by a ferocious energy storm, obliterating instruments and equipment in an instant. The force of the explosion sweeping through the entire base like a rampaging beast. Watch out, Captain America shouts, using his indomitable shield to shield everyone from the explosive aftermath. In the chaos, Iron Man swiftly activates the emergency protection system, attempting to mitigate the devastation wrought by the explosion. J-A-R-V-I-S. Initiate the contingency plan. His voice resonates urgently amidst the clamor. Thor brandishes his enchanted hammer, unleashing bolts of lightning in an effort to tame the rampant energy. Hold on, everyone. His roar reverberates through the air. Black Widow and Doctor Strange promptly organize the evacuation of personnel from the base, ensuring their safety. Ant-Man is hurled against a wall by the shockwave, dazed and disoriented, as he struggles to rise and assist others. What is happening? He exclaims loudly. When the tumultuous aftershocks finally subside, the base lies in ruins. The Avengers gaze upon the devastation before them, their hearts heavy with despair and defeat. The loss is insurmountable, Iron Man remarks, surveying the debris with a grim expression. Yet we cannot simply surrender, Captain America asserts, his gaze resolute. As they grapple with the shock and dismay of the incident, an even graver threat emerges. A clandestine organization, having inexplicably learned of the microparticle's existence, launches a series of attacks and infiltrations against the Avengers. The members of this organization are formidable, equipped with advanced technological gear and enigmatic superpowers. During a sudden raid, they exploit the Avengers' unpreparedness, breaching the base in an attempt to seize samples of the microparticles. Intruders detected. The alarm blares throughout the facility. The Avengers swiftly spring into combat mode, engaging in fierce skirmishes with the mysterious assailants. Iron Man unleashes energy beams from the skies, fiercely countering the enemy's aerial vehicles. You won't succeed, scoundrels. His voice brims with fury. Thor swings his mighty hammer, each strike accompanied by the thunderous roar of lightning, repelling foes one by one. Feel the wrath of the god of thunder, he bellows. Black Widow, with her agility and precision, weaves through the adversaries, delivering lethal blows. Do not underestimate me. Her voice is icy and resolute. Doctor Strange wielded formidable magic, ensnaring his foes within a mystical circle or launching them away with sheer arcane force. The power of magic shall safeguard justice. His voice resonated with authority. Ant-Man, leveraging his unique ability to alter his size, launched unexpected assaults on his adversaries, causing them considerable disarray. Behold my prowess. His voice brimmed with determination. Following a fierce confrontation, the Avengers successfully repelled the assault from the enigmatic organization. Yet, they recognized that the shadowy group would not relent easily. They must prepare more thoroughly for the daunting challenges that lie ahead. After the battle, the team convened to deliberate their next course of action. We must swiftly uncover the origins and motives of this mysterious organization. We cannot remain passively on the defensive, Captain America asserted. I will fortify the base's defense systems to ensure they cannot breach our security again, Iron Man declared. I will continue my search for more clues regarding the microparticles. Perhaps they will yield a means to confront this clandestine organization, Doctor Strange stated. I shall utilize my intelligence network to gather further information about them, Black Widow announced. I too will strive to enhance my abilities through rigorous training. Chapter 74. Conspiracy in the aftermath of the explosion triggered by the uncontrollable energy of microparticles. The Avengers base lay in utter disarray and devastation. Smoke permeated the air, and debris littered the ground, silently narrating the calamity they had just endured. Captain America, Steve Rogers, stood amidst the ruins, his resolute gaze betraying a hint of concern and contemplation. Observing the scene before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. This is our setback, but it is by no means the end. His voice was steady and powerful, resonating profoundly in the stillness. Iron Man, Tony Stark, regarded the damaged experimental equipment with a somber expression, his brow furrowed, and his eyes filled with frustration and regret. This was my oversight. I shall promptly devise a solution and restore our research framework. He clenched his fists, vowing to rectify this loss. Thor's towering figure stood out amidst the wreckage, gripping Mjolnir, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. This unknown force is testing us. We must not falter. His voice thundered with resolve and courage. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, moved gracefully yet purposefully through the debris, her calm and piercing eyes scrutinizing every detail. We must learn from this incident, reinforcing our safety measures. We cannot afford to grant our enemies any advantage. Though her voice was soft, it brimmed with decisiveness. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, casting spells to sense any lingering dangerous energy fluctuations. The realm of magic is replete with mysteries. Perhaps we can discover a method to control the energy of the microparticles within it. His gaze was profound, as if he could perceive the truths concealed beneath the surface. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, crouched beside a shattered slab, his expression reflecting confusion and uncertainty. Everything unfolded with astonishing abruptness. Could we truly harness such formidable power? He murmured, his heart laden with uncertainty about the future. Yet, before they could fully recover from this recent blow, a new crisis quietly emerged. The enigmatic organization loomed like a specter in the shadows, persistently harassing and assaulting the Avengers. On a tranquil night, the alarm of their base erupted suddenly, shattering the stillness of the evening. All personnel on alert. We have an intruder. Captain America's voice resonated through the communication channel as he swiftly grasped his shield and charged towards the source of the alarm. Iron Man instantly activated his armor, igniting the thrusters and soaring into the sky. Jarvis, assess the enemy's distribution and numbers, he commanded, his tone brimming with tension and focus. Thor brandished Mjolnir, bolts of lightning crackling around him. Allow me to teach these insolent fools a lesson, he bellowed, striding forward with determination. The Black Widow vanished into the darkness, poised to strike the adversaries from the flank. Dr. Strange gestured with his hands, conjuring a magical sigil before him. The forces of darkness shall not prevail easily, he murmured, readying himself to unleash potent sorcery. Ant-Man rapidly shrank his form, infiltrating the enemy ranks in search of vulnerabilities. As they engaged in direct confrontation, they soon discovered that this foe was more cunning and formidable than any they had faced before. Not only did they possess advanced weaponry, but their tactical coordination suggested meticulous planning and training. Be wary of their energy weapons, Iron Man warned, deftly evading the energy beams launched by the enemy. Thor plunged into the fray, his hammer swinging with fierce momentum, each strike accompanied by the roar of thunder, pushing the adversaries back. You wretched insects shall never triumph over us, he roared, exhibiting unparalleled might. The Black Widow maneuvered through the shadows, her weapons striking the enemy's vital points with precision. Her movements were swift and lethal. None shall escape. Her voice was cold and laced with malice. Dr. Strange unleashed a variety of magical incantations, ensnaring foes within his sigils or propelling them away with arcane force. Feel the might of magic, he proclaimed, as the magical light illuminated the night. Ant-Man continued to fluctuate in size amidst the enemy ranks, sowing chaos among them. Prepare to witness my prowess, he exclaimed, fully exploiting his unique abilities. Despite the Avengers' valiant resistance, the adversaries seemed to possess an intimate understanding of their tactics and capabilities, consistently dodging their attacks at critical moments while delivering effective counterstrikes. Amidst the fierce combat, Captain America discerned a pattern. These enemies appear to be deliberately stalling us. Their objective extends beyond mere assault, he articulated, parrying the enemy's strikes. Iron Man, sensing something amiss, remarked, Jarvis, analyze their movement patterns. Let us uncover what they are scheming. His voice was filled with perplexity and caution. At that moment, the enemy began a seemingly orchestrated retreat, vanishing into the night. Do not pursue. Exercise caution. It may be a ruse. Captain America swiftly thwarted Thor's attempt to pursue. Upon returning to the base, the team commenced an analysis of the recent skirmish. This was no ordinary assault. It appeared they were probing our strength and defenses. Black Widow remarked, her expression grave. Dr. Strange nodded in agreement, noting their profound understanding of our capabilities, suggesting a formidable puppeteer was orchestrating these events from the shadows. Ant-Man furrowed his brow, questioning what course of action they should take, for remaining in a state of passive defense was untenable. We must take the initiative. Uncover the core of this enigmatic organization and obliterate them, declared Captain America, his gaze resolute. Iron Man pondered for a moment. I shall expedite the development of new equipment and technologies to enhance our combat efficacy. Thor thumped his chest. I will return to Asgard in search of assistance, hoping to unearth clues about this mysterious organization. Black Widow and Dr. Strange committed to intensifying intelligence gathering and magical research, while Ant-Man resolved to train diligently to augment his abilities. In the ensuing days, the Avengers busied themselves, preparing for the impending confrontation. However, unbeknownst to them, the sinister plot lurking in the shadows was gradually coming to light. heralding an even greater crisis. Chapter 75. The truth emerges in the aftermath of the mysterious organization's assault. The members of the Avengers found themselves engulfed in deep contemplation and tense preparations within the base. The air was thick with a somber atmosphere, as if a larger storm was brewing. Captain Steve Rogers stood before the command room window, gazing at the waning sun, his eyes betraying both determination and concern. This attack was no mere coincidence. What could their true intentions be? He muttered, his mind a tangled web of questions. In the laboratory, Tony Stark was illuminated by the bright lights, his face etched with focus. His hands moved rapidly across the virtual screen, a flurry of data and images flashing before him. Regardless of their scheming, I shall demonstrate the might of technology, he gritted his teeth, resolved to find a breakthrough in the development of new gear. In his chamber, Thor clutched Mjolnir, his eyes closed in an attempt to forge a deeper connection with his guardian power. Father, grant me wisdom and strength to unveil the truth behind this mystery. He silently prayed, the sparks of lightning flickering around him. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, sat in the intelligence room, the screen before her filled with intricate clues and data. Her gaze was sharp and focused, leaving no detail overlooked. There must be something we have missed. There must be, she thought. Her fingers flying over the keyboard as she sifted through and analyzed the information. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, was in the sanctum of magic, surrounded by ancient tomes and arcane runes. He gestured with his hands, magical luminescence dancing at his fingertips, seeking strategies within the depths of ancient mystical knowledge. The realm of magic conceals countless secrets. I believe there lies an answer that can unravel this predicament, he murmured softly, immersing himself entirely in the exploration of magic. In the training room, Scott Lang, the Ant-Man, tirelessly practiced his ability to enlarge and shrink, his garments drenched in perspiration. I can no longer be a burden to others. I must grow stronger, he resolutely declared, pushing the boundaries of his limits. As the days passed, the Avengers toiled in their respective domains, yet progress remained agonizingly slow. Amidst rising anxiety and uncertainty, an unexpected lead emerged. During an in-depth analysis of a mysterious organization's past operations, Black Widow uncovered a crucial figure lurking in the shadows. This individual appeared to manipulate the organization's every move, yet his identity remained shrouded in obscurity. This is the most significant lead we have thus far. We must swiftly ascertain this person's identity, Captain America asserted, convening all members for an urgent discussion in the conference room. Iron Man scrutinized the information provided by Black Widow. His brow furrowed. Jarvis, conduct a thorough analysis of this data. Seek any additional information that may be linked to this individual. Dr. Strange, arms crossed and contemplative, suggested, perhaps I could trace this lead through magic, though it will necessitate some preparation time. The team sprang into action, investigating this newfound clue. In the ensuing days, Iron Man, utilizing advanced technology, finally unearthed some threads connected to this enigmatic figure. It seemed he was tied to a scientific organization that had vanished years ago, engaged in perilous experimentation. Thor's eyes sparkled with realization. This may relate to the dark force that Asgard once sensed. Just as they prepared to delve deeper into their investigation, the base was assailed once more. This attack was fiercer than any prior, with the enemy seemingly determined to breach their defenses. Prepare for battle, Captain America shouted, seizing his shield and charging into the fray. Iron Man donned his armor in an instant, igniting his propulsion system and soaring into the sky. Allow me to introduce my new weapon. Thor wielded his enchanted hammer, thunder roaring around him. Come forth, nefarious foes. Black Widow, armed and agile, darted across the battlefield. None shall escape. Dr. Strange unleashed potent magic, ensnaring adversaries within a mystical circle. The forces of darkness shall ultimately be dispelled by light. Ant-Man fluctuated in size, creating significant disarray among the attackers. Behold my super transformation. After a fierce clash, the Avengers successfully repelled their assailants, albeit at a grievous cost. With significant damage inflicted upon the base's facilities, we can no longer remain passive, Captain America declared, surveying the devastation with a heart filled with fury and resolve. At that moment, Dr. Strange gleaned a pivotal insight from his magical exploration. I believe I have located the hiding place of the mysterious figure. Yet it is fortified with formidable magical barriers. No matter the challenges we face, we must confront them, Iron Man affirmed. Thus, the Avengers resolved to take the initiative and embark towards that enigmatic location. Though uncertain of what awaited them, their conviction had never been more steadfast. On their journey to the destination, they encountered numerous hardships. Adverse weather, treacherous terrain, and the relentless harassment from a mysterious organization posed significant challenges to their advance. Yet, the Avengers did not falter. They supported one another and pressed forward with unwavering resolve. At last, they arrived before the enigmatic edifice hidden deep within the mountains. Prepare yourselves for the final battle, declared Captain America with fervor, as the resolute gazes of his comrades met his, and they stepped into the unknown doorway. Chapter 76. The eve of the showdown. As they traversed the winding mountain path leading to the mysterious structure, the members of the Avengers marched with resolute strides, each step imbued with fearless determination and a profound sense of duty. The golden rays of the setting sun enveloped them, casting elongated shadows that could not obscure the indomitable brilliance radiating from their very beings. Leading the charge was Captain Steve Rogers, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead, clutching tightly to the shield that epitomized justice and valor. His strides were steady and powerful, each footfall akin to a declaration of war against the unseen adversaries. Remain vigilant. We are on the brink of facing unprecedented challenges. His voice reverberated through the stillness of the valley, imbued with steadfastness and calm. Following closely behind was Iron Man, Tony Stark, his armor gleaming under the sun's brilliant light. His eyes, sharp and focused, were continuously scanning their surroundings through the suit's advanced systems. Rest assured, Captain. My armor is primed to confront any contingency, he replied, his tone brimming with confidence, though a flicker of apprehension lurked in his gaze. Thor, the god of thunder, strode forth with purpose, his hammer resting upon his shoulder, lightning crackling subtly around him. His expression was grave and solemn, as if engaged in communion with the divine within. No matter the malevolence that approaches, it shall be reduced to ashes beneath my thunder. His voice boomed like distant thunder, resonating throughout the valley. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, moved with grace amongst the ranks, her vigilant eyes keenly observing the shifting surroundings, her weapon poised for swift action. Be cautious. Any minor fluctuation could signal an enemy trap, she warned, her tone low and composed, a reminder to her comrades. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, weaving intricate magical runes to bestow protective spells upon the team. His gaze was profound and enigmatic, as if he could perceive the imminent dangers. The power of magic shall safeguard our journey, yet we must not succumb to complacency. His voice resonated with an air of mystique. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, appeared somewhat anxious, adjusting his gear while murmuring to himself, I must prove my worth. I cannot let everyone down. He silently motivated himself, striving to conquer his inner fears. As they drew nearer to the enigmatic structure, the atmosphere around them grew increasingly oppressive and eerie. A sudden gust of wind swept through the once tranquil forest, rustling the leaves as if whispering ominous portents. This wind feels peculiar. Captain America halted, raising his shield and scanning the area with vigilance. Iron Man activated the scanning systems of his armor, detecting no immediate threats, yet acknowledging that this did not equate to safety. Thor felt the ominous breath of the wind, laden with a dark essence, urging caution. Black Widow lowered her stance, signaling everyone to maintain formation and refrain from scattering. Dr. Strange moved his hands in a graceful manner, enhancing their magical defenses as a potent surge of arcane energy rippled in the vicinity. Ant-Man inhaled deeply, resolute that they must confront whatever lay ahead together. Following the tempest, an unsettling silence enveloped them, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Upon reaching the entrance of the enigmatic structure, they were met by a colossal, tightly shut door that exuded an ancient and malevolent aura. Its surface was intricately engraved with complex runes and patterns that sent shivers down their spines. Behind this door undoubtedly lies a monumental secret, Captain America remarked. Iron Man stepped forward, eager to employ technological means to decipher the mechanisms guarding the door. Let me examine this ancient technology, he said. Thor raised Mjolnir, declaring, if we cannot unlock it, I shall shatter it. However, Black Widow interjected, hold on. We do not yet know what traps may lie beyond. Dr. Strange scrutinized the runes, recognizing a formidable magical seal that required a specific method to unravel. As they deliberated on the means to open the door, a swarm of shadowy figures suddenly emerged around them, launching an immediate assault. Be careful, Captain America shouted, raising his shield to confront the assailants. Iron Man unleashed beams of energy, illuminating the foes lurking in the darkness. Thor swung Mjolnir, unleashing lightning that struck several shadows in an instant. Black Widow maneuvered through the shadows, her weapon finding the vital points of the enemies with precision. Dr. Strange cast a spell, ensnaring a group of shadows within a magical circle. Ant-Man utilized his unique abilities, enlarging himself and delivering a powerful punch that sent several adversaries sprawling. After an intense skirmish, the shadows were momentarily repelled. Yet the Avengers recognized that this was merely the vanguard of their foes, with the true challenge yet to come. Let us take a moment to recuperate and restore our strength in preparation for the battles ahead, Captain America suggested. Iron Man assessed the damage to his suit, noting, this was merely a warm-up. A true test awaits us. Thor, panting heavily, declared, no matter how many enemies we face, I shall not falter. Black Widow wiped the blood from her weapon, stating, we must swiftly unlock this door and uncover the truth. Dr. Strange closed his eyes, replenishing his magical energy. I have conceived a method to break the seal. Ant-Man stood anxiously beside the mysterious door, hoping for a favorable outcome. After a brief respite, Doctor Strange commenced his spell to dismantle the door's seal. As he recited his incantation, the runes began to shimmer with a radiant light, and the door slowly creaked open. A formidable wave of dark energy surged forth from within, threatening to destabilize them. "Everyone, be cautious," Captain America exclaimed. The Avengers took a deep breath and strode purposefully toward the ominous door, teeming with uncertainty and peril that awaited them, a gateway to a climactic battle that would determine the fate of the world. Chapter 77. The Dark Gate before the door emanating an aura of malevolence. The members of the Avengers stood resolute, their hearts entwined with a blend of trepidation and resolve. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gripped his shield tightly, his gaze unwavering as he focused on the slowly opening dark door, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. Behind this threshold lay the potential key to saving the world. Or perhaps an abyss of despair. Regardless, retreat was not an option. He inhaled deeply, silently bolstering his courage. Iron Man, Tony Stark, stood nearby, the glow of his armor flickering in the shadows. Curiosity about the unknown mingled with vigilance against impending danger in his eyes. "Captain, whatever lies within, my suit will not let us down." His voice resonated through the suit's communicator, imbued with his characteristic confidence. Thor, the god of thunder, held his hammer tightly, muscles taut, with a fierce desire for battle igniting in his eyes. "I am prepared to face any challenge, even the demons from the abyss." His voice thundered, exuding unwavering bravery. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, narrowed her eyes, her expression stern. "Everyone, be cautious. Even the slightest oversight could plunge us into dire straits." Her tone was low and serious, a reminder to her comrades to remain vigilant. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, weaving intricate magical runes, his expression grave. "This dark power is formidable. We must proceed with caution." His voice was laced with apprehension and care. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, lingered at the back of the group, his body trembling slightly. Yet his gaze radiated determination. "I will do my utmost not to hinder the team," he murmured to himself, striving to conquer his inner fears. As the door swung fully open, a torrent of formidable dark energy surged forth, crashing against them. "Steady," Captain America shouted, bracing his shield against the onslaught of power. Iron Man quickly activated his suit's thrusters, attempting to maintain his balance in midair. "This force is overwhelming," he gritted through clenched teeth. Thor roared, swinging his hammer to unleash lightning in defiance of the encroaching darkness. "Let me shatter this gloom." Black Widow evaded the dark energy's assault while searching for signs of the enemy. "Stay calm. Look for openings." Doctor Strange continuously altered his magical gestures, striving to gain control over the dark force. "We cannot allow it to spiral out of control." Amidst the chaos, Ant-Man fought to find his footing. "This is utterly insane." Captain America, witnessing the surging darkness before him, silently vowed, "No matter what, we must push through for the sake of peace in the world." Iron Man, while resisting the encroaching dark force, added, "Captain, we cannot remain on the defensive. We must find a way to strike back. Once this power wanes slightly, we charge in." "I can hardly wait," Thor exclaimed. Black Widow observed the fluctuations of the dark energy and remarked, "Look, it seems to be diminishing." Doctor Strange shouted, "Now is the time. Everyone, charge with me." Under Doctor Strange's leadership, the group plunged into the dark portal. Inside lay an immense shadowy expanse, shrouded in thick mist that obscured their sense of direction. "Be cautious of your surroundings," Captain America cautioned. Iron Man activated the illumination system of his suit, casting light upon a small area around them. "Where are we?" Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the fog. "You have finally arrived, Avengers." Tension gripped the group as they warily scanned their surroundings. "Who are you? Show yourself," Thor thundered. A figure gradually emerged from the mist, a distorted and enigmatic being. "Did you think you could easily defeat me?" The mysterious figure sneered. Captain America stepped forward, declaring, "No matter who you are, we will not allow your schemes to prevail." The mysterious figure laughed mockingly. "You think you stand a chance? You're utterly naive." Iron Man unleashed an energy beam aimed at the figure, who effortlessly waved his hand to dissipate the attack. Iron Man's eyes widened in astonishment. Thor charged forward, swinging his hammer at the mysterious figure, who sidestepped and retaliated with a powerful force that sent Thor reeling back. Black Widow seized the moment to strike, only to be easily subdued by the enigmatic foe. "Damn it!" Doctor Strange cast a spell in an attempt to ensnare the figure. Yet, the mysterious being broke free from the magical restraints. "You insignificant ants cannot contend with me." Ant-Man, witnessing this, swiftly enlarged himself and charged at the figure, only to be kicked away with a single blow. "Everyone together!" Captain America shouted, rallying his comrades for another assault. Each member unleashed their most potent abilities, engaging in a fierce battle against the mysterious figure. Amidst the chaos, Captain America resolved, no matter how formidable the adversary, We must not surrender. As long as we unite, hope remains. Iron Man continuously pondered how to leverage his suit's capabilities to uncover the figure's weakness. There must be a way, there must. Thor, undeterred, declared, I will not be defeated by the likes of you. Black Widow searched for an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Stay calm, stay focused, I can find the flaw. Doctor Strange persistently altered his magic, striving to suppress the mysterious figure. We cannot allow him to gain the upper hand. Though Ant-Man was repeatedly knocked down, he resolutely rose to continue the fight. I will not falter. After a grueling struggle, the mysterious figure's movements began to slow, and the Avengers glimpsed the dawn of victory. Give it all you've got, Captain America urged. The group launched another wave of vigorous attacks, and the mysterious figure finally revealed a vulnerability. Now, Iron Man exclaimed. Seizing the opportunity, Captain America struck the figure's head with his shield, followed closely by Thor's hammer delivering a crushing blow. The mysterious figure cried out in agony and collapsed to the ground. We did it, Ant-Man exclaimed with exhilaration. However, before the crowd could exhale a sigh of relief, the surrounding dark forces surged once more, as if a more formidable enemy were about to emerge. Chapter 78. The Abyss of Darkness. At the moment the mysterious figure collapsed, the members of the Avengers felt no sense of ease. Instead, an even stronger wave of unease surged within them. The dark forces swirling around them grew increasingly turbulent, as if they sought to engulf them entirely. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gripped his shield tightly, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Although his breath quickened slightly, the resolve within him remained unshaken. Do not let your guard down. This may merely be the beginning. His voice resonated with remarkable steadiness in the darkened space. Iron Man. Tony Stark observed the roiling dark energy, his armor flickering uncertainly, his brow furrowed. What on earth is this place? It feels increasingly dire. He spoke with a hint of anxiety, yet the energy weapon in his grasp remained poised for action. Thor, the god of thunder, gasped for breath, the lightning upon his hammer flickering in intensity. Whatever comes next, I shall not retreat. The fire of indomitable spirit burned brightly in his eyes. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, swiftly recalibrated her state, her gaze calm and piercing. Stay composed and seek a strategy. Her voice, though soft, helped stabilize the group's emotions somewhat. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, conjuring mystical runes in an attempt to perceive the origin and direction of the dark forces. The source of this power is unfathomable. We must tread carefully. His expression grew increasingly grave. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, cowered behind the others, his body trembling slightly, yet determination shone in his eyes. I will keep pace with everyone. I shall not be a hindrance, he murmured. At that moment, a deep roar emanated from the darkness, shaking the very fabric of the space around them. Prepare for battle, Captain America shouted, and the group instantly entered combat mode. As the roar drew nearer, a colossal figure gradually emerged from the shadows. Its form loomed like a mountain, exuding an oppressive aura that seemed capable of swallowing all light. What manner of beast is this? Iron Man exclaimed in shock. Thor gritted his teeth, declaring, whatever it is, we shall strike first. With that, he swung his hammer, unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning towards the creature. Yet, as the lightning made contact, it vanished without a trace, seemingly absorbed entirely by the beast. Seizing the opportunity, Black Widow fired several specially designed bullets, but they struck the creature as if falling into an abyss, yielding no effect whatsoever. Doctor Strange hastily cast spells, attempting to restrain the creature's movements, but his magical energy was nullified upon nearing the beast's formidable dark power. Observing the situation, Ant-Man quickly enlarged himself and charged forward, seeking to engage the creature in close combat. However, with a mere flick of its hand, the creature sent Ant-Man hurtling away. Everyone, attack together, Captain America bellowed, leading the charge towards the monstrous entity. Iron Man unleashed a barrage of energy beams, while Thor continuously summoned thunder and lightning. The Black Widow nimbly darted around the monstrous foe, delivering swift strikes, and Doctor Strange wielded powerful spells. Together, they engaged in a heart-stopping battle against the creature. However, the beast's strength proved overwhelming. No matter how fiercely the Avengers attacked, they could inflict no substantial damage. Conversely, every strike from the creature left them perilously exposed. This stalemate was untenable. Captain America felt a surge of anxiety. Iron Man shouted amidst his attacks, Captain, we must discover its weakness. Thor, gasping for breath, replied, but this fiend has no vulnerabilities. Just as despair began to settle, Doctor Strange suddenly detected a subtle energy fluctuation emanating from the creature. Perhaps that is its weakness, he proclaimed. Without hesitation, Captain America charged toward that direction, while the others valiantly provided cover. As he approached, the monster seemed to sense impending danger and desperately sought to thwart him. Captain, be careful, they all cried out in unison. In a final moment of resolve, Captain America hurled his shield with all his might. The shield struck true, hitting the creature's weak point. The monster emitted a painful roar, its body beginning to sway. "Now, attack!" Iron Man shouted. The Avengers unleashed their most potent assaults, and under the relentless onslaught, the creature finally succumbed, crashing to the ground. Yet, before they could celebrate their victory, the surrounding darkness surged violently once more, as countless shadowy beings emerged from the abyss, lunging toward them. "Damn it! How can there be more?" Iron Man cursed. Thor raised his enchanted hammer, ready to continue the fight. The Avengers found themselves once again embroiled in fierce combat. Their stamina and energy depleting, yet their resolve remained unyielding. Amidst the encroaching darkness, they were uncertain how much longer they could endure. But their conviction remained steadfast. To protect the world, they would never falter. Chapter 79, The Endless Battle Against Darkness as the towering beast crashed down. The members of the Avengers had scarcely caught their breath before the surrounding dark forces unleashed an unending tide of shadowy creatures, all clawing and gnashing. Driven by insatiable malice and greed, Captain America, Steve Rogers, gazed upon this relentless wave of darkness, his heart tightening. It seemed a formidable battle loomed ahead. Yet retreat was not an option. He gripped his shield tighter, his gaze betraying unshakable determination. Internally, he vowed to lead his comrades out of this abyss. Iron Man. Tony Stark surveyed the scene with a grimace. This was indeed a grave predicament, but his armor would not concede defeat easily. He swiftly adjusted the energy output of his suit, bracing for the impending assault while contemplating how to locate the core of this dark power to address the threat at its source. Thor, panting heavily, felt his fury brewing like an impending volcanic eruption. "These malevolent beings, I shall obliterate you all." He gripped Mjolnir tightly, as the lightning danced more fervently upon the hammer, seemingly responding to his wrath. He yearned to wield this formidable power to illuminate the world and dispel the unending darkness. The heart of Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, raced. Yet her years of training as a spy allowed her to regain her composure swiftly. Panic must not ensue. She must discern the enemy's weaknesses. With a calm gaze, she meticulously observed the movements of her foes, her weapon poised for action. She understood all too well that in this seemingly hopeless battle, every minuscule opportunity could prove to be the key to victory. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, had his mind racing, striving to discern patterns amid the chaotic dark forces. The realm of magic was rife with the unknown, yet he must discover a means to counteract them. His hands moved gracefully, magical runes shimmering in the air, bestowing additional protection and support upon his comrades. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, though filled with trepidation, found courage upon witnessing the unwavering figures of his allies. "I cannot let them down. I too must contribute my strength to this battle." He inhaled deeply, preparing to utilize his unique ability to alter his size, ready to launch a surprising assault on the adversaries. The battle erupted instantaneously, with Captain America charging into the throng of enemies, his shield gleaming in the darkness, repelling hordes of dark creatures with each swing. His sole conviction was to carve a path for his comrades. "Come forth, you wretches," he bellowed, as if his voice could dispel the fears within his heart. Iron Man unleashed energy beams from the sky, akin to a death ray, causing dark beings to collapse in his wake. Yet, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and the energy of his armor was depleting rapidly. JARVIS. Calculate the optimal attack route. He fought on, relying on the intelligence of his suit to identify the most effective means of assault. Thor, the god of thunder, descended like a deity of war, where he tread, thunder and lightning intertwined, reducing dark creatures to ashes under the onslaught of his power. "Feel the wrath of the thunder god," he roared, each strike imbued with destructive force. However, the enemy's attacks continued to rain upon him, his body beginning to bear the marks of battle, yet his fighting spirit soared ever higher. Black Widow weaved gracefully through the enemy ranks, her movements both elegant and lethal, each strike precisely targeting the foe's vulnerabilities. "Do not dare touch me," she thought, employing her exceptional combat skills and agility to carve a bloody path through the encirclement. Dr. Strange continuously unleashed potent spells, magical circles blooming in the air, ensnaring throngs of dark beings within. Yet he sensed his magical strength waning beneath the oppressive darkness. "I must endure." He gritted his teeth, pushing beyond his limits. Ant-Man exploited his ability to shift sizes, at times enlarging to deliver colossal punches to his foes, at other times shrinking to infiltrate the enemy's very being to wreak havoc. "Allow me to show you my might." His voice flickered amidst the din of battle. As the conflict persisted, the Avengers' stamina gradually waned, yet their resolve grew ever stronger. Captain America's arm ached painfully, yet he continued to wield his shield with unwavering resolve, contemplating, "As long as I am able to fight, I shall not allow the enemy to advance." Iron Man's armor bore numerous wounds, and his energy reserves were nearly depleted. "Is this how it ends? No, I shall never surrender." He silently shouted within, desperately seeking the enemy's vulnerabilities. Thor, the god of thunder, bore an increasing number of wounds, yet his gaze remained fiercely determined. For Asgard, for the world, he roared, lifting Mjolnir once more, unleashing a more potent storm of lightning. Black Widow's stamina approached its limits, yet her movements remained unimpeded. I cannot falter. I must not allow my comrades to face danger alone. Gritting her teeth, she continued to battle the foes. Doctor Strange's magical luminescence gradually dimmed, yet he persistently cast spells. The power of magic does not easily wane, as long as I still draw breath. He firmly believed, striving to maintain his defensive enchantments. Ant-Man, throughout his repeated transformations, endured tremendous physical strain. Just a little longer, I can do this. He continually motivated himself, summoning his final reserves of strength. Just as the team seemed on the verge of collapse, Captain America discerned the pattern of the dark creature's attacks. Everyone, follow my lead. Focus your assault on their left flank. Captain America commanded. Without hesitation, the team followed his directive. In an instant, all their strikes concentrated upon the left side of the dark beings. After a fierce onslaught, the formation of the dark creatures finally fell into disarray. Now is the moment. Unleash everything. Captain America shouted again. The Avengers seized the opportunity to launch a final charge, their combined might coalescing into a formidable torrent that overwhelmed the dark entities one by one. At last, the battlefield lay strewn with debris and weary Avengers. Have we succeeded? Iron Man weakly inquired. For now, but we must remain vigilant, Captain America replied, panting heavily. Just then, the surrounding darkness surged anew, as if preparing for another wave of assault. Chapter 80. The dark finale. Amidst the battlefield littered with wreckage, the Avengers stood exhausted, their breaths labored and heavy. Yet their eyes remained sharply attuned to the ever-encroaching dark forces. Captain Steve Rogers trembled slightly, his shield marred with scratches and dents. This is not over. Everyone, stay alert. His voice, though hoarse, resonated with steadfast leadership. Anxiety filled his heart, uncertain of when this endless darkness might finally dissipate. Nevertheless, the conviction to protect the world burned like an unquenchable flame within him. Tony Stark, Iron Man, slumped upon the ground, his armor nearly obliterated and his energy reserves waning. How infuriating. Must we truly meet defeat here? A glimmer of despair flickered in his eyes, soon replaced by sheer determination. He silently vowed that even if it meant exhausting every last ounce of his strength, he would not allow the darkness to prevail. Thor knelt upon one knee, Mjolnir feeling as though it had become unbearably heavy in his grasp. The glory of Asgard shall not be shamed here. His heart brimmed with nostalgia for his homeland and loathing for the forces of darkness. With each breath, he felt an intense fury and resentment. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leaned against a shattered rock, her wounds continuously oozing blood. Regardless, we must fight to the bitter end. Her gaze remained calm and resolute. Even though her body had reached its limits, her will was as unyielding as steel. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, supported himself on his knees, gasping for breath, the glow of magic in his eyes dimming. This darkness far exceeds my imagination. His heart was heavy with a fear of the unknown. Yet it also harbored a fervent desire for knowledge, a yearning to discover a way to unravel this abyss. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, lay on the ground, staring at the sky, his eyes filled with exhaustion and confusion. Can I truly become a source of strength for everyone? Self-doubt swirled within him, yet upon witnessing the unwavering figures of his comrades, his fighting spirit reignited. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed from the darkness, and a figure began to materialize, cloaked in shadows. This enigmatic being's eyes gleamed with a sinister light, emanating an unsettling aura. Do you truly believe you can conquer the darkness? Such Navet, the mysterious figure's voice, as if summoned from the depths of hell, dripped with mockery and disdain. Captain America glared at the figure, declaring, no matter who you are, we will not allow your schemes to prevail. The mysterious figure scoffed, and with a wave of disdain, he retorted, with you pitiful remnants? This world is destined to be consumed by darkness, and you are but futile resistors. Iron Man struggled to rise, retorting, spare us your empty rhetoric. We shall not yield easily. The mysterious figure gestured, unleashing a formidable wave of dark energy toward the Avengers. Thor thundered a battle cry, raising Mjolnir in an attempt to withstand the onslaught. Come forth, evil being. Black Widow gritted her teeth and charged once more. Even in death, I shall take you down with me. Doctor Strange waved his hands, casting his last magical incantation. Darkness cannot triumph over light. Ant-Man rose from the ground, instantly enlarging as he charged toward the mysterious figure. I shall not fear you. The figure effortlessly deflected their attacks, his grin becoming increasingly grotesque. Captain America's heart swelled with anger and defiance. Is it truly impossible to vanquish him? No, we cannot surrender, he cried within, raising his shield once more and charging at the mysterious figure. Iron Man activated the last of his armor's energy, unleashing a powerful energy beam. Even if it leads to mutual destruction, so be it. The mysterious figure stumbled back, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected onslaught. Thor seized the opportunity. Swinging Mjolnir as a massive bolt of lightning struck the figure. The mysterious being let out a pained roar. "You mere insects! How dare you wound me?" Black Widow took advantage of the moment, firing a specially designed bullet that struck true at the figure's vulnerable spot. Doctor Strange cast a potent binding spell, temporarily ensnaring the figure. Ant-Man rushed in, delivering powerful blows with his enormous fists. United in their efforts, the Avengers gradually diminished the mysterious figure's strength. No, this cannot be. The figure thrashed wildly in desperation. Captain America seized the moment, channeling all his strength to strike the mysterious figure's head with his shield. The enigmatic being began to disintegrate, the dark forces ebbing away in tandem. "We have triumphed," Iron Man exclaimed with exuberance. The Avengers collapsed onto the ground, their faces illuminated by victorious smiles, albeit briefly. "This victory is but a fleeting moment. We must remain ever vigilant for the challenges ahead," Captain America declared. The group nodded in unison, acutely aware that the path to safeguarding the world was long and arduous. Yet united, they believed nothing could impede their progress. Chapter 81. The aftermath of victory and a new mission as the shadow of the mysterious figure dissipated under the combined onslaught of the Avengers. The dark powers receded like a receding tide, leaving the battlefield cloaked in an eerie silence. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and dust. As the members of the Avengers lay scattered across the ground, gasping for breath, their faces etched with exhaustion and relief. Captain Steve Rogers reclined on a fractured slab of stone, his gaze fixed upon the sky, his azure eyes reflecting both the gratitude of survival and contemplation of the future. "We have achieved victory, yet this is merely the beginning," he uttered, his voice weak yet resolute, each word imbued with profound significance. His body had reached its limits. Every muscle ached, each breath accompanied by a sharp pain in his chest, yet hope surged within him. The world necessitated their continued guardianship. There could be no room for complacency, he pondered, striving to rise. Iron Man Tony Stark's armor lay in tatters, nearly devoid of functionality. He laboriously extricated himself from the wreckage of his suit, collapsing onto the ground, sweat and grime smeared across his face. That was quite the escapade, he mused wryly, though a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. To vanquish such a formidable foe was worth it. His gaze drifted towards his comrades in the distance, warmth swelling in his heart. "We are a team. United, there is nothing we cannot achieve." He silently vowed to enhance his armor, preparing for the more daunting challenges that lay ahead. Thor, the god of thunder, lay among the ruins, his chest heaving as the enchanted hammer rested quietly by his side. "Asgard would be proud of me," he murmured, his eyes shimmering with pride. Yet, the thought of potential threats to his homeland furrowed his brow. "I must return swiftly to assess the situation," he resolved, summoning his strength to rise, swaying momentarily before finding his balance. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff leaned against a crumbling wall, her hair disheveled, obscuring her face, while wounds on her body continued to ooze blood. "It is finally over," she whispered, her voice heavy with fatigue. Yet, her gaze remained sharp, as if contemplating their next course of action. "We cannot let our guard down. New adversaries will undoubtedly emerge." Taking a deep breath, she endured the pain and gracefully rose, her movements still agile. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, lay on the ground, his hands spread wide, the glow of magic flickering at his fingertips. "This is merely the tip of the iceberg of the dark forces." His voice was deep and laden with concern, expressing the necessity for us to prepare more thoroughly and delve deeper into the mysteries of magic to confront the impending crises. He slowly closed his eyes, beginning to regulate his breath and restore his depleted magical energy. In a corner, Ant-Man Scott Lang had returned to his normal size, his face a tapestry of excitement and anxiety. "I cannot believe I fought alongside everyone to defeat such a formidable foe. It feels like a dream," he murmured to himself, his heart brimming with admiration for his comrades. "Yet, I understood that this was merely a beginning. I must grow stronger to truly become a member of the Avengers." Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise to his feet. After a moment, Captain America was the first to regain some strength, laboriously standing up and surveying the surroundings. "Is everyone all right?" His voice, though hoarse, resonated with genuine concern. Iron Man raised his hand, signaling that he was still alive. "Cap, I'm not dead. Just in need of a good rest." Thor approached, stating, "I am well, but I must return to Asgard to check on matters there." Black Widow nodded. "I can still fight." Doctor Strange also opened his eyes, declaring, "I have regained some strength." Ant-Man waved his hand. "I'm good too." Captain America looked at his teammates, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. This victory was hard-earned, the result of our unity. However, we cannot linger in our triumph. Greater responsibilities await us. Iron Man remarked. Cap, you are right. We must prepare for the future. Thor grasped his hammer. I will swiftly attend to Asgard's affairs and then return to fight alongside all of you. Black Widow surveyed the group. We need to reassess our strengths and strategies. Doctor Strange rose, declaring, I will continue my study of magic, seeking more powerful forces. Ant-Man puffed out his chest. I will train diligently, no longer holding anyone back. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds erupted from a distance. It was the rescue personnel and media arriving on the scene. Avengers, you are heroes. The crowd cheered. Captain America stepped forward. It is our duty. We will always protect this world. The media's flashbulbs flickered incessantly as reporters bombarded him with questions. What impact does this battle have on the world? What are your plans moving forward? Captain America answered each query with unwavering resolve. We will continue to safeguard peace and tranquility, regardless of the challenges we face. Amidst the chaos, the Avengers quietly departed the scene, returning to their base. Within the confines of the base, they began to reflect on the lessons learned from this battle. Iron Man sat in the laboratory, lost in thought as he examined the data on his computer screen. My armor requires a comprehensive upgrade. Such energy depletion cannot recur. Thor contacted Asgard to ascertain the state of his homeland. Thankfully, Asgard faced no significant threats for the time being, yet I must return to ensure all is well. Black Widow, in the training room, relentlessly honed her combat skills, sweat soaking through her attire. I can no longer permit myself to be wounded in battle. I must become stronger. Doctor Strange peruses ancient tomes of magic within the Sanctum Sanctorum in search of more potent arcane powers. The realm of magic is unfathomable, and I have much yet to learn. Ant-Man observes his comrades' training, filled with admiration and aspiration. I must learn from them and continuously enhance myself. After a period of rest and preparation, the Avengers are once again faced with a new mission. One day, Captain America convenes everyone in the conference room. Comrades, we have received new intelligence regarding a mysterious organization plotting a grand conspiracy. We must thwart their plans. Captain America's expression is grave and resolute. Iron Man nods. Captain, this time we shall surely succeed. Thor grips his enchanted hammer. Let us once more fight for justice. Black Widow, Doctor Strange, and Ant-Man also affirm their readiness. Thus, the Avengers embark on a new journey, their silhouettes fading into the distance, continuing to battle for the peace and tranquility of the world. Chapter 82. A new journey in the conference room of the base. The members of the Avengers sit in a circle, their expressions somber. Sunlight streams through the windows, yet it fails to dispel the tension that hangs in the air. Captain Steve Rogers rests his hands crossed upon the table, his gaze unwavering and profound. His heart is like a still pond, tranquil on the surface, yet tumultuous with thoughts beneath. Friends, we must not underestimate this intelligence. The conspiracy of that shadowy organization could unleash unprecedented calamity upon the world. His voice is steady and powerful, akin to a stabilizing anchor, calming the frayed nerves of those present. Tony Stark, reclining in his chair with legs crossed, wears his signature nonchalance, yet his eyes reveal an unprecedented seriousness. Captain, regardless of the nature of the conspiracy, I believe we can dismantle it. His words brim with confidence, though deep down, he recognizes the gravity of the task ahead. We must be thoroughly prepared. There can be no room for oversight. He muses inwardly, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest of his chair. Thor stands by the window, gazing at the sky beyond, his expression a blend of longing for home and anticipation for the new challenges ahead. The strength I bring from Asgard shall undoubtedly bolster our fight. A fierce flame of battle ignites within him. No matter how formidable the enemy, I shall not falter. Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow, sits nearby, her fingers gently drumming on the table, her demeanor calm and focused. We must ascertain the intricacies of this organization and identify their vulnerabilities. Her voice is crisp and decisive. We cannot afford to charge in blindly, as we did last time. Beneath her composed exterior, a flicker of concern emerges. The enigmatic nature of this foe raises uncertainties about the troubles they may present. Yet she swiftly suppresses this worry, displaying unwavering resolve. Dr. Stephen Strange stands with his arms crossed, the light of magic flickering in his eyes. The power of magic may offer us unforeseen assistance. Yet this power is fraught with uncertainty. He silently contemplated how to wield magic to play a pivotal role in the impending battle, aware that he must manipulate it with utmost caution to avoid irrevocable consequences. Scott Lang, the Ant-Man, sat in the corner, leaning slightly forward, his eyes brimming with tension and excitement. I shall do my utmost not to hinder my comrades, he encouraged himself, recognizing this as a prime opportunity to prove his worth, one that must not be squandered. Captain America surveyed the assembly, declaring, "We are the Avengers, the guardians of the world. Regardless of the daunting challenges that lie ahead, we must not falter." Rising to his feet, his gaze fierce, he added, "Now, let us devise a comprehensive plan to prepare for the imminent conflict. Iron Man stood as well, affirming, "The captain is correct. To know ourselves and our adversaries is to ensure victory in every battle." He approached the large screen, unveiling the intelligence gathered on the mysterious organization. From the information at hand, it was evident that the members of this group possessed intricate backgrounds and seemingly advanced technology. Thor approached, scoffing, "Technology? Huh. Before my thunder, any technology is rendered futile." His words were imbued with bravado, yet he understood the necessity of not underestimating the enemy's tactics. Black Widow shook her head, countering, "Thor, we must not be complacent. The power of technology can yield unexpectedly potent effects." She pointed to certain data displayed on the screen. "Look here, their weapon systems could pose a significant threat to us." Doctor Strange furrowed his brow, adding, "Moreover, we must consider the potential magical defenses they may possess." With a flourish of his hands, he conjured mysterious runes in the air, stating, "I shall endeavor to unravel their magical barriers." Listening intently, Ant-Man inquired, "What about me? What can I contribute?" Captain America patted his shoulder, assuring him, "Scott, your unique abilities may prove decisive at critical moments. We need you to disrupt the enemy's arrangements unexpectedly." Ant-Man nodded, "I understand, Captain." In the ensuing days, the Avengers immersed themselves in rigorous preparations. Iron Man toiled in his lab day and night, refining his armor, JARVIS, enhanced the stability of the energy output. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, yet he paid them no heed. Thor relentlessly honed his combat skills on the training grounds, each swing of his enchanted hammer accompanied by a roaring gust of wind. "I must amplify my strength." Black Widow collaborated closely with the intelligence team, striving to uncover more secrets about the mysterious organization. "There must be clues we have yet to discover." Doctor Strange secluded himself in the Sanctum Sanctorum, exploring deeper realms of magic. "I must master more potent spells to confront the unknown dangers ahead." Ant-Man diligently trained, striving to perfect his control over size manipulation. "I must achieve precision." At long last, everything was in readiness, and the Avengers embarked on a new journey. On the aircraft headed towards the enigmatic organization's base, the atmosphere was charged with both tension and excitement. Captain America sat in his seat, eyes fixed ahead, resolutely declaring, "This time, we shall surely dismantle their nefarious schemes." His heart brimmed with a profound sense of responsibility. Driven by the desire for global peace and the protection of the innocent, Iron Man calibrated the systems of his armor, assuring Captain America, "Rest easy. For this time my suit is a fully upgraded version." Thor, caressing Mjolnir, declared, "Let our enemies tremble before my thunder." Black Widow meticulously inspected her weaponry, warning, "Everyone, stay vigilant. There can be no mistakes." Doctor Strange closed his eyes, silently reciting incantations, feeling the power of magic surging within us. Ant-Man clenched his fists, affirming, "I am ready." The aircraft descended upon a desolate landscape, where a foreboding castle loomed in the distance, the stronghold of a mysterious organization. The Avengers approached the castle cautiously, an eerie atmosphere enveloping them. "Remain alert," Captain America commanded firmly. Suddenly, beams of laser erupted from the castle, igniting the battle. Iron Man swiftly activated his flight system, charging towards the adversaries. "Allow me to clear the path." Thor followed closely, unleashing potent bolts of lightning from Mjolnir. "Taste my might." Black Widow darted through the shadows, expertly eliminating foes, while Doctor Strange cast spells to shield his allies. Ant-Man leveraged his abilities to infiltrate the enemy's defenses, sowing chaos. Amidst the fierce clash, Captain America maintained his composure, orchestrating their maneuvers. Iron Man, watch the enemy on the left. Thor, provide support to Doctor Strange. Black Widow, locate the enemy's command center. The Avengers synchronized their efforts, gradually breaching the enemy's lines. However, just as they were poised to enter the castle, a formidable energy barrier obstructed their path. "What is this?" Iron Man exclaimed in astonishment. Doctor Strange stepped forward. "This is a powerful magical barrier. Let me attempt to dismantle it." He gestured with his hands, magical runes flickering in the air, yet the energy barrier remained unyielding. "No, this barrier is too formidable," Doctor Strange admitted, his expression betraying urgency. Just as despair began to settle in, Ant-Man discovered a weakness in the barrier. "Everyone look here," he shouted. Captain America decisively commanded, "Focus our strength. Attack this weak point." The team unleashed their mightiest assaults, finally shattering the energy barrier. They surged into the castle, only to find it riddled with traps and mechanisms. "Be careful," warned Black Widow. But it was too late. They inadvertently triggered a trap, releasing a barrage of arrows toward them. Iron Man quickly erected an energy shield to deflect the onslaught, urging, "Everyone, watch out." Deep within the castle, they finally confronted the leader of the mysterious organization. "You have finally arrived," the leader sneered. "Your schemes will not succeed." Captain America replied resolutely. A final showdown was imminent. Chapter 83. The final battle at the mysterious castle. In the depths of that ominous castle, The members of the Avengers stood face to face with the leader of the mysterious organization, the tension palpable enough to solidify the air. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gripped his shield tightly, his gaze piercing, while a tempest of thoughts whirled tumultuously within him. This battle shall determine the fates of countless souls, and we cannot afford to lose. He silently vowed within, every nerve taut to its utmost, bracing for the impending tempest. Iron Man Tony Stark's armor shimmered with a chilling luminescence in the dim light, his gaze reflecting both vigilance towards the unknown and an insatiable thirst for victory. This adversary appears formidable, yet I shall not falter. His mind raced with myriad strategies, continuously assessing the armor's performance and condition. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped his mighty hammer with both hands, muscles coiled, his eyes ablaze with fierce battle fury. No matter your schemes, they shall be reduced to ashes beneath my thunder. His heart brimmed with righteous indignation and unwavering devotion to justice, as if the hammer were poised to unleash cataclysmic power at any moment. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff moved with grace and agility, her gaze calm yet piercing, akin to a leopard in the night, ever ready to pounce on her prey. He must be denied any opportunity. Her fingers lightly rested on her weapon, her heartbeat steady and forceful. Years of training as a spy allowed her to maintain absolute composure and focus in this tense moment. Doctor Stephen Strange wove intricate magical runes with his hands, the ethereal glow of magic swirling at his fingertips, his eyes profound and enigmatic. The power of magic shall protect us, yet this battle shall be arduous. He silently prayed, hoping his magic would prove pivotal at a critical juncture. Ant-Man Scott Lang lingered at the rear of the group, his breath slightly hurried, his heart a tumult of tension and resolute faith. I must contribute to the team's efforts. He quietly bolstered his spirits, his gaze fixed firmly on the enemy ahead, ready to heed commands at any moment. The leader of the enigmatic organization stood shrouded in shadows, a peculiar smile gracing his face, his eyes betraying madness and malevolence. Do you think you can thwart me? Such naivety. His voice echoed as if emanating from the depths of hell, laced with derision and disdain. Captain America stepped forward, declaring, no matter how powerful you may be, we shall fight for justice. His voice resonated with conviction and strength, reverberating through the vast castle. Iron Man followed swiftly, proclaiming, your doom is upon you. Brace yourself for the wrath of steel. He activated the armor's thrusters, launching himself towards the leader. With a casual gesture, the leader unleashed a formidable force that repelled Iron Man. Is that all you can muster? He scoffed. Witnessing this, Thor roared in fury, swinging his hammer to summon a torrent of lightning towards the leader. The leader sidestepped, the lightning striking the ground and igniting a shower of sparks. Seizing the opportunity, Black Widow fired several specially crafted bullets at the leader, only for them to be halted by an invisible shield as they neared him. Doctor Strange swiftly gestured, unleashing a powerful magical assault, yet the leader appeared to possess a certain resistance to magic, the effects proving less impactful than anticipated. Ant-Man, sensing the dire situation, shrank rapidly and slipped into the leader's clothing, attempting to disrupt his movements. Infuriated by this, the leader violently shook his body, casting Ant-Man out. Cursed! Ant-Man crashed heavily to the ground. Captain America, sensing the dire situation, shouted resolutely, everyone, charge together. Do not grant him a moment's respite. The Avengers launched their assault once more, a dazzling array of skills and weaponry illuminating the entire castle. Iron Man incessantly unleashed energy beams. Thor's lightning grew ever more tempestuous. Black Widow's bullets rained down like a relentless storm, and Doctor Strange's magical radiance intensified. Under the onslaught, the leader began to falter, cracks appearing in his shield. Now is the time to intensify our assault, Captain America urged. However, just as they believed victory was within reach, the leader suddenly erupted with an even more formidable dark power. This force instantaneously repelled the Avengers, sending them crashing to the ground. Ha ha, you are all too weak. The leader cackled maniacally. Captain America struggled to rise from the ground, declaring, as long as we draw breath, we shall not surrender. Iron Man's armor lay severely damaged, yet his resolve remained unwavering. I can still fight. Thor wiped the blood from his mouth and raised Mjolnir once more. I will not allow you to prevail. Black Widow gritted her teeth, reloading her weapon. We must defeat him. Doctor Strange inhaled deeply, regaining his composure. Magic shall not yield to darkness. Ant-Man, swaying unsteadily, declared, I will not fall. The Avengers regrouped, their eyes shimmering with indomitable spirit and courage. The leader gazed upon them, astonishment and fear flickering across his countenance. Captain America led the charge towards the leader, exclaiming for justice. The others followed closely, their battle cries echoing throughout the castle. In this final confrontation, each Avenger summoned their utmost strength. Iron Man unleashed a supercharged energy beam. Thor's Mjolnir discharged unprecedented might. Black Widow's bullets struck the leader's vital points with precision. Doctor Strange conjured a colossal cage to ensnare him, while Ant-Man exploited the moment to infiltrate the leader's very being, causing significant disruption. Through their united efforts, the Avengers finally overwhelmed the leader, who collapsed to the ground. "We have succeeded," Iron Man exclaimed with elation. Yet, before they could celebrate, the castle began to tremble violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. "Everyone, flee this place," Captain America shouted. The Avengers hastily made their way towards the exit. As they barely escaped the castle, it came crashing down, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Standing before the ruins, they caught their breath, victorious smiles gracing their faces. "We did it," Thor remarked. Captain America surveyed his comrades, affirming, "But this is merely the beginning. We must continue to safeguard the world." Nods of agreement followed, their silhouettes appearing remarkably grand against the twilight, ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 84. Echoes of victory and shadows of the future. Before the ruins of the enigmatic castle, the members of the Avengers stood or sat, panting heavily, each visage etched with exhaustion and the relief that follows triumph. The afterglow of the setting sun enveloped them like a delicate veil of gold, yet it could not conceal the scars and traces of battle etched upon their bodies. Captain America, Steve Rogers, knelt on one knee, one hand pressed firmly against the ground while the other clutched his battered shield. His chest heaved with labored breaths, sweat cascading down his resolute visage, mingling with the dust beneath him. A glimmer of solace flickered in his eyes, though overshadowed by a profound apprehension for the future. "We have triumphed in this battle. Yet it is merely the tip of the iceberg," he pondered silently, vivid scenes of the fierce combat replaying in his mind. Iron Man, Tony Stark, slumped against a massive stone, his armor in tatters, billowing smoke and sparks from various breaches. Straining to lift his head, he gazed at the distant sunset, a weary smile gracing his lips. "This time, I truly put everything on the line," he remarked with a hint of self-deprecation, yet a resilient glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Still, to have vanquished that adversary was worth it, he mused, contemplating how to further enhance his armor to confront even mightier foes in the future. Thor, the god of thunder, leaned against his mighty hammer, his body swaying slightly. His gaze was unfocused, as if still lost in the harrowing battle that had just transpired. "This conflict has deepened my understanding of the responsibility that comes with power," he murmured, his heart heavy with concern for Asgard's future. "Nevertheless, I shall not allow the forces of darkness to wreak havoc." He inhaled deeply, striving to muster his spirits. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leaned against a damaged vehicle, her hair disheveled across her face, and her combat attire marred by multiple tears. She gently wiped the blood from her lips, her gaze remaining sharp and vigilant. "We must not let victory cloud our judgment. Greater dangers await us," she understood all too well. "This skirmish is merely the beginning." With the road ahead fraught with uncertainty and challenges, Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, stood with arms crossed, his pallid complexion revealing the toll of excessive magic use. "The realm of sorcery is rife with boundless mysteries and perils. I must delve deeper into its depths," he reflected, his eyes penetrating the heavy mists of the future. "Yet, as long as we stand united, nothing can deter us." Although his voice was faint, it resonated with unwavering determination. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, sat on the ground, having returned to his normal size. He gazed at his comrades, filled with admiration and pride. "It is my honor to fight alongside you all," he declared with an earnest smile, silently vowing to enhance his abilities to live up to the trust of his teammates. Captain America rose and surveyed his companions. "Friends, we have achieved a significant victory, but it is merely a milestone." His voice was steady and powerful. "We must remain vigilant, swiftly regain our strength, and prepare for the new challenges that lie ahead." Iron Man nodded in agreement. "The captain is right. We must thoroughly analyze the lessons from this battle, for my armor still requires considerable refinement." Thor, the god of thunder, gripped Mjolnir tightly, declaring his swift return to Asgard to ensure its safety. Black Widow asserted her commitment to gathering intelligence, leaving no stone unturned in her pursuit of any potential threat to the world. Dr. Strange, with a flourish of his hands, cast a simple healing spell that alleviated the group's pain. "I shall return to the Sanctum Sanctorum to further explore the powers of magic and prepare for the battles that lie ahead," he proclaimed. Ant-Man also rose, vowing to intensify his training and grow stronger. In the days that followed, the Avengers busied themselves. Iron Man returned to his laboratory, tirelessly repairing and upgrading his armor day and night. His gaze was intense and fervent, as each enhancement was meticulously considered. This time, he aimed to empower his suit with greater offensive and defensive capabilities, refusing to be caught off guard in battle. He muttered to himself while deftly maneuvering complex instruments. Thor arrived in Asgard, fortifying defenses alongside his kin and training soldiers to face potential threats from the depths of the cosmos. "We must remain ever vigilant. We cannot allow the enemy any advantage," he proclaimed, his voice echoing through the palace with authority and resolve. Black Widow utilized her extensive network and intelligence resources to scour for information. She navigated through shadowy corners, engaging with various perilous individuals, leaving no trace unexamined. Her sole conviction was to provide the Avengers with the most accurate and timely intelligence. Doctor Strange, immersed in the Sanctum Sanctorum, delved into ancient tomes and enigmatic rituals. He relentlessly explored the boundaries of magic, striving to master more formidable powers. Only through constant self-improvement could he play a pivotal role when it mattered most. His silhouette appeared resolute and solitary amidst the magical luminescence. Meanwhile, Ant-Man repeatedly practiced his unique abilities on the training grounds. He would enlarge himself to battle colossal mechanical constructs and shrink down to navigate intricate mazes. I must become an indispensable member of the team, he resolved, his sweat marking the training floor as a testament to his diligence and growth. However, as they prepared for the future, a new crisis stealthily approached. One day, Black Widow uncovered a shocking revelation during her investigations. A mysterious force was clandestinely gathering, seemingly targeting an artifact of cataclysmic power. This was a matter of grave importance that required immediate notification to her comrades. Anxiety filled her heart as she swiftly contacted the other Avengers. When the Avengers convened once more, each face bore the weight of seriousness and vigilance. Captain America addressed the group, asserting, no matter how formidable this force may be, we cannot allow them to succeed. Iron Man furrowed his brow, sensing another fierce battle on the horizon. Thor raised Mjolnir, declaring, to safeguard peace, we shall fear nothing. Doctor Strange, weaving magical runes with his hands, added, let us unveil the conspiracy behind this. Ant-Man clenched his fists, exclaiming, I am ready. Thus, the Avengers embarked once again on a journey fraught with the unknown and peril, their figures fading into the distance, dedicated to safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the world as they continued their battle. Chapter 85. The crisis reemerges within the confines of the Avengers base. The atmosphere was heavy as the members gathered around the conference table. Captain America, Steve Rogers, interlaced his fingers upon the surface, his expression grave, though his mind was troubled by unease. What tumultuous storm would this new crisis unleash? Nevertheless, he maintained a resolute demeanor. Casting his gaze over the assembly as he spoke, the news brought by Black Widow is dire. Let us share our thoughts. Iron Man, Tony Stark, reclined with his legs crossed, arms folded casually, and jested with a carefree air. Hey, Cap, lighten up. With a genius like me around, what crisis can't we resolve? That said, this mysterious force does sound rather formidable. Yet, inwardly he pondered, this time, I cannot falter. I must effectively deploy the newly developed weaponry. Thor, the god of thunder, slammed his palm upon the table and declared loudly, whatever this mysterious force may be, it shall be reduced to ashes beneath the might of my hammer. However, he too wrestled with concern. If the power of this artifact proves too overwhelming, it may pose a significant challenge. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, shot Thor a disapproving glance and calmly analyzed. Thor, let us not act impulsively. Our understanding of this force is still limited. We must not rush into action. She contemplated the need for a comprehensive plan to prevent anyone from falling into danger. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands as he conjured magical runes, thoughtfully stating, perhaps magic can unveil some clues for us. But I fear there may be a deeper conspiracy at play. Simultaneously, he harbored worries. The power of magic is not omnipotent. We must tread carefully. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, sat in the corner, murmuring, I will do my utmost to assist. Yet, he felt a pang of anxiety. Can I truly face such a formidable adversary? Captain America furrowed his brow and urged, everyone, let us maintain our seriousness. This is no trivial matter. We must devise a detailed plan. Iron Man shrugged, responding, don't fret, Cap. I already have a few ideas. For instance, I can create some miniature trackers to discreetly place in potential enemy locations. Thor scoffed. What use are your little gadgets? Relying on my strength is far more dependable. Iron Man retorted. Oh, big guy, brute strength alone won't suffice. We must employ our intellect. Thor glared at Iron Man. What did you say? Black Widow quickly interjected. All right, let us not bicker. We should first discuss how to gather more intelligence. Doctor Strange added. Perhaps I could use magic to glimpse the enemy's movements. But this would require a significant expenditure of energy. Ant-Man raised his hand timidly. Then I can shrink down and scout. The others turned to him. And Iron Man chuckled. Hey, little guy, just don't let the enemy squash you like a bug. Ant-Man retorted defiantly. Humph, don't underestimate me. Captain America rapped his knuckles on the table, asserting, enough of this nonsense. Let us assign roles. Iron Man will handle equipment manufacturing, Thor and Black Widow will gather intelligence. Doctor Strange will prepare magical support, and Ant-Man will remain on standby. As the crowd nodded in agreement, they began to take action. In his laboratory, Iron Man busily toiled away, muttering to himself, this time, I must showcase my new invention. Yet, a sense of unease gnawed at him. What if something goes awry? That would be troublesome. Thor and Black Widow, disguised, mingled with the crowd to gather information. Thor could not help but grumble. This sneaky approach is truly not my style. Black Widow retorted, less chatter, focus. In the sanctum of magic, Doctor Strange closed his eyes tight, striving to wield his spells. It must succeed, he thought. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. Ant-Man practiced diligently in the training room, perfecting his ability to shrink and grow. I must become stronger, he resolved. Determination etched on his face. Days later, the group reconvened. Thor was the first to speak. I have learned some information. This mysterious force seems to be searching for an ancient relic. Black Widow added, I have discovered some leads as well. Their leader is enigmatic and remains shrouded in secrecy. Iron Man exclaimed with excitement, my new gear is complete. It will surely leave our foes at a loss. Doctor Strange chimed in, through my magic. I have glimpsed vague images. This relic appears to harbor immense power. After a moment of contemplation, Captain America stated, it seems we must locate this relic to prevent them from harnessing its power. The group nodded in agreement, preparing to embark on their journey. Along the way, Thor curiously inquired of Iron Man, what exactly is so remarkable about your new equipment? Iron Man replied with pride, you'll find out soon enough, I assure you. It will be eye-opening. Ant-Man leaned in, I want to see it too. Iron Man chuckled, patience, little one, you'll have your moment to shine. As they traveled, they exchanged playful banter, the tense atmosphere slightly easing. At last, they arrived at the fabled relic. Captain America whispered, everyone, proceed with caution, there may be traps. The team advanced carefully, when suddenly, a horde of shadows surged forth. Prepare for battle, Captain America shouted, and the group instantly fell into a fighting stance. Iron Man activated his new gear, unleashing beams of energy upon their adversaries. Thor wielded his mighty hammer, summoning thunderous bolts. Black Widow deftly maneuvered through the enemy ranks, striking with agility. Doctor Strange cast spells to ensnare their foes, while Ant-Man seized the opportunity to shrink and wreak havoc among the enemy lines. After a fierce skirmish, the enemy was temporarily repelled. Thor panted, these foes are quite tenacious. Iron Man grinned, this is merely the beginning. The team pressed deeper into the relic, bracing for even greater challenges ahead. Chapter 86. The fierce battle within the relic at the entrance of the mysterious and ancient relic. The members of the Avengers formed a tight defensive circle, back to back. The air around them felt as if it had solidified, thick with tension and the ominous weight of the unknown. Captain Steve Rogers gripped his shield tightly, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes. His heart raced, yet his resolve remained unwavering. Everyone be cautious. Every inch of this ground may conceal peril, he intoned, his voice low and commanding, cutting through the oppressive atmosphere and instilling a measure of reassurance among his comrades. In the dim light, Iron Man Tony Stark's armor flickered with a cold metallic glow, his eyes betraying a mix of excitement and tension. Captain, do not fret too much. With my newly upgraded suit, I can face any danger that arises. Despite his confident words, he was acutely aware that this mission would be far from straightforward. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped his mighty hammer tightly, his muscles taut and crackling with latent energy. Whatever awaits us, I shall shatter it with the power of thunder. His heart brimmed with a thirst for battle. Yet he held a deep reverence for the unknown forces lurking within the mysterious relics. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff stood gracefully to the side, her gaze sharp as an eagle, with her weapon poised for immediate action. Everyone, stay vigilant. Do not overlook the slightest anomaly. Her voice resonated with calm assurance, her composure serving as a stabilizing force amidst the tension. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, deftly manipulated magical runes, the light of sorcery glimmering at his fingertips. I can sense a potent magical aura enveloping this place. We must exercise utmost caution. His expression was grave, fully attuned to the potential magical traps that might lie in wait. Ant-Man Scott Lang stood at the center of the group, his body trembling slightly. Yet his eyes sparkled with determination. I will do my utmost not to hinder the team. He inhaled deeply, striving to steady himself. The group cautiously entered the relics. Ancient walls adorned with enigmatic symbols and patterns, as if whispering tales of a distant past. The cobblestone path beneath their feet creaked softly, seemingly protesting their intrusion. This place is truly eerie, Iron Man murmured. Silence. Captain America hissed sharply. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, carrying a noxious scent. This is bad. We have a situation, Black Widow exclaimed. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, a swarm of shadows surged forth from all directions, launching an assault on the Avengers. Captain America swiftly raised his shield, deflecting an incoming strike. Counterattack, he bellowed. Iron Man activated his thrusters in an instant, soaring into the air and unleashing powerful energy beams that repelled the shadows. Taste my power, Thor roared, swinging his hammer to summon lightning, illuminating the entire relic. The bolt struck the shadows, eliciting anguished cries. Black Widow weaved through the dark figures, her weapon striking true against their vital points. Each strike accompanied by the fall of an enemy. Doctor Strange gestured with his hands, casting formidable spells that ensnared a throng of shadows within a magical circle. Tremble before the might of magic. Ant-Man utilized his ability to alter size, occasionally transforming into a giant to deliver crushing blows, then shrinking to infiltrate enemy lines, sowing chaos. Yet, the onslaught of enemies was relentless, seemingly endless. This cannot continue. We must locate the source of the enemy, Captain America urged. Follow me. Thor charged deeper into the relics, with the others close behind. Deep within the ruins, they uncovered a colossal magical circle, from which shadows emanated incessantly. This magical array must be destroyed, declared Doctor Strange. Allow me. Iron Man unleashed a powerful energy beam directed at the circle. However, a shield materialized around the array, deflecting the energy back towards him. This shield is formidable, Iron Man exclaimed in astonishment. Let me give it a try. Thor charged forward, wielding his hammer, striking at the shield. The shield trembled but remained intact. Everyone unite, Captain America shouted, as the team unleashed their mightiest attacks. With their collective efforts, cracks finally appeared in the shield. Push harder, Black Widow urged. At last, the shield shattered, causing the magical circle to cease its operation. And the shadows vanished in an instant. We have finally resolved it, Ant-Man sighed in relief. Yet, before they could celebrate, a low, rumbling roar echoed through the ruins. What is that? Iron Man inquired. A gigantic figure gradually emerged from the darkness, towering like a mountain and exuding a terrifying aura. What manner of beast is this? Ant-Man retreated a few steps in fear. Whatever it may be, we must vanquish it, Captain America asserted. The creature opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames towards them. Captain America raised his shield to block the inferno. Scatter and seek its weakness, he commanded. Iron Man soared through the air, continuously firing energy beams to divert the creature's attention. Thor seized the opportunity to circle around and attempt an assault on its back. Black Widow scoured the ground beneath the beast, searching for an opening. Doctor Strange conjured magic to disrupt the creature's movements. Ant-Man scuttled up and down the creature's body, studying its anatomy. After a fierce battle, they finally discerned the creature's vulnerability. Now is our chance, Captain America shouted. They concentrated their power for a final assault on the monster's weak spot. With a pained roar, the creature collapsed, disintegrating into a pile of ashes. We did it, Iron Man exclaimed in exhilaration. But we cannot let our guard down. Other dangers may lurk within these ruins, Captain America cautioned. The team continued their exploration with utmost caution. Suddenly, a stone door creaked open, revealing a flickering, mysterious light within. What is this? Ant-Man asked in curiosity. As they approached the door, they beheld a massive crystal ball suspended in midair, surrounded by intricate magical runes. Could this be what the mysterious forces are seeking? Black Widow pondered. Just as they neared the crystal ball, it suddenly emitted a powerful surge of energy, propelling them backward. Be careful, Doctor Strange warned. An image gradually materialized within the crystal, accompanied by a mysterious voice resonating from it. Avengers, do you truly believe you can thwart my plans this easily? Such naivety. Who are you? Captain America demanded. I am the Dark Sovereign. Your fates are already sealed, the enigmatic voice proclaimed. Regardless of who you are, we shall not allow your sinister plot to succeed, declared Thor. A mysterious voice chuckled coldly. Then let us see. You shall face endless darkness. With that, the image vanished, and the light of the crystal orb grew increasingly unstable. This is bad. The crystal orb may explode, Doctor Strange exclaimed. Everyone, quickly leave this place, Captain America shouted. The group hastily made their way towards the exit of the ruins. Behind them, the crystal orb emitted a blinding light, followed by a tremendous explosion. Chapter 87. Life and death at high speed. As the enigmatic crystal orb began to unleash its volatile and potent energy, the entire ruin was enveloped in a chilling radiance. The members of the Avengers felt an intangible pressure bearing down upon them, as if their very souls were at risk of being crushed. Steve Rogers, known as Captain America, felt his heart racing, determination etched into his gaze. Move quickly, we have no time, he bellowed, his voice echoing through the vast ruins. Yet swallowed by the imminent surge of energy, countless thoughts raced through his mind. He understood all too well the dire consequences of failing to escape in time. However, he could not allow fear to consume him. He must lead his comrades to safety. Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man armor, was met with urgent alarms blaring from his suit, his pulse quickening in response. Damn it, if that thing explodes, it won't be a trivial matter. Despite the anxiety swirling within him, his mind raced, calculating the fastest escape route. J-A-R-V-I-S. Analyze the optimal evacuation path, he commanded as he sprinted. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, was drenched in sweat. This malevolent force must not reach the innocent. His heart was heavy with concern for his homeland and the world. Each step he took was both resolute and burdensome. He silently prayed that Asgard and Earth would be spared from this catastrophe. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, found her breaths growing rapid, yet her gaze remained calm and sharp. I must not lose my composure, she reminded herself, attentively monitoring her teammates to ensure none fell behind. Though her body trembled with tension, her stride was unwavering. Dr. Stephen Strange waved his hands, conjuring magical runes in an attempt to slow the orb's energy detonation. I must buy us more time. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as magical light flickered around him, yet he knew this was but a drop in the ocean. Scott Lang, the Ant-Man, was somewhat flustered in the tense atmosphere. This is terrifying. His voice quivered, but upon witnessing the resolute figures of his teammates, he summoned his courage. I cannot be a burden. He strained to keep pace with the group. Faster. Hurry. Captain America urged, urgency lacing his tone. Suddenly, Iron Man shouted, this way. There's a passage that might lead us out. Without hesitation, the group followed him towards the corridor. The corridor was filled with dust, and stones from the walls occasionally plummeted, as if the entire ruin were roaring in fury, eager to entomb them forever. Watch your head, thundered Thor. As a massive boulder hurtled towards them, Captain America raised his shield, deflecting the stone. Press on, Black Widow urged, but in her haste, she stumbled. Ant-Man swiftly enlarged himself, helping her to her feet. Thank you, Black Widow exclaimed. The mystical glow of Doctor Strange's magic illuminated the dark path ahead. Everyone, follow closely. Yet, the energy from the crystal orb surged closer, a formidable force crashing from behind. This is bad. Iron Man was slammed against the wall by the impact. Tony, Captain America shouted. Thor rushed over, lifting Iron Man to his feet. Can you still move? Forget about me. Go on, Iron Man insisted. Not a single one can be left behind, Captain America declared resolutely. They continued to sprint with all their might, the roar of the crystal's energy explosion echoing in their ears, as if the footsteps of death were relentlessly approaching. The exit is just ahead, Ant-Man shouted excitedly. However, just as they were about to reach it, the exit began to collapse unexpectedly. No, Black Widow cried in despair. With my hammer. Thor hurled his enchanted hammer towards the exit, attempting to prop up the crumbling stones. Captain America and Iron Man joined forces to push the debris, carving a narrow passage for their escape. Hurry out, Captain America urged. Black Widow and Doctor Strange were the first to dash through, with Ant-Man closely behind. You go first, Thor called out. We leave together. Captain America grasped Thor and Iron Man, propelling them out of the ruin. Just as they exited, a thunderous explosion erupted behind them. The immense shockwave knocked them to the ground, enveloping them in a cloud of dust. Coughing amid the haze, they struggled to rise. Is everyone all right? Captain America inquired. Still breathing, Iron Man replied, brushing off the dust. That was truly perilous, Thor reflected, gazing at the now desolate remains of the ancient site. A sense of dread lingering in his heart. But we survived, Black Widow affirmed. Indeed, yet this is merely the beginning, Doctor Strange observed, his expression grave as he gazed into the distance. Whatever challenges lie ahead, we shall face them together, Ant-Man asserted with unwavering determination. The group nodded, their eyes brimming with resolve. They understood that the road ahead was long and the battle was far from over. Chapter 88. The final wave in the wake of that earth-shattering explosion. The once enigmatic and ancient ruin had been reduced to mere rubble, thick smoke billowing skyward, obscuring the sun. The members of the Avengers stood nearby, their faces smeared with grime, panting heavily, each visage etched with the relief of survival and exhaustion. Captain Steve Rogers leaned on his knees, sweat cascading down his resolute face, splattering onto the scorched earth beneath him. His chest heaved with fervor, his mind racing with thoughts. This was only the beginning. Who knew how many unknown dangers awaited them? He mused, casting a determined glance over his comrades. An unwavering sense of responsibility reflected in his eyes. Iron Man, Tony Stark, collapsed onto the ground, his armor in tatters, with wisps of smoke still rising from several components. He removed his helmet, revealing a weary visage, yet his eyes retained a glimmer of brightness. This was indeed a nightmare, but fortunately, we all emerged alive. He chuckled to himself, while contemplating how to further upgrade and enhance his armor to confront the more formidable challenges that lay ahead. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped his mighty hammer tightly, his body trembling slightly. He gazed at the ruins, his heart brimming with anger and frustration. Where did this malevolent force originate? He murmured to himself, the safety of Asgard and the peace of the universe weighing heavily on his mind, leaving him no moment to relax. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leaned against a stone, gently wiping the dust and blood from her face. A hint of concern flickered in her gaze. The enemy they faced was undeniably powerful, and they needed to find a solution swiftly. Her heart was filled with a sense of urgency, acutely aware that time was not on their side. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, stood nearby, arms crossed, his expression grave. He was utilizing his magic to sense the lingering energy waves around them, seeking clues from the remnants. There must be a larger conspiracy lurking behind this. We cannot afford to be complacent. His heart was filled with vigilance towards the unknown. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, sat on the ground, gulping down water, still shaken by the terrifying ordeal. I never imagined I would encounter such a harrowing situation, but it is truly fortunate to have escaped with everyone. He felt a sense of relief, while also resolving to become stronger and contribute more to the team. Let us take a moment to rest and recuperate, Captain America declared, his voice hoarse yet still imbued with strength. The group promptly found places to sit, adjusting their states of readiness. After a while, Iron Man rose to his feet. We cannot simply wait here. We must return to analyze the information gleaned from the ruins. Indeed, perhaps we can uncover the enemy's weaknesses, Thor concurred. Thus, the group set forth to return to their base. Upon arriving, they immediately immersed themselves in intense work. Iron Man sequestered himself in the lab, conducting a thorough repair and upgrade of his armor. There must be no room for error this time, he muttered to himself as he busied himself. Thor engaged in dialogue with messengers from the realm of the gods, hoping to extract clues related to this crisis from ancient legends and knowledge. Black Widow and Doctor Strange collaborated to analyze the data and samples retrieved from the ruins. There must be a discernible pattern within. Black Widow fixated on the data displayed on the screen. Doctor Strange gestured with his hands, manipulating magical runes. Let me delve deeper into the secrets through magic. Ant-Man trained vigorously in the training room, relentlessly pushing his limits. I must grow stronger. I cannot be a burden to the team. He gritted his teeth, sweat soaking through his clothes. Captain America, meanwhile, was in the conference room, liaising with various factions to garner more support and resources. Days passed, with everyone diligently preparing for the impending battle. However, at that moment, a new crisis quietly loomed on the horizon. One day, the alarm of the base suddenly blared. A grave situation unfolded. Enemies were assaulting. Iron Man rushed out of the laboratory, and the team quickly assembled, preparing to confront the threat. What could this be? Thor, the god of thunder, tightened his grip on Mjolnir. Regardless of the adversary, we must ensure they do not return, Captain America declared. As they emerged from the base, a group of unfamiliar figures materialized before them. Who are you? Captain America inquired loudly. We are here to annihilate you, the opposition replied. Thus commenced yet another fierce battle. Chapter 89. A new threat. At the moment when the base alarm rang out sharply, the members of the Avengers felt a tightening in their chests. The nerves that had gradually relaxed were suddenly taut once more, reminiscent of a bowstring drawn to its limit. The instant Captain Steve Rogers heard the alarm, his body instinctively reacted. He sprinted towards the armory, pondering, could the forces behind the relics have returned so swiftly? Regardless, we must be thoroughly prepared this time. His gaze was resolute, and his strides were steady and powerful, each step imbued with unwavering determination. Iron Man, Tony Stark, burst from the laboratory, a hint of regret for unfinished work etched on his face. Damn it, can't we catch a breath? Yet, his eyes sparkled with excitement and fighting spirit. It was an opportune moment to test the newly upgraded armor. His mind rapidly calculated various potential combat scenarios and the corresponding strategies for his suit. Thor strode forth, Mjolnir in hand, determined to unleash the fury of the god of thunder upon any challenger. His heart brimmed with a desire for battle, tempered by a vigilance towards the unknown enemy, hoping this encounter would not prove as arduous as the last in the ruins. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, swiftly prepared her armaments, her heartbeat quickening. Another battle loomed. She hoped for a swift resolution. Her demeanor was composed, yet concern for her teammates' safety gnawed at her. Everyone must return unharmed. Doctor Strange. Stephen Strange gracefully moved his hands to conjure magical runes, silently praying, "O powers of magic, grant me strength and wisdom to protect my comrades." His gaze was focused and profound, contemplating how to wield magic to play a pivotal role in the impending conflict. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, felt a flicker of trepidation but summoned his courage to keep pace with the others. I can no longer afford to be afraid. I must contribute more to the team. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure, determined to demonstrate his growth. Upon reaching the base's exterior and encountering the unfamiliar figures, Captain America stepped forward and boldly demanded, "Who are you?" The reply dripped with provocation. "We are here to obliterate you." At these words, Captain America's gaze sharpened. Let us see about that," he mused, resolute that no matter your intentions, you shall not succeed easily. Iron Man activated the flight system of his armor, soaring into the air to survey the adversaries. They appeared formidable, yet I do not fear them. Though his heart raced with trepidation, it was overshadowed by an eager anticipation for the new challenge that lay ahead. "Allow me to engage with you," proclaimed Thor, the god of thunder, as he strode fearlessly forward, his heart ablaze with the fervor of battle. "Come forth, and let me witness your prowess," he silently urged himself, resolute not to show weakness before his adversaries. The Black Widow concealed herself behind a nearby barricade, meticulously observing the enemy's movements. She knew that understanding their situation was paramount before seeking any vulnerabilities. Her thoughts were astute, ever ready to deliver a lethal blow to the foe, resisting the urge to act impulsively. Doctor Strange joined his hands in a prayer-like gesture, mystical energy swirling around him. I must remain composed and identify the enemy's weaknesses, he reminded himself, determined not to be intimidated by the enemy's imposing presence. In a corner, Ant-Man gazed at the formidable adversaries, a flicker of doubt creeping into his mind. Can I truly do this? Yet, upon witnessing the unwavering determination of his comrades, his courage reignited. Come on, Scott, you can do this. The battle erupted instantaneously, with Iron Man launching the first offensive. He unleashed a powerful energy beam from his palm, targeting the enemy. Taste this, he bellowed. The enemy swiftly dispersed, evading the assault. One adversary charged at Iron Man, brandishing a sharp weapon. Iron Man sidestepped and retaliated with a swift kick. Dream on, he exclaimed. Thor, not to be outdone, swung his mighty hammer, summoning thunder to strike down upon the foes. Feel the wrath of the god of thunder. The lightning erupted within the ranks of the enemy, sending several crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Black Widow sprang from her cover, her weapon firing in rapid succession, accurately hitting several foes. Not one shall escape, she declared. Doctor Strange conjured a spell, ensnaring a group of enemies within a magical circle. Struggle against the bindings of magic, he proclaimed. Ant-Man, utilizing his ability to alter his size, suddenly appeared behind an enemy, knocking him down. Caught you off guard, he shouted, brimming with excitement. However, the enemy's strength surpassed their expectations. Not only did they possess formidable weaponry and defensive gear, but their coordination was impeccable and their tactics adaptable. Captain America, amidst the fray, noted with concern that the enemy seemed intimately familiar with their combat style. How is this possible? They appear to have been prepared all along, he pondered, filled with confusion and apprehension. Iron Man's armor began to sustain damage under the onslaught of enemy attacks. Damn it, these foes are relentless. Anxiety crept into his heart. He needed to discover their weaknesses swiftly. Thor realized that his lightning strikes were less effective against certain foes. What is happening? His heart swelled with anger and confusion. Black Widow sustained injuries during close combat but refused to succumb. I will not fall here, she gritted her teeth, pressing on in the fight. Doctor Strange felt his magical reserves depleting rapidly. I can no longer wield my powers recklessly. I must devise a more effective strategy, he contemplated. After enlarging, Ant-Man became the target of concentrated enemy fire, forcing him to shrink back to safety. Oh dear, that was perilously close, he thought, shaken. In the heat of battle, Captain America rallied his teammates, shouting, Stay calm, everyone. Maintain formation. Yet the enemy's assault grew increasingly ferocious, and the Avengers found themselves gradually ensnared in a predicament. This cannot continue, Iron Man proclaimed. We must alter our tactics. Thor, the god of thunder, responded, Agreed, we cannot allow them to lead us by the nose. At that moment, a formidable leader emerged from the enemy ranks, clad in black armor and wielding a staff that emanated an eerie glow. You insignificant ants. Today marks your demise, the leader sneered. Captain America, gazing intently at him, retorted, Do not be so arrogant. We shall not be easily vanquished. The leader brandished his staff, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that surged toward the Avengers. Everyone scattered to evade the oncoming force, yet several members were still struck by the energy wave. Be careful, Black Widow shouted. Doctor Strange gestured with his hands, attempting to fend off the energy surge. I will not allow you to prevail, Ant-Man observed from the sidelines, his heart brimming with fury. I must do something. In this dire moment, could the Avengers alter the tide and triumph over this formidable adversary? Chapter 90. The night before the final battle in the vast depths of the universe, at the core of the Earth, the members of the Avengers converged. An air of mystery and gravity enveloped the atmosphere, with colossal streams of energy swirling around, akin to the heartbeat of the cosmos. Captain Steve Rogers stood upon a prominent rock, his gaze resolute and composed as he surveyed each member. His heart swelled with a sense of responsibility and purpose, for this may be their final opportunity to save the world. My friends, we stand at the crossroads of fate. Tomorrow will be our ultimate confrontation with the forces of darkness. His voice resonated steadily and powerfully within the expansive space. Iron Man, Tony Stark, crossed his arms, leaning against a nearby stone wall. His armor flickered with a faint glow in the dim light, his eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. In this battle, failure is not an option. Yet I believe our strategy will tilt the scales of victory in our favor. Despite his concerns about the unknown, confidence in the power of technology surged within him. Thor stood tall, gripping his mighty hammer, his gaze piercing as if he could foresee the impending storm. I am prepared to embrace the battle, for Asgard, for Earth, for all living beings. A fervent desire for combat, and an unwavering pursuit of justice blazed within him. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, stood gracefully to one side, her eyes cool and sharp. We must proceed with caution. Every detail could determine our fate. She continuously analyzed potential scenarios, ready to tackle any unforeseen developments. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands to manipulate magical runes, causing the surrounding space to warp slightly. The power of magic will fight alongside us, but we must also be wary of its unpredictable nature. He understood well the might and peril of magic, diligently seeking the optimal way to wield it. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, appeared somewhat anxious, fidgeting with his hands. I will do my utmost to live up to everyone's expectations. Though his heart was filled with trepidation, he was resolute in facing any challenge to safeguard his family and the world. First, let us analyze the vulnerabilities of our adversary. Captain America gestured toward a virtual screen displaying various data and intelligence regarding the enemy. Based on our previous combat experiences, there are certain weaknesses in the enemy's energy defenses. Iron Man, can your new weapon exploit this flaw? Iron Man nodded. My latest energy pulse cannon is ready. Once we identify the opportune moment, it can deliver a devastating blow to our foes. Thor, your power of thunder will play a crucial role in wide-ranging attacks, Captain America remarked. Turning his gaze toward the god of thunder, Thor gripped his hammer tightly. Fear not, Captain. I shall make our enemies tremble in the storm. Black Widow, you and Ant-Man are tasked with infiltrating the enemy's ranks to sabotage their critical facilities. Captain America continued with the strategy. Black Widow nodded slightly. Understood, Captain. Ant-Man took a deep breath. I will stay close to Black Widow. Doctor Strange, your magic must be ever ready to counter any potential mystical assaults from the enemy and provide us with cover and support, Captain America instructed. Doctor Strange clasped his hands together. I shall protect us all. This battle will be arduous, yet we are the Avengers. We have never wavered and shall never yield. Captain America's voice rose with fervor. We fight for justice, for peace, and for those we hold dear. A fierce determination ignited in their eyes. Iron Man shifted his shoulders. The captain is right. We must make our enemies aware that crossing us is their gravest error. Thor laughed heartily. Let this battle be our legend. Black Widow's lips curled into a smile. We shall emerge victorious. Doctor Strange's expression turned grave. Our fate lies in our hands. Ant-Man stood tall. I will not let you all down. After discussing their battle plan, the team began their preparations. Iron Man returned to his workshop, conducting final adjustments and inspections on his weaponry. JARVIS. Ensure everything is in optimal condition. His gaze was focused. Every component must be flawless. Meanwhile, Thor secluded himself in a corner, communing silently with his hammer, feeling the immense power it contained. Old friend, tomorrow is our moment. His heart brimmed with anticipation for the battle ahead. Black Widow and Ant-Man engaged in simulated training, rehearsing their infiltration and sabotage maneuvers repeatedly. Pay attention to your coordination, Scott. Black Widow reminded. I understand, Natasha, Ant-Man replied. Doctor Strange sat upon a stone, closing his eyes to meditate, gathering his magical energy. Captain America was diligently patrolling, inspecting every aspect of their preparations to ensure nothing was overlooked. As night gradually descended, the glow of the core area became more mysterious and resplendent. The Avengers gathered together, relishing this fleeting moment of tranquility. What do you suppose life will be like after the war? Ant-Man suddenly inquired. Perhaps it will be peaceful and blissful, Iron Man chuckled. No war, no threats. How wonderful that would be, Black Widow mused. But now, we must first triumph in this battle, Captain America declared. A brief silence enveloped the group, each heart brimming with aspirations for the future and resolute determination for the fight ahead. All right, everyone, take a break to rejuvenate and prepare for tomorrow's confrontation. Captain America rose to his feet. The assembly dispersed, each seeking a place to rest. Yet, beneath the seemingly tranquil night, rest eluded them all. They understood that the impending battle would be one of life and death, a pivotal moment determining the fate of the world. Captain America lay in bed, unable to find slumber. This is our responsibility, no matter the cost. We must safeguard this world, he vowed silently within. Iron Man gazed at the starry sky, contemplating that this might be my greatest battle. Thor, in his dreams, communed with his ancestors, drawing strength and courage. Black Widow reflected upon her past, recognizing this as a quest for redemption. Doctor Strange, during his meditation, envisioned countless possible futures, yet he firmly believed that they would traverse the path to victory. Ant-Man clenched his fists tightly, resolved to return for the sake of his family and friends. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the core of the earth, the Avengers opened their eyes, preparing for the ultimate showdown. Chapter 91. The dawn of the final battle. As the dawn's light quietly descended upon the Earth's core, the first golden beam seemed to herald the call to arms, awakening each member of the Avengers. This mysterious realm was steeped in an atmosphere that was both tense and solemn. Captain Steve Rogers awoke from his slumber, his gaze instantly sharpening with determination. He looked towards the brightening sky, his mind racing with thoughts. This is the day of reckoning. The fate of the world rests in our hands. He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility pressing upon him, while a fierce resolve ignited within. No matter the obstacles ahead, I shall not falter. He vowed silently, his hands instinctively tightening around his shield. Tony Stark, Iron Man, opened his eyes, a glimmer of resolve flashing within. He had scarcely slept the previous night, replaying various battle scenarios in his mind. This is my mission. My technology must be the key to overcoming our foes. He sprang into action, meticulously checking every detail of his armor, his heart a mix of trepidation for the unknown and confidence in his creations. I will not let them down, nor allow the world to descend into darkness. Thor leapt from the ground, his gaze ablaze with fierce determination. Today, I shall fight for justice, making our enemies tremble beneath my thunder. He caressed the mighty Mjolnir, sensing its ancient and potent power, the glory and responsibility of Asgard becoming increasingly vivid in his heart. I am the god of thunder. I shall not allow evil to prevail. When Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow, awoke, there was no trace of weariness on her face, only calm and resolute determination. This is the final battle. I will give my all for those who cannot fight. She stretched her body, preparing to face the imminent life and death trial, her heart devoid of fear, filled instead with unwavering faith. I shall fulfill my mission and safeguard our world. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, slowly opened his eyes, his gaze profound and serene. The power of magic is destined to bloom today. The darkness shall inevitably be dispelled by the light. He silently recited incantations in his heart, feeling the flow of magic coursing through him, ready to unleash the most formidable spells in battle. I am prepared to confront all that is unknown. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, sat up, a hint of anxiety etched on his face, yet overshadowed by his bravery. I must prove myself, for my family, for my friends. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, his heart brimming with an ardent desire for victory. I shall not fear. I will fight to the end. As the Avengers readied themselves to embark towards the battlefield, the silhouettes of their foes emerged in the distance. Towering figures radiated an aura of malevolence. At the forefront stood a mysterious individual cloaked in darkness. This enigmatic figure donned a black cape, his face shrouded in shadows, revealing only a pair of eyes that glimmered with a sinister red light. He exuded an oppressive presence, as if he were the very embodiment of darkness. Avengers, your doom approaches. His voice resonated, deep and gravelly, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. Captain America stepped forward, declaring, "Evil shall never triumph over justice. Today marks your end." The mysterious figure sneered, "Ha! You deluded fools think you can thwart my plans?" Iron Man activated his armor, retorting, "Enough talk. Let us see who is stronger." Thor raised Mjolnir, lightning crackling upon its surface, proclaiming, "Today, you shall pay for your malevolence." The mysterious figure gestured, and the enemies surged forth like a tidal wave. The battle erupted instantaneously. Captain America charged into the fray like a valiant lion, his sole conviction to protect his comrades and vanquish the enemy. "Come forth, let me witness your prowess." With each swing of his shield, he embodied fearless courage and unwavering resolve. Iron Man unleashed powerful energy beams from the sky, his heart ablaze with fury against the adversaries. "Feel the wrath of my might, you fiends." Each strike of his armor showcased his mastery of technology and an insatiable thirst for victory. Thor wielded Mjolnir, intertwining lightning to form a web that ensnared the foes. Perish beneath the thunder. His roar reverberated through the heavens, each blow infused with his devotion to justice and hatred for evil. Black Widow nimbly darted among the enemies, her weapons accurately striking vital points. "No escape for you." Her demeanor remained calm and focused, each movement meticulously calculated and resolutely executed. Dr. Strange waved his hands, magical runes blossoming in vibrant hues around him. Tremble before the might of magic. His eyes were fixated and determined, as every spell he cast resonated with power and wisdom. Ant-Man shifted between sizes, sometimes enlarging to shield against enemy onslaughts, other times shrinking to infiltrate their ranks and sow chaos. "Behold my prowess." His heart surged with valor, despite his trembling form, his steps unwavering. However, the enemy's strength surpassed their wildest imaginations. A mysterious figure incessantly unleashed waves of dark energy, posing significant obstacles for the Avengers. Captain America, during a bold charge, was struck by the dark energy, propelling him backward. "Cap!" Iron Man shouted. "I'm fine, keep fighting." Captain America rose from the ground, charging once more into the fray. Thor's lightning seemed to have little effect on the enigmatic adversary, filling him with anxiety. What manner of creature is this? Yet, he did not relent. Instead, he intensified his assaults. Black Widow sustained injuries during the skirmish, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. I will not fall. Doctor Strange's magic drained him of considerable energy, yet he resolutely resisted the encroaching darkness. I cannot lose. Ant-Man, after enlarging himself, found himself besieged by enemies. Trapped in a dire situation. Help! He cried out. Hang in there, Scott! Captain America shouted as he rushed to his aid. Amidst the fierce battle, the Avengers' stamina and energy waned drastically, yet their spirit remained unquenchable. We cannot lose, for the sake of the world. Captain America's voice inspired each of them. Never give up. Iron Man declared. Fight to the end. Thor roared. For justice. Black Widow shouted. We cannot falter. Doctor Strange insisted. Let us go. Ant-Man also shouted fervently. They collaborated closely, supporting one another, continuously striking blows against their foes. The mysterious figure, witnessing the relentless resistance, grew increasingly frantic and volatile. He augmented the output of dark energy, attempting to overwhelm the Avengers in a single decisive blow. This is the final showdown. We must prevail. Captain America bellowed. The Avengers regrouped, their eyes filled with determination and resilience, prepared to face the enemy's ultimate assault. Chapter 92. The grueling battle on that war-torn battlefield. Smoke hung thickly like a heavy curtain, and the cacophony of battle cries and metallic clashes wove together a chilling symphony. The members of the Avengers were engaged in a life-and-death struggle with their adversaries, each moment seemingly a choice between life and death. Captain Steve Rogers wielded his indomitable shield, his figure darting through enemy lines like lightning. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, cascading down his resolute cheeks, each breath accompanied by labored gasps. We cannot retreat, for justice, for peace, he silently urged, a flame of defiance burning in his eyes. However, the enemy surged like a relentless tide, wave after wave, and his arms began to ache, his steps growing heavier. Iron Man Tony Stark soared through the skies, energy beams emitted from his armor slicing through the darkness like blades. Jarvis, calculate the optimal attack route. I want these guys to feel my wrath, he shouted, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. The energy of his suit was depleting rapidly, while the enemy seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of reinforcements, placing unprecedented pressure upon him. Thor, like the god of thunder descending from the heavens, wielded his mighty hammer, conjuring a dazzling web of lightning with each swing. His muscles taut, he poured all his strength into every strike. Evil scum, feel the wrath of this thunder. He roared in fury, yet the enemy's resilience surpassed his expectations. His strength was waning, and a flicker of unease stirred within him. The Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, moved with agility, darting through the throngs of adversaries like a wraith. Her hands delivered precise, lethal strikes, each motion executed with impeccable finesse. None shall pass me, she whispered fiercely, though her wounds multiplied, blood staining her garments, and pain gradually dulled her movements. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, conjured mystic runes with his hands, a formidable magical aura enveloping him, forming a dazzling shield and waves of attack. The forces of darkness shall not breach my defenses, he proclaimed, but the relentless exertion of potent spells drained his mental fortitude, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, unleashed the full extent of his unique ability to enlarge and shrink, at times becoming a giant to deliver crushing blows, and at others, shrinking to a minuscule form to sow chaos within the enemy ranks. Behold my prowess, he shouted, yet the frequent changes in size burdened his body, and he felt his strength swiftly diminishing. Meanwhile, the enemy leader, a mysterious figure shrouded in dark power, remained unmoved at the rear of the battlefield, coldly observing the fray. He unleashed waves of potent, malevolent energy, posing a grave threat to the Avengers. Damn it, this is not a sustainable strategy, Iron Man exclaimed. We must identify his weakness and concentrate our assault. Captain America replied, urgency lacing his voice, as the team sought an opportunity to break through. Doctor Strange suddenly discerned a flaw in the leader's defenses. Everyone, take note. There appears to be a gap in his left side defense. Prepare to concentrate fire, he shouted. All right, follow my lead and attack together, Captain America bellowed. The team quickly adjusted their stance, gearing up for their most formidable strike. Iron Man pushed his armor's energy to the limit, unleashing a brilliant energy beam toward the enemy leader. Thor raised Mjolnir high, summoning a powerful bolt of lightning that surged toward the foe. The Black Widow hurled her weapon, sending it soaring like a meteor towards its target. Doctor Strange unleashed a potent spell, a radiant beam rushing toward the enemy leader. Ant-Man suddenly enlarged, taking colossal strides towards the adversary. However, just as their combined attacks were about to strike the enemy leader, he erupted with an even greater surge of dark energy, effortlessly nullifying all their assaults. Impossible, Ant-Man gasped. How powerful can this guy be? Iron Man gritted his teeth. The enemy leader erupted in maniacal laughter. You think you can defeat me? Such naivety. Captain America's brow furrowed, his heart heavy with doubt and concern. Could they truly not conquer him? Yet he swiftly dismissed such thoughts and shouted, "Do not give up. We shall find a way." Thor raised Mjolnir once more, ready to initiate a new wave of attack. I refuse to believe he can withstand our onslaught indefinitely. The team rallied their spirits, launching another assault on the enemy leader. Yet every assault was effortlessly neutralized by his formidable dark powers, gradually depleting their stamina and energy. While the enemy leader appeared to grow ever stronger. "This cannot continue. We must alter our strategy," Black Widow declared, her voice hoarse from exhaustion. Doctor Strange contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Perhaps we might attempt to unite our strengths to form a more potent attack." "Very well, let us try," Captain America proclaimed loudly. The group began to converge, channeling their individual powers into a singular force. Iron Man's energy beams, Thor's lightning, Black Widow's combat skills, Doctor Strange's sorcery, and Ant-Man's unique abilities began to merge. "Together, attack," Captain America shouted. A powerful wave of energy surged towards the enemy leader. Yet he merely raised a hand, effortlessly dispelling the onslaught once more. How could this be? Ant-Man despaired. The enemy leader scoffed. "Your struggles are futile. Surrender and accept your fate as my defeated minions." "Never," Captain America roared. "As long as we draw breath, we shall not cease fighting." Once again, the group found themselves in dire straits, uncertain of how to overcome this seemingly invincible foe. Yet within their eyes remained a resolute spark, for they were the Avengers, and they never surrendered lightly. Chapter 93, A Flicker of Hope. On that battlefield shrouded in flames and darkness, the members of the Avengers faced an unprecedented predicament. Their gazes revealed fatigue and confusion, yet deep within, a flicker of indomitable spirit continued to burn fiercely. Captain Steve Rogers gasped for breath, his shield marred with scratches and dents, each swing growing increasingly burdensome. "We cannot be defeated so easily. There must be a way." His voice, though hoarse, resonated with unwavering determination, akin to a beacon of light in the encroaching darkness. However, anxiety gnawed at his insides, as the enemy leader's nearly unassailable power left him feeling profoundly powerless. Iron Man Tony Stark's armor lay in tatters, the energy indicator blinking ominously red. "What manner of monster is this?" he murmured, disbelief and rage etched across his features. He sought to uncover the enemy's weaknesses through his suit systems. Yet repeated failures severely undermined his confidence. Thor gripped his hammer tightly, his body trembling slightly, sweat streaming down his cheeks. "Is this to be our end?" "No." I refused to believe it. His heart brimmed with defiance. The once mighty power of thunder seemed to pale before the enemy. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff leaned against a shattered rock, her wounds bleeding profusely, staining her attire crimson. "We cannot give up. We are the Avengers," her voice weak yet resolute, her eyes still shimmering with an indomitable light. Doctor Stephen Strange clasped his hands, magical runes flickering around him, his countenance as pale as parchment. Can the power of magic truly be unable to conquer him? His heart was laden with doubt and self-reflection, constantly pondering whether there existed untried magical pathways. Ant-Man Scott Lang sat upon the ground, his body weary from the excessive use of his abilities. "I have done my utmost." A glimmer of despair flickered in his eyes. Yet upon witnessing the resolute figures of his companions, a spark of hope rekindled within him. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, Captain America abruptly stood. "We are the Avengers. We have faced countless trials and tribulations, yet we have never conceded." His voice resonated with power, echoing across the battlefield. Iron Man raised his head, determination reigniting in his gaze. "The captain speaks true. We cannot be vanquished so easily." He began to reassess his armor systems, seeking potential solutions. Thor inhaled deeply, once more hoisting him Mjolnir. "Let us fight side by side again." His roar thundered through the heavens. Black Widow, enduring her pain, rose to her feet. "Then let us battle until the final moment." Her gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. Doctor Strange opened his eyes, magical runes shimmering anew. "I shall fight alongside you all." His voice brimmed with conviction. Ant-Man too stood, fists clenched. "I shall not yield." The group reassembled, their focus intensely fixed upon the enemy leader. Captain America declared, "We can no longer attack blindly. We must observe his movements, searching for genuine weaknesses." The others nodded in agreement, cautiously maneuvering around the enemy leader. The foe sneered, "Your struggles are futile." Yet the Avengers remained undeterred, their attention steadfastly trained on their opponent. Suddenly, Iron Man discerned that during the enemy leader's potent attacks, there was a fleeting moment of energy fluctuation. "Now is the time," he shouted. The group immediately concentrated their strength, launching an assault at that moment of vulnerability. Captain America charged forth, his shield gleaming with brilliance. Iron Man unleashed a formidable energy beam. Thor summoned tempestuous lightning. Black Widow fired precise bullets. Doctor Strange cast powerful spells. Ant-Man utilized his abilities to distract the enemy leader. This time, a crack appeared in the enemy leader's defenses. "Continue the assault," Captain America bellowed, his voice akin to thunder, reverberating on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, the others surged forward once more. Their eyes sparkled with resolute light, akin to flames ablaze, their powers converging like a torrent, coalescing into an unmatched force. The enemy leader's visage twisted in increasing malice, his dark powers gradually waning under the onslaught. Nevertheless, he did not relinquish easily, desperately seeking an opportunity to counterattack. "Push harder," Iron Man exclaimed, urgency lacing his tone. He thought to himself, "We cannot afford to grant the enemy a moment's respite. We must strike decisively." The Avengers clenched their jaws, pouring every ounce of strength into this final offensive. Their muscles taut, sweat trickled down their cheeks, each movement imbued with vigor and determination. At last, the enemy leader let out a chilling scream, collapsing to the ground like a kite severed from its string. "We have triumphed," Ant-Man exclaimed, his voice brimming with joy and pride. Yet, before the celebration could commence, a sudden shift swept across the battlefield. The previously vanquished foes regrouped, their eyes glinting with a frenzied light, akin to enraged beasts, becoming even more ferocious and brutal. "Do not let your guard down. The battle is far from over," Captain America declared, his tone imbued with authority and resolve. Instantly, the mood among the assembled warriors grew somber, as they understood that the forthcoming conflict would be even more arduous. However, they did not falter, their hearts swelled with hope and courage. Gripping their weapons tightly, they braced themselves for the impending challenge, for they knew that united, no adversary could prove insurmountable. Chapter 94, Bloodied Perseverance. On that battlefield, where a glimmer of victory had just begun to dawn, the members of the Avengers had scarcely caught their breath when a new crisis surged forth like a relentless tide. The threat posed by the fallen enemy leader seemed to have been quelled, yet now, faced with a resurgence of even more frenzied adversaries, their recently relaxed nerves were once again stretched to the limit. Captain Steve Rogers held his battered shield firmly, his gaze no longer reflecting confusion and despair, but rather a resolute determination to face death head-on. "Let us rally. If we have triumphed once, we can do so again." Though his voice was hoarse from the relentless skirmish, the encouragement it conveyed remained undiminished. He understood deep within that this could be their most challenging battle yet. But as captain, he must lead his comrades forward, even if the path ahead lay through fire and peril. Iron Man, Tony Stark, surveyed the renewed wave of enemies, the lights on his armor flickering erratically, mirroring the turmoil and resolve within him. "Damn it, these foes are relentless." He clenched his jaw, rapidly calculating the remaining energy in his suit and strategizing his next moves. "I refuse to concede easily. Let them witness the strength of iron." Despite the armor nearing its limits, his fighting spirit soared ever higher. Thor, the god of thunder, gasped for breath, his mighty hammer resonating with his inner fury as lightning crackled more violently upon its surface. "Come forth, let the blood of battle ignite once more." His eyes blazed with an indomitable fire, the provocation of the enemies fueling his rage to its peak. Yet, the continuous high-intensity combat had drained him of considerable strength, nonetheless. He stood tall, ready to confront the impending onslaught. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, gritted her teeth against the searing pain of her wounds, her hands gripping her weapons tightly, her form remaining agile and poised. "No matter how many there are, none shall breach my defenses." Her gaze was cold and resolute, devoid of any inclination to retreat. Each battle left her battered and bruised, yet her fighting spirit remained as resilient as steel, forever unyielding. Doctor Strange, with his hands weaving intricate magical runes, summoned forth a shimmering brilliance at his fingertips. Though his complexion was as pale as parchment, his gaze radiated unwavering focus. "As long as I draw breath, the power of magic shall not easily wane," he silently vowed, striving to extract the last vestige of strength from his nearly exhausted reservoir of magic. He understood that each incantation uttered in this moment could prove pivotal in determining the outcome of the battle. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, observed the scene before him, a surge of trepidation welling up within him anew. Yet, upon witnessing the indomitable figures of his comrades, fear was swiftly supplanted by courage. "I cannot be a hindrance. I must contribute more to the team." He inhaled deeply, endeavoring to recalibrate his state of mind, preparing to unleash his unique abilities once more. Enemies surged forth like a relentless tide, their war cries resounding through the air. Captain America led the charge, his shield deflecting blows as he maneuvered through the throng, each clash accompanied by the anguished cries of foes. "For justice," he bellowed, driven by a singular conviction, to safeguard the hope that resided behind him. Iron Man soared through the skies, unleashing a barrage of energy beams, his suit's thrusters igniting in a blaze of brilliance. He darted through the enemy ranks like a comet. "Feel my wrath," he shouted, undeterred by the escalating drain on his suit's energy reserves, his determination unwavering. Thor wielded Mjolnir, summoning a tempest of lightning that wove a tapestry of destruction, toppling foes in his wake. "Tremble before the thunder." His roar echoed across the battlefield, a declaration of his indomitable spirit. Black Widow danced through the throng of adversaries with remarkable agility, her weapons striking like venomous serpents, each blow finding its mark with deadly precision. "Do not dare approach," she hissed, her eyes ablaze with lethal intent. Doctor Strange conjured potent magic, ensnaring groups of enemies within intricate circles or erecting protective shields to safeguard his allies from harm. "The power of magic shall not permit your triumph," he proclaimed, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Ant-Man, skillfully employing his ability to alter his size, transformed into a giant to deliver crushing blows to his foes, then shrank to a minuscule form to create chaos within their ranks. "Let me show you my might," he shouted, crafting advantageous opportunities for his team. The battle intensified, and the Avengers found their stamina and vigor rapidly depleting. Captain America's movements grew sluggish, his shield marred by numerous scratches. "I cannot falter," he repeatedly urged himself, clinging to his tenacity. Iron Man's energy reserves dwindled perilously low, his flight becoming increasingly unstable. "I must endure," he grit his teeth, striving to maintain his suit's functionality. Thor's strength began to wane, the lightning from Mjolnir no longer as formidable as before. "But I shall not surrender," he silently vowed, continuing to wield his hammer with resolve. Black Widow's wounds oozed steadily, her movements becoming somewhat stiff. "Hold on," she reassured herself, refusing to succumb at this critical juncture. Doctor Strange's magical luminescence gradually dimmed, his body beginning to tremble. With unwavering determination, he exerted every ounce of strength to maintain the spell. Ant-Man also felt his body reaching its limits, and his ability to change size began to spiral out of control. He could not allow this to be the end. His heart brimmed with reluctance as he struggled to regain control. At that moment, a glimmer of hope unexpectedly emerged on the battlefield. Iron Man discovered the enemy's command system and, with his last vestige of energy, launched an assault. It was a success. As the command system faltered, the enemy's offensive descended into chaos. "Now is the time, everyone, charge," Captain America proclaimed loudly. Seizing the opportunity, the Avengers initiated their final charge. Their figures surged across the battlefield like an unstoppable tide, breaching the enemy's defenses. After a fierce struggle, the adversaries finally began to retreat in disarray. "We have triumphed," Ant-Man exclaimed with excitement. Yet, all were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. "But this is merely a temporary respite. We must prepare for the next challenge," Captain America panted, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the horizon. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and blood, and the silhouettes of the Avengers appeared particularly formidable in the twilight glow. Chapter 95, The Aftermath and a New Crisis as the enemies fled in disarray from the ravaged battlefield. The dying rays of the sun draped a blood-red veil over the scarred land. The members of the Avengers lay scattered, their bodies seemingly drained of all strength, each breath a laborious task. Captain Steve Rogers reclined upon a shattered slab, his eyes fixed on the dimming sky, filled with fatigue and contemplation. His muscles ached profoundly, every inch of his skin narrating the brutality of battle, yet a rare sense of solace flickered within him. "We have endured, but this is only a fleeting peace," he silently reflected, his thoughts entangled like a tangled web. He was acutely aware that the price of this victory was exorbitant, and the road ahead remained fraught with peril. Iron Man, Tony Stark, emerged from his battered armor, which had nearly lost all functionality. Laboriously, he leaned against a massive rock, his face smeared with dust and sweat. That was truly a life-or-death struggle, he mused with a self-deprecating smile, his voice tinged with profound exhaustion. His gaze was somewhat dazed, replaying the harrowing moments of the battle in his mind, while simultaneously contemplating how to implement thorough upgrades and improvements to his suit. Thor, the god of thunder, lay on a patch of grass, gasping for air, his mighty hammer casually discarded beside him. His chest heaved violently, each breath akin to enduring immense agony. "Asgard. I must protect not only this place." His thoughts drifted towards his distant homeland, filled with longing for his family and kin. He understood the weight of his responsibilities. This battle was but a minor episode in a lengthy journey. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, curled up in a corner, her wounds still throbbed painfully, blood seeping through her tattered clothing. Her gaze was somewhat vacant, as if her soul had detached itself from her body. "How much longer can I endure?" she murmured softly, her heart brimming with confusion and dread about the future. Yet, years of training as an operative enabled her to swiftly regain her composure, suppressing the pain as she began to assess her injuries. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, sat on the ground, his hands limply resting by his sides, the brilliance of magic having faded from his eyes, leaving only an overwhelming fatigue. The power of magic, too, has its limits. He closed his eyes, attempting to restore some energy through meditation, reflecting on the inadequacies in his magical application during the battle, contemplating how to further enhance his mystical abilities. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, lay on the ground, gazing at the evening glow in the sky, his eyes reflecting both the relief of survival and the anxiety for what lay ahead. Can I truly become a hero like them? He pondered within himself. Though his body had reached its limits, his resolve remained unyielding. Regardless, he vowed silently, gritting his teeth in an attempt to rise. After a moment, Captain America slowly sat up, his voice shattering the silence. Is everyone all right? His gaze swept over each teammate. Filled with concern, Iron Man struggled to lift a hand in response, saying, "Not dead, Captain. Just need a good rest." Thor, the god of thunder, gasped for breath, declaring, "I can fight again, just give me time to recover." Black Widow gritted her teeth and said, "I'm fine, Captain. Merely some superficial wounds." Doctor Strange opened his eyes and stated, "I require some time to regain my magical strength." Ant-Man managed a feeble smile, adding, "I'm okay too, Captain." Captain America nodded, stating, "This victory was hard-won, but we must remain vigilant. The enemy may strike again at any moment." Iron Man remarked, "Captain, once I repair my suit, I will ensure it's even more formidable." Thor said, "I will return to Asgard to see if I can gather more support." Black Widow asserted, "I will collect more intelligence to understand the enemy's movements." Doctor Strange pledged, "I will continue to explore the realm of magic, seeking out more potent powers." Ant-Man declared, "I will train diligently to enhance my abilities." In the days that followed, the Avengers commenced their individual recuperation and preparation. Iron Man isolated himself in his lab, tirelessly repairing and upgrading his suit. His gaze was intense and fervent, striving for perfection in every component. This time, the suit must be unparalleled. His heart swelled with anticipation for the new armor. Thor returned to Asgard, conferring with his kin on strategies to bolster defenses. In the training grounds, he swung his enchanted hammer, sweat cascading like rain. "I must grow stronger to protect everyone." His roar resonated through the skies. Black Widow utilized her connections and intelligence network to gather clues, engaging with various perilous individuals, each venture rife with uncertainty. Not a single thread of information could slip past her grasp. Her sole conviction was to provide the Avengers with the most valuable intelligence possible. In the sanctum of magic, Doctor Strange immersed himself in ancient tomes and enigmatic rituals, relentlessly delving into the mysteries of sorcery, striving to transcend his own limitations. Only by mastering more potent spells could he confront the impending crises. His silhouette, illuminated by the radiance of magic, appeared both solitary and resolute. Meanwhile, Ant-Man tirelessly practiced his unique abilities in the training room, expanding and contracting as he engaged in combat with colossal mechanical devices and navigated intricate mazes. "I must become an indispensable member of the team," he resolved, sweat soaking his attire, yet never allowing himself a moment's respite. However, as they prepared for the future, an insidious new threat quietly emerged. One day, while executing an intelligence mission, Black Widow uncovered a shocking secret. A clandestine organization was scheming a grand conspiracy aimed at seizing control of the world's energy resources to dominate the globe. This was no trifling matter, she pondered, swiftly conveying this intelligence to her fellow Avengers. When the Avengers reconvened, solemnity and vigilance marked each face. Captain America furrowed his brow, asserting, "This mysterious organization harbors ill intentions. We must swiftly ascertain their plans and capabilities." Iron Man remarked, "It appears we are in for another formidable battle." Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, declaring, "No one shall disrupt the peace of the world." Doctor Strange stated, "Magic will guide our path." Ant-Man pledged, "I will do my utmost to assist." Thus, the Avengers set forth once more on a journey fraught with uncertainty and peril, their figures fading into the distance. Bracing for new challenges. Chapter 96, Conspiracy. Within the Avengers base, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could drip with water. The recent revelation from Black Widow regarding the secret organization's machinations struck like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves in every heart. Captain Steve Rogers stood before the colossal display screen, arms crossed and expression grave, his gaze fixed intently on the meager fragments of intelligence displayed before him. His mind racing with thoughts. This mysterious organization conceals itself too deeply. We must proceed with caution, he mused, his brow furrowing into a deep furrow. Each new threat brought with it a profound sense of responsibility, and this occasion was no different. He feared for the safety of the world and was anxious about the dangers his comrades might face in this uncertain battle. Tony Stark, seated nearby with legs crossed, lightly tapped his chin with his fingers, his eyes glimmering with shrewdness and contemplation. "This is indeed a formidable adversary. However, I refuse to believe we cannot uncover their vulnerabilities." While excitement for the challenge filled his heart, he recognized that this foe was far from ordinary. He began to devise various strategies in his mind, contemplating how to leverage technology to unravel this seemingly insurmountable predicament. Thor stood by the window, gazing out at the sky, a hint of worry evident in his eyes. The glory of Asgard shall not be tarnished in my hands. I will ensure that these conspirators pay the price. He clenched his fists, vowing silently within. For him, protecting the world transcended mere obligation. It was a profound mission. He pondered how to wield his divine powers to join forces with his comrades against this emerging threat. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, sat at the conference table, her fingers gently tapping the surface, her expression grave and focused. The intelligence-gathering endeavor had proven exceedingly arduous, their defenses alarmingly stringent. Though her heart brimmed with frustration, it was eclipsed by a fierce determination. She meticulously reviewed every detail of her past intelligence operations in her mind, endeavoring to uncover the clues she might have overlooked. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, intricately wove magical runes with his hands, the light of sorcery flickering at his fingertips. His gaze was profound and enigmatic, as if he could penetrate the veneer of reality to unveil the hidden truths beneath. The realm of magic was fraught with uncertainty. Yet perhaps therein lay the key to a breakthrough. He silently meditated, immersing himself in the exploration of magic, hoping to discover a unique solution to the impending crisis. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, appeared somewhat restless in the corner. Can I truly contribute? Will I be of assistance to my teammates? His heart was heavy with self-doubt, but as he observed the resolute expressions of his comrades, he steeled himself inwardly. I cannot falter. I must confront this challenge with courage. He inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself, preparing to face the arduous trials ahead. Captain America shattered the silence. Let us all share our thoughts. Where shall we commence our investigation into this mysterious organization? Iron Man rose from his seat. I believe we should first analyze the intelligence we currently possess, seeking patterns or weaknesses in their activities. Thor turned his head. Perhaps I could harness the power of lightning to probe hidden locations. Black Widow shook her head. No. That would be too perilous. We must not alert them. Dr. Strange clasped his hands. I could attempt to peer into their minds with magic, but it would require immense energy and concentration. Ant-Man cautiously suggested, what if I were to shrink and scout their base? A brief silence enveloped the room as each pondered the merits of their proposals. Captain America ultimately stated, we shall begin with intelligence analysis. Concurrently, Dr. Strange can attempt to glean some insights through magic, but utmost caution is imperative. Ant-Man, your suggestion may serve as a contingency plan, but ensure your safety above all. The group nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, the Avengers immersed themselves in their urgent investigative efforts. Iron Man, in his laboratory, remained transfixed on the intelligence data displayed on his computer screen. Jarvis, assist me in analyzing the correlations within this data. His voice resonated with focus and urgency. Meanwhile, Thor practiced diligently in the training grounds, honing the precision and intensity of his lightning control, his garments drenched in sweat. I must achieve flawless execution, he gritted his teeth, motivating himself. Black Widow maintained close communication with intelligence operatives worldwide, leaving no stone unturned in pursuit of potentially useful information. Please, you must help me find more clues. Her voice carried a hint of desperation. Dr. Strange immersed himself in profound meditation and exploration of magic within the sanctum. Reveal the truth to me. Let magic guide my path. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, yet his gaze remained resolute. Ant-Man was in the training room, diligently honing his skills for shrinking and responding to unforeseen circumstances. I cannot be a hindrance to the team, he repeatedly reassured himself. However, the investigation was fraught with difficulties. The enigmatic organization seemed to possess formidable counterintelligence capabilities. Every lead would abruptly vanish at crucial moments, and each attempt felt ensnared in an intricately devised labyrinth. What on earth is happening? Iron Man slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Do not fret. We shall surely find a breakthrough, Captain America consoled. Just as despair began to settle over the group, Black Widow suddenly received a mysterious message. What is this? Upon opening the message, her expression turned grave. What's wrong? The others gathered around her. Taking a deep breath, Black Widow explained. This is an anonymous warning, stating that we have become entangled in a vast conspiracy. If we do not cease our investigation, the consequences could be dire. A threat? That only indicates we are nearing the truth, Iron Man asserted. But it also signifies that the dangers we face have intensified, Thor remarked, furrowing his brow. Captain America pondered for a moment. Regardless, we cannot retreat. We must continue our investigation and unveil the true nature of this mysterious organization. The Avengers reaffirmed their resolve, aware that the path ahead was fraught with challenges, yet undaunted. For they were the Avengers, and safeguarding the world was their solemn duty. Chapter 97. Progress through the mist in the tension-filled conference room of the Avengers base. A colossal screen flickered with sporadic and indistinct intelligence, akin to faint candlelight struggling to illuminate a path shrouded in thick fog. Captain Steve Rogers leaned forward. his hands resting on the conference table, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, his heart tumultuous like a restless sea. This mysterious organization loomed like a colossal beast concealed in darkness, its very outline still eluding comprehension. He mused quietly, his brow furrowing tighter. Each interruption of a lead left him feeling disheartened, yet the unwavering conviction to uphold justice burned ever more fervently within him. No matter how arduous the journey, we cannot relent. The world awaits our rescue. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell the anxiety within, his eyes sweeping over his comrades, brimming with encouragement and determination. Tony Stark, Iron Man, sat in his chair with legs crossed, his fingers deftly navigating a virtual keyboard, his expression revealing a blend of irritation and urgency. What are these individuals scheming? He pondered restlessly. How do they manage to anticipate our actions every single time? Anger brewed within him at the cunning of their adversaries. Simultaneously, he chastised himself for not possessing sufficiently advanced technology to breach the enemy's defenses. I must find a way to upgrade my systems. I must uncover their vulnerabilities. He resolutely made up his mind, his gaze becoming more focused and steadfast. Thor, the god of thunder, stood nearby with his arms crossed and a serious expression. He gazed out at the sky, reminiscing about the glory and responsibilities of Asgard. I cannot allow the honor of my homeland to be tarnished under my watch. Nor can I let Earth descend into crisis. He clenched his fists, muscles taut. Each flash of lightning seemed to mirror the fury within him. No matter how powerful this mysterious organization may be, I shall shatter them with my strength. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm his turbulent emotions, contemplating how to wield his divine power to aid the team effectively. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, sat in the corner, her fingers gently massaging her temples, her eyes revealing fatigue and helplessness. This is the most challenging intelligence operation I have ever encountered. Each lead feels like a kite severed from its string. Anxiety filled her heart, yet years of experience as an agent taught her not to panic. I must remain composed. I will surely find a breakthrough. She continuously reassured herself, forcing her mind to stay alert as she sought to reorganize the seemingly chaotic clues. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, clasped his hands together, eyes closed, immersed in the perception of magic. His inner world resembled a vast universe, brimming with mystery and the unknown. The power of magic should guide us. Yet why do I still feel so lost? He felt perplexed and uneasy. Each exploration of magic felt like groping in the dark, unable to find an exit. But I cannot give up. I believe magic will ultimately provide us with answers. He adjusted his breathing, focused his mind, and delved once more into the realm of magic, searching for a glimmer of hope. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, appeared somewhat restless, his eyes filled with doubt about his abilities. Can I truly make a difference in this battle? Everyone else is so formidable. Will I be a hindrance? His heart raced with anxiety, palms sweating. Yet when he saw the resolute expressions of his teammates, he quietly encouraged himself. Scott, you can do this. Believe in yourself. You are also a member of the Avengers. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, ready to contribute his strength to the team at any moment. Captain America broke the silence, his voice low and powerful. Do not lose heart, everyone. We have come this far and cannot give up now. His gaze swept over his teammates, attempting to instill courage and confidence in them. Iron Man lifted his head and said, Cap, I know, but this is truly maddening. We are groping in the dark, unable to find that door. Thor walked over and patted Iron Man on the shoulder. Do not be so disheartened. Let us devise a plan together. Black Widow stood up and said, perhaps we should consider a different perspective, re-evaluating the intelligence we have gathered. Dr. Strange opened his eyes and said, I will continue to explore with magic. Perhaps there are aspects we have yet to uncover. Ant-Man mustered his courage and said, I will prepare diligently, ready to follow everyone else's lead. Captain America nodded and said, all right, let us begin anew. Iron Man, please scrutinize the sources and channels of our intelligence once more, and see if there are any aspects we might have overlooked. Thor, attempt to sense any unusual energy fluctuations in the vicinity using the power of thunder. Black Widow, continue to maintain contact with your intelligence network to uncover any new clues. Doctor Strange, I implore you to delve deeper into the realm of magic. Ant-Man, join me in re-evaluating this information to discern any hidden patterns. The team sprang into action. Iron Man sat before his computer, his gaze fixed on the screen, his mind racing with thoughts. Surely there is something I have yet to discover. His fingers danced across the keyboard, each datum and piece of information flashing rapidly through his consciousness. Thor stood in the base's courtyard, raising Mjolnir, closing his eyes to attune himself to the energy shifts around him. Come forth, let me trace your whereabouts, he silently urged as lightning flickered around him. Black Widow occupied the communications room, engaged in tense discussions with intelligence operatives from various locations. Please, this is of utmost importance, her voice laced with urgency and anticipation. In the sanctum of magic, Dr. Strange wove intricate runes with his hands, the glow of sorcery illuminating the entire space. Reveal the truth. Magic, he murmured. Ant-Man and Captain America gathered in the conference room, meticulously laying out pieces of intelligence on the table, analyzing every detail with care. As time ticked away, a tense and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the base. Still no leads. Iron Man slammed his fist onto the table, disappointment etched across his face. Thor shook his head. I have not sensed any abnormal energy fluctuations either. Black Widow sighed. My intelligence network has yielded no new information. Doctor Strange opened his eyes and remarked, there are no evident clues in the magical realm, yet I sense a mysterious force interfering with our efforts. Captain America furrowed his brow. What on earth is happening? Have we truly reached a dead end? Just as despair began to envelop them, Ant-Man suddenly exclaimed, wait, I believe I have discovered a commonality. All eyes turned to him. Ant-Man pointed to a document. Look, these locations, though seemingly unrelated, all experienced brief electrical fluctuations at the same time. Captain America's eyes lit up. This could be a crucial lead. Let us pursue this direction. Hope rekindled among the group as they resumed their intense investigation. Unbeknownst to them, a clandestine organization had already sensed their movements and was quietly fortifying their defenses, awaiting the arrival of the Avengers. Chapter 98. The dawn of hope and potential crisis within the Avengers base. A palpable tension hung thick in the air, suffocating everyone present. Ant-Man's revelation shone like a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness, invigorating the spirits of the team. Captain America, Steve Rogers, immediately approached the document pointed out by Ant-Man. His gaze focused and urgent. This may very well be the key to breaking the stalemate. A new flicker of hope ignited within him, yet he remained ever vigilant. However, blind optimism would be folly. This could very well be a trap laid by the enemy. He reminded himself internally while meticulously examining the intelligence in hand. Iron Man. Tony Stark approached, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Finally, a new lead had emerged. May it not disappoint. He rapidly constructed various possibilities and contingency plans in his mind. Yet, this too could be a ruse. We must exercise caution in our verification. Despite the anticipation swelling within him, his reason kept him on high alert. Thor, the god of thunder, stood nearby, gripping his mighty hammer with a solemn expression. Regardless of whether it was a trap, courage must prevail. His heart brimmed with resolve, ready to confront any challenge that lay ahead. Yet, one must be thoroughly prepared. Rash actions were to be avoided. He pondered silently, muscles taut, as if poised for battle at any moment. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, commenced her analysis of the potential repercussions stemming from this discovery. If this were indeed a genuine lead, the enemy's plans might reveal vulnerabilities. Her gaze was sharp and composed, her mind racing with thoughts. However, if it were a deception, we could find ourselves in even graver peril. A furrow formed on her brow, her unspoken concerns palpable. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands to conjure mystical runes, attempting to discern the hidden truths behind this clue through magic. The arcane arts could illuminate our path, yet they might also be disrupted by more potent forces. His countenance was grave as he focused intently on the magical feedback. One must interpret the messages of magic with utmost care, he cautioned himself, not daring to be complacent for even a moment. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, observed the group's earnest attention to his discovery, feeling a mix of exhilaration and anxiety. I sincerely hope I am of assistance and not leading them astray, he silently prayed, his eyes fixed on their reactions, poised to provide further details should the need arise. Captain America lifted his head, surveying the assembly. We cannot let this opportunity slip away, yet we must proceed with caution. Iron Man. Utilize your technological prowess to further analyze the data from these electrical fluctuations. Thor, let us strategize based on this lead. Black Widows. Continue gathering relevant intelligence to uncover additional support. Dr. Strange, employ your magic to investigate any concealed dangers. Ant-Man. Reflect once more on the process of uncovering this clue to ensure no details are overlooked. Nods of agreement rippled through the group as they swiftly set to work. Iron Man returned to his laboratory, where the interplay of lights and sounds from various instruments enveloped him. It is imperative to extract useful information. His heartbeat quickened in tandem with the data's flow, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He could not let their hopes be dashed. Fully immersed in his analytical endeavors, every fluctuation in data tugged at his nerves. In the tactical room, Thor and Captain America scrutinized maps and simulated scenarios, rehearsing their strategies repeatedly. We must be thoroughly prepared, leaving no room for error. Captain America's voice resonated with steadiness, while Thor interjected with his insights and ideas. A decisive strike is essential, granting the enemy no opportunity for retaliation. Their gazes were filled with determination and valor. The Black Widow sat in the communications room, engaged in intense exchanges with contacts from around the globe. Please, this is critically important for us, she implored, her voice tinged with urgency and anticipation, her fingers dancing relentlessly across the keyboard. Even the slightest hint could alter the tide of events. Her eyes were focused and keen, missing no valuable information. In the Sanctum Sanctorum, Dr. Strange conjured mystical symbols that flickered with an otherworldly luminosity. "Reveal to me the truth. Let the shadows have no refuge," he intoned. His voice deep and enigmatic, the power of magic swirling around him. He refused to be deceived by illusions, closing his eyes tightly, immersing himself in the quest for arcane knowledge. Meanwhile, Ant-Man sat in a corner, straining to recall every detail from the moment he uncovered the clue. "I must remember. I cannot disappoint the team," he thought, his brow furrowed, replaying the scene in his mind. After a period of intense effort, the group reconvened. Iron Man spoke first. "I have analyzed the data from those electric fluctuations and discovered they seem connected to a specific area." Thor, the god of thunder, added, "According to our strategic simulations, this could be a significant enemy stronghold." The Black Widow interjected, "I have gathered some pertinent intelligence as well." "Indeed. There are unusual activities in that region." Dr. Strange remarked, "Magic has not perceived any imminent danger, yet there is a sensation of being shielded. Powerful arcane forces may be at play." "I remember now," Ant-Man exclaimed. "When I first spotted the clue, there were peculiar sounds surrounding me, albeit faint." Captain America nodded, stating, "It seems we have a general direction, but we must remain vigilant." Just as they were preparing to formulate a plan of action, the base's alarm suddenly blared. "Trouble. We are under attack," Iron Man declared loudly. The team swiftly transitioned into combat mode, rushing towards the base's defense systems. "What is happening? Has our operation been detected by the enemy?" Thor questioned as they ran. "We can't dwell on that now. Prepare to engage," Captain America shouted. Upon reaching the defensive position, they beheld a group of enigmatic figures advancing towards the base. "Open fire," Captain America commanded resoundingly. The brilliance of various weapons illuminated the entire facility as they unleashed a torrent of fire. Amidst the fierce battle, Captain America pondered, "Are these the enemy's vanguard or their main force? We must repel them swiftly. The base cannot fall." Iron Man unleashed energy beams from the skies, contemplating. "These foes are formidable. They must have a sinister plot." Thor wielded Mjolnir, unleashing lightning upon the adversaries, resolutely thinking, "No matter who you are, you shall not breach our defenses." The Black Widow, hidden behind cover, accurately fired at the enemies, her mind analyzing coolly. Their attack patterns are highly organized. They must be well trained. Dr. Strange wielded his formidable magic to shield his comrades, his heart burdened with concern. This may only be the beginning. We do not yet know what awaits us. Ant-Man skillfully maneuvered his abilities on the battlefield, creating chaos among the adversaries while encouraging himself. "I must contribute to the team and cannot falter." After an intense skirmish, the enemy finally began to retreat. "Do not pursue. First, assess the damage to the base," Captain America declared resolutely. The team commenced their evaluation of the situation, discovering that although they had repelled the foe, the base had sustained considerable damage. "This serves as a warning. The enemy seeks to deter our investigation," Black Widow observed. Captain America furrowed his brow, stating, "Yet we shall not yield. Instead, we must expedite our actions." The team nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. In the wake of this unexpected confrontation, the Avengers faced yet another formidable trial, but their conviction grew ever stronger. No matter the obstacles and dangers ahead, they would press on, steadfast in their commitment to safeguarding the peace and justice of the world. Chapter 99. Resilience amidst the flames of war and the piercing wail of the alarm. The Avengers base seemed to be engulfed in an unforeseen tempest. The tense atmosphere sliced through the already heavy air like a blade. Captain Steve Rogers dashed towards the core of the defenses, his steps resolute and powerful. Each stride echoed his unwavering courage and profound sense of duty. "Everyone, remain calm and proceed according to plan," he bellowed, his voice cutting clearly through the chaos of the battlefield to reach every Avenger's ears. Within him burned a fierce fire, an amalgamation of anger at the enemy's ambush and an unyielding resolve to protect the base. No matter how numerous the enemy, we shall not retreat. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the encroaching adversaries, his shield poised for defense. Iron Man, Tony Stark, instantly activated his suit's flight system and soared into the skies. JARVIS analyzed the enemy's attack patterns. He shouted, his voice brimming with urgency and focus. His eyes were glued to the suit's display, where data flickered rapidly. These foes were not to be underestimated. They seemed well prepared. He thought to himself, deftly manipulating the control panel as energy beams shot forth from his palms, illuminating the darkened heavens. Thor, the god of thunder, raised his mighty hammer, conjuring dazzling arcs of lightning that wove a radiant net around him. "Behold the wrath of the thunder god!" he roared, each word imbued with the force of a thunderclap. He strode forward with great strides, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. "The glory of Asgard is inviolable. I shall protect the peace of Earth." His heart brimmed with a fervent desire for battle and an unwavering dedication to justice as he wielded Mjolnir with ferocity, repelling one enemy after another. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, nimbly darted between the defenses, her movements as ethereal as a specter. Watched the enemy's flanks. She called out to her comrades, her weapon striking accurately at each approaching foe. Her gaze remained calm and focused, yet her mind raced as she analyzed the enemy's tactics. We must not let them breach our defenses. We must hold the line. Every breath she took was steady and strong. Despite being engulfed in the flames of war, her heart remained resolutely steadfast. Doctor Strange, with his hands weaving intricate magical symbols, conjured formidable shields of vibrant energy around him. The power of magic shall protect us, he proclaimed, his voice resonating with an enigmatic strength. His gaze was deep and focused, continuously casting various spells to provide robust support for his comrades. We cannot allow the enemy to extinguish our hope. His heart brimmed with unwavering faith in magic and unshakable confidence in his allies. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, adeptly maneuvered across the battlefield, utilizing his unique ability to alternate between giant and tiny forms. At times, he transformed into a colossal figure, delivering crushing blows to his foes. At other moments, he shrank to the size of an ant, infiltrating enemy lines to sow chaos. Watch this, let me show you my prowess, he shouted, his heart racing with anxiety. Yet he stood fearless for the team, for justice. Captain America, while fending off enemy assaults, commanded his comrades with unwavering authority. Iron Man, watch for aerial foes. Thor, support the left flank. Black Widow, maintain your firing rhythm. Doctor Strange, strengthen the magical shields. Ant-Man, seek out the enemy's weaknesses. His voice was resolute and powerful, serving as an anchor in the tumult of battle, guiding his allies to maintain clarity and order amidst the chaos. Iron Man soared through the skies, constantly shifting positions while unleashing potent energy beams that brought down enemy aircraft. Captain, you can count on me. I've got the skies covered, he responded to Captain America, his spirit soaring even as his armor's energy dwindled. These foes shall not breach my defenses. His heart was aflame with the desire for victory, each strike infused with indomitable resolve. Thor, like an unassailable god of war upon the ground, wielded his enchanted hammer, causing adversaries to topple in his wake. Captain, the left flank is secure. His voice boomed like thunder, instilling profound reassurance among his allies. I will make the invaders aware of the consequences of their transgressions. His heart burned with righteous fury, each attack delivered without mercy. Black Widow, shielded by fortifications, relentlessly targeted the enemy, her bullets seemingly guided by an unseen force, striking true at vital points. Captain, I understand. She acknowledged his commands, her heart devoid of fear. For victory, for peace. Her eyes shimmered with unwavering conviction, each pull of the trigger a powerful rebuttal against the enemy. Doctor Strange recited incantations, the magical symbols illuminating the air with an otherworldly glow, forming resilient defenses. Captain, the magical shield can still hold, he assured with calm confidence, even as fatigue from the exertion of magic weighed upon him. As long as I stand, the enemy shall not breach our lines. His heart was filled with a profound dedication to magic and a protective spirit for his comrades. Ant-Man nimbly traversed the battlefield, his form shifting between immense and minuscule, leaving the enemy bewildered. Captain, I have discovered the enemy's weakness, he shouted with excitement, his voice trembling slightly due to nervousness. Yet his discovery turned the tide of battle. Follow me, he urged his comrades as they launched a fierce assault on the enemy's vulnerabilities. Under the Avengers' tenacious resistance, the enemy's offensive began to wane. However, they remained vigilant, acutely aware that the fight was far from over, and a new wave of attacks could emerge at any moment. Captain America surveyed the stabilizing situation, allowing himself a moment of relief. Keep it up, everyone. We cannot afford to give the enemy any opportunities, he encouraged his teammates, throwing himself into the fray with renewed vigor. Iron Man soared above the battlefield, contemplating how to deliver the final, devastating blow to their foes. JARVIS, calculate the optimal attack route, he commanded, his eyes glinting with intelligence. Thor stood amidst the ruins, breathing heavily, his enchanted hammer still radiating bolts of lightning. Come on, let us end this fight, he roared, bracing himself for the enemy's renewed onslaught. Black Widow leaned against the barricade, swiftly reloading her weapon, her gaze revealing a hint of fatigue, yet predominantly determination. I must hold on until the end, she silently assured herself. Doctor Strange clasped his hands together, eyes gently closed, rapidly replenishing his magical energy. Magic will not let us down, he firmly believed, ready to unleash his formidable powers at the pivotal moment. Ant-Man dashed about the battlefield, eagerly observing the enemy's movements. We can win, we certainly can. He felt a surge of hope, anticipating victory in the battle. At that moment, the enemy launched a more ferocious assault, plunging the battlefield back into chaos. Chapter 100. The final showdown on that war-torn battlefield, shrouded in smoke and chaos. The Avengers base stood as a solitary fortress, enduring wave after wave of fierce attacks from the enemy. The howling winds seemed to rally for this brutal confrontation. Captain Steve Rogers stood resolutely at the forefront of the defense, his figure unwavering amidst the haze of battle. Gripping his battle-worn shield, his eyes burned with an unwavering resolve. "My comrades, for justice, for peace, we must not falter." His voice pierced through the cacophony of war, resonating in the hearts of every Avenger. His soul brimmed with fury toward the enemy and an unyielding commitment to protect, each breath seemingly accumulating boundless strength. "Even if we fight until the final moment, we shall never surrender," he vowed inwardly, that steadfast belief shining like a beacon, illuminating the path forward for all. Iron Man, Tony Stark, hovered above, his armor flickering in the haze. "JARVIS. Increase energy output. Let us show these guys what we're made of," he bellowed, his voice tinged with urgency and determination. His gaze was firmly fixed on the tide of enemies surging below, his mind racing with strategies to achieve victory at minimal cost. This battle must be won. His gaze revealed an unprecedented focus and determination, as the energy beams of his armor sliced through the air like swords aimed at the foe. Each strike imbued with a resolve akin to that of a do-or-die battle. Thor, the god of thunder, raised Mjolnir high, with lightning raging wildly around him. "Come forth, vile scum, and feel the wrath of the thunder god." His roar echoed through the heavens, as if he sought to rend the sky asunder. Each step he took was accompanied by tremors that shook the earth, with the power of thunder coalescing in his hands into a storm of annihilation. "The glory of Asgard is not to be sullied. I shall defend the peace of earth." His heart burned with fervor for justice, and with each swing of Mjolnir, he bore the conviction to utterly crush his enemies. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, moved with agility behind cover, her form lithe and swift. "Stay vigilant. Do not let the enemy breach our defenses." Her voice was calm, yet resolute, as her weapon unleashed deadly flames. Her eyes remained watchful, constantly calculating the rhythm and tactics of the adversary's assault. "We must hold our ground. They shall not advance." Her heart brimmed with tenacity, each shot precise and accurate, showcasing her prowess and courage as a top-tier agent. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, weaving mysterious magical runes. As the radiant light of magic intertwined to form splendid shields and waves of attack. "The power of magic shall protect this land." His voice resonated with depth and strength, revealing his absolute mastery over the arcane. Silently, he recited intricate incantations, each spell meticulously crafted. The forces of darkness must not prevail. Gritting his teeth, he poured his mental strength unreservedly into his magic, striving to provide his comrades with the most formidable support. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, fully exploited his unique ability to alter his size, darting across the battlefield. "Watch me. I shall not let you down." His voice brimmed with vitality and fighting spirit. At times, he transformed into a giant, using his colossal form to shield against enemy assaults. At others, he shrank to a mere speck, infiltrating the enemy's ranks to sow chaos. "We must secure more opportunities for the team." His heart swelled with trust in his comrades and an ardent desire for victory. Though his strength might be modest, his courage and intellect played an indispensable role in the fray. Captain America, while fiercely resisting the enemy's onslaught, commanded his allies with clarity. Iron Man, concentrate fire on their rear. Thor, suppress their front lines with your lightning. Black Widow, locate their commander. Doctor Strange, reinforce the magical shield's defenses. Ant-Man, continue to disrupt their formation. His voice was decisive and clear, each command precisely conveying his assessment of the battlefield and strategic deployment. Iron Man swiftly adjusted the trajectory of his armor, following Captain America's directives, unleashing powerful energy beams toward the enemy's rear. "Captain, watch this." His tone exuded confidence. Despite the immense energy consumption of his suit, his strikes remained razor-sharp. "Let them taste my might." His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, firmly believing that his assault could deliver a significant blow to the enemy. Thor, the god of thunder, strode forward with resolute determination, his mighty hammer unleashing a tempest of ferocious lightning. "Fear not, Captain." His voice resonated with an indomitable spirit as arcs of electricity wove into a dazzling net, ensnaring the vanguard of the enemy. "Beneath my storm, no foe shall advance." A fervent desire for victory ignited within him. Each swing of Mjolnir was imbued with an unwavering resolve to obliterate the adversary. Amidst the chaos of battle, Black Widow darted through the fray, her keen eyes scanning for the enemy commander. "Captain, I am in pursuit." Her tone revealed a hint of urgency, her form elusive like a wraith. "I shall surely find them." Determined, she left no stone unturned, utilizing her exceptional instincts to inch closer to the heart of the enemy command. Doctor Strange's hands moved with increasing swiftness, magical runes illuminating the air with resplendent brilliance, the strength of his magical shield intensifying. Captain, the magical barrier is impenetrable. His voice was steady and powerful, beads of sweat dotting his brow, yet his gaze remained unwavering. The enemy shall not breach our defenses. His heart brimmed with faith in his magic and his steadfast dedication to his comrades, maximizing his arcane prowess to its zenith. Ant-Man sowed discord within the enemy ranks, plunging them into momentary disarray. Captain, the enemy's formation is in disarray. His voice brimmed with exhilaration. Though his stature was diminutive, his actions wrought immense turmoil upon the foe. Let us continue our assault. His spirit surged with tenacity, employing his unique abilities to furnish his allies with greater opportunities for attack. Under the Avengers' resolute resistance and seamless coordination, the enemy's onslaught began to falter. Yet, the adversaries did not relent. They launched a frenzied counterattack, propelling the battle into a fevered climax. Captain America bore the scars of conflict, yet his gaze remained steadfast. Hold the line, everyone. Victory is within our grasp. His voice carried a blend of fatigue and fervor, inspiring and motivating all. We are the Avengers. We shall not be defeated. He raised his shield once more, charging towards the enemy, his fearless silhouette becoming an eternal emblem in the hearts of his allies. Iron Man's armor bore the marks of battle, yet he pressed on undeterred. Captain, I am still in the fight. A note of stubbornness laced his voice as he unleashed energy beams, providing formidable fire support to his teammates. Let us embrace victory together. His eyes sparkled with unyielding resolve, firmly believing in their ultimate triumph over the enemy. Thor's strength waned, yet his fighting spirit soared higher. Captain, I shall not fall. His roar echoed with boundless determination, Mjolnir still crackling with brilliant lightning. For justice, we shall fight to the end. His heart swelled with an insatiable thirst for victory. Each swing of his hammer proclaimed his resilience and valor to the world. At last, Black Widow located the enemy commander, and without hesitation, she launched a lethal strike. Captain, the enemy commander has been neutralized. Her voice resonated with a hint of joy and pride as the weapon in her hand swiftly extinguished the life of the enemy commander. We are on the verge of victory. The glimmer of triumph sparkled in her eyes, brimming with unwavering faith in her team and hope for the future. Doctor Strange's magic had almost depleted, yet he steadfastly upheld his spirit through sheer will. Captain, I shall persevere until the end. His voice bore a trace of weakness, but his gaze revealed unwavering determination. The power of magic shall never fade. His heart overflowed with a pursuit of justice and a protective affection for his comrades. Even in utter exhaustion, he refused to yield. Ant-Man also tapped into his fullest potential during the battle, successfully disrupting the enemy's multiple assaults. Captain, I have succeeded. His voice brimmed with a sense of accomplishment, and though his body was weary, his spirit remained vibrant. We shall undoubtedly triumph. His heart was filled with love for his team and a longing for victory, embodying the essence of courage and perseverance through his actions. Under the relentless efforts of the Avengers, the enemy finally began to falter. Their morale shattered. They scattered in retreat. Chase them down. We cannot allow them to escape. Captain America shouted. The Avengers rallied in response, pursuing relentlessly until the enemy was utterly vanquished. As the last adversary fell, silence enveloped the battlefield. The Avengers collapsed, exhausted. Their bodies stained with blood and sweat, yet their eyes gleamed with the joy and pride of victory. We have won, Iron Man uttered weakly. Indeed, we have triumphed. Captain America reflected, gazing at the sky, his heart filled with profound emotion. This battle was a formidable test for the Avengers, a luminous chapter in their quest to uphold justice and defend peace. In the days to come, regardless of the challenges and threats they might face, they shall remain unyielding. For they are the Avengers, embodiments of justice and symbols of hope. Chapter 101. Echoes of victory and a new beginning. As the smoke cleared, the battlefield lay in disarray. The members of the Avengers either lay or sat, gasping for breath, their faces a tapestry of victorious joy interwoven with profound fatigue. Captain Steve Rogers reclined on the ground, gazing at the gradually clearing sky, his heart filled with reflection. His body felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, every muscle ached, and each breath brought a sharp pang. We have accomplished this, but it is merely a temporary victory. He silently pondered, his gaze shifting to his equally exhausted comrades nearby. The road ahead remains long. We must not allow ourselves any slack. Despite reaching the limits of physical endurance, a resolute light still flickered in his eyes. Iron Man, Tony Stark, emerged from his battered armor, struggling to crawl out before collapsing onto the ground. Alas, I truly wagered everything this time. His voice was heavy with fatigue, yet tinged with irreverence. However, if it leads to victory, it is worth it. He surveyed his scarred armor, already envisioning how to implement more powerful enhancements. Next time, I must not find myself in such a predicament, he vowed quietly, a stubborn smile curling at the corners of his lips. There sat upon a stone, his mighty hammer resting beside him, his chest heaving with exertion. The battle had been exhilarating. His voice resonated like thunder, though it could not entirely conceal the fatigue within. Yet, I must return to Asgard to ensure its tranquility. His gaze drifted into the distance, his heart entwined with thoughts of his homeland. Earth may be safe for now, but Asgard requires my presence. He clenched his fists, silently rallying his spirit. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leaned against a crumbling wall, her hair disheveled, her face smeared with dirt and blood. At last it is over. She exhaled softly, her eyes betraying a hint of relief. However, we must remain vigilant. Who knows how many threats still lurk? Her mind was ever astute, contemplating the future even in moments of triumph. I must recuperate well, preparing for the next battle. She bit her lip, suppressing the pain coursing through her body. Dr. Strange. Stephen Strange let his hands fall limply by his side, his magical robes tattered and worn. The toll of magic was immense, he murmured, his complexion as pale as parchment. Yet this has illuminated my shortcomings. I must delve deeper into the study of sorcery. His gaze was profound, as if he had already glimpsed the myriad magical challenges awaiting him. I cannot afford to falter at critical moments. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain some strength. Ant-Man. Scott Lang lay on the ground, gazing at the clouds above, his heart brimming with disbelief. I truly fought alongside everyone to win this battle. His voice carried a note of excitement and pride. Yet, I am not strong enough. I must continue to strive for improvement. He clenched his fists, resolutely determined to enhance his abilities. I cannot always be a burden to my comrades. A resolute light flickered in his eyes. Captain America struggled to sit up, his voice weak, yet filled with resolve. Is everyone holding up? The others responded affirmatively, assuring him they could endure. Iron Man raised his hand in a reassuring gesture. Captain, do not worry. We will survive. We just need to rest for a while. Thor rose, grasping his hammer. I must return to Asgard now. Feel free to contact me if necessary. Captain America nodded. All right, travel safely. Black Widow looked at the group. We must quickly tidy the battlefield, gather intelligence, and seek further clues about our adversaries. Doctor Strange slowly stood. I need to return to the sanctum to restore my magic and analyze the application of sorcery in this battle. Ant-Man chimed in. I will assist. In the days that followed, the Avengers commenced their post-battle cleanup and reorganization. Iron Man secluded himself in his laboratory, tirelessly repairing and enhancing his armor, while collaborating with Jarvis to analyze battle data, seeking ways to improve the suit's capabilities. This time, the armor must possess greater defensive and offensive power. I cannot remain passive in combat. His gaze was focused and resolute, each design meticulously scrutinized. Thor returned to Asgard, working alongside his kin to fortify defenses, train soldiers, and discuss cosmic matters with Odin. Father, the crisis on Earth has enlightened me. We cannot merely safeguard Asgard. We must attend to the balance of the entire universe. His voice resonated with a profound sense of responsibility as he began to prepare more thoroughly for the potential challenges that lay ahead. Black Widow, on the other hand, leveraged her intelligence network to delve deeply into the background and motives of their adversaries. She communicated with operatives and informants from around the globe, leaving no stone unturned in her pursuit of even the slightest clue. There must be a larger conspiracy lurking behind this enemy. I am determined to uncover it. Her gaze was filled with resolve as she navigated the shadows, seeking further intelligence to support the Avengers. Doctor Strange immersed himself within the hallowed halls of the Sanctum Sanctorum, poring over ancient tomes of magic and engaging in mysterious rituals, continuously elevating his mastery of the arcane. Only by wielding greater magical power could he better safeguard the world. His form shimmered in the ethereal glow of enchantment, wholly dedicated to the pursuit of magical enlightenment. Ant-Man, too, was not idle. He diligently honed his abilities on the training grounds, persistently experimenting with new techniques and strategies. I must grow stronger. I cannot remain a liability to the team. His sweat fell upon the training floor, each incremental advancement instilling him with renewed confidence. Meanwhile, Captain America coordinated resources, engaging in dialogue and collaboration with the government and various organizations to ensure that the Avengers would receive ample support and protection. We cannot fight alone. We must unite every force we can muster. His voice was steady and commanding, laying a solid foundation for the future of the Avengers. Yet, just as they began to heal from the scars of war and prepare for new challenges, a mysterious signal captured their attention. This signal emanated from the depths of the cosmos, cloaked in an aura of the unknown and peril. What could it be? Iron Man furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the data on the screen. Unclear, but it does not feel like a good omen, Black Widow remarked. Whatever it may be, we must be ready, Captain America asserted. Doctor Strange waved his hands, conjuring magical runes in an attempt to decipher the signal's meaning. The fluctuations of magic were peculiar, seemingly concealing a monumental secret. Ant-Man widened his eyes. Could there be a new foe? The Avengers assembled once more, their gazes brimming with vigilance and determination. A new journey was about to commence. They were uncertain of what awaited them, yet unafraid, for they were the Avengers, the guardians of the world. Chapter 102. The call of the mysterious signal in the core control room of the Avengers base. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could condense into water. The enigmatic signal from the depths of the universe flickered on the massive screen, akin to an unsolved riddle, tormenting the hearts of every Avenger. Captain Steve Rogers stood with his arms crossed, fixated on the pulsating signal data, his brow furrowed in concentration. His eyes betrayed a deep sense of worry and contemplation. This signal arrived so abruptly. What could it possibly signify? He pondered internally, a weighty sense of responsibility pressing upon his shoulders. Whatever it is, we must be prepared to respond. His gaze swept over his comrades, searching for the same unwavering determination reflected in their eyes. Iron Man, Tony Stark, sat before the control panel, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard, striving to discern the origin of the signal and the potential information it harbored. This infernal signal resembled an encrypted enigma, awaiting my deciphering. His gaze was intense and urgent, his competitive spirit thoroughly ignited. Yet, I shall not be daunted by it. Absolutely not. As he operated, he muttered to himself, beads of perspiration gradually forming on his brow. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped Mjolnir firmly, his eyes gleaming with vigilance. This could be a warning from the depths of the cosmos, or perhaps a new threat. Memories of the myriad crises faced by Asgard flooded his mind, a stark reminder of the countless unknown dangers lurking in the universe. Regardless, I must wield my power to protect it all. He clenched Mjolnir tighter, as though already bracing himself for battle. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, stood nearby, her arms crossed and expression grave. Her mind raced, contemplating various possible scenarios. Could this be an enemy trap? Or a distress signal? Her eyes brimmed with doubt and caution. We cannot act rashly. We must first ascertain the situation. Her heart retained the sharpness and composure befitting an agent. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, wove his hands in intricate patterns of magical runes, attempting to sense the mysterious forces behind the signal through sorcery. The magical fluctuations were extraordinarily potent, undoubtedly concealing a grand secret. His gaze was profound and enigmatic, as if he had plunged into another dimension of thought. Yet, unraveling this mystery would necessitate further exploration. He closed his eyes tightly, concentrating, striving to extract answers from the realm of magic. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, lingered in the corner, appearing somewhat anxious and unsettled. Could this signify an adversary even mightier than before? Are we capable of handling it? His mind was rife with self-doubt. Yet upon observing the resolute expressions of his comrades, he silently bolstered his own spirits. I cannot falter. I am also a member of the Avengers. He inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. Captain America shattered the silence, his voice low and authoritative. Everyone, let us remain calm. We cannot allow this unknown signal to disrupt our focus. Iron Man, continue analyzing the signal's data. Dr. Strange, see if you can glean more clues through magic. Thor, reach out to Asgard and inquire if they have received similar signals. Black Widow, prepare to gather and organize pertinent intelligence. Ant-Man, assist Iron Man with data analysis. The group nodded in unison, swiftly adhering to the captain's directives. Iron Man immersed himself entirely in data analysis, his expression sharp and focused, missing not a single subtle clue. The signal's frequency and bandwidth were peculiar, seemingly subjected to a unique encryption. As he pondered, he incessantly attempted various decoding methods. But I shall undoubtedly find a breakthrough. His fingers flew across the keyboard, as if performing a tense and fervent symphony. Dr. Strange entered a state of deep meditation, his body enveloped in a radiant glow of magic. Let me pierce through this veil of obscurity and uncover the truth. His consciousness soared through the realm of magic, striving to capture that elusive, mysterious force connected to the signal. He was determined to uncover the truth. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, yet his expression remained resolute. Thor, the god of thunder, established a connection with Asgard through a specialized communication device, his demeanor grave and earnest. Father, Earth has received a mysterious cosmic signal. Has Asgard made any discoveries? His voice was laden with urgency and anticipation. Upon receiving a negative response, his brow furrowed even deeper. Very well. I shall continue to monitor the situation here. He ended the communication, his worries intensifying. Black Widow sat before her computer, utilizing her intelligence network to scour for any information potentially related to the signal. Every detail could be pivotal. She could not overlook even the faintest clue. Her gaze was focused and sharp, her fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. She was determined to uncover valuable intelligence, her heart brimming with resolve as she sifted through the vast sea of information. Ant-Man stood beside Iron Man, his eyes fixed intently on the data on the screen, striving to assist in the analysis. I must pay close attention. I cannot afford any mistakes, he thought, his expression tense and focused, silently praying to contribute to the team. Time passed relentlessly, and the control room was thick with an atmosphere of tension and oppression. Still no leads. Iron Man, feeling increasingly agitated, raked his fingers through his hair. The world of magic was also shrouded in uncertainty. Doctor Strange slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. There was no useful information from Asgard. Thor clenched his fists in frustration. The intelligence network had also failed to uncover relevant leads. Black Widow's face mirrored her seriousness. Captain America took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, let us not lose heart. We must reevaluate our thoughts. Perhaps we have overlooked some critical points." Just as the group fell into contemplation, Ant-Man suddenly exclaimed, "I believe I have discovered a pattern." All eyes turned to him in an instant. He pointed to the data on the screen and continued, "Look, the fluctuations in the signal during these specific time periods seem to bear some resemblance." Iron Man's eyes lit up. "You're right, this might be our breakthrough." Hope rekindled among the group as they delved deeper into this new revelation. After a tense period of analysis and discussion, they finally reached some preliminary conclusions. "This signal appears to be guiding us towards a particular location," Iron Man declared. "But could this be a trap?" Black Widow asked, her voice tinged with concern. "Regardless, we cannot remain idle," Thor asserted. "We need to devise a detailed plan," Captain America added. Thus, the Avengers began to prepare for the impending unknown journey. Iron Man conducted a final inspection and upgrade of his armor, ensuring it would perform at its peak under any circumstances. There could be no room for error this time. Confidence radiated from his gaze. Thor honed his combat skills, engaging in a deeper communion with his enchanted hammer. "Together, we shall face this new challenge," he thought, his heart filled with courage. Black Widow meticulously prepared an array of weapons and equipment, ensuring she could adeptly navigate any unforeseen circumstances during the battle. No matter what challenges arose, she resolved not to falter. Her gaze was resolute and unwavering. Doctor Strange diligently reviewed various magical incantations, ready to unleash formidable sorcery at a critical moment. Magic would accompany us on this journey, and his heart brimmed with power. Ant-Man also trained diligently, enhancing his mastery over his abilities. "I shall not disappoint anyone," he vowed, filled with unwavering determination. As everything fell into place, the Avengers embarked on a new odyssey. Unaware of what awaited them, their hearts swelled with courage and conviction, for they were the Avengers, unyielding in the face of adversity. Chapter 103, The Uncharted Journey on the Tarmac of the Avengers Base. Sunlight bathed the resolute faces of the team, reflecting their inner resolve. The vessel, a beacon of hope and mission, stood silently, awaiting the Avengers' departure. Captain America, Steve Rogers, stood at the forefront, his gaze steady and composed, surveying each comrade who would accompany him. "Friends, we embark on a journey filled with uncertainties, yet we fear not." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in each ear, imbued with a reassuring strength. His heart held both vigilance towards the unknown and unwavering belief in victory. "Regardless of the hardships ahead, we shall fight side by side." He tightened his grip on his shield, as if it embodied his steadfast faith. Iron Man, Tony Stark, strode confidently onto the ship, his new armor gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. "Captain, do not be so serious. Perhaps this will be an exhilarating adventure," he quipped, a smirk gracing his lips. Yet his eyes sparkled with shrewdness and resolve. "However, I am fully prepared for whatever may come." He cast a final glance at the base, silently vowing to demonstrate his prowess to the foes awaiting them. Thor, the god of thunder, followed suit, wielding Mjolnir with a purposeful stride, his eyes ablaze with a thirst for battle. "No matter the fiend, they shall tremble beneath my hammer." His voice boomed like thunder, filled with strength and determination. "For justice and peace, I shall give my all." He gazed skyward, as if envisioning the fierce combat that lay ahead. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, gracefully boarded the ship, her movements elegant and swift. "Everyone, tread carefully. The unknown often harbors danger." Her tone was calm and cautious, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. "Yet we are Avengers. Nothing can deter us." She gently caressed the weapons at her side, mentally strategizing for the myriad scenarios that could unfold. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, entered the ship with arms crossed, his expression grave. "Magic shall guide our path, yet we must remain vigilant." His gaze was deep and enigmatic, as if he could see through the impending fog. "The unknown may possess unimaginable power. We must be thoroughly prepared." Silently, he recited incantations in his mind, gathering strength for the challenges ahead. Lastly, Ant-Man, Scott Lang, boarded the ship, his expression a blend of anxiety and excitement. "I shall endeavor to keep pace with everyone, ensuring that I do not lag behind." He inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. "I hope to play a significant role in this undertaking." Gazing at the formidable figures of his teammates, he felt a surge of admiration and yearning. The spacecraft descended gracefully, heading towards the source of the mysterious signal. Captain America occupied the seat beside the pilot, his gaze fixed intently on the trajectory ahead. "According to our analysis, the destination may be an uncharted galaxy." His voice resonated within the confines of the ship, intensifying the gravity of the atmosphere. Yet we must not be daunted by the unknown. We are the Avengers. His eyes radiated unwavering resolve as he clutched the communicator, poised to connect with his comrades at any moment. Iron Man busied himself at the controls, meticulously gathering data from the surroundings of the spacecraft. There is no time for idleness on this journey. We may uncover vital clues ahead of time. His fingers danced rapidly across the control panel, his gaze sharp and focused. Jarvis, monitor all data closely and report any anomalies immediately. His heart brimmed with curiosity for the unknown and an eagerness for the challenges ahead. Thor stood by the window, gazing into the vast cosmos, his mind swirling with contemplation. Within this boundless expanse of stars lie countless secrets and perils. He gripped Mjolnir tightly, as if in communion with it. But I shall not falter. I am the god of thunder, and I shall fight for justice. His eyes sparkled with resolute determination, ready to confront whatever may come. Black Widow sat quietly, her eyes closed in meditation, appearing tranquil while her mind raced with thoughts. Each mission is fraught with unpredictability, and this one is no exception. She silently contemplated strategies to address potential situations. Yet I have faith in our team. We will undoubtedly overcome adversity. Her fingers gently tapped the armrest, her vigilance unwavering. Doctor Strange stood at the vessel's center, his hands weaving through mystical runes, attempting to sense the enigmatic forces ahead. The magical fluctuations intensified, signaling potential danger. His brow furrowed, his expression grave. Yet I shall wield magic to carve a path for us, safeguarding our well-being. His heart brimmed with reverence for the unknown, tempered by confidence in his magical prowess. Ant-Man lingered in the corner, anxiously observing his teammates, a sense of unease gripping him. Can I truly contribute to a mission of this magnitude? He questioned himself repeatedly. No, I cannot succumb to fear. I must face this with courage. He clenched his fists, rallying himself. As the spacecraft advanced, the surrounding scenery grew increasingly unfamiliar and bizarre. Attention, everyone. We are about to enter an unexplored galaxy. Captain America's voice shattered the silence. The team perked up, their eyes fixated on the view outside. In the galaxy before them, the planets exhibited a kaleidoscope of colors, some radiating eerie glows while others were shrouded in thick mists. This place appears rather inhospitable, remarked Iron Man regardless. We must seek the truth, Thor replied. The spacecraft gradually descended onto a seemingly desolate planet. The team disembarked cautiously, surveying their surroundings with vigilance. The ground was strewn with peculiar stones and fissures, and a pungent odor permeated the air. Be cautious. Danger may lurk here, the Black Widow warned. At that moment, a fierce wind howled through, stirring up a cloud of dust. Gather close, Captain America bellowed. Amidst the tempest, the group huddled together, bracing for the storm to pass. As the winds gradually subsided, they discovered a vast cavern ahead. Perhaps this is the place we seek, Doctor Strange remarked. The group proceeded cautiously towards the cave. Inside, darkness enveloped them, with walls glimmering with strange luminescence. What is this? Ant-Man inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. I don't know, but it's best to be careful, Iron Man replied. Just then, a deep growl resonated from the depths of the cave. The tension among them escalated, as a new battle loomed on the horizon. Chapter 104. The peril within the cave. As the ominous growl echoed from the cavern's depths, it swept over the Avengers like a chilling breeze, tightening their nerves to a breaking point. Captain Steve Rogers raised his shield, leaning slightly forward, his gaze filled with unwavering vigilance. Everyone, stay alert and maintain formation, he commanded, his voice resonating powerfully within the cave. His heartbeat quickened, yet his mind remained remarkably composed, each cell primed for an unforeseen challenge. Whatever it is, we cannot falter. He silently encouraged himself, while also surveying his teammates' positions to ensure mutual support. Tony Stark activated his armor's illumination system and scanning devices, endeavoring to pierce the darkness ahead and gather further intelligence. Jarvis, analyze the source of the sound and potential threats, he instructed, a hint of tension in his tone, yet predominantly infused with confidence in his technology. I'm eager to uncover the nature of this beast. His hands were poised to unleash energy beams, and the suit's thrusters stood ready to react at a moment's notice. Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly, lightning crackling upon its surface, illuminating a small area around him. Allow me to forge ahead, he declared, striding resolutely deeper into the cave. Whatever malevolence awaits shall tremble before the might of the god of thunder. His heart surged with the fervor of battle, each step imbued with a determined spirit, prepared to confront the impending adversary. The Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, gracefully followed in Thor's wake, her silhouette akin to a cat in the night, agile and poised. Be mindful of your surroundings. Do not fall prey to ambush, she cautioned, her tone calm and steady, her weapon primed, and her keen eyes surveying every nook and cranny. In such an environment, any lapse could prove fatal. Her heartbeat remained steady, years of training as a spy instilling in her an acute awareness in the face of danger. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, gestured with his hands, weaving magical runes as a faint magical shield enveloped the group. The magic will provide us with forewarning, he murmured. His focus fixed on the runes, attuned to the fluctuations of magical energy surrounding them. However, we cannot rely solely on magic. We must remain vigilant. His expression was grave, as he contemplated various potential magical strategies to confront the impending threat. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, trailed nervously at the rear of the group, his body trembling slightly from anxiety. I will ensure everyone's safety from behind, he stammered, striving to compose himself. Though I may not possess great strength, I will not let you all down. He took a deep breath, concentrating on the situation behind him, prepared for any attacks that may arise from the shadows. As they ventured deeper into the cavern, the roar grew increasingly distinct, echoing ominously in their ears. This sound does not resemble that of a mere creature, Iron Man remarked. Whatever it is, we must be ready for battle, Captain America replied. Suddenly, a pair of enormous red eyes flickered ominously in the darkness. Prepare for combat. Thor, the god of thunder, shouted. Charging ahead, a bolt of lightning erupted from his hammer, illuminating the scene before them. A colossal beast materialized, its massive body resembling a small mountain, adorned with razor-sharp spines and exhaling a plume of black smoke. What manner of monster is this? Ant-Man exclaimed. Forget about that. Attack. Captain America commanded decisively. Iron Man unleashed an energy beam that struck the creature's head. The beast roared in fury, swinging its gigantic claws toward them. Thor leapt high, bringing his enchanted hammer down upon the creature's claw. Meanwhile, Black Widow skillfully maneuvered beneath the beast, searching for an opportunity to strike. Doctor Strange conjured spells, directing beams of magical energy toward the creature's eyes. Ant-Man, refusing to be outdone, enlarged himself and charged at the beast, attempting to draw its attention. The monster, infuriated by their onslaught, writhed violently, expelling more noxious smoke. That smoke is toxic. Everyone, be cautious, Black Widow warned. Captain America shielded himself against the incoming fumes. Stay focused. Continue the assault, Iron Man urged, directing his energy beams unrelentingly at the creature, while Thor's lightning continued to strike its form. Wounds appeared across the beast's body, yet it persisted in its fierce resistance. This approach is futile. We must identify its weakness, Dr. Strange stated. Everyone, spread out and search for vulnerabilities, Captain America instructed loudly. The group swiftly dispersed, encircling the monster for observation. At that moment, Black Widow noticed a glowing spot on the creature's abdomen. That may be its weak point, she declared. Concentrate your attacks on that area, Captain America shouted. The team focused their efforts on the illuminated section of the monster's belly. Sensing the threat, the creature desperately attempted to shield that vulnerable spot. Do not allow it to succeed, Thor bellowed. Through their combined efforts, at last, they shattered the glowing section of the beast's abdomen. It let out an agonizing roar and collapsed to the ground. At last, it is vanquished, Ant-Man sighed in relief. But this may only be the beginning, Captain America cautioned. The group cautiously advanced deeper into the cave, unaware of what awaited them ahead. Chapter 105, Into the Abyss. Following their successful conquest of the colossal beast, the Avengers remained on high alert, their nerves taut. The air was thick with the remnants of the creature's presence and the acrid scent of battle, while darkness enveloped them, concealing countless unknown fears. Captain America, Steve Rogers, vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, his shield firmly grasped, his steps steady and measured. They remained vigilant. Dangers lurked beyond comprehension. His voice resonated through the silent cavern, imbued with unwavering resolve. His heart beat steadily, each breath honing his readiness for any emerging threat. We must proceed with caution. Complacency is not an option, he admonished himself in silence, his eyes glimmering with determination. Iron Man, Tony Stark, illuminated the shadows with the flickering lights of his armor, his scanning systems tirelessly probing the environment. This place was indeed full of surprises. What would the next gift be? Though his tone was light, his gaze remained wary. J-A-R-V-I-S. Extend the scanning range and depth. No detail must be overlooked. His fingers danced across the control panel, every system of his suit poised for immediate action. I refuse to be caught off guard by anything. Thor, the god of thunder, wielded Mjolnir as he led the charge, lightning crackling upon the hammer, illuminating the path ahead. Whatever awaits us, I fear nothing. His voice thundered with confidence and might, yet caution remained essential. Darkness often concealed unforeseen dangers. His gaze was sharp, each step rife with vigilance, ready to confront any adversary that might arise. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, followed gracefully in Thor's wake, her senses finely attuned, missing not a whisper of movement. This environment provided excellent cover for enemies. We cannot afford to be careless. Her tone was low and composed, her weapon poised for action. Remain silent. Listen intently to the sounds around us. Her heartbeat was steady and rhythmic. Years of experience as a spy allowing her to maintain calm and focus in perilous situations. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, wove intricate magical runes with his hands. A translucent shield of magic enveloping the group. The fluctuations of magic felt unusual. A potent magical force seemed to linger here. His gaze was profound and concentrated, continually sensing the shifts in magical energy surrounding them. Be cautious, everyone. There may be magical traps or formidable magical beings. A note of gravity tinged his voice as he mentally prepared spells to counter potential magical assaults. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, treaded carefully in the midst of the group, his eyes darting about, his body trembling slightly from tension. I will do my utmost not to hold anyone back. His voice quivered, yet his gaze revealed unwavering resolve. I will strive to play my part and ensure everyone's safety. He took a deep breath, working to steady himself, ever ready to address any sudden developments. The group pressed onward through the cavern, the uneven ground beneath their feet leading to occasional droplets cascading from the ceiling, resonating with a crisp sound that sent shivers down my spine. Stay focused, Ant-Man whispered. Do not let distractions take over, Black Widow replied softly. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind surged from the depths of the cave, destabilizing everyone's footing. Steady yourselves, Captain America commanded loudly. Iron Man swiftly activated the stability systems of his armor, noting the peculiar nature of the wind. Everyone, exercise caution. Once the wind subsided, several dark and mysterious passages appeared ahead. Which path should we take? Thor furrowed his brow. Allow me to use my magic for a brief investigation, Dr. Strange declared, weaving his hands in intricate patterns of arcane symbols. Moments later, his expression turned grave. Each route is fraught with unknown dangers and potent magical interference. Discerning the correct path is exceedingly difficult. Shall we split up and explore? Proposed Ant-Man. No, that would be far too perilous. We cannot separate, Captain America decisively countered. What then shall we do? Iron Man inquired. We will choose a pathway that appears more spacious and advance with caution, Captain America contemplated before deciding. The group selected one of the passages and entered with utmost care. The temperature within the cave plummeted, and a thin layer of frost began to form on the walls. What is happening? Ant-Man shivered involuntarily. I have no idea, but it certainly bodes ill, Black Widow remarked. Just then, a strange noise echoed from ahead, resembling the rapid movement of countless entities. Prepare for battle, Thor shouted. The group halted, bracing themselves for what was to come. Suddenly, a horde of bizarre creatures surged forth from the shadows, sporting sharp claws and jagged teeth, their eyes aglow with a fierce red light. Open fire, Captain America commanded. Iron Man unleashed energy beams. Thor wielded his enchanted hammer, summoning powerful lightning. Black Widow aimed with precision, Dr. Strange cast spells, and Ant-Man enlarged himself, engaging fiercely with the creatures. During the fray, Captain America noted that these beings possessed formidable regenerative abilities, quickly rising after being felled. This won't do. We must discover their weakness, he shouted. After careful observation, Dr. Strange identified a glowing spot on the creatures' backs, likely their Achilles heel. Focus your attacks on their backs, Dr. Strange urged. The group adjusted their assaults, concentrating on the vulnerable area. Through their combined efforts, the creatures were ultimately vanquished. Phew, we finally dealt with them, Ant-Man gasped. But we cannot let our guard down. We do not know what else lies ahead, Captain America cautioned. The group continued their advance into the depths of the cavern, each step fraught with vigilance and uncertainty. Chapter 106, The Final Battle. Having just concluded a fierce confrontation with the grotesque creatures, the Avengers pressed onward into the deeper recesses of the cave, scarcely pausing to catch their breath. The darkness loomed like an endless abyss, devouring their courage and hope. Yet, their steps were imbued with unwavering resolve. Captain America, Steve Rogers, led the charge at the forefront, his shield glinting with an icy light in the dim surroundings. His gaze was steadfast and focused, each stride fueled by immense determination. Everyone, be cautious. We are nearing the truth, he intoned, his voice low and powerful, reverberating in the silent cavern, offering a semblance of solace and encouragement to his comrades. His heart brimmed with vigilance towards the unknown. Yet he held an unshakable belief in their ability to conquer all challenges. No matter the trials that lie ahead, we shall not falter, he silently vowed. Bracing himself for the impending ultimate confrontation, Iron Man, Tony Stark, followed closely, the lights of his armor illuminating a small radius around him. Captain, I can't shake the feeling that this place exudes an ominous presence, he voiced, unease creeping into his tone. However, with me here, no fiend shall prevail easily. Despite his inner trepidation, his words resonated with confidence and pride. His mind raced, contemplating various scenarios and strategies for confrontation. Jarvis. Be ready to activate the most formidable defense and offense protocols, he commanded inwardly, gripping the controls of his suit tightly. Thor, the god of thunder, strode forward, Mjolnir in hand, with lightning crackling around him. I can sense a formidable power approaching. Prepare for battle. His voice brimmed with fervent zeal, eager to engage the enemy. Whoever dares to confront me shall be reduced to ashes beneath my hammer. His eyes burned with the desire for combat, each step resonating with strength and resolve. Black Widow. Natasha Romanoff maintained a heightened state of alertness, her silhouette flickering in the shadows. Everyone, do not let your guard down. Even the slightest disturbance could signal danger. Her voice was soft yet firm, her weapon poised for any unforeseen circumstance. We must exercise utmost caution. No oversight can be afforded. Her heartbeat was steady and strong. Years of espionage experience enabling her to remain calm and composed in such tense environments. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, waved his hands, conjuring magical runes, enveloping the group in a powerful magical shield. I sense a dark magical force gathering ahead. Everyone must be vigilant. His tone was grave, his eyes revealing deep concern. But magic shall fight alongside us. We will not be easily vanquished. He silently prayed for his spells to prove pivotal in safeguarding his teammates. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, brought up the rear, his body trembling slightly from tension. I will guard your backs and ensure the enemy finds no foothold. Though his voice quivered, his gaze was resolute with determination. I will do my utmost to contribute to the team. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady himself, focusing intently on the movements behind them. As they delved deeper, the atmosphere within the cave grew increasingly oppressive and weighty. A formidable, malevolent aura surged forth, leaving the gathered crowd gasping for breath. The force was overwhelmingly potent. Marveled Iron Man, whatever it may be, we must confront it with courage, declared Captain America. Suddenly, a colossal radiance illuminated the entire cavern. As everyone focused their gaze, a gigantic figure emerged before them. This was an entity of terrifying visage and formidable power, exuding an endless miasma of darkness that sent shivers down their spines. You insignificant insects dare to trespass in my domain? The voice of the malevolent entity thundered, reverberating through the cavern. Are you the mastermind behind this chaos? Captain America bellowed in fury. Indeed, it is I. Today, you shall all perish here. The evil being cackled maniacally, extending its enormous hand towards the Avengers. Without hesitation, Captain America raised his shield to meet the oncoming assault. Everyone charge, he shouted. Iron Man unleashed a powerful energy beam. Thor wielded his mighty hammer to unleash a tempest of lightning. Black Widow executed precise shots. Doctor Strange conjured formidable spells. And Ant-Man enlarged himself, charging towards the malevolent presence. In that moment, the cavern was ablaze with flickering lights, and energy clashed, resonating with tremendous roars. The malevolent entity's power was insurmountable, easily repelling the Avengers' attacks and sending them staggering back one by one. Is this all you are capable of? The evil entity mocked. Do not underestimate us. Thor roared, surging forward once more. However, regardless of the Avengers' relentless efforts, they could inflict no substantial harm upon the malevolent being. This cannot continue. Captain America panted heavily. We must discover its weakness, Dr. Strange asserted, just as the team found themselves in dire straits. Ant-Man suddenly noticed a minuscule rune beneath the feet of the malevolent entity. What is that? He exclaimed. Dr. Strange glanced at it, his eyes lighting up with excitement. That could be its sealing rune. If we can destroy it, perhaps we can defeat it. Without hesitation, Ant-Man dashed towards it. Be careful, the others shouted. Dodging the malevolent entity's attacks, Ant-Man nimbly approached the rune. Now, he summoned all his strength and struck the rune. It shattered instantly, causing the malevolent entity to emit a piercing roar of agony. Now attack, Captain America commanded loudly. The Avengers launched their offensive once more, and this time, the malevolent entity's power began to wane. After a fierce battle, the evil presence finally collapsed, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. We did it, Ant-Man exclaimed with elation. But this is merely a temporary victory. We must continue to safeguard the peace of the world, Captain America stated solemnly. Exhausted, the group collapsed onto the ground. Yet their faces radiated the joy of triumph. As they emerged from the cavern, sunlight bathed them in warmth and brilliance. This is a new beginning, Iron Man remarked. Indeed. As long as evil exists, we shall never cease our fight, Thor affirmed. The figures of the Avengers, illuminated by the sun, appear remarkably grand, their saga destined to continue. For justice and for peace, they shall forever engage in battle. Chapter 107. The Afterglow of Victory and New Missions. As evil dissipates into a cloud of black smoke under their united assault, the Avengers' taut nerves finally begin to ease. However, an overwhelming fatigue washes over them like a tide, and each member collapses onto the ground, gasping for breath. Captain America, Steve Rogers, lies on the cold earth, gazing at the rocky ceiling of the cavern. his eyes reflecting both the joy of victory and the weariness of battle. "We did it, but this is merely a triumph in a long struggle," he utters, his voice hoarse and feeble, each word seemingly draining his entire strength. His muscles ache profoundly, and his shield bears the marks of combat, as if narrating the harrowing encounter they just endured. The peace of the world requires our unwavering vigilance. He realizes that this is just the beginning. Many more challenges await them in the future. Iron Man, Tony Stark, finds his armor in tatters, with some components emitting wisps of smoke and crackling sounds. Struggling, he crawls out from his battered suit, his face smeared with dust and sweat. "That was quite a workout," he remarks with a hint of self-deprecation, though pride glimmers in his eyes. "However, it has illuminated the areas where my armor requires refinement." His mind begins to devise a new armor design, contemplating how to enhance its strength to confront even more formidable foes that may arise. The advancement of technology knows no bounds, and our battles shall not cease. He gazes at his comrades, filled with anticipation and determination for the future. Thor, the god of thunder, reclines nearby, his enchanted hammer resting at his side, his chest heaving with each breath. "This is a battle worth remembering," he declares, his voice booming, resonating with strength despite his exhaustion. His gaze wanders to the horizon, as if envisioning the splendor of Asgard. "Yet, I cannot neglect my responsibilities, not only for Earth, but also for my homeland." He contemplates how to convey the lessons learned from this battle back to Asgard, fortifying its defenses and power. "I shall make Asgard unassailable, a beacon of hope in the cosmos," he vows, clenching his fist in silent resolution. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, leans against the cavern wall, her wounds throbbing subtly. Yet her expression remains resolute. "This victory was hard-won," she states, her voice gentle yet firm, tinged with concern. "But we must not let our guard down. The enemy may return." She begins to strategize on how to enhance their intelligence-gathering efforts, ensuring the early detection of potential threats. "I will make our operations swifter and more precise," she resolves, biting her lip to stifle the pain as she prepares to rise. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, sits upon the ground, his hands clasped together, eyes closed, endeavoring to replenish his depleted magical energy. The path of magic is infinite, he muses, his voice deep and enigmatic, sweat glistening on his brow. "This battle has deepened my understanding of the arcane." He ponders how to further augment his magical abilities to confront the increasingly complex and perilous challenges that lie ahead. "I yearn to delve deeper into the arcane mysteries, to contribute more strength towards the protection of our world." He opened his eyes, a resolute gleam shimmering within them. Ant-Man Scott Lang lay upon the ground, gazing up at the cavern's ceiling, a look of contentment gracing his features. "I never envisioned myself partaking in such a monumental battle." His voice resonated with excitement and pride. "Yet, I am acutely aware that I have much to learn and improve upon." His heart brimmed with admiration and gratitude for his comrades. "I must grow stronger, so as not to betray the trust they have placed in me." He inhaled deeply, striving to restore a modicum of strength to his body. After a brief interval, Captain America gradually rose to his feet. "Is everyone all right?" Though his voice was faint, it remained imbued with concern. The others responded affirmatively, indicating their resolve to persevere. "We should depart from here and return to recuperate properly," Captain America stated. As they struggled out of the cave, sunlight cascaded upon them, warm and comforting. Iron Man stretched languorously, exclaiming, "Ah, the sunlight feels magnificent. I feel rejuvenated." Thor took a deep breath, savoring the fresh air, the essence of victory. Black Widow surveyed the group. "Yet we cannot afford to relax for too long. There remains much work ahead." Doctor Strange nodded in agreement. "Indeed. We must reflect upon the lessons learned from this battle." Ant-Man interjected, "Regardless, let us savor this moment of triumph." Upon returning to the base, the team commenced their recuperation and debriefing. Captain America sat in the conference room, diligently documenting every detail of the conflict. "Our coordination in battle requires greater synergy." His gaze was intense and serious, pondering how to enhance the team's combat effectiveness. Iron Man, in the laboratory, scrutinized the remnants of his armor. Jarvis analyzed this data. "We must embark on a comprehensive upgrade." Thor was in the training arena, wielding Mjolnir, continuously honing his strength and skills. Black Widow, in the intelligence room, communicated with contacts worldwide, gathering the latest intelligence. Doctor Strange immersed himself in the study and practice of magic within the sanctum. Ant-Man also exerted himself in training, striving to enhance his command over his abilities. However, just as they reveled in the joy of victory and the flurry of recovery, a new crisis loomed ominously on the horizon. One day, Black Widow received urgent intelligence. "Everyone, come quickly, there is a new development." Her voice was laced with tension and concern. The team swiftly gathered in the conference room. According to reliable sources, a shadowy organization is orchestrating a far grander scheme. Black Widow announced. "What?" We've just concluded a battle, and now this? Ant-Man exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, we cannot falter. This is our mission, Captain America declared resolutely. Iron Man rose, saying, what are we waiting for? Let us prepare to face this new challenge. Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly, declaring, whoever they are, they shall not disrupt the peace. Doctor Strange waved his hands, conjuring magical runes, asserting, magic will be with us. Thus, the Avengers embarked once more on a new journey, their silhouettes fading into the distance, ready to confront the unknown challenges and perils that lay ahead. They understood that the battle was unending, and they would forever fight for justice and peace. Chapter 108, the final chapter, Farewell and New Journeys. After the heart-stopping conflict concluded, the Avengers returned to their base, their weary bodies dragging behind them. The sunlight poured over them, yet it failed to dispel the profound exhaustion etched deeply within their hearts. Captain America, Steve Rogers, sat alone in his room, gazing out at the scenery, his heart a tumult of emotions. We have triumphed, but the cost of this victory weighs heavily upon us. He reflected upon every moment of the battle, the selfless figures of his comrades repeatedly surfacing in his mind. Did I make the right decisions? Each command bore the weight of life and death. His brow furrowed slightly, sinking into profound introspection. Nevertheless, we safeguarded justice. His gaze gradually hardened, reaffirming his commitment to his mission. Iron Man, Tony Stark, reclined on the sofa in the laboratory, his eyes somewhat vacant. This battle revealed my inadequacies. My armor is still far from perfect. His heart brimmed with a relentless pursuit of technology and an ardent desire for self-improvement. Yet, I also felt the strength of the team. Without them, I could not have accomplished this alone. A faint smile graced his lips as he recalled the moments spent fighting alongside his teammates. In the future, I shall enhance my armor to protect them and to safeguard this world. He resolved quietly, determination rekindling in his eyes. Thor, the god of thunder, stood on the training grounds, staring at the sky, his heart filled with myriad emotions. I must safeguard the glory of Asgard and the peace of Earth. He remembered each swing of Mjolnir during the battle, the surge of power coursing through his being. Yet, I cannot rely solely on strength. Wisdom and strategy are equally essential. He clenched his fists, feeling the soreness of his muscles, a testament to the battle's memories. I strive to become a better leader for my people and for the friends on this earth. His gaze turned resolute, as if he could already envision the path ahead. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, meticulously organized her equipment in her room, her movements slow and deliberate. Each battle is a test of life and death. I cannot afford the slightest oversight. Her eyes revealed a hint of fatigue, but more so, resilience. However, this time, I witnessed the growth and unity of everyone. A smile flickered at the corners of her lips as she recalled the scenes of mutual support amongst her teammates. In the future, no matter how perilous the circumstances, I shall not falter. She inhaled deeply, finalizing her preparations for the new challenges ahead. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, sat quietly in the Sanctum Sanctorum, meditating. The realm of magic is vast. There remains so much for me to explore and learn. His heart overflowed with reverence for magic and a thirst for the unknown. This battle has taught me that magic is not merely power. It is also responsibility. He opened his eyes, wisdom glimmering within them. I shall use magic to protect this world and safeguard all that I hold dear. He rose, ready to delve deeper into the mysteries of magic. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, sat in his room, gazing at a photograph of his family, warmth and guilt filling his heart. I fight for justice, yet I have also caused my family to worry. His gaze betrayed a profound yearning for his family and an uncertainty about the future. Yet, I understood that this was my choice, a commitment to strive for the happiness of all. He gently caressed the photograph, as if he could feel the warmth of his loved ones. Henceforth, I shall become stronger, so they may take pride in me. He inhaled deeply, stowed away the picture, and prepared to immerse himself in a new training regimen. Days later, the group reconvened in the conference room of the base. Captain America rose and declared, "My comrades, this battle has illuminated both our strengths and our shortcomings. We are a team, each of us indispensable." His eyes swept over each individual, brimming with gratitude and resolve. Iron Man nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Captain. However, we must not rest on our laurels. Continuous improvement is essential." Thor, the god of thunder, asserted, "We must be thoroughly prepared for any potential threats that may arise." Black Widow added, "Intelligence work is crucial. I will intensify my efforts in this regard." Doctor Strange remarked, "The power of magic remains to be fully explored. I shall continue my quest for knowledge." Ant-Man, mustering courage, proclaimed, "I will train harder," refusing to be a hindrance to the team. Captain America smiled, "You all have performed admirably. We are the Avengers. As long as we stand united, nothing can defeat us. However, as the saying goes, all good things must come to an end." Iron Man resolved to return to his company to develop new technology, providing the team with enhanced equipment. "Friends, await my return with a new suit," he said, his eyes filled with confidence and anticipation. Thor intended to return to Asgard to address matters of his homeland while strengthening ties with Earth. To my friends on Earth, when you need me, I shall return at once. His voice resonated with the might of thunder. Black Widow accepted a new covert mission, ready to delve into darkness for the sake of world peace. Take care, I will bring back valuable intelligence. Her figure vanished into the night, ghost-like. Doctor Strange returned to the Sanctum Sanctorum, dedicating himself to the higher realms of magic, preparing for any future magical crises. May magic forever be with us, he chanted, his hands weaving through mystical runes before he disappeared in a burst of light. Ant-Man chose to return to his family, vowing to be present for them, yet promising to respond immediately should the need arise. I shall await your summons back home. His eyes reflected a mix of reluctance and resolve. Captain America watched as they departed, his heart swelling with emotion. This was not an end, but rather a new beginning. We shall continue on our respective paths, for justice, for peace. He turned to gaze at the base's emblem, his eyes shining with determination. Thus, the Avengers embarked on their individual journeys anew, yet their hearts remained intertwined, ever ready to unite once more for their shared beliefs, to confront the unknown challenges, and to safeguard the tranquility and harmony of this world.